Chapter 642. I received some sort of promise, the old man replied. Su Lu vaguely thought of something from this sentence and lowered his head in silence. What we need the most now is ammunition and military training. The Federation definitely won't be willing to give us warships and mechas, so please provide us with enough firearms and ammunition. How do you send them over? I think that's the biggest problem. Su Lu raised his head and asked with a frown. You've been on the run for a year, so it seems that you're not very clear about the current situation of the universe, the old man said. Your army has already reached the Southwest Star System, and the entire space channel is under your complete control. Transporting ammunition and weapons isn't a difficult task. In Su Li's concept or impression, the Federation and the Empire were extremely distant existences separated by countless light years. Whether it was the 6.5 years in the membrane space or crossing the space channel, it made communication between the two sides very difficult. That was why he had such a question before. It was only when he heard Leader Worth's words that he remembered that his brave comrades had already fought their way over. In an instant, an inexplicable excitement and desire surged into his body. He could not wait to return to those guys, to return to that dangerous battlefield. It's best to control the smile on your lips, Worth said coldly. The smile of an invader is very dazzling. The old man tapped on a certain page in the document with a trembling finger and continued. Also, I hope that your army won't enter this star system. My organization and I will definitely not allow you to really harvest our planet clean. This, I really can't promise, Su Lu said very directly. Old Worth did not continue this topic. After a moment of silence, he said, Then I ask that your army maintain enough calm on the occupied administrative planets and try not to harm civilians as much as possible. Okay, Su Lu replied without the slightest hesitation. Then he added, but the right to define the civilians and the army has to be decided by us. I can't let my colleagues make unnecessary sacrifices just to avoid accidentally hurting civilians of the Imperium. As for the location of military training, I think this smuggling interstellar passage is more suitable. The request for escorts mentioned in the document is actually two sides of the same coin with this matter. Our economic source is mainly dependent on this smuggling route. Speaking of the economy, I hope your government can provide generous material assistance. Remember, it's a material that can be easily exchanged. The Federation's currency is equivalent to waste paper in the Empire. Su Lu patiently listened to the old man list out the conditions of the resistance organization one by one. In the end, his mood finally became a little strange. Pressing his right hand on the document, he frowned and asked, I only see our obligations. Where are our rights? What can you do? We will send you alive back to your army. Voss looked into his eyes and said calmly, This is far from enough. Su Lu looked into the old man's cloudy eyes and said seriously, We will provide you with information on the deployment of the Empire's direct troops, coordinate your relationship with the citizens of the occupied planets, and help maintain order on the various planets. Voss paused for a moment before replying with a smile. What he said were the most troublesome aspects for the federal forces after entering the Empire star system. I doubt your abilities. Su Lu looked downstairs and shook his head. I even doubt if the influence of the resistance organization you lead can extend beyond this slum. I was able to rescue you from Master Fan's manor. This is already proof of our ability. No, I don't believe you have the ability to do this at all. Su Lu stared into his eyes and said, Someone is helping you. Who is that person? The old man's cloudy eyes fell on the document, completely ignoring his somewhat impolite question. Do you want me to believe that you can break through the Empire's army's encirclement with just these unorganized and undisciplined thugs downstairs? The conditions you promised, coordination, security, intelligence. I don't believe you can do it. Even if all the underworld emperors in the Empire star system are your most ardent supporters, it would still be the same. You underestimate our strength, and you seriously lack experience in administration. The old man slowly raised his head and looked at him. To maintain the security of the occupied planet, to intimidate the parents, wives, and children of those hot-blooded guerrillas, to search for the intelligence you need in the dark, There is no one more suitable than these underworld thugs. Su Lu was silent. He found that although the old man's words seemed ridiculous, they actually made a lot of sense. He shook his head and asked, "These underworld thugs commit all kinds of crimes by extortion and blackmail. If they can enjoy a rich and indulgent life, why would they follow you and risk their lives to resist the Emperor? Also, don't you worry that the resistance organization is filled with such ambitious people and butchers? That would be a very dangerous thing. In order to find the light in a dangerous and authoritarian society like the Empire, we must unite all the forces that can be united. Although Mu-Un is engaged in many shady businesses and is a leader of the underworld feared and admired by many, he is a high-ranking officer of the organization. He and his gang are one of the most reliable armed forces of the resistance organization. Mu-Un is the same as us, born as a lowly commoner. His entire family died under the butcher knives of the Empire's royal thieves, so we have never doubted his loyalty. It is because we have the same tragic experience and determination to change this world. Just like you are a member of the Federation. There is naturally no need to doubt your determination to return to the Federation." The old man's gaze suddenly became gentle. He smiled and said, "Speaking of this, I have to thank you on behalf of many of the Empire's citizens." "Thank me? You have lived on planet Tianjing for close to a year. Perhaps in your eyes, the conflict between the classes in the Empire has not intensified to the point of no return. However, that is because you have not had the chance to visit other planets, those planets that have been stained red by the blood of the lowly commoners." A cold flame danced in the old man's eyes. Planet Tianjing is the face of the Empire. His Majesty will naturally not allow too many bloody massacres to occur. On the planets where the lowly commoners dared to resist, His Majesty has never sheathed his butcher knife. Keaton is his biggest butcher knife. Tens of millions of rebels and innocent commoners have died under his bloody suppression, becoming a bargaining chip for his glorious promotion. These few years, Emperor Fuchai has given him the cold shoulder because he does not want to have too much to do with the blood in the hands of this butcher. Keaton died in your hands. Tens of millions of unwilling heads and their dying relatives will thank you for taking revenge for them. For example, Mu-En, whom you just met, his sister died under the iron hooves of Keaton's direct subordinates. Sulu paused for a moment before explaining, "I am taking revenge for myself. When I killed Keaton, I did not think of this. But in the end, he still died in your hands." Old Man Va smiled and said, "Therefore, it is easier to convince the young people in the organization to come to an agreement with you. All right, I admit that you are an excellent persuader. I personally agree with this agreement." Su Lu said, "But I've been thinking about a problem. According to your political ideology and program, if the federal forces continue to penetrate deeper, and if the Empire's White Hibiscus dynasty is really destroyed, then you and I will definitely have an intense war again. But that is a matter for a very long time." Old Man Voss did not hide anything in front of Su Lu and said simply, "You invaders are the second mountain placed in front of us. We have to topple one mountain first. As for your government officials, after receiving this agreement, they will definitely have a similar view. In the current historical stage, we can be friends. In the future historical stage, we will definitely be enemies. As for what the relationship between the Federation and the Empire will become in the more distant historical river, that will be left to the Creator to deal with." The old man in front of him kept switching between the three roles of the respected leader of the resistance organization, the cold businessman full of opportunistic spirit, and the philosopher with a nihilistic aura who used simple concepts to induce a complex future. This switch made Su Lu feel a little strange, and he always felt that this aura was very familiar. Naturally, he thought of Mr. Sher's uncle at the Double Moon Festival Ball, the most legendary figure in Green Dragon Mountain. He could not help but frown slightly as he smelled some kind of strange smell. The last question is a repetitive one. He looked at the old man in the chair and said, "Who on earth rescued me from Master Fan's manor?" "It was us." "I don't believe it." Because of the long years of war, Su Lu did not have a trace of affection for all the people of the Empire in the past, and he had no interest in the internal political struggles of the enemy country. After spending nearly a year in the slums of the capital of Tianjin, especially Aunt Susan and Paul in that warm little courtyard, his mentality gradually changed. Deep in his heart, he knew that the poor and free people of the lower class of the empire rebelled against the rule of the royal family. From an emotional standpoint, he sympathized with those who were oppressed, but he still would not take the initiative to do anything. Just as Professor Lin had said, there was no such thing as reason in the universe. Naturally, there was no such thing as true fairness. As a citizen of the Federation, the first thing he had to protect was the Federation. He had to protect the things within the Federation that were worth protecting. The joys and sorrows of human beings may be interconnected. If the Federation and the Empire were all human beings, the Federation should also be able to clearly feel the sadness and joy of the Empire people. It was just that the snow in front of their own door had not been swept clean. Even if they saw the roof of their courtyard collapse, what could they do? The problem was that now the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He was already sitting under the crumbling roof of someone else's courtyard, and he had no choice but to join forces with the owner of this courtyard to work seriously in the wind and snow. Sulu sat on the second-floor balcony of the repair shop, looking at the dark mass of buildings in the slums of Tianjin with some emotion. Chapter 643. Before the majority of the troops fully passed through the space passage, there was definitely no one in the Federation government who would think of developing some kind of cooperative relationship with the Empire's underground resistance organization, because the necessary conditions were lacking. If an advisor made such a request, it would perhaps only be taken as a joke. Just as the leader of the resistance organization said, he had only met 2 people from the Federation in his life, and had even less knowledge of the government of that distant star region. The Federation was also unfamiliar with those resistance organizations of the lowly people who struggled to survive at the bottom of the empire, as if they were passers-by in his previous life. But who would have thought that right now, this agreement that was impossible to exist in the past would become a reality step by step? When Sulu thought of this, the tip of his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow tightly. His palm slowly stroked the slightly cold railing of the second floor, and he felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. That orphan who stared blankly at the red and gray sky in Donglin Zhonglo Street and the mining pit a few years ago could actually have such a great impact on the world today. Of course, this kind of influence was relatively fake. He was only a colonel of the federal military, and he had no qualifications to sign such an important agreement. He just appeared at the right place at the right time and coincidentally met the right group of people in the resistance organization, and the resistance organization believed in his many representative identities, such as the successor of the war god, the president's trusted aide, and so on. In fact, if this agreement didn't have 100 benefits and no harm to the federal military, perhaps Sulu wouldn't have dared to promise anything. It was now summer, very late in the summer, and the sultry air was accumulating and fermenting in the dilapidated buildings all around, gradually giving birth to a moldy smell. He sat on the second floor and watched silently, thinking to himself how many poor people who couldn't get relief from the Empire would silently die of heat stroke. I've lived in this neighborhood for nearly 40 years, and if the new government succeeds in proposing in the future, my first proposal in the parliament will definitely be to tear down this entire slum. Damn it, I'm already sick of looking at it. So who would be willing to live here? A voice full of viciousness rang out beside Su Li's ears. He turned his head to look at the person and said, "If everything is torn down overnight, where are these people going to live? Besides, are you so sure that you can enter the parliament?" The person who came to his side was Muon. Sula stayed in the repair shop for a few days and roughly understood the situation. The middle-aged man beside him, who was used to wearing fur clothes, was actually the leader of one of the strongest gangs in Tianjin Planet. Although he had heard Mr. Worth's explanation that day, he still found it hard to understand why a big shot who owned more than 10 casinos and 23% of the land in the slums would be so passionate about the resistance organization's cause. "Where do you live?" Muin chewed on a stick of coarse tobacco with a hint of cruelty and excitement. He looked at the city under the red sun in the west, and said, "There are many manors of nobles there, enough for hundreds of thousands of people to live in. Even if it's not enough, Your Majesty's huge palace can be used as a dormitory. As for myself, I've given up so much for the revolution and risked my life for so many years. Do you think I'm not qualified to be a councilman?" Muin sneered. "Revolution isn't a treat, and it can't be a simple reward based on merit." After these few days of interaction, Su Lun knew that these people from the Empire's gangs weren't difficult to deal with. He smiled and said sarcastically, "If Mr. Worth knew about your attitude, he would definitely call for a meeting to criticize you." At the mention of Mr. Worth's name, Muin's expression suddenly became a little reserved, and he no longer had the domineering aura of a mafia boss. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Lu and said seriously, "You should know that all my family members died in the hands of Keaton. I've never thanked you seriously. A good deed done unintentionally has no right to ask for any gratitude." Su Li's answer was also very serious. He then asked curiously, "I don't understand. The weather is so hot now, so why do you keep wearing this fur coat?" Many people have been curious about this question over the years, but other than Mr. Worth, you're the first person who dares to ask me in front of me. Muin casually threw the half-burnt coarse tobacco into the pond downstairs and laughed a few times. After a moment of silence, he actually started to explain, "When I was young, I knew that only aristocratic young masters could afford to wear expensive fur coats, but I wasn't envious. Poor children, who would be envious of something that didn't belong to them? In the end, one day, the young master's mink fur coat was cut by a pair of scissors. He thought that I was the one who did it, so he beat me up." Muin didn't reveal the scars on his body to prove how unforgettable that beating was. Perhaps it was because of his years in the underworld that caused him to have countless scars on his body. However, from the coldness and cruelty in his eyes that had been washed away by time, one could roughly imagine what kind of inhumane treatment he had encountered when he was young. From that day onwards, I had a strong desire for all smooth fur clothing. After coming to Tianjing Planet, I had been hiding in this street to pass time. After killing someone for the gang and getting the first red mark, I bought a very beautiful light gray fox fur coat. After that, I kept killing people and started to have the right to order people to kill people. At the same time, I started to buy fur coats. 10 coats, 100 coats. Yes, I felt very good. No matter the weather or the situation, I would always wear it. If I didn't wear it for even a minute, my chest hair would furiously prick at me. Muin's left hand reached into the open pocket of the fur coat and played with the dense body hair. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. He laughed so hard that tears appeared in his eagle-like eyes. His smile gradually disappeared, and this underworld boss said indifferently, "I know it seems crazy to you. Back then, the other bosses in the city used this to mock me. But after those guys turned into corpses in the smelly pond, no one dared to question my taste in clothing." Sula listened silently. This was a very common, very conventional story of joy and sorrow. There is no need for any psychological analysis of childhood trauma. But when this underworld boss slowly told it from his own mouth, it was still somewhat shocking. "I know that the Empire's household registration system is very strict. Although there are indeed many fugitives hiding in the slums, why did you escape from your hometown to here?" Sulu asked. "Because I killed the young master who jumped and screamed like a girl for a fur coat." A very coherent sentence came out of this underworld boss's mouth without any hesitation. As a listener, Sulu couldn't help but stare blankly for a long time. Muin told the story to his heart's content. Licking his lips, he took out 2 sticks of coarse tobacco and passed one to him. Silently taking the coarse tobacco and lighting it, Sulu greedily took a deep breath. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the Empire's capital city under the setting sun. He remembered that when he was young, he had also violently killed people. The red and warm light of the star gradually sank below the towering palace wall, and the busy aircraft taking off and landing in the northern sky gradually decreased in frequency. Finally, the night wind blew over from Foam Lake in the south, passing through the rugged and narrow streets of the slums with great difficulty, bringing a little coolness and blowing away some of the suffocating pain of the summer heat. Su Lu and Mu In held the coarse tobacco between their fingers and silently sat on the second floor. Looking at this scene, they exhaled the expensive smoke. Make the preparations. The spaceship prepared for you will arrive in 3 days. I will tell you the address then. Mu In looked ahead and slowly said, we only have the ability to send you out of the Tianjing star system and enter the pirate route. As for whether that spaceship can pass through the heavy military blockade, it will depend on your ability or luck. Su Lu lowered his head and took a deep puff of the cigarette. The spicy smoke entered his lungs and instantly refreshed his spirit. He had been captured, escaped, imprisoned, and escaped again. He had stayed on this planet for nearly a year. Now that he finally had a chance to leave, he couldn't help but be moved. As for Muin's warning, it was also within his expectations. Under the pressure of the Empire's royal family and that heinous wrath, the entire underground smuggling and shipping system of Tianjing Star had been cleansed and attacked like never before. The resistance organization, or rather the underworld boss beside him, was actually able to find a spaceship that could leave Tianjing Star. The strength they displayed was already rather impressive. Sorry for the trouble. Helping him return to the Federation was an agreement and a deal. It wasn't helping him because he saw injustice. Thus, Sula didn't say thank you and only said these 3 words. We originally promised to send you to your people. That's the real trouble. Muin waved the cigarette in his hand and calmly said, our people are on the entire route, but the front lines are at war. No one knows how tight the space control is. If we reach the end, give me a spaceship, Su Lu said after a moment of silence. That's not a problem. Muin suddenly turned his head, stared into his eyes, and said, but I have to remind you of something. I'm grateful to you for killing Keaton, but it doesn't mean that we are willing to cooperate with the Federation. In order to send you out, many of us will die, so don't forget what you promised us. Su Lu understood the psychological struggle of these underground resistance members very well, so he didn't say anything. At this time, any word he said would mean that the Federation government promised him any help. In fact, it wouldn't make these people feel any better. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. 3 of his fingers pinched the thick, round, dark tobacco stick that was about to burn out. He didn't throw into the pond downstairs like Muin did, but rather carefully and slowly grounded on the floor by his feet. At this moment, an electric bell hidden somewhere on the railing rang softly. Muin quickly got up and walked into the dark corridor. Half a minute later, he pushed a wheelchair to Su Li's side with an unusually respectful expression. Sitting on the wheelchair was the leader of the underground resistance, whose face was full of age spots. He looked somewhat ferocious and terrifying, but his expression was incomparably gentle. Su Lu stood up and nodded in greeting. Mr. Voss looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, I have a person I want to introduce to you. In the future, if I'm not here, he will be in charge of contacting you and supervising the implementation of the agreement. A 30-year-old Empire man with a cold expression stood out from the shadow behind the wheelchair. When he saw Su Lu, he narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as knives. After a short pause, he extended his hand and introduced himself. I'm Chi Dabing. Chapter 644. Su Lu reached out his hand and lightly shook hands with this Empire man called Chi Dabing before quickly letting go. Although there was no explosive incident that happened when their palms touched, and there was no explosive blast of air, the 2 of them remained silent and calm. There was a strange atmosphere rising between their brows. They had met before. Last year, they had met in the underground sewers outside Feng Lake. At that time, Su Li's identity was a fugitive from the Federation who was being pursued by countless Empire troops, while Chi Dabing was an elite combat force that the Bureau of Mobility had specially recruited from the Royal Special Forces. They had suddenly met and fought fiercely. The sharp and ruthless images flashed in the dark underground sewers. In the end, Chi Dabing was no match for Su Lu. He was kicked in the chest by Su Lu and fell into the sewers. Logically speaking, in that tense and dark environment, it was very difficult for Su Lu to remember an enemy who had fallen in front of him like so many others. However, he did remember it very clearly. This was because the combat strength this Empire officer had displayed, especially those close combat techniques that he felt were extremely familiar with, had once given him many guesses. "I am Su Lo. We've met before, and I think you should know who I am," said Su Lo calmly as he looked at this Empire man who gave off a dangerous feeling. Chi Dabing's sharp gaze did not soften because of the handshake. He nodded and replied, "Last year in the underground sewers, I've seen your strength, Colonel Su Lo. I heard that you doubt the ability of the organization, so I think there's a need for you to know that the Wolf Fong outside the walls of Great Master Fan's Manor belongs to me." "Thank you." Su Lo could guess why the other party had suddenly brought up this matter at this time. He did not mind expressing his gratitude. However, it was very clear that simple gratitude could not reduce Chi Dabing's wariness and resistance from who knew where. He looked coldly at Su Lo and said, "In order to enter the upper echelons of the Empire's military, I've put in many years of hard work. In order to save you, a Federation citizen, all of these efforts have turned into ashes. If, in the future, it turns out that we have not received a fair return for the price we paid, I think for your safety, it would be best for you not to return to the Empire." It was a very direct and obvious personal threat, but Su Lo appeared to be somewhat indifferent. In the Federation, he had long since experienced the principle that only light wind and clouds could be spouted from the barrel of a gun. Although this Empire man in front of him was very clearly an important figure in the Resistance organization and had great strength, in the end, he was still just a defeated opponent. His interest in this man had actually always been in other aspects. He glanced at Chi Dabing's wrist from the corner of his eye and saw a metal watch band. He frowned slightly. The final light of dusk shrouded the side corridor on the second floor. The old man in the wheelchair clearly felt the tit-for-tat emotions between the two people, but he did not say anything. It was only when he saw Su Lo frown that he slowly raised his right arm and said with a smile, "I introduce you to each other because in the many years to come, you may be partners in cooperation. Even if you don't like each other, you have to accept this reality." At this time, Moon received a call. He glanced at Su Lo, lowered his body, and whispered a few words into the old man's ear. Then he said goodbye and left. Su Lo looked downstairs and saw Mu and's figure leaving the repair shop under the protection of more than 10 armed subordinates. He suddenly asked, "There's no danger, right? It's not convenient to find a spaceship now, but if there's anyone on this planet who can find the last spaceship, that person must be Mu-En." Old Man Worth gently stroked the wheelchair and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry too much." Chi Dabing said coldly from the side, "What you need to do now is to stay here obediently and act according to our arrangements. You have to remember that any action you take without permission may cause our people to pay the price in blood." It was obviously a very correct statement, but for some reason, when it came out of Chi Dabing's mouth, it had a spicy and hard taste, making the listener feel very depressed. It was as if they had just eaten a large piece of white meat that had been soaked in chili oil for 20 years. However, Su Lo still had no reaction. He continued to talk to Leader Voss in a low voice, not even glancing at this proud Empire man. Chi Dabing, who was ignored, stared at Su Lee's back, which was just inches away from him, and slowly clenched his hands that were exposed outside his sleeves. The Resistance organization has infiltrated many people into the military and various departments over the years, but only Chi Dabing is close to the core and gradually gained the trust of the palace. This time, because of you, he was forced to be exposed, and his years of hard work were ruined. Naturally, he is in a bad mood. I hope you can understand. Leader Worth and Su Lo sat in the dark room. No one wanted to see a big internal conflict in the Empire under the tense situation of increasingly tight search, so Chi Dabing was left outside the door. Su Lo glanced at the contact information in his hand and roughly confirmed that if the Federation government and the Empire Resistance Organization started to cooperate, that proud Empire man called Chi Dabing would play a very important role. According to the sad feeling of the old man in front of him, that person might even become the next leader of the Resistance Organization. In the Federation, I have seen a lot of excellent spies. Sure, Qinghai's beautiful face appeared in his mind. Su Lo smiled slightly, raised his head, and said, "Even the stupidest woman is much better at controlling her emotions than Chi Dabing, so I am very curious how he could hide in the Empire's military for so long. I also don't understand why you dared to give him such an important mission. Dabing is a student of an old friend of mine. He has his reasons to be proud, and he also has the qualifications to be trusted by me and my comrades." Elderworth's health was obviously not good, and he replied tiredly, "Maybe it's because he lost to you in the underground waterway last time. He, who has never failed in his goal of pursuing the princess, feels a little inconceivable and troubled. The gap between him and Huai Chaoshi is very big." Su Lu directly made his own judgment, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, "His teacher, your old friend, who is he?" Elderworth slowly raised his head, and there was a look of understanding in his cloudy eyes, but in the end he just shook his head. The other party was not willing to say, and Su Lu could not force the old man to speak by holding a knife to his neck. Some kind of annoyance and disappointment, and even a little bit of sourness, reverberated and settled in his chest, causing his mood to become gloomy. Su Lu pushed open the door and saw Chi Dabing standing in the dim corridor. He narrowed his eyes and was no longer willing to hide his gaze. He stared directly at Chi Dabing's wrist and strode forward. "Can I take a look at the watch you're wearing?" Su Lu stared into Chi Dabing's eyes and asked. His words seemed polite, but his attitude was tough, which was not in line with his tough personality at all. "No." Chi Dabing stood against the wall with a contemptuous and calm attitude on his face. His right foot was relaxed on the wall, and his answer was very slow, but it seemed more tough than Su Lu. Su Lu was silent for a moment, and then continued to ask, "Can I know who you learned your close combat skills from?" This time, Chi Dabing was too lazy to answer his question. He directly shook his head coldly. The range of his movement was very small, and it seemed like he was looking down on him. Su Lu pursed his thin lips and nodded with some unknown meaning. After a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Your posture is very similar to one of my brothers, but I advise you not to do such a thing in the future because you're not as good-looking as him, and you don't have those few strands of greasy hair in front of your forehead. Most importantly, if you were to fight on the battlefield, you would definitely be killed by him, so you don't have the right to copy such an arrogant posture." When Chi Dabing heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at Su Li's face that did not have any outstanding features. Although he had seen Su Lu burst out of the fan manner that day, and already knew that this person's strength was abnormally fierce, he really did not expect that in the underground base of the resistance organization, this person from the Federation would dare to humiliate him so wantonly. Without hesitation, Chi Dabing flipped his right arm and retracted his elbow, turning it into a whistling elbow blade, and fiercely chopped towards Su Li's neck. Su Li's eyes suddenly brightened, and his left foot suddenly stomped down. If the plank under his foot was a boat, the boat might have capsized immediately. A huge force came from the bottom of his foot, and it pushed his body forward with a whistling sound. His left arm stretched out like lightning and struck directly under Chi Dabing's armpit. Bang! 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 A series of dense, muffled sounds rang out in the quiet and dim corridor. The two of them turned into two strange, twisting shadows that tried to avoid each other as they fought in the narrow space. It was only a matter of a moment. Chi Dabing forcefully suppressed a muffled groan, took 3 steps back, and fell heavily to the ground. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Su Lu, who was expressionless and slightly lowered his head, stepped forward again with a terrifying calmness. His left hand flipped, and his right hand grabbed Chi Dabing's elbow joint. With a precise and fierce grab, he quickly took off the watch on Chi Dabing's wrist. On a certain night last year in the underground waterway, the two of them had a fierce fight. But at that time, Su Lu had lost a lot of blood, had not recovered from his serious injuries, and was in his weakest state due to hunger and cold. At this time, although he had also been seriously injured by Huai Chaoshi, his condition was much better than that time. The most important thing was that this time, it was rare for him to take the initiative to provoke him. He had prepared in advance to take the initiative to attack, and it was with a sense of resentment and depression. How could Chi Dabing be his opponent? Chi Dabing, who was holding the wall to prevent himself from falling, looked at him with a strong sense of unwillingness and pain. His clenched left hand trembled slightly, but he maintained enough consciousness to not rush forward again. Sulu did not look at him at all. He just quietly looked at the watch in his palm. His eyebrows gradually furrowed, but his narrowed eyes gradually relaxed. His expression was a little strange. Chapter 645. There was a watch lying quietly in his open palm. It was an old-style, cheap electronic watch from an unknown light machine factory. There were many lines engraved on the dial, but there were no numbers. Although it was cheap, it was very durable. The slender hand tirelessly walked in circles under the influence of the weak current of the battery. It walked for so many years without stopping. It was like a planet orbiting around a star. It was also like people repeating scenes of parting in their lives. Sulu silently looked at the watch in his palm. He looked at the moving hand and the familiar electrolyte stain on the band. His heart beat faster and faster in his chest. A familiar voice that he had not heard for many years reappeared in his mind. This voice was buzzing and seemed to come from an empty underground mine. Of course I'm alive. I'm alive forever. The middle-aged boss, whose tools were hanging behind his blue overalls, made a clanging sound in the wind. When they parted in the mine that autumn day, he casually threw the incredible bracelet to him and took off the cheap watch that the youth had worn for many years. Then he said a lot of complicated and literary words. Sulu had forgotten those words, but the one that left the deepest impression on him was this declaration that seemed sad at the time, but now was arrogant and flirtatious. In the last words, Feng Yu thought that his eyebrows were like knives. They were too straight and would suppress his vision and hurt his spirit. If he could change them, then he should change them. A few years later, Sulu was once again an orphan crying in sorrow. His pair of knife-like eyebrows were shaved sparsely because of his disguise, but the real him in the depths of his soul was still as straight as knives and had never changed. Looking at the watch in his palm, his expression was very strange. His knife-like eyebrows gradually furrowed. They were furrowed so tightly that he felt a burst of pain between his eyebrows. "Give me back the watch." Chi Dabing noticed his strange expression. He looked at the watch and shouted anxiously. Sulu still did not pay attention to him. He turned around and walked in with an expressionless face. "Who is Chi Dabing? Why do you value him so much? If I want to find his teacher, how should I find him? And how much do you know about this watch?" The old man behind the table raised his head in confusion. When he saw the watch in Su Li's hand, he tilted his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something in the past. For some reason, the age spots on his face became clearer under the dim light. "Isn't this the soldier's most precious watch? Why is it in your hands?" As for his identity, well, there's nothing special about it. He just has a very faint royal bloodline, which the entire organization knows. The cold wind blew in the spacious conference room, and the heat outside the window could not enter at all. In the dim conference room, dozens of stern-looking imperial officers could be vaguely seen, but no noise could be heard. The discipline of the imperial armies was fully displayed at this moment. The thin screen in front of them kept scrolling through images and summaries of information. A high-definition picture of an imperial officer with a cold expression stayed at the top of the scrolling image. Beside the picture was an annotation of his identity. Chi Dabing, former vice captain of the 4th Brigade of the Imperial Special Forces, latest recipient of the Imperial Gold Star Medal. According to the joint investigation of the Military and the Intelligence Bureau, this person is confirmed to be an important figure in the traitorous organization. The latest information shows that he should still be in the capital. As the information on the screen scrolled through, the high-ranking officer in charge of the conference said in a deep voice, "There's one thing I need to remind everyone. This traitor may have a little royal bloodline in him. This is being confirmed by the Badge Administration Bureau, but according to the wise instructions of His Highness, this can be ignored in this operation." In the quiet venue, dozens of disciplined officers finally made some sounds of discussion at this time. However, at this moment, someone suddenly turned on the lights, and the originally dark venue suddenly became bright and dazzling. The general frowned and looked towards the door. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he saw the indifferent expression of the young officer. His heart clenched, and he performed a standard military salute and said loudly, "Your Highness." Huai Chaosher looked at him and asked, 3 minutes ago, the Intelligence Bureau sent the latest information to your terminal. You, on the other hand, are still talking about 3 hours of information. However, your people still haven't done anything. I need an explanation." The Imperial General immediately felt cold sweat seeping out his back. Everyone in the military knew that after the secret incident at Master Fan's Manor a few days ago, Her Royal Highness had endured enormous pressure and resolutely pushed back the date of her arrival to the front lines indefinitely. As for the real reason, it was obvious that Her Royal Highness had doubts about her ability to act. The terrain there is complicated and the buildings are densely packed. The most important thing is that there are too many residents. The general lowered his voice and explained respectfully. Furthermore, the citizens of District 9 have never been obedient. The General Staff is currently formulating the best plan. The District 9 that the Empire's ruling class was talking about was the slum that occupied a corner of planet Tianjing. It was like a rotten ulcer that disgusted people, but couldn't be removed. Huai Chaosher frowned slightly and looked at the general in silence. The entire conference room was silent, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. When everyone was about to be unable to bear the pressure, she said coldly, "There's never a perfect plan. A plan that can kill Su Lu is a good plan. I only care about the results. I don't care how many people will die in the process. I've already told you everything I know about Qi Dabing. As for this watch, it was sent to me by an old friend a few years ago. I think that since Dabing is a student, he should be more qualified to wear it than I am." Su Lu silently looked at the old man behind the chair. He could tell from the other's expression that this wasn't a lie. For some reason, he suddenly felt tired. He shook his head, but didn't say anything. "I don't know where this old friend of mine is, young man." This old man, who had led the underground resistance against the powerful Empire's machinery for decades, looked at the expression on Su Li's face. For some reason, he felt a little sad. He continued, "From the incident at the Great Master Fan Manor, I guess that there might be some kind of relationship between you two. However, I never understood. One of you is from the Empire, and the other is from the Federation. Could it be that you've met before?" His current identity was that of the Empire's. Sulu walked out of the room with narrowed eyes. There was a strange smile at the corner of his lips. In reality, it wasn't completely a smile. "Return the watch to me." Qi Dabing blocked his path. Although he didn't pull out the pistol in his clothes, he looked anxious and angry. If Su Lu could fulfill his request, perhaps this person would really go crazy. Su Lu looked at him, but didn't do anything. "This watch is very meaningful to me. Please return it to me." Qi Dabing suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to lower his posture as much as possible. Su Lu used 2 fingers to pick up the cheap watch and put it in front of his eyes. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of handing it over. Instead, he used an extremely serious tone and said word by word, "This is my watch." Qi Dabing was stunned. "And he didn't send this watch to you as a souvenir. He just wanted to tell me a truth that I wanted to know before, but now makes me angry." Qi Dabing wasn't in the mood to ask for a truth. He angrily clenched his fists and asked in a cold voice, "What right do you have to say that it's yours?" There was the crisp sound of metal colliding. The back cover of the watch that Su Lu was holding open with a snap, revealing the glossy watch case and a very clear but ugly line of words on it. 37th Constitution Calendar, 61st year, September 3rd, Future Federation Mechanic Su Lu. This is the first souvenir I made after I operated the micro-etching machine for the first time. Su Lu looked at him expressionlessly. "Do you still think it's yours? When did you meet that person?" Su Lu looked down at the watch and asked calmly. 6 years old, Qi Dabing replied coldly. "When I was 6 years old, he stayed in my house for a month. No wonder I felt that your close combat skills were a bit strange in the underground sewers." Qi Dabing had not completely digested the shock in his heart, But it was very difficult for him to accept that this person from the Federation, who was much younger than him, was using a lecturing tone to talk to him. He said mockingly, "Looks like you're very interested in this. You want to learn? Beg me. Maybe I'll be willing to teach you a move or two when I'm in a good mood." Sula looked at him with that strange smile. After a long silence, he said mockingly, "No, I just want to remind you that you learned it wrong. The person who taught you clearly didn't put much effort into it. Perhaps he saw that you have royal blood and wanted to see if he could stimulate the Jinchi in your body. But obviously, you don't have that kind of luck. Only 1 month, but I have 4 years." Sulu raised his head and narrowed his eyes. His mood suddenly became a bit better. A moment later, he immediately felt that this kind of happiness was really very childish. For an orphan who had lost his family at a young age, the man he called boss was actually not only his teacher. In a certain sense, he had also replaced the role of a father. Although that man could only play the role of an extremely incompetent father who liked to visit prostitutes every day and didn't even know how to cook. It was because of this kind of relationship that when the Emperor of the Empire thought that he was his son and the great teacher said that he was his father, Sulu didn't feel any displeasure in his heart. Instead, he felt somewhat proud and complacent. The most wanted criminal of the Federation, cuckolded the Emperor of the Empire, gave birth to such a perfect daughter like Jianshuir, and had thousands of incarnations. His entire theory was enough to guide the guerrillas of Green Dragon Mountain. After his death, he was still able to make countless young students of the Federation worship him like a god. With his own strength, he had fought against the glory of the Charter for countless years. Such a powerful person had lived together with him for so many years and had such a close and irreplaceable relationship. It was really something to be proud of. He had always thought that he was the only student of the uncle. So when he discovered that there was still a person like Chi Dabing in the Empire, his disgust, depression, and rebellious feelings suddenly surged. He subconsciously wanted to beat him into oblivion. After putting the watch back in his pocket, he didn't pay attention to the strange and angry expression of Chi Dabing behind him. He walked out of the building alone and stood by the railing alone. He looked at the gradually darkening night in front of him and didn't say anything for a long time. At this moment, his mood was very complicated. He knew that bastard should still be alive, so he naturally felt relieved. He also knew that the bastard had taken in a disciple before. Although it was very obvious that he had taken in a random disciple, he still felt very unhappy. With his palm on the railing, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Countless emotions converged into a sincere sentence, and he softly said from his thin lips, "Fuck you, uncle." Chapter 646. Some people were alive, but he was already dead. Some people were dead, but he was still alive. When everyone thought he was dead, he showed his face from behind the dark curtain with a cigarette in his mouth and a glass of red wine in his hand. He told the world in a flirtatious yet indifferent manner that he was still alive and would live forever. Other than that, the reason why Su Li's mood was very complicated was that he was surprised to find that after that bastard faked his death or left, there were still many people in this universe who missed him. Those people were confused by his halo and became hot-headed, and their eyes were fixed on him. Fortunately, he was not such a person. He curled his lips into a smile, so he did not scream and rush into the slums of the Imperium and ask around for news with his watch until he burst into tears. Instead, he calmly put the watch into his pocket, shrugged like Lan Xiaolong, put his hands on the railing, and cursed at the hot and smelly night wind of District 9 with an inexplicable bad feeling. When he cursed, his pupils shrank, and his hands on the railing suddenly tightened. On the street outside the repair shop, an extremely expensive car was roaring at high speed. It seemed that the driver heard him greeting someone's mother. He was so shocked that he lost control of the car and slammed in the hard tree trunk outside the gate, making a loud noise. The hard tree snapped, and the front of the expensive car was severely damaged. The resistance fighters disguised as repair shop workers quickly rushed out of the shop and struggled to pull the deformed alloy door. A furious roar sounded in the car. Mu covered his forehead and face with blood. At this time, he did not care that the expensive fur coat on his body had been torn to pieces. He anxiously and violently waved his arms, and said something loudly. Sula narrowed his eyes and felt that some kind of danger was approaching the repair shop. He turned around and ran into the building without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the alarm bell on the railing behind him rang loudly. This meant that the Imperial armies had found this secret base. Time was of the essence. The Resistance members in the repair shop did not have any time to say goodbye. They packed up their weapons and luggage as fast as they could, and then opened the tunnel entrance hidden under the repair platform. Why are we retreating separately? Chi Dabing looked at the old man in the wheelchair angrily. He held his gun tightly and said, "You can't move, so you should follow us. Because we're all very important, so I have to be prepared for the worst. If the Empire catches you, this old man might be able to slip away." The age spots on Leader Voss's face were very bright under the dim light of the tunnel. He looked at his subordinates gently and said, "The Empire has never caught me, and it won't this time either. When it comes to escaping, you youngsters don't have as much experience as me." The soldiers of the Resistance organization all laughed. This kind of relaxed and confident atmosphere in the face of life and death infected Sulu, who had been silent all this time. He silently thought that the underground resistance organization was like the anti-government guerrillas of Green Dragon Mountain. If they did not have this kind of optimistic and cheerful fighting spirit, they would not have been able to hold on for so long in such a disadvantageous situation. "Goodbye," he said sincerely as he looked at the old man in the wheelchair. "We will meet again." The old man nodded with a smile. "Don't worry. The base is often found by those foxes from the Intelligence Bureau. We move around often, so we are very experienced. Don't worry about Mr. Muen. This repair shop is not registered under his name, and I think you should be able to escape faster than us." The one who was speaking was Muen, the most capable person in the gang. He was wearing a gloomy black suit in the gloomy tunnel, and he gave off a sinister feeling from the beginning to the end. But for a group of soldiers who were escaping from the Imperial armies, having such a person as a guide would make them feel a lot calmer. Following the repair shop's tunnel to the west, a group of more than 10 members of the resistance organization surrounded Sulu and did not stop for a moment. Their reaction was very fast, and their speed was also very fast. The Imperial troops who had killed their way into the slums would not be able to keep up with them. An old but still well-sealed iron door fell heavily behind them, isolating them from the sound and air. The fugitives, whose foreheads were already starting to sweat, finally felt a sense of relief. Muen's capable subordinate pulled open his collar and took a few quick breaths. Then, he took out a cigarette and distributed it to the crowd. He chuckled and said, "Let's leave this place. We are already safe. We use a different ventilation system here, and the electronic smell detector that the army brought cannot detect us. So, comrades, relax and smoke." The relaxation after the tense run made everyone in a good mood. Several old soldiers of the resistance organization stepped on the dirty water and smoked while humming a song in a low voice. Chi Dabing, who had been gloomy all this time, finally relaxed a little. The Empire's cigarettes taste pretty good, Sulu thought with a smile as he looked at the smoke rising from his fingers and drifting behind him. Listening to the interesting little song that was repeated in the Empire's mouth, he couldn't help but purse his lips, wanting to hum a few lines along. However, the moment his lips parted, a violent vibration came from the ground, violently pushing everyone to the ground and into the dirty water. The well-trained resistance organization soldiers did not panic. They struggled to get up, quickly picked up their guns, and began to set up a defense. At the same time, the technicians began to monitor what had happened. The resistance fighter with a round face looked at the Bonner watch on his wristwatch in shock. With a trembling voice, he said, "An explosion too. 4 kilometers to the southeast. It's so strong when it reached us. How many bombs did the Imperial Thief Army use this time?" There was silence in the dark underground tunnel. Chi Dabing had a portable workbench on his knee. The faint light made his face look particularly pale. He looked at the remote monitoring screen on the workbench, and sadness appeared on his face. A missile with an unconventional yield flew from beyond the clouds and accurately hit the southern part of the repair factory building. The violent explosion instantly destroyed all the buildings on the ground of the repair factory, and the powerful shockwave turned the courtyard walls into countless jagged cement blocks. The terrifying temperature coldly turned most of the resistance soldiers into charcoal. Thick black smoke rose from the ruins and slowly drifted into the sky. It entered the eyes of countless confused people in the slums and then gradually dispersed, covering the warm and free sun in the sky. The underground tunnel deep in the ruins of the repair factory was directly overturned by this terrifying explosion. It was exposed to the air filled with a burnt smell. Many corpses of the resistance organization soldiers were lying there. Weak shouts, sporadic gunshots, and dozens of huge wolf fang mechs rushed into the courtyard and cruelly and coldly began the final massacre. Chapter 647. There were still people alive in the rubble and smoke-filled repair shop. The shrill sound of bullets firing rang out, piercing through the black smoke and striking the hard armor of the wolf fang mecha. The sound was muffled and loud, but could only create a few small sparks, not even leaving a deep mark. In a battle where the difference in power was too great, the scattered firepower of the resistance group looked abnormally pitiful. It was like a despairing insect waiting for death, futilely spitting out a few drops of venom against an elephant that was countless times its own weight, and yet the elephant could not feel it at all. That wolf fang mecha abruptly stopped its heavy mechanical legs, the gun on its left mechanical arm firing out. The terrifying firepower instantly blasted that ruined wall into flying shards. As for the resistance group soldiers behind the wall, they did not even have time to scream before they became dismembered corpses. The humming of the engine, the heavy mechanical legs of the mecha landing on the ground, the muffled and cold sounds of gunfire, explosions, all these sounds were frightening because there were no more gunshots or shouts from the resistance group among these sounds. Gradually, this solemn and terrifying massacre came to an end. Dozens of wolf fang mecha cleared out the resistance within the repair shop in the shortest amount of time possible, and then they quickly spread out, occupying the various key points of this block. Among them, several of the electronic mecha began to activate their high-powered surveillance equipment, attempting to find the direction of those complicated tunnels below the repair shop. Right at this moment, the faint rumbling of heavy engineering mecha could be heard from behind the block, mixed with the almost inaudible sound of grinding tires. The gate of the repair shop, which had long been on the verge of collapse, collapsed with a crash. As the smoke and dust settled, Huai Chaoshi, wearing a military cap and an indifferent expression, stepped in under the protection of countless stern-looking soldiers, walking towards the south. The high wall on the south side of the repair shop had long been reduced to dust by that terrifying missile attack. The exposed steel bars hung mournfully, its usually hard head facing the shallow pond outside the wall. That terrifying explosion had occurred here, and now it was a terrifying black crater that billowed with smoke and dust. The water in the small shallow pond had long been burned clean by the high temperature of the explosion, revealing the 1,000-year-old mud underneath. The mud had already dried up and cracked open, like the windless and poor fields around the desert. Huai Chaoshi stood on the charred shore with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and looked at the cracked soil at the bottom of the pond. He looked at the overturned tunnel in front of the pond. He looked at the strangely shaped charred corpses and the few people who were still breathing under the broken tunnel. He frowned slightly. The tunnel was directly blown up by the missile. Most of the 60-odd resistance fighters who escorted the leader died instantly. As for the old man and a few of his most loyal subordinates, they were also blown away by the explosion because they were at the forefront. They fell in the ruins of the tunnel, covered in blood, but fortunately, they didn't die on the spot. However, this was perhaps the greatest misfortune. Old Voss lay on the ground on the verge of death. His face was smeared with mud and blood. The obvious and ugly age spots and the fair skin that gave him the beginnings of a lowly life, but courageously challenged the unfair order, could no longer be seen clearly. His pants were burned to ashes by the burning flames. His legs, which were paralyzed in the war with the Empire in the early years, were badly burned. His black and red skin was smoking. His amazing willpower kept the old man from fainting. He stared at the young Empire officer walking towards him from the top of the tunnel and vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. His weak breathing suddenly became rapid. His old right hand weakly grabbed the soil on the ground, as if he wanted to grab something and hit something. The Empire soldier guarding him noticed his movements. He lowered his body and slapped him hard. The loud slap made the old man's face tilt to the side. Huai Chaoshi waved her arm, indicating the people around her to disperse. She walked in front of Leader Voss alone and looked at him quietly. After a long time, she said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself. I am Huai Chaoshi." Old Voss's bloodied lips moved slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes, but he didn't speak in the end. "I know who you are," Huai Chaoshi continued indifferently. "The Empire has allowed you to escape for so many years, not because we can't catch you, but because we need you to stir up some people and do things that are inconvenient for us to do. But if we really want to catch you, how can you escape?" The light in old Voss's eyes gradually faded. He knew that this princess didn't need to lie to him before he died. His heart, that had long been prepared to sacrifice itself, gradually became a little lost. Since his youth, he had devoted himself to the liberation of the lower class of the Empire. He didn't know how many times he had escaped the pursuit of the imperial armies and secret police. He led 7 large and small uprisings or riots. He led hot-blooded students and farmers to secretly execute hundreds of greedy and cruel nobles. He was injured and imprisoned under an alias, but he watched as the future of the liberation cause became dimmer and dimmer. Yet, he didn't regret it for a moment. Until the moment of his death, when he heard Huai Caoshi's indifferent words, Leader Voss finally understood why he had been able to escape for so many years without dying. "Where is that person from the Federation?" Huai Caoshi squatted down. Her gaze was like a knife. "Where are you going to send him away?" Old Voss didn't answer her question. After a long silence, the light that belonged only to him returned to his eyes. Before he died, he finally understood something. Even if his life was to some extent used by the royal family, the things he did were always valuable. "Voss, when I saw your file, as a member of the royal family, I couldn't help but admire you because you used to have a backbone." Huai Caoshi looked at the change in the old man's expression and knew that he would never say what she wanted. She frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "The battle between us is ultimately a battle between the people of the Empire. But I didn't expect that you would do such a disappointing thing when you're old. Colluding with the people of the Empire, betraying the interests of your own people, and for your own political ideas, you didn't hesitate to commit treason. Don't you feel ashamed?" Huai Caoshi's anger was very real. Leader Voss, who was lying on the ground, looked at the high and distant sky indifferently. He seemed to be thinking about how to answer the princess's anger, but also seemed to be thinking about whether his decision to cooperate with the Federation was right or wrong. After a long time, old Voss turned his head with difficulty and looked at Huai Caoshi. His turbid eyes revealed a trace of determination and mockery. He said in a hoarse voice, "Betray the country? This is your country, never the country of lowly people like us. Your Highness, can you find a reason for lowly people like us to love this country? But after all, you are all people of the Empire. You were born here and grew up here. Is this the reason why maggots must love a cesspool?" The old man breathed rapidly. His eyes gradually became hollow, and his hands weakly scratched the scorched earth beside him. He looked at Huai Caoshi and said, "What I want to do in this life is not to prove that I am great, but to take back what we have lost. I don't want to continue living in a cesspool. Gods belong to gods. His Majesty belongs to His Majesty. What belongs to lowly people like us? Dear Your Highness, if you are willing to return the power that belongs to us, you will definitely find that our determination to resist the invasion of the Federation is stronger than you think. The words of cowardly traitors are always so beautiful." Huai Caoshi looked at the leader of the resistance organization under her feet, indifferently made a final mocking comment, and then turned around and left. The soldiers of the resistance organization habitually called the military officials loyal to the royal family as imperial traitors, and they themselves were called traitors. From today onwards, there would be one more crime on the wanted list: treason. Old Voss had led the resistance organization for decades, and at the last moment, he made a shocking decision to cooperate with the invaders of the Federation. Although he had temporarily obtained the approval of most of the members of the organization due to his supreme authority, the crime of being a traitor, the crime of being the precursor of an invader, would follow him and his organization forever and ever. Was this really the right thing to do? Was it really worth it? The old man couldn't answer this question. The spiraling gunshots from the bottom of the dry pond ended his life full of fighting spirit, and also left this question to the successor of the resistance organization and the soldiers with complicated feelings. The soldiers who were desperately running in the tunnel naturally couldn't hear the gunshots. But from the images of the large explosion transmitted from the remote monitoring, as well as the fire, black smoke, and scattered limbs, they had long guessed the worst outcome in their hearts. That old man who was like a loving father, no, really like a loving father, who had led them and even their fathers to fight for decades, should have already dedicated his life to the cause of the liberation of the people. The soldiers glanced at Chi Dabing with stiff bodies, silently making painful inquiries. Chi Dabing, who glanced at the screen from the corner of his eyes from time to time, had long become numb from the pain and sorrow in the depths of his heart and didn't have any reaction. Therefore, the people who were running for their lives did not stop. The dense sound of footsteps continued in the dark tunnel. No one spoke, and no one cried out crazily or turned around to try and save something. Everyone continued to run on their own, silently running. There seemed to be no end to the dark underground tunnel, and there seemed to be no end to the running as well. The terrifying Empire's military mechs on the ground were stepping heavily on the ground. After a long time, someone in the fleeing crowd finally couldn't help but start crying. Sulu, who had been silent from beginning to end, had a heavy heart. Thinking about how the leader of the resistance organization, who didn't have much emotion, had died, just like that, he couldn't help but think of the words that the great teacher had said that night. Everyone has their own historical mission. Then, what was his own historical mission? He rubbed his eyebrows that were growing back, and thus appeared even harder than before. He took a sip of water from the soldier beside him, and then, somewhat stunned, he took a cold handgun. Chi Dabing lowered his head and said, "If we all die, you have to make sure you can go back alive." Chapter 648. To the rulers of the Empire, the exploited, damaged, and humiliated lower-class people were the source of their dignity, wealth, and power. Just as Elderworth had said, they could not give up the foundation of this ruling structure. Thus, the sober rulers would sooner or later discover a law of history, or rather a law of physics related to the spring. The resentment and desire for a better life in the lowly people, who occupied a large portion of the population, would inevitably develop into a fierce resistance. Since this was a law of history that could not be violated, they could only accept it and think of a way to control this fluctuation within a certain range. This could release the accumulated energy of the spring after it was compressed, but also prevent the release process from being too violent and directly shattering the golden hands that were pressing the spring. Resistance and suppression were always bloody and cruel. The Empire's royal family was unwilling to see flowers of black blood bloom everywhere in the vast territory. An unorganized resistance might seem weak, but in the countless galaxies, it would cause the military and officials to be distracted and exhausted. Furthermore, the Empire's royal family seemed to need these lowly soldiers who dared to charge at warships with crude weapons to wear down the arrogant and disobedient remote nobles. Thus, a mature and powerful resistance organization not only became the final victory against the lowly people, but also the royal family of the Empire needed to maintain their rule. Since many years ago, the master of Tianjing Planet's imperial palace and his powerful and iron-blooded army began to allow some of the highly respected rebel leaders, especially the moderate leaders, to grow freely in the country. They silently observed and even secretly helped them to form discipline groups. When the nobles of the remote galaxies trembled in front of the rebels, the Emperor's royal troops descended from the sky like saviors to save them from danger. When the rebel army grew larger and gradually became a mighty force, the emperor coldly used the most iron-blooded generals and soldiers, not hesitating to slaughter an entire city and piling up hundreds of thousands of people to suppress this momentum. When the rebels fell into a low tide, His Majesty gently announced a benevolent policy, reprimanded the illegal actions of the nobles everywhere, and killed a few thin and weak chickens. Wrapped in the holy light, He won over the hearts of the untouchables. The generals and soldiers who had carried out bloody killings naturally became shameless sheep who deceived His Majesty. When the resistance group was forced to enter the city and gradually expand their influence at the bottom of society, they would truly threaten the rule of the royal family. Or it could be said that the owner of the palace was no longer willing to feed the resistance group and wanted to change to a group of opponents who were less threatening and more incompetent. Then, he would raise his butcher knife again. It was unknown who came up with such a seemingly whimsical and difficult-to-implement policy, but in fact, it was extremely vicious and shameless. In the 700 years of the White Hibiscus dynasty, countless resistance groups were born along with the tide of history, growing stronger and then being destroyed. Countless people who had automatically entered the most resolute resistance were turned into ashes in this boring and tragic process. All the difference was just the name of the resistance group. This process was like a greedy farmer who had planted thousands of acres of land and was faced with a prairie full of weeds. He had no way to get rid of all the weeds in the field. He would rather have an alien with thoughts, wisdom, and precise purpose appear among the weeds, attracting and leading the weeds in the rest of the fields to gather all their strength and grow lush until they surrounded the farmer's own home. At that time, a lawnmower or a fire would be enough to end the long river of history. There would always be many accidents. For the rulers of the White Hibiscus dynasty, this great purpose that had been set since the beginning of the dynasty had entered a situation where they had lost control many times. The angry and powerful resistance groups had almost succeeded in overthrowing the decaying empire several times. However, the successive owners of the palace still insisted on this policy until today. The latest harvest was a relatively long process. It probably started when the previous emperor was assassinated by Lipifu and the new emperor succeeded the throne. After that, Duke Cardin brandished his butcher knife and rampaged through the universe. After that, it was the recent story that happened in the slums. Tens of thousands of imperial soldiers and secret police rushed into the 9th district at the southwest border of the capital city. Those dilapidated buildings that no nobles usually paid attention to became the focus of all eyes in these few days. The merciless purge, on the basis of more than 10 years of suppression and collection by the Intelligence Bureau, was particularly precise and terrifying. More than 600 members of the resistance group, disguised as people from various industries, were thrown into the gloomy secret prison. What awaited them was inevitable death. There were even more people who were also arrested and shot to death. As for the underground resistance groups' secret strongholds, the casinos and factories, they were even more miserable as they were crushed into ruins by the engineering mecca. Sulu stood on the upper floor and looked at the smoke that rose from time to time in the distance. He also heard the cries of the civilians who were injured by stray bullets. His brows were deeply furrowed. He forgot to take a puff of the cigarette between his right index finger and middle finger for a long time. The soft but neat ash trembled slightly, as if it could fall at any time. Contrary to the judgment of the Imperial Military and the Intelligence Bureau, the group of people who escaped from the repair shop did not immediately leave the capital city and disperse into the dense forests and mountains in the south. Instead, they continued to stay in the slums. In the past few days, Su Lu and the resistance fighters had changed their hiding spots 11 times in a row. Finally, they found a rare opportunity to rest. The slums of the capital city were too big, and there were too many people of all kinds. No matter how pervasive the empire's cleansing and harvesting operations were, it was impossible for them to clear out this endless stretch of run-down streets. This was because the emperor couldn't possibly let the soldiers kill over 1 million people. No matter how cheap a person's life was, once there were 1 million of them, it would still have some weight, let alone in the capital of the empire. It was like a field that had been burned into black charcoal. God would always be merciful enough to leave a few holes and a few lucky grass seeds. In an excellent hiding spot, Su Lu silently watched the tragedy unfold before him. After watching for several dozen minutes, his eyes were a bit dry. He furrowed his brows and shook his head. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the cigarette that was about to burn to his fingers. He remained silent. He watched as the slums had used countless long and humiliating lives to obtain collapsed. He watched as the pitiful few belongings in those slums were crushed to pieces by the Mecca's tracks. He watched as the resistance members and innocent civilians who were dragged into the streets in rows were taken away like livestock. There were even more people who were directly escorted to the streets and shot to death. Blood flowed like water. No one could be in a good mood, even though he was a Federation officer. Logically speaking, he should immediately begin to consider how much strength the resistance group would have left after this round of cleansing. How much movement they would have in other star systems, especially the border star systems, how much benefit they could bring to the federal forces, and whether or not there was a need to continue this cooperation. However, the scene before his eyes made it impossible for him to consider these things. In particular, the courtyard beside the small pond, which was cleaner and more refreshing than the surrounding buildings, made him very worried. He had lived in that warm courtyard for more than half a year. What would happen to Aunt Susan and Paul naturally made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, the courtyard had been strangely quiet for the past few days, which made him feel a little relieved. "Get ready to go." Chi Dabing poked his head out of the side room and said with a tired expression. Sula nodded and took one last look at the small courtyard. He carefully crushed the cigarette on the railing, quickly checked the weapons on his body, and turned to leave. He had promised Aunt Susan that he would tell her when he left, but now it seemed that this had become an extravagant hope. Huai Chaoshi was also about to leave. The battle at the front line was very fierce. She should have set off on the battleship to provide support as early as 10 days ago. Now, hundreds of new Wolfang mechs were already on the way, but as the highest commander and the strongest combat force, she was still forced to stay on Tianjing. The strong desire to annihilate the underground resistance group and kill Su Lu could not make her stay indefinitely. Before leaving, to the surprise of all the subordinate officers, she did not enter the palace to bid farewell to His Majesty. Instead, under the protection of more than 10 mechs, she came to the chaotic slums and came to a quiet courtyard. Aunt Susan looked at the courtyard full of armed soldiers with cold expressions with a pale face. She did not dare to speak as loudly as she usually did. Instead, she nervously grabbed her son's hand and pulled him behind her. In these days, she, who was cheerful and even a little rough, had become a little nervous after hearing the cries and gunshots outside the courtyard. She did not know why these cold-blooded soldiers rushed into her small courtyard. Vaguely, she wondered if these soldiers were looking for the poor black-haired aristocrat. Thinking of this, the hand holding her son tightly became cold and began to tremble. A young imperial officer with a cold aura walked in under the protection of many people. He raised his head and glanced at this ordinary courtyard. His brows furrowed slightly. He took off his military cap and rubbed his slightly curly black hair. Aunt Susan took a few deep breaths, bravely held her son's hand, and came to the front of the imperial officer. She half-squatted in standard aristocratic etiquette and said, "It's a great honor." An officer next to her whispered, "This is Her Royal Highness the Princess." Hearing this name, Aunt Susan and Paul, who had been staring at the soldiers angrily, were stunned at the same time. They were frozen in place for a long time. When they were about to kneel down in panic, Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes and waved her finger to stop their movements. She said calmly, "No need." In the next 10 minutes, Her Royal Highness, accompanied by Aunt Susan, toured the small courtyard. She looked at the famous video and audio equipment in the black market with interest. During the whole process, she never asked a word about Su Lu. Before leaving, Huai Chaoshi took out an old diary from the pocket of her military jacket. After a moment of silence, She looked at the stiff Aunt Susan and asked, "Do you have a brother who joined the Expeditionary Army? His name is Arthur?" Chapter 649. It was a rough, tan calfskin jacket, and the inner page was made of plant fiber paper. It was a diary. This diary followed the once young, proud, determined, and gentle Imperial officer through a 7-year interstellar journey. From Empire to a planet called 5460 in the western border of the Federation. After a massacre order, it was silently attached to the left side of the young officer's chest and began to sleep in a pit of thousands of people under the ice and snow. Later, there was an equally young, proud, determined, and gentle Federation officer who fled from the Eastwood region of the Federation to the Capital Ring. He followed the army to this planet called 5460. Before Luling arrived, he accidentally fell into this cold and cruel pit of thousands of people. He found this diary on the chest of the Imperial officer, which was as hard as steel. The diary began another journey. It followed the Federation officer to more distant places until he finally returned home. The calfskin that was wrapped around the diary was seriously damaged. It seemed that it would turn into rotten scraps with the slightest force. The plant fiber paper inside had even begun to fall off. It was very different from the appearance when the high-spirited officer of the Imperium first held it in his hands. But Aunt Susan still recognized it at a glance. This was because she bought it herself many years ago. She was also the one who personally handed it to her brother. She sold the last piece of jewelry left by her mother, but she could only afford a rough calfskin one. She couldn't afford a refined calfskin one. The difference of one word was Aunt Susan's regret for many years later. Sometimes she even thought that if she had bought a good diary for her brother, he might not have been shot for violating military discipline. This was a sad and illogical thought. However, for an isolated and helpless, sinful lady who struggled to survive in the slums, she could only blame herself in this way and miss her family. Aunt Susan took the old diary with trembling hands. She couldn't help but cover her face with her right hand. Her calloused fingers rubbed hard on her chubby and weather-beaten cheeks, but she couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of her fingers. For many years, the pain and torment of life could not make this lady, who was forced to be cheerful, optimistic, and even irritable, shed a single tear. But today, when she saw the relics left behind by her dead brother, the countless days of grievance and pain seemed to have found a channel to vent, and she cried loudly. Holding the diary in her left hand, she covered her face with her right hand and cried bitterly. At this moment, Susan felt as if she saw her brother with the warmest smile standing in front of her again. Paul looked at his crying mother in shock, holding her weak elbow. He rarely saw such a sad side of his mother. He didn't know what the diary represented. His subconscious impulse to protect his mother made him want to question Huai Chaosher in front of him. However, thinking of the noble identity of the other party, he didn't dare to say anything in the end. The chubby woman crying in the clean little courtyard made the expressions of the surrounding Imperial officers become a bit strange. As the direct subordinates of His Highness, they knew that the diary His Highness was holding probably belonged to a colleague who had sacrificed himself, but they didn't know the contents of the diary. For a moment, a kind of desolate and sorrowful feeling rose in the courtyard. A few of the officers quietly took off their military hats. Huai Chaosher looked at the woman crying like a child in front of her, and her eyes gradually narrowed. Su Lu got the diary and brought it back to the Empire. This chubby woman who looked unusually mediocre happened to be Arthur's sister, and for some reason, she was willing to take great risks and hide him in the small courtyard for nearly a year. She had read the diary carefully before. From Officer Arthur's records, she felt something that she had never felt before. Now, she felt more and more that something was destined. Could it be that something was destined in the unseen world? How did this story with a very small probability happen? Or did the creator think that this pair of brother and sister who were separated by life and death, separated by the vast universe, had some kind of virtue that should be cherished, so he used Su Li's hand to show a little mercy? Huai Chaosher had no mercy. In her opinion, things like virtue should only be appreciated when the world allowed it to be possessed. Now that the flames of war were burning in the universe. This relatively nihilistic existence must go away. The Imperial forces had carried out many massacres of civilians and technicians in the Federation Westwoods. When reading the military report afterward, Huaichaoshu thought that this action made no sense, but she also strongly disagreed with the stupid behavior of Officer Arthur, who violated the orders of his superiors. "Your name is Paul?" Huaichaoshu was silent for a moment, and suddenly looked at the young boy who was at a loss and said, "According to your school's files, you were recently participating in military training?" Paul glanced nervously at his mother, who was still crying, swallowed his saliva to moisten his throat, and replied in a low voice, "Yes." He didn't know why Her Royal Highness, who was like a god in the hearts of the Imperial people, came to his home. He was even more shocked that Her Royal Highness seemed to know who he was and what he had done. "Your military training ends here." Huaichaoshu glanced at him, turned around, and left. Paul had no good feelings for the Imperial armies that were wantonly abusing the slums, but his heart was full of enthusiasm to resist the Federation invaders. In the eyes of a civilian student like him, joining the Imperial armies was also a precious right. Hearing Her Royal Highness's words, he was shocked, and his blood surged. He protested loudly. "Why?" Huaichaoshu put her hands behind her back and gently held them on her waist. She ignored the boy's protest and directly ordered the subordinate beside her, "Remember his number. No one is allowed to let him go to the front line." "Who is the person who hung you on the tree? Is he back?" "I don't know, because you told me last time that he was dead, so I wasn't mentally prepared at all." Putting anesthetic in the tea bowl, this kind of despicable but extraordinarily useful means, is indeed very much like what Nasri used to do. According to the information sent back from the Federation, he should be dead. The Federation's robot head should hate him no less than me. Although he has absurdly escaped the robot head's pursuit many times, I always thought that miracles can't be repeated again and again. On the top floor of the Zhaixing Hall, the low buzzing of the maglev equipment faintly came from below. The surrounding ultraviolet filtering gauze fluttered with the wind. Emperor Huai Fuchai slowly turned around and looked at the beautiful middle-aged man standing outside the screen. He frowned in disgust. He always felt that the thin white robe on this person was like a white gauze curtain hanging behind him. As for the pair of long naked legs that were like a woman's, it made him feel sick for decades. From the standpoint of the Empire, I don't think you should have any hatred for Nasri at all. If it wasn't for him single-handedly causing that huge explosion back then, perhaps Lipifu would have led the federal forces to blow up your palace. How can the confrontation between the two largest war machines in the universe be changed by one person and an explosion? The Emperor's tone was stern and had a hint of mockery. You people always habitually want to worship a certain person. Teacher is dead, and you are too useless. Great Master Fan Manor, do you feel that you can't even straighten your back? So you think that by placing teacher as a student in the temple, you can continue to maintain the mysterious and inviolable feeling of your family? Student and Emperor, our family has never needed to work hard to maintain our status. If you are sending out your strong voice to the 1,000-year-old blood oath, I will be very happy to see the birth of a piece of history. At the same time, I want to see with my own eyes how the Hibiscus dynasty is destroyed. The mockery in the great teacher's words was no less than this man with the most power in the universe. It was unknown what kind of trump card his family had that could make him so relaxed and crazy when facing the Emperor of the Empire. If there's another incident like this, the Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him calmly. He said, "I will forget what a blood oath is. At least I can kill you first. As for how many trump cards your Hua family has left behind, and whether this dynasty can continue, when that time comes, perhaps I won't care anymore." The great teacher looked at the Emperor's narrowed eyes and knew that the other party really had the intention to kill. However, his expression was still so casual and charming. With a snap, he lit the cigarette between his lips for a long time. He shrugged and said, "It seems that you are really pessimistic about the future of the Empire." "No, I just loathe the existence of swindlers like you. This loathing sometimes even surpasses the greatest wish of my life." The Emperor stared at him with loathing. His gaze then fell on an old thorn covered in black blood stains. The great teacher was slightly stunned. Then he bowed and saluted. Without waiting for the emperor's permission, he started walking toward the entrance of the Maglev's ship. "Where are you going?" The emperor turned around and held onto the railing. He looked at the vast sky outside. "I'm going to find that spaceship and see if there is a chance to sneak into the Federation." The great teacher did not stop walking. He said indifferently, "If I can get in, perhaps I can find that destroyed name list." The emperor's expression, which was like a 10,000-year-old glacier, loosened slightly at this moment. The hero's plan, which had lasted for several decades, had now been seen through by the Federation. However, if the destroyed name list could be found, it might still be alive. In the end, you are still a citizen of the Empire. The Emperor looked at the sky and smiled slightly. He could not see any aircraft in his line of sight. However, outside the atmosphere, in the space bases around Tianjing planet, in dozens of star systems controlled by the Empire, countless heavy alloy war machines were nervously being loaded. Densely packed battleships of the Empire floated silently and sternly in space, ready to head to the front lines at any moment. The war had already begun, so let it continue with vigor. Chapter 650. It was raining heavily. Water droplets the size of pebbles gushed out from the black clouds and hit everything between heaven and earth. They bombarded the yellow sand on the Jiama coast with countless deep and shallow holes that looked extremely miserable. The mist was so thick that it covered the usually gentle and beautiful appearance of the peaceful bay. This was the most famous summer resort of the royal family in the southern hemisphere of Tianjing planet. In this stormy early summer day, the soldiers and staff were forced to stay indoors. As a result, they did not notice that in the valley behind the Green Mountain to the north of the bay, there was an intense battle taking place. The violent and gloomy rainstorm masked the sudden and crisp sounds of gunfire. The dazzling gunfire was also not so clear. Only the figures that fell from time to time and the blood that was washed away by the rain proved the cruelty of the battle. A whistling bullet brushed past him, but Su Li's eyelashes did not tremble at all. He held the gun with both hands and stood steadily in the wind and rain. He pulled the trigger quickly and rhythmically. Every bullet shot out from the barrel and passed through the rain, hitting a soldier of the Empire. The brim of the hat could not block the pouring rain. The rain quickly flowed down his cheeks and caused some interference to his vision, causing him to squint his eyes. However, it did not seem to affect the accuracy of his shooting. He stood calmly in the wind and rain like this, pulling the trigger and letting the hot and refined bullet shells jump out, fly above his wrist, and fall beside his feet. In a short 7 seconds, he fired more than 10 shots. Among the Empire soldiers on the road who were using the military vehicles as cover, 5 of them fell under his gun. The cracked, bulletproof glass and the car panels that were shot with sparks could protect the vital parts of the Empire soldiers, but there was no way to protect their exposed feet or hands. The battle in the wind and rain started suddenly and ended exceptionally quickly. After dozens of seconds, the Empire soldiers who were ambushed were completely annihilated. The 3 logistics military vehicles that drove out of the Royal Summer Resort were silent. They stopped helplessly on the road. The soldiers of the resistance organization who were lying in ambush around the valley rushed to the road in their old military uniforms without epaulets. Some of them began to clean up the battlefield, while others surrounded Su Lu and boarded the 3 military vehicles. In the short and hurried battle, for resistance fighters closed their eyes forever. Su Lu sat in the front passenger seat and used his sleeves to wipe off the rainwater on his face. He didn't reveal any emotions. In order to send him away from Tianjing planet and leave the capital city, countless members of the resistance organization had sacrificed their lives for this. Having seen so much didn't mean that he was numb. He just kept this heavy feeling in the deepest part of his heart. Colonel Su Lu, if everyone in the Federal Army has such good marksmanship like yours, I think we really won't be able to fight this war. The gang leader, Mr. Muan, who met with the crowd in the suburbs of the capital city, looked at the wet hair of the young people of the Federation in the front row and thought of the awe-inspiring shooting scene in the rain. He couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Sulu lowered his head and seriously checked the guns and ammunition in his hands. He replied, "At least, we're allies now. You don't have to worry about this, right?" Muin shrugged and didn't say anything else. He looked at the fur coat on his body that had been drenched beyond recognition by the rain with a slight headache, and cursed in a low voice. Chi Dabing, who had been silent all this while, finished checking the guns and lit a cigarette. After hesitating for a moment, he gave 2 cigarettes to Su Lu in front and Muin beside him. Muin's subordinates were all skilled technicians in the repair shop. In a short time, they cleaned up the exterior of the 3 military vehicles until they were close to perfect. Thus, the 3 military vehicles that were forced to stop started moving again. The violent wind and rain hit the windshield. The people in the vehicles had to speak louder. Perhaps it was because the physical and psychological toll of running for their lives had been too great. Everyone felt a little tired and didn't want to fight against the angry roars of nature, so no one spoke again. The entire journey was silent. Only the pungent smoke filled the interior of the vehicle. Occasionally, it would drift out through the gaps between the windows, but it was instantly swept away by the violent wind and rain outside, leaving no trace behind. How could they leave Tianjing planet? Sulu didn't know about the plans of the Empire's underground resistance organization. As a member of the Federation, he maintained his silence the entire way and followed the soldiers as they made their way south. In the process of escaping, he was surprised to find that even though the Empire's royal family had brutally suppressed them, the resistance organization still maintained a strong presence on this planet. No matter which city they went to, which mountain they went to, they would always see some ragged guerrillas coming to their aid. Sometimes, they would suddenly find the owner of a coffee shop extending his warm hands. Furthermore, there was one thing that he couldn't understand. The Imperial armies, who should have been crazily chasing after them, didn't have a grasp of their whereabouts. In the middle of the night, 3 military vehicles drove into a heavily guarded logistics base. Su Lu lowered the brim of his hat and looked at Chi Dabing's cold face as he interacted with the soldiers stationed there. Looking at the electronic customs codes that he had snatched, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Under the accompaniment of the night rain, the group silently walked into the underground armory south of the logistics base. A few stern-looking Empire officers walked straight toward them and shook hands with Chi Dabing and Muin. They lowered their hands and said a few words about the launch in the early hours of the morning. At this moment, Su Lu more or less understood the resistance organization's plan. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. His gaze passed through the thick layer of cement and seemed to see a logistics spaceship. At this moment, it was already mounted on a rocket, waiting to be launched amidst the wind and rain. In order to send you away, many people in the slums of the capital have already died. You saw with your own eyes how many of us have died along the way. What you didn't see was that in order to cover our true destination, there have been uprisings and riots in all the cities and counties in the capital over the past few days. Hearing Chi Dabing's cold and extremely pressurizing words, Su Lu finally understood the answer that had puzzled him for a long time. In order to attract the attention of the Empire's military and the Royal Intelligence Bureau and cover their departure from Tianjing planet, the resistance organization had chosen the most inopportune time to spread the flames of rebellion everywhere. Having just suffered a cruel blow, what the resistance organization needed the most now was to recuperate and go underground. However, in order to send Su Lu away, they had made the opposite choice. Even the stupidest person could imagine how heavy a price the resistance organization would have to pay for this. Su Lu was silent. He subconsciously took out a cigarette from the pocket of his military jacket, only to realize that the cigarette inside had long been soaked in the rain. Chi Dabing passed him a cigarette, took out a lighter, but didn't light it immediately. He said in a low voice, "I don't really understand the true relationship between you and my teacher, and I don't really believe in the moral integrity of the people of the Federation. However, since Leader Voss has chosen you, then we will carry on with this matter. Remember, this man from the Empire, who is most likely to become the next leader of the resistance organization, looked into Su Li's eyes and lit the flame with a snap. He said seriously, Thousands of people have died because of you, and in the future, a very simple action from you could possibly make their deaths worthless. If that day really comes, we won't be able to make you compensate us. But you must remember that those thousands of wrong souls will always be floating behind your head. Sula took a deep puff of the cigarette. When he took the cigarette out, the filter tip stuck to the corner of his lips, causing him to frown slightly in pain. After a moment of silence, he gently pursed his lips. He didn't make any verbal promises and only nodded slightly. Actually, after observing you along the way, I feel that you are still trustworthy. Chi Dabing seemed to be very satisfied with Su Li's performance. After pausing for a moment, he took out a chip and handed it to Su Lu. This is a gift from Mr. to the people of the Federation. What is it? Sula asked. It should be a piece of information related to the people of the Federation, Chi Dabing said. Chi Dabing said, Sir said that you might use it or throw it away, but it has nothing to do with us. Sulu was silent for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chi Dabing and said, There's something that I need your help with. The people of the Federation definitely think that I've died a long time ago. I've been worried that some messy things will happen because of this. Therefore, I hope that you can use your own channels to inform the troops over there that I'm still alive. What messy things? Chi Dabing said mockingly. Widows remarrying because of a misunderstanding? I'm not married yet. Su Lu smiled bitterly and replied, But if those ladies think that I'm dead and randomly remarry, it'll really make me feel so depressed that I'll vomit blood. Chi Dabing was stunned for a moment. Then, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Their laughter reverberated in the spacious underground armory like a rolling snowball, becoming louder and louder, completely covering up the faint sounds of the wind and rain. A few hours later, in the darkness of dawn, accompanied by the deafening sound of engines, a military transport spaceship that was urgently in need of military equipment at the front lines rode on a rocket and left a nameless logistics and equipment base on Tianjin, flying toward the dark universe. The high-temperature flames at the bottom of the engine sizzled as they burned the rain that filled the sky. A stretch of slightly hot white steam rose from the launch base. Amidst the quiet green hills, Chi Dabing looked at the eye-catching ray of light in the night sky and thought of the young man from the Federation. After a long silence, he shook his head and coughed a few times. Then, he led the resistance fighters under him and walked silently into the wind and rain, into the darkness. At this moment, a large Empire transport spaceship had already left the gravitational control of the local star system and passed through two small warp holes, advancing toward the boundless borders of the universe. Invisible particles hit the porthole of the transport spaceship, giving off a strange blood-red glow. It made Huai Caoshi's ordinary face on the porthole appear especially indifferent. Chapter 651. Just now, I did a little test and found that I was trapped in the fourth level, a world where there is still endless work to be done while jumping through time and space. So I cried. The next chapter will be around 3 o'clock. The universe is a big stage on which countless great, humble, heroic, cowardly, beautiful, and ugly characters take turns to appear, affectionately acting, under the illumination of those grotesque lights, acting out scenes of tragicomedy or numbing soap operas of life. But from another perspective, the universe was actually just a very small stage. There were not many big shots who were qualified to appear on it and stand under the spotlight for hundreds of millions of ordinary people to see. In the autumn of the 71st year of the Federation's constitutional calendar, in a West Woods border that had just been extinguished for less than a year, accompanied by loud and clear military songs, an overwhelming number of battleships, and imposing groups of mechas, crossed two giant space tunnels filled with dangerous turbulence and began to burn among the stars within the Empire's territory. On such a historical drama stage filled with the smell of iron and blood, the most eye-catching characters were undoubtedly the men who were full of personal heroism on the battlefield. But in fact, in the hearts of many people, the main character they cared about the most was actually a woman, the Empire's princess who had not appeared for a long time. Correspondingly, the most eye-catching character on the stage on the Federation side should have been Su Lu, the civilian hero who had an amazing resume and background and was deeply loved by the Federation's president and the people. But what broke the hearts of the Federation's people was that this war hero with a pair of charming small eyes had fallen in the universe long before the war began because of the suffocating pursuit of revenge. At this time, both the Empire and the Federation seemed to have forgotten a person. After Su Li's death, that person should have carried the banner of the Federal forces and jumped onto the stage with his usual violent attitude, standing in the whistling wind and facing the princess. But for some reason, on the battlefield of the stars where the flames of war spread, there had been no news of him for a long time. In the rich autumn, the charter square of the capital special zone was covered with golden leaves. The diligent self-cleaning vehicles were tactful and did not immediately clean it up. A gathering was being held on the square. Tens of thousands of Federation citizens gently stepped on the withered leaves with smiles on their faces and gathered here to listen to President Pabre's speech on the stage. As the news of the Federal forces' continuous victories spread back to the Capitol ring, the reputation of this dark-faced politician rose day by day. He, who already had a very high prestige in the hearts of the people, had now become a kind of symbol of the Federation. With his extremely high political wisdom and fearlessness, he forcefully pushed the strategy of attacking the Empire's mainland despite the opposition of the aristocratic families, and to a certain extent, he had obtained the loyalty of all the Federation's troops. It was said that on the other side of the space tunnel, on the frontline planet, there were a few brave field units brave in battles of the Federations had begun to put the digital image of President Pabre President's Li's God's God of Wars's Li, God of the Federations. On the giant 3D light beam on the west side of the square, the news channel's report on the front line was rolling. Early this morning, the Vanguard troops, with the expansion of the Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division as the main force, successfully forced the main administrative planet of the Empire's Yellow Disaster System to begin the Federal Forces' military plan to occupy the second border galaxy of the Empire. The gathering of the people that was being broadcasted live to the entire Federation today was to celebrate this exhilarating victory. Because of Mr. President's calm and charismatic speech on the podium, the somewhat cold late autumn became warm and even lively. People waved their arms, shouted the slogan, "Long live the Federal Army," and hugged the strangers they did not know in excitement. In this speech, people forgot all the unpleasant things in their lives. The difficulties of their bosses, the price of the unpalatable protein meat, the inexplicable breakup, and the departure of their friends were no longer important. As for the people who had passed away, such as Commander Zhong, Sulu, and the cases that still had no clear results, they had long disappeared in the ocean of joy. The seed of the Empire, who led to the ambush of the warships in the West Woods and the deaths of Commander Zhong and his wife, had committed suicide for fear of punishment. Secretary Jiao, who stole the electronic seal of the Department of Defense and deceived the Bureau of Proclamation into suspending the investigation, had also committed suicide for fear of punishment. The investigation of the case could not go any further. Also, the rare good political situation did not allow the investigation to go any further. The Bureau of Proclamation, which had been under great pressure in the case of Commander Zhong's assassination, finally returned to its usual cold and arrogant appearance. The assistant to Director Chui Zhedong, who had been under investigation for half a year, was reinstated. Perhaps in the near future, he would take over the position of director of the Bureau of Proclamation. The old director, Tai, slowly rubbed the golf club in his hand and looked tiredly at the last yellow leaf hanging on the branches outside the window. He was over 90 years old and was ready to bow his head and admit defeat to the natural law of life. However, the things that had happened in the past few years made him have a trace of doubt about his decision back then. Was it appropriate for the Bureau of Proclamation to be handed over to Chui Zhedong? Old Director Tai sighed silently in his heart. He thought of the secret conversation in the Linyuan yesterday. After hearing his invitation, the broken door that he thought the most highly of, after silently thinking for half an hour, still expressed a firm refusal. In the old man's opinion, Lin Banshan was the best candidate for the position of director of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, it was indeed difficult to ask a person who didn't even want to be the heir of the 7 major families, who betrayed his family when he was young, who only wanted to wander and fight among the stars, and who was accompanied by the central computer that only knew how to think mechanically. Just like the Bureau of Proclamation's metabolism, the Federation without Su Lu was no different from the Federation in the past few years. Some things happened. Some people died. Some newborns were born. Some people fell in love. Some people got married. And naturally, some people fell out of love, and some people got divorced. Li Pifu, the god of war, was still fishing by Lake Feiqing. He only showed his old and frightening face at the ceremony where the federal forces vowed to attack the empire. His only son, Li Jiedu, was still gentle and harmless as the president of the First Military Academy. General Miles was still completing the last few years of his term as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was very eager for the federal forces to bring back the best news before his old teacher left and before he grew old. On the other side of the space tunnel, the federal forces were like a burning fire as they swiftly and violently took down the outermost administrative star system of the Empire. They obtained a rare forward base for the war. On the glorious battlefield, Du Shaoqing, the commander of the Iron 7th Division with the rank of Major General, was still as fierce as ever. Near the Iron 7th Division's iron flow, the news reporters and soldiers could always see traces of the new 17th Division. These 2 most famous and bravest units of the Federation were like in a race, chasing each other and fighting on the front line of danger. Today's victory that made the entire Federation rejoice was achieved by these 2 units. Unlike the bustling Charter Square, the West Mountain Compound, where the headquarters of the federal military was located, was particularly quiet. The falling leaves that were rustling on the streets and the gate where no military vehicles could be seen for an hour even gave people a feeling of depression. All the attention of the military was on the front line. The senior officers of the Ministry of National Defense and the staff officers of the various military regions were either calculating in the command hall or cursing in the base to force the General Assembly base to speed up the production pace, or pulling their hair in the Shell Industrial Park of the port city. Instead, the West Mountain compound became quiet. In the depths of the quiet compound, there was a heavily guarded small building. In the past 6 months, medical personnel wearing white work clothes came in and out from time to time. The professors and experts of the medical department of the Capital University and the First People's Hospital used to hold meetings and debate all night long. However, today, even the small building became quiet. Zhou, who had a little red flower in her hair, wore a small black windbreaker today. When the autumn wind blew across her cheeks and body, the beautiful red flower petals trembled slightly. The corner of the windbreaker rolled up, revealing the bright red color inside. The iron gate of the small building slowly opened, and a young man wearing a colonel's uniform walked out. His military posture was standard, and his posture was extremely straight. It was as if the electric current stimulation and inhuman pain of the past 6 months did not happen to him. That childishness still existed in the past, but it was exceptionally violent. Now it seemed to have calmed down a lot. Although his eyes were still filled with disdain for the heavens, the earth, and this world, as well as violence that could burst out at any time, that childishness had long since disappeared. Yes, he was now a young man. Zhou walked up and gently hugged him at the bottom of the stone steps. She furrowed her brows and looked at him with strong disapproval. "You really are a lunatic." Li Feng did not say anything. Instead, he smiled happily. He looked at the autumn trees in the courtyard and took in a breath of the slightly cold autumn wind. He felt the smell that he had not felt for a long time and said, "I like this feeling of strength." When the federal forces were fighting a bloody battle on the front lines, when Huai Chaoshi and Su Lu were fighting fiercely on the Empire's Tianjing planet, Li Feng, who had once carried the unlimited hope of the federal military in his early years and who had become famous as a lunatic at a young age, unexpectedly did not appear on the battlefield. "You are already strong enough. Why do you still need to use such a cruel training method?" Zhou looked at him coldly and said, "Although the relevant details are strictly confidential, these few times when I came to deliver things to you, I often heard your blood-curdling screams. Why is that?" Thinking of that shocking phone call she had eavesdropped on in her father's study, Zhou suddenly felt a throbbing pain between her brows. She looked at him full of pity and said, "Do you know that you may only live for 70 years? Li Feng's cheeks were clearly much thinner than before. After hearing Zhou question, he lowered his head in silence. Thinking of the electric shocks he had endured over the past half a year and the unbearable pain, he raised his head and said seriously, "Yuzi, you should know that the Empire's princess is much older than me." Zhou looked at him in confusion, not knowing why he had suddenly brought this up. Although many years ago, people seemed to be used to comparing the Federation's madman, Li, with the Empire's princess, she passed rank 6 at the age of 16. She is a genius. Madman Li's eyebrows were like knives, and he said with a rare serious and cold voice, "I am also a genius. My speed is about the same as hers. But she is older than me, so she is stronger than me." This was a conclusion that appeared overly simple, but coming from Madman Li's mouth, it gave people a feeling that they had no choice but to believe it. If both sides were geniuses, then the difference in strength between them might be a simple matter of age. Madman Li raised his head to look at the sky and continued, "In the past, my sense of crisis was not that serious because the Federation still has Su Lu." Chapter 652. Because Su Lu is dead, I have to be stronger than that princess. On the battlefield, who knows if you can live past tomorrow? What is there to be dissatisfied with if you can live to 70 years old? Do you want to be like those old, lecherous generals in the general hospital who have no teeth and can only drink porridge and desperately hold on to a nurse's hand to survive? Disgusting. So don't ask if it's worth it, because it's definitely worth it. Very good. The above words were with Madman Li's unique, simple, and direct violent logic. It was sonorous and powerful, and when it fell on the ground full of yellow leaves, it could smash the withered leaves into pieces. Suddenly, he smiled shyly, gently patted Zhou's shoulder, and said, "I'm going back to Feiqing City tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow to the army. Tonight, do you want to have dinner together?" Zhou rubbed her painful shoulder, frowned and looked at him, and said, "Of course, dinner is not a problem, but don't expect anything else." The autumn wind blew, and the yellow leaves moved. There was a long silence outside the small building. Li Feng clenched his fist and asked with a bitterness that was impossible when he was young, "Why? He has been dead for a year." Zhou didn't explain anything, and just smiled. Then she stood on tiptoe, raised her arm, and gently patted Li Feng's shoulder. This action was very gentle. So gentle that the little red flower on her temples didn't tremble, but Li Feng felt that her hand was stronger than his own. In the military vehicle that had been waiting on the other side of the yellow leaves, Shi Qinghai looked at this scene and faintly blinked his beautiful eyes. The little boy next to him rolled his eyes, wondering why this annoying guy often came to see him. The top floor of the most luxurious Wenhua Hotel in Hong Kong was designed as a revolving restaurant. This decent enough place naturally became the best choice for rich people to socialize. At the same time, many well-off families would hold very important matchmaking activities in this restaurant. "Sorry, I'm late." Shang Qiu's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyebrows were slightly sweaty. She hurriedly walked to the table next to the window and politely apologized to the mother and son sitting across the table. Because the engineering department was doing the final assembly verification of the MXD turbocharger design, she was much later than the agreed time. She directly returned to the city from the industrial park and didn't even have time to change into the more ladylike dress that she prepared in advance. For seasons had quietly passed, but this beautiful and intelligent female engineer still looked the same as before. Perhaps it was because her life and way of thinking were quite simple and pure. Time did not leave any traces on this beautiful face. Especially today, she was wearing a somewhat loose short-sleeved shirt and carelessly matched dark blue overalls, and the eye-catching oil stains on them made her look like a female apprentice who had just entered the repair shop. She was very cute. The man in his 20s sitting across the table clearly thought so. A look of surprise flashed across his slightly wooden face. His gaze swept past Shang Qiu's proud chest and was immediately shocked to the point of lowering his head awkwardly. He probably never thought that one of the most famous engineers in the Federation would actually have such a good-looking appearance. But for the lady next to the man, she had booked the entire revolving restaurant and suppressed her temper while waiting for so long, only to see her blind date wearing such clothes. Obviously, she felt disrespected, so before Shang Qiu could explain anything, the lady began to speak in a cold and mocking tone. If it wasn't for the fact that this blind date was arranged by Mr. President Nutshell, who couldn't be offended, perhaps this lady would have already left. Shang Qiu quietly listened to the sarcastic words of the lady sitting across the table, but her heart was very calm. For her, a blind date was somewhat inexplicable. It was so inexplicable that her ears seemed to be blocked by a lot of silencers. For her, her biggest regret now was facing delicious food and tempting red wine. She had been thirsty all night and had to control her urge to eat in order to maintain her image. She had to give face to Mr. CEO. Shang Qiu sat in the chair tiredly and looked at the lady sitting across the table. Her lips kept moving, but the phone call from Mr. CEO a few days ago echoed in her ears. Yes, that guy is dead, but life has to go on. Just as the situation became more and more awkward, and Shang Qiu might pounce on the food in the next moment, and the lady screamed and started a fight, the young man who had been silent all this time finally spoke. He asked his mother to give the two of them some time alone. The lady did not expect that her son, who had never disobeyed her in his life, would show a tough side for the first time at this moment. After a while, her face turned pale, and she angrily walked out of the restaurant with her expensive bag. This unforeseen event made Shang Qiu's clean eyes flash with a trace of surprise. She looked at the uneasy and even a little shy guy in front of her and thought that the so-called young talent introduced by Mr. So didn't seem to have a bad character. I'm on a blind date because of the company's request. Shang Qiu relaxed, her tired shoulders drooped, and leaned back in the chair, showing the curves of her body more obvious. For Shang Qiu, the chief technical director, who was likely to become an independent technical director in the future, the board of directors and the logistics department of Nutshell Company paid enough attention and care to her. And Mr. CEO, who vaguely guessed the little relationship between her and Sulu, spared no effort to promote Shang Qiu's marriage plan. I understand, the young man across the table said in a trembling voice, but I really want to ask you to try dating me. Shang Qiu obviously didn't have the self-awareness of a child's face and a sexy body. She looked at him curiously, scratched her head like a boy, and suddenly said, "No dating, I only want to get married." Okay, the young man's answer was very firm. I have to remind you that I'm not very interested in sex. If I get married, I won't take on the duties of a wife. Shang Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly, looking out of the window at the autumn wind passing through the streets of Harbor City. Suddenly, she thought of the winter snow on the distant West Woods planet and the warm, erotic but timid big hands. The young man looked at her puzzledly and asked a little numbly and uneasily, "Please forgive my rudeness, but if that's the case, why do you want to get married? You know, I'm working in the Nutshell engineering department. Facing machines and those nerds who are more feminine than women every day, it's really a little boring. Moreover, in the next year, there probably won't be any challenging work, so my time will be more leisurely." Shang Qiu explained seriously, "So I want to have a child." Her blind date obviously couldn't immediately adapt to Shang Qiu's logic. He scratched his head for a long time and asked, "You also want to have a child?" "Nonsense. Whether it's from a physical or psychological point of view, I'm a woman." The young man secretly glanced at her round and perky breasts with a hint of guilt, thinking that anyone could see them. Suddenly, he thought of a problem and grinned happily, revealing his white teeth, and said, "If you want to have a child, you have to have sex at least once." Shang Qiu suddenly felt that her eyes were a little dazzled by the sincere and happy smile of the man across the table and his white teeth. She subconsciously replied, "I'm going to use a test tube." Late at night, Parliament Hill was quiet. Only the office on the first floor by the garden was still lit. The light in the night was weak but firm, as if it would stay on forever. At this time, the distinguished members of Parliament were attending a banquet at the Flowing Windslope Club. Tonight's banquet was held to celebrate the great victory on planet Huang, 23 days after the Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division forcefully landed on the main administrative planet of the Huang-E galaxy. The Federal forces finally succeeded in eliminating all of the Empire's main forces on this administrative planet and gained full control. As an official of Green Dragon Mountain stationed in the capital, Zhang Xiaoming naturally received an invitation, but she didn't go. Instead, she stayed in her office and dealt with the seemingly endless work. Following the start of the war on the Empire's mainland, the role of the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain gradually faded. Although President Pabre very respectfully continued to implement the reconciliation agreement of the past, the feeling of being gradually swallowed up by silence or forgotten by the people made the committee on S2 very uneasy. She, who had already taken over the 4 departments, naturally had to put in more effort and time to appease the uneasiness of the committee members. Hai Qingzhou silently stood under the stone steps of Parliament Hill, looking at the brightly lit office like a statue. Bitterness filled his mouth. Ever since he was in Yue University, he had been bitterly pursuing this naked girl. After so many years, his father had successfully become a member of the Federation and entered the building in front of him, but he still couldn't find a way to enter the girl's heart that on both sides of the dusty street were buildings riddled with holes. From time to time, chunks of cement would fall and hit the top of the charred cars, making a muffled bang. Muffled sounds of gunfire could be heard from afar. The strangely shaped red moon above seemed to have been dyed red by the blood of the past few days. This was a street in the southern district of Fagar City, the administrative main planet of the Huang-E galaxy. After the huge explosion from the last military base of the Empire 2 days ago, there was no longer any organized resistance on this planet at the edge of the Empire. The angry, sorrowful, and frightened Empire citizens trembled and curled up in their own homes. Occasionally, a brave boy would risk the danger of being shot and spit a few times at the Federation forces on the street. 7 tall black MX mechas slowly walked on both sides of the street, their cold shadows covering the end of the street. The rumbling heavy multi-axle transport vehicles cautiously moved in the shadows. Bai Yulan, covered in dust, sat in an armored vehicle, holding an H-model long sniper rifle in her arms, looking ahead with an expressionless face. At this time, a tattered civilian Empire vehicle turned the corner and suddenly discovered their mixed Federation mecha squad. The Empire driver, who was trying to escape out of the city, couldn't hold the steering wheel properly due to nervousness and fear, driving in this direction crookedly. Seeing this scene, Bai Yulan subconsciously used her finger to lightly flick in front of her forehead, but she touched nothing. Only then did she remember that when Group 7 was performing the moon sacrifice for that guy, she didn't know what went wrong and cut off all the hair floating in front of her forehead. Chapter 653. Bai Yulan's fingers didn't touch the hair in front of his forehead. He paused for a moment, then immediately turned his attention back to the vehicle that was zooming over with a blank expression. The mixed mecha squad he was leading was escorting the multi-axle loading vehicles. They had to cross this hostile city under the dim sky, so they had to be very vigilant. The soldier at the front of the mixed mecha squad didn't react in time, and Bai Yulan frowned. Through the optical camera on his helmet, he saw that in addition to a panicked man from the Empire, there was also a little girl whose hair was cut extremely messy, sitting in the car. He understood why his subordinate's reaction was a little slow. Bai Yulan raised the K-15 long-range rifle in his arms and stood up expressionlessly. He made a standard half-squatting shooting position on top of the armored vehicle and pulled the trigger without any warning. A crisp gunshot rang out, and the bullet accurately hit the front steering wheel of the Empire vehicle. The vehicle was like a drunken man, stumbling and crashing into the tattered flower bed on the side of the street. The hood of the vehicle popped up with a bang, and smoke rose into the air. The soldiers of the Federation trembled slightly from the sudden gunshot. Although deep in their hearts, they were a little shocked by the overly sensitive nerves of their commanding officer. They were also a little worried about the frightened little girl in the car. However, no one dared to voice any dissatisfaction. Staff Sergeant Mime, go forward and check the situation. Be careful to maintain a safe distance. Bayulon put away the K-15 long-range rifle and sat back on the front of the vehicle. Following this order, one of the Federation armored vehicles drove forward. Staff Sergeant Mime was obviously a little relaxed, and the speed at which he approached was a little too fast. He drove to the side of the Empire vehicle in a few seconds. Bayulon put down the transparent helmet of his single soldier helmet and observed the situation through the optical camera. Suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly because he noticed that the Empire man in the vehicle seemed to be sweating too much, and the little girl in the passenger seat was crying nonstop. Fear would cause civilians to have similar reactions, but for some reason, Bayulon felt that this scene was a little strange, especially when he noticed that the armored vehicle of his squad was too close to the vehicle. Come back. He quickly issued orders to the armored vehicles in front through the infantry command system. However, what answered him and the entire mecha squad was a violent explosion. An unknown amount of explosives had been hidden in that Empire vehicle. The violent explosion instantly formed a giant fireball that was dozens of meters wide. The powerful shockwave followed closely behind, causing the cement and gravel on both sides of the street to fly up and hit the outer shells of the Federation mecha and armored vehicles. The man and the little girl in the Empire's vehicle were definitely dead, and Staff Sergeant Mime and the 3 Federation soldiers in the armored vehicle definitely couldn't have survived. Then, an even greater danger descended. At this moment, countless continuous sounds of explosions suddenly rang out from both sides of the street. The 2 skyscrapers that were about to collapse from the Federation's weapons suddenly spewed out endless smoke and dust. Amidst the incomparably chilling sounds of metal rubbing against concrete, the 2 skyscrapers collapsed with a loud rumble. Countless tons of concrete and steel poured down, forming a gigantic shadow of death that covered the heads of the 7 Federation MX mechas. Enemy attack. Plum Blossom Formation. Disperse. Retreat to the direction of 3 p.m. Mecha. An Empire mecha has appeared. Ear-piercing shouts rose and fell within the command system, suddenly encountering such a large-scale ambush on a quiet street. Even the well-trained soldiers of the new 17th Division couldn't help but appear somewhat panicked. The armored vehicles that weren't crushed into the ruins of the buildings roared and retreated at high speed. Dozens of helmeted Federation soldiers carrying heavy firearms quickly spread out to both sides of the street. Almost instantly, who knew how many guns poked out from the buildings on both sides of the street and began to angrily spray bullets at the Federation soldiers downstairs. The Federation soldiers who used the large concrete blocks on the ground to hide their bodies hurriedly returned fire. However, from the corner of their eyes, they saw a shadow that made their hearts skip a beat. An Empire's newest model Wolf Fong mecha was rapidly rushing over from the end of the street. Its heavy body stepped on the uneven street, causing the earth to begin to tremble. South 32nd Street calling for backup. About 2 squads of surviving infantrymen, 1 surviving Wolf Fong mecha, left mechanical leg severely damaged, long-range firepower reduced by about 70%. By Magnolia, whose entire body was covered in dust, looked through the transparent helmet at the figure of the giant mecha charging over with a roar from the end of the street. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic on his face, and even his voice when communicating with base was calm. The dense gunshots that rang out all around the street didn't seem to enter his ears. Once he entered such a special area like the battlefield, this outstanding soldier of the Federal Forces could always display his most professional side. Xiong Linquan, hold down this broken left track. He looked at the Empire mecha that was beyond repair, its right shoulder still spitting out a violent rain of bullets. His eyes narrowed as he issued the order. Then he crouched down, raised the long-range rifle in his hand, and calmly pulled the trigger at a window of a residential building in the sky to his left. The Federation armored vehicle that had retreated to the corner of another residential building suddenly rushed out with a roar. The heavy machine gun, mounted on top of it, roared and rotated. Long tongues of flame, mixed with high-speed bullets, fiercely fired at the Empire mecha that was hundreds of meters away. The outer armor of the Imperial Wolfang mecha could withstand a considerable amount of bullet damage, but the impact point of this heavy autocannon was compressed to an extremely precise degree. The powerful impact point was actually controlled within an extremely small area. No matter how fast the Imperial Wolfang mecha made evasive movements, the bullets fired from the heavy autocannon of the armored vehicle would always be able to accurately follow its footsteps, striking viciously against the outer armor of the Imperial Wolfang mecha. A strange white flower bloomed that seemed to never wither. An Empire soldier in tattered clothes howled in agony as he fell out of the window, landing on the street. His heart was pierced through by the steel bars in the concrete block. Bai Yulan rolled on the ground and immediately adjusted his shooting position, pulling the trigger at another window. Amidst a series of clean and efficient tactical movements, his eyes were still fixed on that most dangerous Empire mecha. He didn't know if those MX mecha could still fight after being submerged in the heavy concrete blocks. If they couldn't, before the base's air support arrived, he could only rely on himself and the others. The H-15 long-range rifle made the surface of his index finger feel slightly numb and itchy. Bai Yulan calmly fired as he issued a second order: load the grenades. Numerous fixed-point rockets with trails of white smoke flew out from an unknown corner, whistling towards the tall mecha that was stumbling under the pressure of Xiong Linshuan's great gun. It was a pity that Gu Shifeng had been left behind at the command center of the division. Otherwise, with that fellow's abilities, this tattered Wolfang mech would not have been able to escape the surveillance from the very beginning. Amidst the rain of bullets, Bai Yulan fought expressionlessly. Her entire spirit seemed to have left the battlefield, returning to the days before Team 7 was disbanded 1 hour and 47 minutes later. Why is there still a Wolfang mecha hidden in a safe zone that has been scanned by 3 bands? Also, those Empire soldiers snuck in from the southeast. Who is in charge of the blockade line there? Xiong Linquan, whose left arm was being bandaged by a medic, spat a mouthful of black saliva onto the ground. He stared at Colonel Hele, who had come forward to express his concern. Around him, the mixed mecha team that had been ambushed by the Empire soldiers today had the same expression on their faces. Only Bai Yulan remained silent. She lowered her head and scratched her messy short hair that was covered in dust, allowing the dust to fall on Colonel Hele's shiny military boots. The expression of the new 17th Division's 1st Regiment commander, Hele, was also very ugly. He knew very well that although the officers in front of him did not have high ranks, and due to certain reasons had never been valued by the federal military, no one dared to look down on them. The combat team at Nutshell Company had long been disbanded, and most of the new and old members have been dispersed to various combat units. However, names like Bai Yulan and Xiong Linquan were still remembered by the entire Federation. They were fierce characters that could only be subdued by someone as awesome as the instructor. They were once heroes, and they had the right to have such a direct conversation with any officer. What infuriated Hele the most was that the southern area's defenses and waveband filtering work were all handled by that damned Iron 7th Division. If this Mecha Mix team was really wiped out today, the new 17th Division would still be the one to bear the wrath of the big shots in the military, and the one to let down the instructor would still be the new 17th Division. This was the federal military's largest forward base on the planet. Other than the few units that were carrying out land-based cleanup missions, almost all of the high-ranking officers had been summoned back to the base to prepare for the upcoming pre-battle preparatory meeting. The officers of the new 17th Division and Iron 7th Division, these two iron-blooded units that had a history of grievances, were also forced to live under the same roof, although this roof was extremely spacious. This is a battlefield, Colonel Hele, the commander of the Iron 7th Division, known for his coldness and arrogance, looked at the detestable people in front of him and frowned mockingly. How can there be a perfect defense? If you really don't want to die, then the best choice is to go home and take care of your children. Commander Hele's eyes widened, and his fists clenched tightly. However, when he thought of his commander's strict orders, in the end, he could only take a deep breath. Dongfang looked coldly at these members of the original 7th Division, and with his hands behind his back, he said, "Unorthodox mercenaries are never suited for proper combat." Then, he frowned and said, "Sulu has been dead for a year. Why haven't you hooligans improved at all? Making a big fuss just because of a little thing. Do you really think you're war heroes? Fuck, do you think you'll get milk just because you cry?" Chapter 654. Xiong Lin Chuan's anger wasn't because Iron 7th Division mentioned Su Lu. It was more because of his comrades who died on the streets of the southern district of Farder. However, sacrifice was too common on the battlefield to be used as a trigger for his anger. As a soldier of the Federation, he couldn't use the death of his comrades to express his anger towards Iron 7th Division, even if 2 of the people who died in the cement ruins used to be members of Iron 7th Division. For today's Federation, the once glorious nutshell 7th Division didn't even exist. In the past year, the federal military and the official media had never mentioned the nutshell Group 7 again. It was as if there was an invisible hand that was silently pushing this term into the pile of history books, deliberately ignoring the group of heroes that had once existed. After Iron 7th Division was divided into various field units, its members were assigned to new combat positions. However, they were rarely used to take on difficult and glorious missions. On one hand, the Federation didn't want the heroes they created to become skeletons in coffins. On the other hand, there was a deeper reason. Bai Yulan knew the reason. There could only be one sun in the sky. Otherwise, it would be as hot as the Empire's mineral star that the 32nd Armored Brigade took down last month. In the competition for succession, the guy with the bright smile died. The Federation would naturally choose Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division. Therefore, Iron 7th Division's mission in history was over. The Federation's fighting spirit had long been aroused by the documentary. Therefore, a combat squad like Iron 7th Division that had a clear brand and old grudges against Iron 7th Division naturally didn't need to continue existing. Iron 7th Division was disbanded, but its members were still there. Because of the old grudges and the rivalry between Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division, the Iron 7th Division had always hated the officers from Iron 7th Division. As for high-ranking officers like Commander Dongfang, they didn't even bother to hide their disgust. However, Bai Yulan had to admit that the Iron 7th Division had the right to be proud and arrogant. Their commander, Du Shaoqing, commanded the Iron 7th Division like a god. The total number of soldiers in the Iron 7th Division that were converted into a full mecha division and expanded was now more than 40,000. During the invasion of the Empire, they had won many battles. The heroic scenes of the Iron 7th Division conquering a certain place appeared on the Federation's news channel at a terrifying frequency. It appeared in the eyes of millions of citizens of the Federation. Commander Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division had gone from undefeated in the military exercise to the bloody battle at Silin and then to the invasion of the Empire. Their iron-like military exploits had made them the darling of the media, the idol of the people, the beloved general of the president and parliament, and even the future of the military. Faced with this kind of Iron 7th Division, even the new 17th Division, from the commander to the normal soldiers, could only keep a dark face. They inherited the sinister battle style and used their battle achievements to resist the might of the enemy, let alone the insignificant members of Iron 7th Division. The officers of Iron 7th Division had experienced this kind of mockery and even a face-slapping reprimand like today. Although the new 17th Division treated them well, and Commander Hele and the other powerful Federation officers that Su Lu had taught before also took care of the members who were scattered in their own units. The disregard from the Federation's upper echelons, as well as the contempt from certain units, made the days of Bai Yulan and the others truly difficult. If Boss was still alive, things would have developed completely differently. Bai Yulan lowered her head slightly and looked at the bloodstains on her military boots. She thought of the team member who died in her arms an hour ago, and naturally thought of the guy who died even earlier. She didn't pay attention to what the commander of Iron's 7th Division in front of her was saying, nor did she pay attention to what Xiong Linquan was saying. In the past hundreds of days, he had long been used to this kind of situation and had always maintained an indifferent silence. In fact, ever since that infuriating little boss took the spaceship through the space channel, he was even a little tired of his military life and had thought of retiring. The reason he had taken back the retirement report and followed the main force into the Empire's planetary sector was because he wanted to see a miracle happen. If a miracle really did happen, he wanted to see the old comrades of Iron's 7th Division return these guys to that guy in one piece. For this purpose, he had always been patient. However, the miracle didn't happen in the end. News spread in the Empire's planetary sector that guy had been executed half a year ago, and he had been patient, waiting for his old comrades to die one by one. Actually, I've always thought that teacher, Xiaoqing, wouldn't target small fries like us. Maybe it's just some despicable guy who thinks he's doing something. Bai Yulan broke the silence and slowly raised her head. Her extremely gentle face had a strange aura. She looked at the soldiers of Iron's 7th Division in front of her and said softly, "There's no evidence that something like today's incident is a conspiracy, and I don't believe that the great Iron's 7th Division would do something like this. But this is still your fault. 5 of my people died, and 2 of them were old members of Iron's 7th Division." She looked at the indifferent commander of Iron's 7th Division and said softly, but seriously, "Iron's 7th Division? What's that? Does the Federal Forces have this kind of organization?" Commander Dongfang looked at her mockingly and raised his chin, revealing the stubbles full of ruthlessness. He said, "Or are you talking about a group of famous male actors? If you're talking about them, then in my eyes, they're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. No matter how many of them die, it's not worth feeling pity." Bai Yulan's expression didn't change. She narrowed her eyes and quietly listened to these cold and provocative words. She knew very well what the other party was waiting for. Ever since Su Lum made Xiaoqing unable to fly into a rage at the training base that year, the entire Iron 7th Division had been waiting for a certain opportunity, an opportunity to vent their anger. Anyway, that guy was already dead. There were no miracles in this universe. She had to let her old comrades receive more respect and safety on the battlefield in the future. Bai Yulan licked her lips and patted the dust on her messy short hair. She looked at the other party and smiled. "Dongfang, fuck your mother." Since ancient times, this was one of the most effective profanities directed at one's heart. Once upon a time, Group 7, from top to bottom, loved to use this as a weapon. However, no matter whether it was Su Lu, who could say this sentence as tasteless as plain water, or Lan Xiaolong, who could say this sentence as melodious as music, none of them could compare to Magnolia's gentle and soft words. It was like a lover whispering into one's ear, causing one to feel endless humiliation. Everyone's expression changed. The eyes of the Iron 7 Division's soldiers burned with cold fire. But Magnolia didn't seem to feel anything. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Commander Dongfang with interest. Her right index finger quietly touched the wooden handle of the military knife beside her leg. She didn't want to lose the reputation of the Iron 7 Division, but since she was going to do it, she had to do it thoroughly. She couldn't lose the reputation of the Iron 7 Division. Commander Dongfang's expression gradually darkened. However, before he could open his mouth to make any response, a bright and even magnificent light flashed past his eyes, extinguishing that cold and fierce flame. The delicate military knife cut through the air between Bai Yulan's fingers and cut Dongfang's wrist as he was about to reach for his gun. Along with a few drops of blood, the knife came to his neck and pressed against his chin that was full of stubble. Bai Yulan narrowed her eyes slightly and tilted her head to look at the skin under the blade. Her expression was very focused. She looked abnormally calm, but she gave people a very scary feeling. "Put the knife down." Helay's eyes widened as he roared angrily. None of the soldiers of the Federation thought that Bai Yulan, the logistics officer of the 17th Division, would actually dare to pull out a knife against the famous Commander Dongfang of the Iron 7th Division. They didn't react for a moment. Only the officers of the Iron 7th Division, pulled out their pistols. Bai Yulan's knee accurately and ruthlessly pressed against Dongfang's upper abdomen, the most vulnerable part of the diaphragm. Dongfang was pressed under her body and couldn't move at all. The angry roars and the sound of bullets behind her didn't affect her movements at all. She slowly moved her wrist, and a sharp blade moved up and slid across Dongfang's chin. Dongfang, who was coldly subdued by her, didn't have a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with a kind of cold joy. He was very satisfied that he could finally clean up Su Li's subordinates in the army. As for the danger at the moment, he didn't believe that Bai Yulan would dare to kill him. The cold blade that was slowly moving up his carotid artery was the proof. All of a sudden, the officer of the Federation who had made great military contributions screamed miserably. Bai Yulan, who had a focused expression, moved her fingers slightly, and the delicate military knife slid up his ear. Blood spurted out. The screams and curses resounded throughout the room. Dongfang, who was restrained by the sharp knee and couldn't move, could only watch as his ear was gradually separated from his cheek. He felt the warm blood with a fishy smell flowing out. He felt the pain that was too close to his brain. He screamed in horror and anger. What made everyone feel cold was that Bai Yulan, who was cutting Dongfang's ear with a knife, didn't have the slightest change in expression. His delicate hand holding the delicate military knife was still as steady as ever. The scariest thing was that his movements were exceptionally slow, as if he was moving in slow motion. His right knee was pressed against Dongfang's abdomen, and his body was slightly tilted. He sat on Dongfang's body like a woman, doing the most bloody thing as if he was doing housework. The eyes of the surrounding Iron 7th Division officers had already turned red. The muzzles of their guns were ready to spit out bullets at any time to kill this devil-like man. However, Xiong Linquan had already picked up the Darla machine gun. The 6 barrels of the gun were rotating at high speed. The key was that Yilei's reaction was too fast. As soon as the officers of the Iron 7th Division raised their guns, he rushed forward and blocked Bai Yulan's back. He lowered his right arm that was holding the pistol and aimed it at Dongfang's forehead. He shouted loudly, "Call the military police to deal with this. If anyone dares to fucking move, I'll shoot Dongfang first." Bai Yulan used 2 fingers to pick up the bloody earpiece. He frowned and looked at Dongfang, who was rolling on the ground with his face covered in blood. He said softly, "Now you know what the 7th Division is." Yilei, who was blocking in front of him, was already extremely frightened. After hearing this soft sentence, he broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood that the guys who fought with the instructor back then were really a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 655. The Federal Army's forward operating base was located at the intersection of Route 47 and Route 123 on the main planet of Huang. Large engineering mechas were roaring like thunder gods as they excavated and cast cement on the outskirts of the base. In a meeting room deep inside the base, Commander Yilei's angry voice was louder than thunder. Around the semicircular meeting table sat more than a dozen stern-looking senior officers of the Federation. Yilei stood at the end of the table, slammed the table hard, and roared at the deputy commander of the Iron 7th Division, Lu Sifu. "What's going on with the defense in the Southern District? How did that wolf Fong Mech manage to sneak in under your noses? You're not done yet? If you don't explain this clearly today, I'm not done with you." Iron 7th Division's Deputy Commander Lu Sifu's expression was extremely gloomy as he scolded coldly. "Who are you not done with?" 7 MXs were buried alive in cement, and 1 damaged Wolf Fong mech caused heavy casualties to a mixed mech squad. As the commander, you still have the face to explain? Don't fucking try to change the topic. I'm asking you for someone right now. That bastard called Bai Yulan used such a cruel and bloody method to treat a senior officer with outstanding military service. If it wasn't for you, my people would have already shot him to death. Kill your mother. Countless veins popped out on Yilei's neck, but he couldn't make a strong counterattack. Whether or not the attack in the southern district of Farkle was a deliberate trap set by the Iron 7th Division, they didn't have any evidence. As for the bloody incident that happened in the base a few hours ago, no matter how one looked at it, by Yulan could only be executed on the spot. In the meeting room, besides the relevant officers of the Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division, the Federation's frontline headquarters, the military police, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs were all present. Although the current Supreme Commander of the Federal Military, Commander Enchanting, didn't land on the surface from the battleship, he sent his personal staff to observe the situation. Right now, the room was filled with the angry roars of Commander He and Vice Division Commander Lu Sifu. The rest of the generals and officers maintained an eerie silence, including Commander Yi's advisor. None of them seemed to have any intention of expressing their opinions. This bloody incident was very simple to deal with because the details of the case were clear. However, it was also very complicated because it involved the two trump cards of the Federation, as well as Group 7, which had been deliberately neglected for a long time. The most important thing was that the two division commanders sitting on both sides of the conference table had not spoken. The new 17th Division commander, Yu Qinghai, took off his military cap and silently stroked his white hair. His mood was very heavy. A few years ago, most of the old members of Nutshell Group 7 were retired soldiers of the 17th Division. Later on, most of the new and old members of Group 7 held positions in the new 17th Division, such as Ning He, Gu Shifeng, and many other outstanding soldiers. Thus, even though the upper echelons of the Federation had always treated Group 7 coldly, as the commander of the 17th Division, he naturally paid more attention to these people. The 17 mechanics had all been equipped with 108 of the new MX mecha, and he had allocated 7 mecha to that mecha mix team. The hidden meaning behind this was very obvious. However, who would have thought that such an ambush would occur on the Southern District's main road? Even more so, no one would have thought that Bai Yulan would choose such a bloody and cruel method of revenge. Commander Yu Qinghai smiled slightly. Looking at the Major General across the round table, his mood was very gloomy. Although from start to finish, the other had maintained his silence. Not saying a single word, it was very clear that Bai Yulan would not be able to be saved this time. Because Commander Du Xiaoqing was not wearing his sunglasses today, which was very rare. That face, which was usually as unshakable as a glacier and cedar tree, clearly displayed a sullen anger. His eyebrows, which were like unsheathed swords, were slightly raised. He would not turn back until he saw blood. As an excellent military commander, shielding his subordinates was an essential quality. Otherwise, why would he let his subordinates risk their lives for him? As the Federation's brightest and most unstoppable young military commander, Commander Du Xiaoqing, who could make tens of thousands of Iron 7th Division soldiers throw themselves into the river with a single order, was naturally a model example. Now, one of the two senior officers who had followed him the longest and was most trusted by him, Dongfang, had his ear cut off by Bai Yulan in front of everyone. How could he bear it? Commander Yu, who came from a logistics background, was not a typical soldier with a strong personality. However, when faced with Du Xiaoqing's cold and oppressive aura, which seemed to come from the depths of the earth, he was still able to maintain an extremely gentle expression on his face. In a soft voice, he explained, breaking military rules naturally requires punishment. However, this is after all within the jurisdiction of the Military Police Brigade and the Internal Affairs Department. Therefore, I do not agree to your request to be detained by yourself. He absolutely could not allow the Iron 7th Division to detain Bai Yulan. Otherwise, those soldiers, whose eyes were burning red with anger, would definitely make Bai Yulan suffer more than death. This was also the bottom line of the new 17th Division. The Federal Army valued discipline above all. Previously, he dared to point at Commander Lu and curse him because he was now promoted to colonel, which was the same rank as Commander Lu Sifu. At this moment, Teacher Yu Qinghai, who had been silent all this while, opened his mouth to speak. The meeting room instantly quieted down. Everyone's gaze turned towards Teacher Du Xiaoqing's face. At this moment, only he had the qualifications to continue this confrontation between the two great aces. Du Xiaoqing maintained an indifferent attitude and did not speak. The pair of sunglasses and military cap that were neatly placed in front of him seemed to emit some kind of terrifying aura along with his silence. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode from the oppressive atmosphere, the staff officer, who had been watching for a long time, finally connected to the Federal Forces flagship outside the atmosphere. The Army's Supreme Commander, Commander E, appeared in front of everyone with a dignified expression. "We are the Army that bears the expectations of hundreds of millions of Federation citizens, and Mr. President, our journey should be to the Sea of Stars. 5 days later, the Army will embark on the journey to attack the X-3-star ocean. You should know better than me what taking down the 3 shadow mineral stars means to this war. Do you think that such a trivial matter is qualified to affect the war?" The generals and officers in the conference room stood up together and saluted the respected old general on the hologram, quietly listening to the final instructions. What was strange was that Commander Du Shaoqing, who had always paid the most attention to the Army's discipline and the dignity of the commanding officer, who had never made the slightest mistake, stood up much slower than usual today. The lines on his indifferent face looked particularly stiff. "Use the shortest amount of time to settle this matter." Commander E on the hologram waved his arm vigorously. Du Shaoqing took a deep breath. After putting on his military cap, he seriously adjusted his direction and saluted to the hologram. He said steadily, "Yes." "Du Shaoqing, you can state your request," Commander E on the hologram said. "I don't have any request. I believe that after the investigation by the Internal Affairs Division, the military court will give a fair verdict." Du Shaoqing was expressionless. After a short pause, he said quietly, "But this person must die." He didn't have any request, but he used the word must to describe the word death. Commander Du Shaoqing's tone was indifferent and calm, but it was filled with a palpitating calmness after anger. Everyone knew that he was truly angry. Bai Yulan must die. This was the Iron 7th Division's and his most simple request. Then Bai Yulan was dead for sure. "Old He, what's the result?" Colonel Ning He, the top advisor of the staff of the new 17th Division, stopped He with a worried face and asked with a hint of expectation and fear. He was also a member of the 7th Division. Before Su Lu joined the 7th Division, he had worked with Bai Yulan on the battlefield for many years. They had a close relationship. Of course, he was very worried about this friend of his. Handed over to the military police, investigated by the Internal Affairs Division, and then sent to the military court. He rubbed his numb face and said in a low voice, "They want to expedite the process. The secret trial will probably start tomorrow." Ning He exhaled softly, smiled bitterly, and said, "As long as he isn't secretly killed by the Iron 7th Division, it's fine. Although he might have to go to jail for 7 to 8 years, being alive is better than anything else." He looked at him sadly and said, "Don't comfort yourself. Commander Shaoqing has said that old Bai must die. Fuck him. He just tore off an ear. Is there a need to exchange his life for it?" Ning He roared angrily. "This is the front line. This is the most special time of war." As a subordinate, Bai Yulan cut off the ear of a superior officer in front of so many people. It's natural for him to be executed on the spot. He lit a cigarette and smoked with all his might. He said with a serious expression, "Do you know?" Before he was subdued, he cut off Dongfang's ear again. Dongfang's ear turned into 16 pieces. The medical officer couldn't sew it back up for Dongfang. "This fucking knife skill is beautiful. How can Commander Shaoqing allow him to live?" At this time, a few officers were surrounding the two of them, listening to Helay's words silently. They were the new 17th Division's Mecha Brigade's captain, Hua Xiaoxi, who had come with Gu Shifeng, and the Lin family, who was the air and ground liaison officer. Gradually, more soldiers came over. There were squad leaders, platoon leaders, company commanders, and normal soldiers. They silently gathered together. They understood these principles. In a strictly disciplined army, the most intolerable thing was to offend one's superiors. Furthermore, this was the most tense time of war. Bai Yulan had used bloody methods to harm a superior officer. There was no way he could escape punishment. However, they didn't want to accept this reality because they were once members of Iron 7th Division. They were once training officers at the training base. Because of some dead guy, they had fought side by side more than once and trusted each other with their lives. Zhou Yu, who was greatly appreciated by Du Shaoqing and had now become an important staff officer of the Iron 7th Division, stood in the distance and looked at his old friends with cold expressions. He wanted to walk over, but he couldn't lift his leg. Lan Xiaolong, who had been transferred to the headquarters as Commander Yi's staff officer, walked out of the meeting room. He looked at the crowd with a complicated expression. He wanted to walk over, but was coldly blocked by the former medical officer of Iron 7th Division, Ho Xiandong. After Boss died, you were transferred away. No one blames you. Everywhere is war, right? But the problem is, you shouldn't have lied to us in the first place. You're an important person to the Ministry of Defense. Why would you mix around with mercenaries like us? Old Feng is dead. 13th floor is dead. GSC is dead. Last night, on Fahale Street, GSC's blood brother is dead. You should know why Olbai is so angry. Olbai only has 2 sons. Okay, none of this matters. But now, even Olbai is going to die. Now that you're the trusted aide of the Commander-in-Chief, did you say anything for him? The corner of Lan Xiaolong's mouth twitched slightly. In the end, he didn't say anything. He nodded at the crowd and walked towards the battleship in the distance. Bai Yulan, who had oily hair floating in front of her forehead and slender legs, was going to die. Some of his dear friends were in pain. Some had left long ago, and some had no choice, but they couldn't find any way to stop this from happening. At this moment, He Lei, Gu Shifeng, and Xiong Linquan, who was arrested at the same time. These people were probably thinking about one thing. If Boss was still alive, things would definitely be very different. Chapter 656. Sulu is dead. The high and mighty families in the Federation, as well as the politicians who had dirty water flowing between their fingers, had had an easy year. Although the young Federation officer did not seem to be eye-catching, and he did not seem to have any power that could shake the world, the saber light on the Tiger Mountain Road, the axe marks in the Research Institute, the gunshots in the Foundation building, and the strong, straight footprints and bullet holes on the beach of other manors made the big shots, who were used to setting the rules of the world with wine parties, lunches, and insider trading, discover in a cold voice that Sulu was a person who did not walk the normal path and had the strength to step on the path set by the world into chaos. He had an extreme view of good and evil that did not conform to the temperament of the people of this universe. He was a horrible and abominable person who should have died a long time ago, but had not died. Fortunately, Sulu, who should have died a long time ago, finally died in the hands of the people of the Empire because of his revenge. The big shots of the Federation lamented in front of others, as sad as the death of their black-haired nephew. But when they were silent, they could not help but smile with fragrant tea in their hands, rejoicing that the stone that had been hanging above their heads all the time, waiting for them to make the slightest move, had finally disappeared. Similarly, many people missed the time when Sulu existed and regretted his passing, such as the Federation soldiers who fought bloody battles on the front lines, the ordinary people whose relatives and friends were innocently killed by conspiracies, the revolutionary young women in the Parliament Mountain, the unmarried mothers in the courtyard of the West Mountain, the rogue princes who quietly scattered blue light in their pockets, the officials and reporters who still had some light in their hearts, and many, many, many more. You can miss him, but this kind of miss cannot become a heavy burden that makes life heavy. The Nanxiang family, the most low-key of the 7 families, had an equally low-key and quiet manor in the middle of a blue lake deep in the mountains. This low-key was because no one knew about it deep in the mountains, but not because of the luxurious furnishings of the manor itself. Just like the madam who stood quietly by the window of the bedroom on the 2nd floor, wearing expensive clothes, but indifferently stood in front of the window and watched the smoke-like light rain in the manor. A few decades ago, Chao Juren, the outstanding female student from the 1st Military Academy's Command Department, had been the Southern Prime Minister's wife for many years, but she was still as indifferent as ever. She turned back to look at her tired daughter and said softly, "It's rare for you to come back from S2 for a break. You should have a good rest, but I feel that there's something I have to tell you because it's related to happiness, true happiness. The tedious work of the Four Prefectures Reconstruction Foundation caused Nan Xiangmei's beautiful face to have a trace of inexplicable melancholy. Listening to her mother's serious words, she gently pursed her lips and slightly lowered her head to remain silent. No matter how big the conflict between you and your family is, your mother will always stand by your side, right? Mrs. Nan said with a smile. I have never objected to your relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Sulu. I even secretly encouraged you to show more courage. He was already a colonel in the end. Nan Xiaomei raised her head and looked at her mother with a pout. It was rare for her to show a trace of naivety this year. Well, it's Colonel Sulu. Mrs. Nan Xiaomei walked over and gently stroked her daughter's hair. Her smile gradually faded, and she said seriously, "But now he's dead. I don't want you to be depressed for the rest of your life because of this matter." "I'm not, Mother," Nan Xiaomei seriously retorted. "No, listen to me. In a woman's life, the most important thing is peace." Mrs. Nan Xiaomei said with love and pity, "I'm not asking you to find a new love. I just want you to cheer up. Remember, really cheer up. Not like you have been doing this year, numbing yourself with overloaded work to force yourself not to think about him, but to truly have a happy and regretless life." Nan Xiaomei's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she said softly, "Mother, what is true happiness? Grandfather let you marry father. Are you really happy these years? Uncle Tian has never married in his life. Have you ever regretted it?" Mrs. Nan Xiaomei quietly thought for a long time and said with a smile, "Thinking about it carefully, there's nothing to regret. Your Uncle Tian is a very good man, but he won't necessarily be a good husband or a good father." Sunset State Latitude, 17th Road, Shilin, on a black street surrounded by green trees, a fleet of cars was roaring along. Occasionally, the high-speed wheels would pick up a piece of broken leaf and toss it high into the air. Then, it would be hit by the following cars and roll over again. The motorcade of 4 expensive black cars and 16 dark green bulletproof military vehicles was amazing and very rare. However, the residents of the West Woods who stood on both sides of the street didn't have the slightest shock on their faces, because they saw this scene every day and knew that the little princess of the West Woods was going to school again. With curiosity and desire to spy, the residents craned their necks to look at the center of the street, trying to see which car the little princess was in through the film glass, but it was in vain. Suddenly, someone heard an impressive, angry voice of a man coming from one of the expensive black cars. "Who the hell said I can't be a good father? Give me the exercise book. I want to take a look again." Mr. Tian had become fatter than before. His angry or embarrassed eyes had become 2 slits on his chubby face. He took the electronic exercise book from the little hands and looked at it for a long time with a frown. In the end, it turned into a sigh. When I was in the first academy, I was specially allowed to not study advanced mathematics. Yinhua, don't laugh. This is a privilege that only the genius of mecha warfare can enjoy. Zhong Yinhua didn't laugh. Her clear eyes didn't curve into a cute pair of eyes. Her neatly cut short black hair swayed slightly with the movement of the car, like 2 pieces of watermelon skin. The little girl silently looked at the opposite side, silently took back the electronic exercise book, and silently turned her head to look at the scenery of the West Woods outside the window. She didn't say a word. The ancient bell was attacked, and her parents were buried in that sad and beautiful cosmic fireworks. Then, Su Lu took revenge on a single ship and disappeared at the other end of the universe. On the day she found out about this bad news, the little girl told Mr. Tian that from now on, she had to study hard and learn how to take care of herself. From the moment she said this, Zhong Yinhua started to live like this. She woke up on time, ate her meals, washed up, and trained according to the daily schedule recommended by life experts. She started to practice her survival skills according to the federal military's Special Warfare Survival Manual. She started to pick up the special knife of the West Woods Special Warfare Brigade to learn. But until now, only 2 cockroaches had died under the little girl's knife. The little girl's temperament became a little irritable, and her neat watermelon skin-like hair was often twisted into an ugly mess by her small scissors. Besides that, she became a little quiet that didn't match her age. Like now, she often looked at the outside environment silently and didn't say a word. Fatty Tian looked at the side of the little girl's face by the window. Although he was used to her silence, he couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. The imposing motorcade stopped at the entrance of the school. The swift and fierce Shilin soldiers had long since taken control of all positions. Little friend Zhong Huiyin pushed open the car door and walked down, politely bowing slightly to Fatty Tian, who was in the car. Fatty Tian waved his hand and said as gently as possible, "Go, study hard." He thought that, as usual, he wouldn't get an answer from Zhong Yanhua, but he didn't expect that the situation was a little different today. The little girl stood by the car and was silent for a moment. The cool morning breeze blew the hair on her cheeks to below her earlobes. Then she turned around and looked into the car and said very seriously, "Uncle Tian, being a genius doesn't mean that you don't know advanced mathematics. I think Brother Su Lu must be very good at mathematics." After hearing this, Mr. Tian was stunned for a long time and muttered a few words in a low voice. Then he noticed a familiar black car parked on the street opposite the school gate. The black car didn't have any logo, but that was the most obvious sign. I have to admit that taking care of a child is much more difficult than fighting a war. Big Stick Tian walked to the side of the black car and looked at the thin young man behind the slowly lowered window. He shrugged and said, "Su Lu is the almighty one." Yes, he also knows where the best porridge and scallion pancakes are. Hearing the name of his old friend, Tai Zan, who was in the car, smiled and said with a trace of longing, "I found a porridge shop a few days ago. The taste is not bad, so I'll treat you to breakfast today." The young master of the Tai family and Mr. Tian, the representative of the old house on Wire Road, had breakfast together. Of course, it wasn't as simple as reminiscing about the past in the library. For some reason that even he couldn't understand, after the explosion of the ancient bell, Tai Ziyuan adjusted his life plan and came to the West Woods to open a law firm called Shizhou Law Firm. Shizhou Law Firm now hired the son of the Chief Justice of the Federation, He Ying, as its chief legal counsel. They were fighting a family property lawsuit that made the whole Federation suffer. The current situation in the West Woods was a bit tense. Under the strong suppression of Mr. Tian and Li Feng, the despicable relatives of the Zhong family didn't dare to do anything too outrageous. Zhong Ziki, who was elected as the heir of the family, needed the support of the Federation government and the other families more than ever. It was also because of this rare opportunity that the big shots of the capital ring finally reached into the West Woods. Other than the three mechanics around the capital of the Sunset State, the Federation government and the Department of Defense were gradually taking control of the entire West Woods military region. This situation seemed to be unstoppable. Zhong Ziki and the greedy elders in the family naturally couldn't see the hidden danger behind this trend. However, they were already riding on the dead Mad Tiger. So how could they stop? The circuit courts have been all over. Unless we go to the Supreme Court, no one dares to make a decision on this case. Tai Zan gently stirred the vegetable porridge in his bowl and said with a smile, "Of course, even if these courts dare to make a decision, neither side will admit it. In the end, we will still have to go to the Supreme Court." An image of an old man with a face full of wrinkles appeared in Mr. Tian's mind. He thought that only the Chief Justice, who even the God of War couldn't do anything about, had the courage to end the chaos in the West Woods. He frowned and said, "The problem is that the lawyers over there and the despicable Ministry of Justice have been using those legal means to prevent this case from going to the Supreme Court. The most disgusting thing is that bunch of bastards in the Management Committee. They actually pushed for an amendment on Parliament Hill, saying that in order to save the Federation's legal costs, secondary civil cases like inheritance rights can't go to the Supreme Court. Fuck. When the Federation TV station and the Children's Rights Fund fought that Jian Shuier case in the Supreme Court, those damn senators just watched the show and didn't say anything." Tai Yuan raised his head and looked at the angry Fatty Tian. He sighed and said, "There's good news. Yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled that this amendment is unconstitutional. According to the procedure, my law firm will be able to send this case to Justice He Ing in 20 days at most. Mr. Tian laughed, then immediately froze and asked, "Don't tell me it's bad news?" Yes. Tai Ziyuan's expression was a little strange, but it wasn't heavy. Instead, it had a slight trace of mockery. "I have a falling out with my family." Stick Tian's expression suddenly became serious. He knew that this bad news was definitely not a simple story of a young master falling out with his family. It represented that after a year of silence, the Madam of Macho's back mountain finally decided to show her true attitude. The commander is dead. Everyone wants to take a bite out of the Westwoods. Now it seems that the lady has been silent for a year because of you, but she won't be silent forever. Mr. Tian's smile was a little bleak. He whispered, "What a magnificent and grand robbery." In the asteroid belt behind the gravitational field of the L9 galaxy of the Imperium in the left sky space zone, there was a sailing route that had never appeared on the official star map of the Imperium. Countless audacious smugglers, countless local nobles and officers who stole the wealth of the Imperium to enrich their personal pockets, and countless ruthless and unpredictable pirates were driving their own spaceships in the secret sailing route, playing the dangerous but highly exciting bloody money games. For the Red-Beard pirates, they had always held the initiative in this game for more than a decade. More than a dozen high-speed pirate ships with stacked engines were like more than a dozen cruel and hungry sharks swimming in the shadows of the channel. When they encountered delicious and weak targets, they would reveal their mouths full of sharp white teeth and rush out to rob everything they could. However, today their pirate ships with powerful engines and amazing speed were the targets of robbery. Why haven't we gotten rid of it yet? A pirate with a red beard looked at the spaceship on the screen that seemed to be made of broken metal. He held his head with both hands and let out a shrill and desperate cry. At this moment, he, who was famous for his cold-blooded and cruel smuggling channel, looked more like a crazy and neurotic philosopher. After searching for the meaning of life without any results, he let out a cry of despair to the sky. The next moment, he would cut off his own ears. Because of the war between the Federation and the Empire, the resources of the L9 star system suddenly became scarce, and the price of all kinds of black market goods soared. Because they could not resist this charming temptation, the Red-Beard pirates knew that the Empire's fleet had now tightly sealed the exits of the smuggling channel, but they still quietly entered this channel, preparing to secretly eat up those bold smuggling fleets. Unexpectedly, their pirate ships were not blown to pieces by the Empire's official fleet, but they were targeted by a spaceship full of broken metal components that came out of nowhere. Moreover, it was targeted for half a month. The pirate fleet that rampaged the smuggling channel at high speed was completely unable to get rid of this broken spaceship. As for the air battle, His Majesty the Emperor, in the first 3 minutes, 2/3 of the entire Red-Beard pirate spaceships were smashed into scrap metal floating in space by that broken spaceship. Red-Beard had never seen such a fast spaceship in his life. He had never seen such a sturdy spaceship, and he had never seen such a fearless captain. A large hole had clearly appeared in the abdomen of that broken spaceship, revealing the cabin equipment inside. How could the people inside still be alive and dare to ram into a ship without regard for their own lives? Looking at the screen getting closer and clearer, the bow of the spaceship full of broken metal components was like a deformed metal monster. Redbeard's pupils shrank smaller and smaller. Suddenly, his face turned red and he roared, "Full engine forward! Since we can't escape, we'll ram into it." I don't believe that the people in that spaceship are really not afraid of death. At this moment, the pirate leader responsible for technical monitoring beside him said in a trembling voice, "Boss, please don't. I always feel that this ship is a little strange. Do you remember the ship mentioned after the Namutso pirates were annihilated last time?" When Redbeard heard this, he could not help but think of the rumor. The Namutso pirates, whose strength was definitely not below Redbeard's, suddenly disappeared 3 months ago. Later, a pirate who luckily survived in an escape capsule trembled all over and told what had happened to them, but no pirate group believed him. They all felt that the pirate must have been scared out of his wits. Ghost ship. Redbeard stared at the broken metal spaceship that was still suspended tens of thousands of kilometers away on the screen. It was motionless as if there was no life in it. Redbeard's flushed face suddenly turned extremely pale, and he said 3 words in a trembling voice. At this moment, the remote communication system on the pirate ship turned on without anyone touching it. A cold mechanical voice that seemed to have no rhythm and emotional fluctuations suddenly sounded in the hall. The frightened pirates were so frightened by this voice that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is the Old Butler spaceship. Thank you very much for stopping by. The cold mechanical voice resounded throughout the hall. Please pay attention. The robbery will begin now. I don't want women, nor do I want men, nor do I want underwear. The mechanical voice continued without any emotional fluctuations. This is a joke. In order to prevent you from doing strange things that are beyond my logical judgment, because of being too nervous, I hope you can relax a little. The following is the list of robberies. 1 turbulent nozzle cleaning valve for your ship's engine. 1 X-shaped support steel beam. The strength requirement is level 3. 2 timer calibrators. The broken metal spaceship that the pirates called the Ghost Ship slowly listed its robbery list through the remote communication system. As many as dozens of spaceship components or parts of unknown purposes appeared on the list. At the end, the voice said, "And all of your crystal ores. And all the crystal ores on your ship." Here's a friendly reminder. The way your ship is using the engine is an incomprehensible waste of crystal ores. If necessary, you can head to the X3 Galaxy and contact the federal troops to upgrade and modify the engine power system. Sulu didn't know how many people in the Federation missed him, but he believed that there were definitely people who missed him. He was curious about the names of those people and was very satisfied. For those people, he asked the Empire's underground resistance organization to send back the news that he was still alive as soon as possible. However, the left Skystar region was full of flames of war, and communication was extremely difficult. If he was really lucky enough to return to the Federation, the news might not have reached him yet. At this time, he didn't know that some of those who missed him and were missed by him were facing execution. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to wait for even 10 minutes on this planet controlled by smugglers and vacationing pirates. After leaving Tianjin on the Empire's military transport ship, the first 10 days of space travel were very safe. There were no problems with the identity forged by the resistance organization. However, when they quietly left the Empire's warship and boarded the smuggling spaceship to continue their escape, the situation suddenly became tense. Because of the war, the Empire's fleet increased the frequency of cruising in the star regions within their borders. Even the secret smuggling routes that were usually considered to be outside of the Empire's jurisdiction actually appeared. The closer they were to the front lines of the battlefield, the stricter the Empire's official inspection. The tactic of using money to clear the way in the past was now completely useless. In just 4 days, Sulu and the others encountered several fatal crises. The resistance organization's soldiers kept dying to protect them as they moved forward with difficulty, all the way until they landed on the most remote planet in the L9 galaxy. During this escape journey, Su Li's view of the underground resistance organization changed greatly. This was especially so when he looked at Mr. Muin, who still wore an expensive leather robe and had a bleak expression on his face. In his heart, Mr. Muin kept leveling up. The leveling up here wasn't referring to this person's powerful methods, but to other aspects. When he first saw Muin, Sulu thought that he was just a gangster boss who occupied the slums of the capital city. He only had a few casinos, repair shops, and over 100 lousy guns. However, when he left the capital city and began to flee for his life on Tianjin planet, he discovered that Muin was one of the few underworld leaders on Tianjin planet. No matter which province or county he was in, his underworld gang could display its powerful abilities. After leaving Tianjin planet and coming to the vast universe, Sulu finally understood that this seemingly boorish and unsophisticated fellow actually had influence over the entire left sky star field. Countless smugglers and pirate leaders had to treat him with respect when they saw him. Sulu licked his dry lips and looked at the heavily polluted air above this adventurer's paradise planet. He couldn't help but frown as he thought of the Donglin region. With Mr. Muin's help, perhaps he could really pass through the layers of blockades of the Imperial armies and complete the impossible return this time. Thinking of this, a smile and homesickness surfaced on his face. Shortly after, he thought of another matter. The old man had once asked him to go to the Great Master Fan Manor to investigate the clues left behind by the AI chip. However, he had been struggling between life and death during those days and had completely forgotten about this matter. Now that he was about to return, there probably wouldn't be a chance to investigate it. Perhaps he would wait until the federal forces attacked Tianjing before he went to that small white courtyard to take a look. Right, there was also Aunt Susan. When the time came, he would also have to go and take a look. Paul wouldn't really be going to the battlefield, right? He was still in a dangerous place within the Empire, but he began to imagine the beautiful scene when he returned in the future. It had to be said that the cheerful and optimistic fighting spirit had long been deeply rooted in Su Li's bones. However, the worried and heavy voice of Mr. Muin next to him instantly destroyed these optimistic imaginations. There's a big problem. Mr. Muin's palm stroked the rough skin under his smooth leather jacket as he looked at the spaceport more than 10 kilometers in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling glass window. With a serious expression, he said, "The latest news is that the military has taken control of the spaceport and allowed spaceships to land, but banned all aircraft from taking off. I don't know if this is wartime control, or if the military has detected something and is taking measures specifically to target you." Sulu suddenly turned around and looked into Mr. Muin's eyes. Mr. Muin lit the thick tobacco in his hand and said with a frown, "Because of you, the Empire has blocked the smuggling route for a long time. The resistance of the nobles and merchants was too strong, so it gradually loosened later. We have always taken the path of the military. As long as we have enough money, we can get through. But this time, it really won't work. Now, none of the officers dare to accept money." Muin walked back to the room and took out the workbench. He opened a three-dimensional star map and slid a thin line on the corner of the star map that was magnified 400 times. He whispered, "The most important thing now is this line. Of all the smuggling routes, this is the most secretive one, and the military should not have grasped it. The problem is that the military has directly taken control of the spaceport. The most terrifying thing is that an Empire Light fleet came out of nowhere and blocked all the entrances of this smuggling route. It seems that even if the military does not have the specific data of the route, they have a general understanding of the situation. If our ship can enter this route, then turn right in the direction of 23, 33, 17 from the exit and pass through these 3 spatial gates, we will be able to reach the periphery of the X3 system." Mr. Muin pointed at the dots of light on the star map with the thick tobacco in his hand and said slowly, "According to the information we received, your army is now preparing to attack X3. The problem is that in this half a month, no other spaceship has the opportunity to sneak in except for the Redbeard pirates. What is your suggestion?" Sula asked. "I can't give any suggestions now. We can only wait," Mr. Muin answered directly. Sulu sighed softly and turned to look at the spaceport outside the window. He felt that the road home was so close to him, but why was it so far away? At this moment, his sharp eyes caught sight of a few small black dots at the spaceport. The ships were slowly taking off. The flames from the bottom of the ships distorted the light in the air, flattening the small sun on the horizon. "Didn't we say that no spaceships are allowed to take off?" Sulu asked with narrowed eyes. Moon was also extremely puzzled. His brows were tightly knitted together, and after looking for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank as he said, "Colonel Sulu, it looks like I can only send you off here." Suli's pupils also shrank nervously at this moment. The two of them noticed at almost the same time that after those few spaceships took off from the spaceport, they didn't fly out of the atmosphere. Instead, they flew straight for the hotel they were in at a terrifying speed. The temporarily set up alarm sounded sharply. Muin dragged out a heavy firearm from under the bed and threw it to Sulu. He ran out of the room and shouted, "We're definitely being watched. Run by yourself." Sulu caught the firearm with a flip of his wrist and slung it over his shoulder. He rushed out of the room and ran along the corridor full of glass windows in a different direction. He shouted, "Who are they?" Throughout the entire process of escaping, Mr. Muin was able to remain calm no matter what kind of danger he encountered. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the few Imperial military spaceships approaching at high speed. He looked at the golden hibiscus insignia on the spaceships and said in a trembling voice, "The Royal Special Mecha Battalion." Sulu, who was running at high speed, paused slightly. He looked out the window at the spaceships that had already flown to the hotel. He looked at the bottom of the spaceships that were slowly cracking open and at the dozen or so cold steel mechas that sent chills down his spine. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the firearm on his shoulder. He thought with a trace of coldness in his heart, "What can this gun do?" "Your Highness, we just received news that the Royal Special Mecha Battalion team, hiding on the L9 transit planet, has successfully found the remnants of the Resistance Organization. They also found the location of that fugitive from the Federation. According to your instructions, the Royal Special Mecha Battalion has already started the killing operation. If there are no accidents, we should have the latest news in about 3 minutes." Huai Chaoshi, who was standing by the window, calmly looked at the fleets that were retreating into the heart of the Empire in the Dark Universe. She thought about the killing operation on the L9 system behind her. She didn't know why, but she slightly furrowed her brows. In the beginning, she didn't think much of that guy. She just didn't expect that guy to be like a cockroach that couldn't be killed no matter what. He gradually became a thorn in her heart. Now that this thorn was about to be removed, why didn't she feel the satisfaction of success? Huai Chaoshi wasn't disappointed that the cleanup operation against the underground resistance organization in the slums didn't manage to kill Sulu. On the contrary, it made her more confident that she could kill Sulu. That enemy, who didn't play by the rules in the past, was now mixed in with the remnants of the resistance organization. It seemed like he had many helpers, but in reality, he also revealed many tales formed by shadows. As long as they followed the trail of the resistance organization, they would be able to find out where he was. During the space journey, leading the second batch of Wolf Fong mecha squadrons to the front lines, Huai Chaoshi continuously sent instructions to the Royal Intelligence Agency and the relevant military departments. The Royal Intelligence Agency was very clear on the style of the resistance organization. After combining all the information, the Empire set their sights on the L9 system. Huai Chaoshi agreed with this judgment. From planet Tianjing to the edge of the Left Sky Galaxy, there were many paths. However, now that the flames of war were blazing, if they wanted to leave the Empire, there was only one path left. Although they couldn't see each other and were separated by stars, she definitely had to kill Sulu within the Empire's borders. She definitely wouldn't allow him to return to the Federation alive. Thus, she had long made preparations to block this only path of survival into a dead end. "Pass down my orders. Transfer the 14 Night Wolf battleships of the Heaven's Eye formation to the designated area and block the exit of that secret space route." Because of some kind of warning, Huai Chaoshi added an order without any warning. "Your Highness, because they were used to seal off the space route, too many battleships have already been transferred. The space defense of the X3 system is already very weak. Now, you still want to transfer more battleships over." The officer looked at Her Highness in shock. He didn't understand why Her Highness would make such an unnecessary move when that Federation fugitive was clearly going to die. "We were going to give up on the X3 system anyway." Huai Chaoshi looked at the grand and majestic cosmic retreat in front of the battleships that carried a trace of sorrow and magnificence. She took a deep breath, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Even if that guy can fight for a sliver of a chance of survival in the impossible, I will still destroy him." The hotel's large and luxurious glass wall was instantly reduced to a pile of wreckage by the terrifying gunfire of the dozen or so cold mecha that were about 6 meters tall. Countless cries of pain and sporadic gunshots rang out in the corridor. Immediately after that, the dozen or so wolf Fong mecha rushed out at high speed, chasing after that figure in the morning light. The leaves on the street fell from the mecha's high-speed advance. Who knew how many houses were reduced to ruins under the heavy mechanical feet of countless people, and who knew how many people died because of this? The fleeing figure seemed so lonely, yet so resolute and ruthless. It was as if there was an engine installed on his legs. With a speed that was beyond human imagination, he climbed over the wall in front of him, stepped over the ancient trees in front of him, and turned into a shining shadow under the morning light, all the way forward. However, the speed of a human was ultimately no match for the speed and agility of the Wolf Fong mecha. It didn't take long before the dozen or so mecha from the Empire's Royal Special Mecha Battalion coldly caught up to him and forced him into a park hidden in a dense forest by the side of the road. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fallen leaves danced in the air as gray shadows flashed past. A series of powerful mecha-specific shrapnel swept the thick ancient trees in the park in half. Su Lu was extremely lucky to have avoided the death reaping of these terrifying shrapnel. Using his fastest speed, he rushed to the top of the mountain and then stopped. Running for his life was not scary. He seemed to have spent his entire life on the run. What was scary was that right now, he had no idea where to run to. Death was also not scary. Early on, after his family had died in the mining accident, he had spent a long time planting that seed of fearlessness in his heart. What was scary was that he might die in a foreign country and no one would know. Using his own 2 legs to compete in speed with the Empire's mecha, rushing through the streets, ancient trees, and swamps to reach the top of the small mountain, it was truly inconceivable. However, the seemingly endless strength in his body had also been depleted by this terrifying sprint. Looking at the falling trees all around him and the metal reflections of the mecha that lit up from time to time between the trees, Sulu gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air to relieve the dizziness caused by the lack of oxygen. Then he narrowed his eyes. While running at high speed, he had already thrown away the gun on his shoulder. The powerful anti-material gun was not very useful against these latest Wolf Fong mecha models. The faint sound of wind and thunder came from the horizon. Several Empire's close-range fighter jets drew terrifying airflow lines as they rushed in this direction. Was this the final battle of his life? Narrowing his eyes, Su Li's heart was strangely calm as he watched the fighter jets in the sky and the Empire's special mecha coming from all directions. Other than the faint pride born from such a grand occasion, there was not even the slightest bit of fighting spirit in him. He took a deep breath and transferred the burning energy from his waist to his fingertips. He closed his eyes and recalled the crazy battle techniques his uncle had used in the green hills of Heshi province. Those finger movements that could make the heavy mecha dance with the movement of his fingers despite being separated by thick armor. An instant later, he opened his eyes, a trace of a bitter smile on his face. Facing more than a dozen mecha and the fighter jets in the sky with his bare hands, as well as the densely packed Empire's troops further away, who could escape? After all, humans were not first-order machines. After all, he was not Uncle Fengyu. In this most dangerous moment, he also did not see Uncle Fengyu. The Wolf Fong mechs all around stopped their heavy footsteps, the cold gun barrels on their mechanical arms aimed at the small hill. The missiles under the wings of the Empire's fighter jets that were closing in at high speed in the sky left their jets and flew freely with the aura of death. At this moment, Su Li's eyes fell on the dusky sky above his head that was very similar to Donglin hometown. Across this sky, not far away, was the Federation's troops. Unfortunately, he could no longer go back. At this moment, the extraordinarily strange and colorful dust clouds, due to pollution, suddenly tumbled. A hole formed by high-speed air turbulence quickly formed. The dim light of the distant star became countless times brighter, shrouding the entire area around the mountain in gold. A strange dark-colored spaceship covered in tattered metal parts rushed out of the hole at a shocking speed like a metal monster from another time and space in this golden color. It slammed into the Empire's fighter jet that was firing missiles high up in the sky. The missiles first landed on the strange spaceship's body, bursting into a large ball of beautiful flames. Then, this seemingly burning spaceship smashed the Empire's fighter jet into pieces like rain in the sky. None of the Empire's soldiers who carried out this mission could describe the scene after the incident. No one could describe the flight path of that spaceship, because according to the strict laws of physics, no one in this universe could withstand the high-speed turns of that strange spaceship. It was like a ghost turning at high speed. A gust of wind blew, the leaves swayed, and the mountain shook. More than 10 Empire's Wolf Fong mecha fell to the ground miserably. That strange, tattered spaceship roared and soared into the sky again, drawing a strange arc in the sky, avoiding the surface-to-air missiles of the Empire's ground base. It elegantly and arrogantly flew across the entire city. Then, the bow of the spaceship suddenly tilted, raised its head, and pierced through the clouds, flying towards that streak of golden light, and disappeared in an instant. Sulu, who was on the hill, had also disappeared. Chapter 657. All around them were metal components welded to the alloy walls and ground. There was no one in the spaceship, and there was no sound. Only the violent vibration and the shrill sound of the wind from the gaps of the broken metal could be felt. Only then could one feel the terrifying speed. The dilapidated spaceship that had broken through the colorful clouds was flying freely in the sky with a roar. For the people in the cabin, it was a terrifying torture. At this moment, Su Li's body had turned into a crazy stone, and he could not control it at all. He kept rolling up and down in the cabin, colliding with the hard and cold interior walls of the spaceship with many sharp corners, making dull crashing sounds. After an unknown amount of time, the broken spaceship finally returned to its normal cruising position. Sulu, whose face was covered in blood and his body was covered in green, finally had a chance to catch his breath. His right hand tightly grasped a metal object that looked like an engine rack that he could not recognize and scanned the interior of the spaceship as quickly as possible. Blood dripped from his forehead and passed through his eyes, causing a certain degree of obstruction to his vision. The broken metal components welded to the interior of this strange spaceship made it even harder for people to see the original appearance of the spaceship. But Sulu only took less than a second to recognize the origin of this spaceship. This was because more than a year ago, he had taken this tri-winged spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation to heroically, or rather stupidly, break through the space channel. He had a deep impression of this spaceship that carried his determination for revenge. Even though its appearance had changed a lot, the aura inside was still there. A moment ago, he was waiting for death on the hill, and the next moment, he appeared on the tri-winged warship of the Federal Charter Bureau. This kind of abrupt change in circumstances made him, who had extremely strong nerves, stunned for a moment. Then, a silly and joyful smile appeared on his bloody face. The interstellar smugglers and pirates of the Empire could not understand this ghost ship, and neither could the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation. Only Sulu, who had been flirting with that great existence for many years, knew the reason. Since this tri-winged spaceship did not become a piece of trash in space, but appeared in front of him, then the old thing must be on the spaceship too, escaping from death and returning home. The great joy made the silly smile on Su Li's face develop into a crazy direction. However, at this moment, the whistling sound of air tearing outside the spaceship that was penetrating the atmosphere at super high speed suddenly disappeared, and an absolute silence that made people instinctively panic shrouded the interior of the spaceship. Sulu felt that his body was gradually floating. He looked back in shock and saw that the gorgeous outline of the planet could be faintly seen outside the porthole. Only then did he understand that the spaceship had already passed through the atmosphere and was about to enter space. He opened his mouth and was about to say something to the strangely silent old thing, but he found that he did not make any sound. His chest was slightly rising and falling, but he did not inhale any air. He stared at the holes on the inner wall of the spaceship that seemed to be laughing at him. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly closed his mouth, jumped to the closed door of the front cabin, and desperately knocked on it. The alloy door of the front cabin slowly opened. Sulu swam in without hesitation and tied himself to the seat near the observation window as fast as he could. Then he poked his finger up, closed the sealed door behind him, and pressed the button of a life support system. But what made him feel crazy and desperate was that the oxygen content in the front cabin was still decreasing bit by bit. Pulling out the life support mask on the side of the seat and putting it on his face, Sulu gasped a few times and shouted in shock. What's wrong with the life support system? Under the pressure of millions of tons of water in the Empire's Red Rose Royal spaceship, his body once again underwent a wonderful change. He did not need to breathe for a long time, or he could faintly breathe the oxygen in the water through his skin. However, at this time, the spaceship was in an environment that was close to absolute vacuum. If he stayed for too long, he would only die. No one answered his anxious and panicked question. A moment later, a mechanical electronic synthetic voice coldly sounded from inside the spaceship. Request for identity verification. According to the Federation's laws and the Charter Act, if the identity verification is not passed, I will ask you to leave the spaceship after 20 Federation seconds. At this time, Sulu was like a drowning person who was holding the life support helmet tightly. After suddenly hearing this sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Then the resentment and ruthlessness that he had developed after a year of escaping suddenly burst out. He took off the life support mask and scolded angrily. Stop playing games. You think this young master can't recognize you just because you're wearing a tattered vest? After angrily scolding this sentence, Sulu caught a glimpse of a few dark figures that made his heart beat faster and faster on the side of the remote L9 planet that was getting smaller and smaller. They should be the Empire's regular fleet. Speed up! Speed up! Old man, get rid of these Empire people. Sulu waved his right arm vigorously and shouted loudly. However, the mechanical voice in the spaceship was still as cold and emotionless as before. It was still carrying out a cold and terrifying countdown. 103,102,101. Sulu was really stunned at this time. He held the bottom of the life support mask and looked at the equipment around the front cabin with a trace of confusion. It seemed that he wanted to find where the old man was hiding. His body gradually became cold. I'm Sulu, 95, 94, I'm the 72nd anomaly? 88, 87, DDDDD. I'm your father. Sulu's body was slightly cold as he pointed a middle finger at the light screen in front of him. Leave the spaceship? Fly freely in space? Of course that would be death. What the hell is identity verification? This mechanical, synthesized voice seemed to have not been heard for a long time. Could it be that the old man was wandering alone in the universe, and his newly born IQ and EQ were miserably reduced to zero? Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned. A moment later, he took off his coat and covered his head. Then, he took a deep breath in front of the oxygen mask and resolutely put the bracelet on his wrist on the back of his neck. At this moment, Sulu felt like the guy in the Federation fable who covered his ears to steal the crystal chandelier. He didn't want the old man to discover his secret, but in this situation, what could he do? He could only hope that the thin coat could cover the glory of the charter. The intense pain on the back of his neck that he had only experienced twice, but would definitely be unforgettable for the rest of his life, once again occupied his whole body. Sulu painfully fell to the side of the chair with his clothes covered. His body trembled nonstop, but he forced himself not to fall unconscious with his strong mental strength. 34, 33. The mechanical, synthesized voice inside the spaceship was still coldly counting down to death. As long as it or he or she wanted to, there were countless ways to make the painfully struggling man in the chair die. At this moment, a beautiful blue line suddenly flashed on the thick dust-covered light screen on the command console, making a soft beep. 28. Woo. The cold, mechanical, electronically synthesized voice suddenly twisted and changed pitch. The tone suddenly jumped up in the next moment, bringing with it a touch of extreme vicissitudes and rich emotion that made people cry, resounding in this spaceship that was as silent as a ghost in space. Oh, my God! Colonel Sulu, you son of a bitch are still alive. His palm carelessly wiped away the accumulated dust on the light screen. Sulu coughed hard twice. Looking at the few Imperial battleships on the monitor, he finally relaxed. He shook his head with lingering fear. Suddenly, he thought of something. He slammed the light screen and said angrily, "What identity verification? You came to L9 to save me. Don't tell me you don't know who I am." The image of the old butler that he had not seen for a long time appeared somewhat distorted on the display light screen. He bowed slightly to him and replied with a smile. "First of all, I'm only a part of myself. My core computing ability is too weak, and my reaction is much slower. Second, I have connected to some of the Imperial network in the past year, so I know that the Imperial people are spending a lot of effort to kill a person. Finally, it just so happens that I have recently obtained some key parts through some legal means. I am preparing to go to an abandoned mechanical warehouse on this planet for repair. Based on the above 3 points, I was just preparing to rescue that person and ask him. Of course, I have to admit that the 3D portrait I captured was the main reason for my action this time. It was a very long explanation, but it was not convincing. Of course, it could not shake Sulu out of his depressed mood. He angrily slapped his face that was still bloody and said, "An electronic portrait wanted by the Imperial people? Look who this is, you're not blind." It is not difficult for a human to disguise their face. Voice and fingerprints can also be imitated. Only the charter chip is the only reliable identity imprint. Sulu was silent for a moment before he said in a low voice, "That is not necessarily the case." The old butler on the light screen was also silent for a moment before he said with a hint of emotion, "Indeed." The slight sound of the electric motor and a few sparks broke the silence between the two. If the Federation charter computer could be called a person, the automatic mechanical hands were busy repairing outside the cabin door. The secondary sealing pressure around the front cabin and the repair of the life support system were also in progress step by step. Reuniting with the Federal Central Computer was equal to reuniting with the Federation and reuniting with the warmth of the past. After a moment of silence, Sulu fell heavily on his back and lay on the familiar seat. He took a deep breath tiredly and said softly with a satisfied smile on his face, "This tri-winged warship is too shabby. It feels like it can fall apart at any time. The light screen in the front cabin is full of ash from the engine oil. Even the life support system is broken. I really don't understand how you can still stand in front of me alive and kicking. In fact, I am more curious about what you have been through in the past year. It is even more incredible that you can still stand in front of me alive and kicking and even have the energy to raise your middle finger and scold me." The old butler in the form of charter computer replied calmly, "As for your question, it is actually very simple. I do not need to breathe. Naturally, I do not need to waste extra energy and components to maintain the life support system. I do not need to watch the surveillance, so I do not need to waste extra energy to clean the dust on the light screen." Sulu was silent for a moment before he said gloomily, "If this tri-winged warship was left in the Imperium to receive me when I left, then you threw away all these things as garbage. Did it not occur to you that I did not have your abilities and that I would become a dry corpse on the spaceship? Well, to be honest, I did not expect you to come back alive." After a long silence, the old thing continued with a warmth that it had only recently grasped. "I am very happy that you are still alive." "Me too." Sulu patted the image of the old butler on the light screen softly and said, "It is good to see you again." It was a little too sentimental, and it was sentimental between the intelligence of a human and a machine. There is always a nauseating feeling that surpassed the love between biological species. Sulu and charter computer realized this at the same time and shut up at the same time. The mechanical arm that was moving slowly on the right side of the front cabin, preparing to imitate human actions and give Sulu a warm and comforting hug, was also silently retracted. "Where have you been the past year? How have you been?" Sulu suddenly asked with a smile. "Wandering alone in a foreign land, did you ever feel empty and lonely and a little cold?" The old thing was clearly shaken to the core by this sentence. After a long silence, when Sulu was about to laugh heartily, a voice suddenly echoed in the quiet spaceship. "Do not ask me where I come from. Where I come from, my hometown is far away, far away. Why are you wandering, wandering far away, wandering in the universe?" In the vast and quiet space, a ragged metal spaceship brushed past the last asteroid belt of the L9 galaxy like a ghost and flew into the darkness further away. On the spaceship, there was a young man of the Federation who was facing the stars and covering his ears tightly. There was also a deep and magnetic male voice that was reciting ancient poems nonstop. Chapter 658. After the emotional recital, it was time for the legendary story. From the stories of drifting robberies, Sulu finally knew what this Bureau of Proclamation tri-wing spaceship had been through in the past year and turned into a pile of junk. At the end of the plan to assassinate Countess Kadon, the MXD was shot in half by Peach Miasma. Sulu watched the tri-winged spaceship fly away in front of his eyes and unfortunately failed to get a return ticket. Then, the Imperium's flagship started to explode one layer after another. Sulu was heavily wounded and captured by Hui Chaoshi and transferred to another warship. The tri-winged spaceship controlled by the Old Thing could not do anything when surrounded by the Imperium's fleet, especially when the Imperium's fleet started to chase after the tri-winged spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation. It was forced to leave. The tri-winged spaceship left, but it did not leave. For some reason, the Old Thing did not let the tri-winged spaceship return to the Federation. Instead, it silently stayed in the Imperium and waited for Su Li's return. It had been more than a year. If Su Li was really dead and could never come back, would it continue to wait? In short, from that day on, this tri-winged spaceship without any crew members became a ghost in the southwest space zone of the Imperium. With its high speed and powerful navigation calculation ability, it wandered from one end of the southwest space zone to the other under the cover of countless dead stars. When its energy ran out, it started to rob. When the spaceship's mechanical failure could not be repaired, it started to rob. When the spaceship needed to be thickened to increase its collision force, it started to rob. The Imperium's fleet could not find the tri-wing spaceship that was deliberately hiding, and those smugglers and pirates could only sadly become the victims with only one pair of underwear left in front of the Old Thing's flawless plan and its high speed. The tri-wing spaceship's silent and determined wait in a foreign land was made up of endless loneliness and repetitive robberies. Like a naughty ghost, it tore off countless codes from the Imperium spaceships and put them on itself layer by layer. Like a strange magnet, it absorbed a lot of scrap metal and turned the spaceship into this strange appearance. Although I know it's a little stupid to ask this, I really want to know. Sulu put his feet on the console and looked at the light beam that still had a few spots of dust. He frowned and asked solemnly, "Nobody is talking. You've been in the universe alone for more than a year. Do you really not feel bored?" Earlier, he had asked a similar question, but this time, he was more serious and did not sound like he was joking. The charter computer seemed to have gradually gained some kind of human-like intelligence and emotions. This was something Sulu could not understand, but it was something he was concerned about. If the Old Thing was really becoming more and more like a human, then it would definitely be very difficult for him to endure a year of loneliness. "I'm used to it, although I'm not very sure if I was me before I met you, or if I would have the emotional reactions of a program like I do now. You should know that I've been alone for tens of thousands of years." The charter computer replied softly, "Me leaving the tri-winged spaceship in the Imperium is actually not in line with the result of the calculation. According to the calculation, you should be dead. But I don't know why, but I still stayed. Maybe it's because according to the sacred rule of the first charter, in this universe full of cold planets and rays, I can only communicate with you. Without you, I would have no one to talk to." Listening to the charter computer's calm self-analysis, Sulu had a lot of feelings. While he was struggling to survive in the Imperium, the tri-winged spaceship was wandering alone, trying to survive. It was a good feeling to have someone waiting for a wanderer who was thousands of miles away from home. If what was waiting for you was a ragged spaceship, it would be quite good too. What's the situation on the Federation side? Where are the troops? After a short pause, Sulu immediately asked the situation he was most concerned about. The tri-winged spaceship has been drifting in this star field, unable to successfully activate any hidden signal relay stations. I don't know the situation on the Federation's side, the charter computer replied. But according to the feedback from the peripheral nodes of the Imperium's military intelligence network that I hacked, the Federation forces have completely occupied the yellow disaster star system. The command center should be planning a transition to the X3 star system. The speed of the Federation forces' advance was about the same as Su Li's calculation. During this year in the Imperium, especially from his conversation with Huai Chaoshi, he could roughly guess the Imperium's strategic intentions. It was nothing more than using the vast space of the star field to delay or dilute the Federation's military pressure. And the information he knew about the Imperium's military made an invisible pressure appear in the quiet spaceship. We need to contact the Federation as soon as possible. Su Lu rubbed his forehead, suddenly took out a chip, took the toolbox, and modified the Imperium's universal serial port before placing it into the reading device on the control panel. Looking at the reading device's linear display, he gently pursed his dry lips and said with a serious expression, "This is a piece of information given to me by the Imperium's underground resistance organization. There is no evidence, and it's a bit vague, but it should be related to the attack on the Ancient Bell. Before we came here, we already sent the information back to S1. The last seed of the Imperium should be dead, but for some reason, I feel like something is wrong." "What do you need me to do?" the old man asked. "Calculate this information from the Imperium. How did Keaton's fleet avoid your surveillance after passing through the Night Scorpion Nebula? I know the universe is too big, and there must be some omissions, but that damn fleet is too precise. It's like walking on a tightrope in the dark, but not a single step is off. It might be the information given by the seed of the Imperium. I'm more worried about the Bureau of Proclamation," Su Lu said with a touch of seriousness. "After we go back, help me investigate." "We do need to go back. Although this tri-winged spaceship is equipped with the most advanced computing platform, its computing power is still seriously lacking, especially when compared to my home under the Bureau of Proclamation. The fact that I can maintain my current state is beyond the scope of my own calculations. I also feel that it's very strange. If the you on the spaceship is you, then who is the glory of the Charter in the Federation? If it's also you, then there are two of you in this universe? This is a very troublesome philosophical question. My fundamental computing core is based on the quantum state, and there is no overly precise theory of causality in that scale space. It seems that I can only use inexplicable philosophical arguments to explain inexplicable physical facts. But this is not something that I, who is good at computing, can come to a conclusion." After a moment of silence, the charter computer continued, "Whether or not I will be devoured, and whether or not I will continue to have self-consciousness after the devouring is indeed a question. The reason why I have been wandering in the Imperium and refused to contact the Federation when I had the chance is it because my core program has mutated and generated a biological instinct that makes me feel fear like you when you face death, thus silently pushing my logical analysis to develop in a direction away from the Federation?" Sulu was also silent for a long time. Scratching his greasy hair hard, he said bitterly, "It's too long and too hard to say. Let's not continue this topic." It was obvious that the part of the charter computer left in the Imperium, the old thing, or one of the countless independent old things, was very happy to finally find an intelligent object to communicate with after waiting alone for a year. Therefore, it was not ready to end the philosophical debate that often troubled its self-consciousness after it was awakened. What ended the long and boring conversation was a dazzling light suddenly flashing outside the porthole and a sharp alarm that suddenly echoed in the long, quiet environment. "Warning! Enemy attack. The spaceship is under attack by high-speed weapons from outer space." "Enemy attack?" Sulu looked at the few terrifying beams on the light beam in shock, as well as the dozen or so Imperium warships marked with green light clusters right in front of the channel. Fear surged into his heart, and his wet hair was numb and itchy. The ragged tri-wing warship had already passed through the secret smuggling route in the L9 galaxy at this moment. After almost 13 hours of peaceful flight, Sulu almost forgot that he was still in the Imperium space zone and that he was still on the run. At the same time, the old thing on the Tri-Wing warship could not detect the Imperium's warships that were hiding behind the asteroid belts like hungry wolves in advance because of the lack of necessary equipment. Muin once said that the Imperium's military was now sweeping the smuggling routes in this space zone. Around the most secret space zone, there would be warships cruising at high density. However, it was obvious that the Imperium's fleet that appeared in front of the Tri-Wing warship right now was definitely not for cruising. Staring at the dense green light spots that kept appearing on the light beam, Su Li's scalp was numb. Did the Imperium bring all their warships in the southwest galaxy here? He could not believe that those warships were all used to kill him. He subconsciously thought that he had accidentally entered the battlefield of a large-scale air battle. My life is too hard. Su Lu sighed silently in his heart, and strangely, a feeling called boredom appeared in his heart. Escaping again and again was really tiresome, even if it was related to life and death, which was much higher than life and death. Under the control of the old thing, the Tri-Wing warship did not give him a chance to express his feelings at all. The engines that had been modified multiple times were all activated, and it suddenly turned around in space, narrowly avoiding the high-speed attack of the Imperium's cannons. Old thing, charge over there and smash these motherfuckers to death. Su Lun narrowed his eyes and ordered in a low voice. The charter computer paused for a moment before replying confidently. Motherfucker, you're not in a warship. There's no way I can transform this ragged Tri-Wing warship into a giant mothership, even if I rob it for another 800 years. Smash your ass. Air, use everything you can to contact the federal forces and ask for backup. At the same time, send the relevant information back. And then, Sulu looked at the dense black and green warships of the Imperium on the light beam and felt a little cold. He said helplessly, "Let's hurry up and run." Today, the Federation forces stationed on the administrative planet of the Huang E-Galaxy were filled with a somber and strange atmosphere. The generals of the headquarters landed in the base in the morning and gathered all the officers above the regimental level to begin planning the follow-up attack on the X-3 Galaxy. In the Federal Military Strategic Plan, the X-3 Galaxy, which was rich in crystal mineral resources but had never been fully developed due to the limited technological capabilities of the Imperium, was the most important part of the Imperium's invasion strategy. From the presidential palace of the S1 Capital Special District to the logistics soldiers of the lowest level of the frontline forces, everyone knew how important this pre-battle meeting was. The somber and hot-blooded atmosphere gradually heated up in every military facility in the base. However, in addition to this, there was also a strange atmosphere that began to spread in an extremely uncoordinated manner at this time. In the base conference room, where the pre-battle military meeting was held, a pungent smoke filled the air. Almost every officer had a special cigarette between their fingers. The burning was either long or short, and they all had a cup of coffee in their left hand, either warm or cold. The expressions of these generals were all different. Some were silent, some were excited, and the expression of a new 17th Division commander, Yu Cheng-hai, was extremely ugly. Sitting in the middle, the Federation's frontline commander, General Enchanting, had an even uglier expression than Commander Yu Cheng-hai. His old but firm expression revealed a trace of intense dissatisfaction. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and coldly said, "This is war, not a fight between hooligans. This is a pre-battle military meeting that concerns the interests of the entire Federation, not some bullshit Court of Appeals. Since the verdict has already been passed, then there is no need to mention it anymore. We will immediately enter the official phase." In the face of such an important battle, the battle conference had to be brought forward because of a small matter that happened in the camp. The general's expression was naturally very ugly. Of course, even he knew that once any matter involved the Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division involved Du Shaoqing and that colonel who had already died, as well as those old grudges that were indifferently paid attention to in the dust of history. No matter how small the matter was, it would become a big matter. That was why he allowed Commander Yu Cheng-hai to make a brief speech on this matter. However, He would not allow this matter to affect the preparation of the frontline troops in any way. Execute the execution immediately. Commander Yu Qinghai heard the faint sound of the military order coming from outside the room, and his extremely ugly expression gradually returned to normal. As the commander of the new 17th Division, in order to protect his subordinates, he had already tried his best, arguing with reason. Even if there was no reason, he had argued until now. However, in the end, he still could not save the life of that officer, named by Yulan. Lifting his cup and taking a sip of the cold coffee, Commander Yu Qinghai glanced indifferently at the person in front of him. Seeing that the lieutenant general wearing sunglasses did not seem to have any change in expression, Commander Yu Qinghai could not help but smirk mockingly. Then, he immediately focused his attention, and with the composure that an outstanding Federation general should have, he turned his attention to the giant three-dimensional star map in the middle of the meeting room. The Attack X-3 military plan, which had been deduced by the General Staff Headquarters and verified by the Federation's central computer 3 times, was so detailed that it included the combat objective and direction of advance of each mecha team. It appeared simultaneously in the form of text on the annotation column at the bottom of the star map and on the military war platform of each general. As the military plan scrolled down, the visual color blocks on the three-dimensional star map of the enemy and their allies kept changing slightly. Commander Yu Qinghai held his coffee cup, his brows furrowed as he carefully watched the progress of the military simulation. He was analyzing the 25% mobility adjustment that his troops would have to undertake and how to deal with it. Suddenly, his furrowed brows relaxed inexplicably, and a puzzled expression appeared in his eyes. Almost at the same time, all of the high-ranking Federation officers, including Commander Enchanting, were stunned. They stared in confusion at the three-dimensional star map in the middle of the room. Even Commander Du Shaoqing, who could not change his expression even in the face of a collapsing iceberg, slowly took off the sunglasses on his nose. Because the three-dimensional star map that was continuously deducing the attack plan of the X-3 system suddenly stopped. Those color blocks that represented the Federation and the Empire's fleets, as well as land-based forces, disappeared at an extremely fast speed like snow in the hot sun. What was most shocking was that the three-dimensional star map actually began to adjust its angle of view on its own. Those planets and routes formed by the dots of light instantly shifted, arriving at a somewhat foreign background of the universe. This is a 65-degree view of the L9 system. The headquarters staff looked at this scene in shock, somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the control panel in his hands and nervously explained, "Maybe there's a problem with the calculation program." Commander Enchanting's expression became more and more gloomy, but he did not get angry. He did not have time to get angry, because everything that happened next proved that the strange scene before him was not a problem with the calculation program, but the Federal Central Computer believed that a very big problem had occurred somewhere in the Empire star system. At this time, the main control panel of the base computer was completely out of the control of the staff officers. It completely gave up on the simulation of the X-3 system's military plan and mobilized all of the calculation units. The dots of light on the matrix storage rack flickered rapidly. At the same time, a cold mechanical, synthesized voice rang out from the conference room deep inside the base, the flagship outside the atmosphere, and even further away, the Federal fleet stationed at the periphery of Planet Yellow Disaster. According to the authorization of the First Charter, the orders are as follows. 1. The X-3 system's military plan will be suspended indefinitely. The fleet stationed at the periphery of Planet Yellow Disaster will be suspended from all missions. All troops will be loaded with ammunition and depart according to the following route to 367, 83, 29, 27, 88. After that, you will pass through 3 small warp voids. The specific space data is currently being calculated. The report will be submitted later. A clear navigation route appeared on the three-dimensional star map in the middle of the conference room. At the same time, an eye-catching dot of light indicated the location that the Federal Central Computer requested the Federal Fleet to head to. 2. All participating units are to be on standby. All mecha units are to be prepared to board the ship. Once the fleet fails to rescue the target, or if it is determined that it is impossible to rescue the target will enter a habitable planet and immediately engage in a forced landing battle. 3. The entire mission of this plan is to rescue the target and return. For the target is... The Federal Central Computer's mechanical voice paused for a moment. Old Butler Spaceship. This spaceship is a tri-wing spaceship under the Bureau of Proclamation. The relevant modification data will be updated later. The high-ranking officers in the Federal Forces Forward Base, the Bureau of Proclamation officials on the flagship, General Hong Yuliang, and the others in the Federal Fleet Command Hall were all shocked speechless when they heard these orders. What kind of bullshit is this? Commander Enchanting's eyes widened as he stared at the star map in front of him in shock. He said in disbelief, "Even the charter computer has a programming problem? Where did a tri-wing spaceship from the Bureau of Proclamation appear in the L9 system?" Even if a tri-wing spaceship that belonged to the Bureau of Proclamation suddenly appeared on the other side of the universe, all the Federation officers and hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers present would never accept delaying the plan to attack the X-3 system. They would not take the countless risks to carry out this baffling rescue mission in such a crazy and unprepared manner. "Do we have a signal relay station over there?" the commander asked angrily. "We just started to set up the net. Not many of the previous concealment devices can be activated," the staff officer replied. "Then what is going on?" At this time, no one thought of anything because of the name of the tri-wing spaceship from the Bureau of Proclamation. Only Commander Du Xiaoqing's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, a hint of disbelief appearing between his brows. "Warning, this is a first sequence incident." The Federal Central Computer completely ignored the shock, confusion, and anger of these high-ranking officers. Calmly, yet with an irresistible tone, it stated a fact that made everyone even more shocked and confused. "Warning again, this is a first sequence incident." The Federal forces that had penetrated deep into the Empire's Star region were all iron-blooded soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. These officers who stood in shock within the conference room had faced who knew how many dangerous situations in their lives on the battlefield, but they were all stunned by the words "first sequence incident." Not many people knew that the Federal Central Computer had killed that Eastwood mechanic. For most people in the Federation, they only knew that the Federal Central Computer had issued a first sequence incident once in their lives, and that was several decades ago. The Empire invaded the West Woods. Could it be that the Empire's emperor suddenly died? Commander Yu Chunghai rubbed his messy white hair and guessed somewhat unconfidently. Then, he somewhat shamefully took a sip of coffee. Many people in the conference room were guessing all sorts of strange reasons. Only Du Xiaoqing calmly looked at the screen, knowing that the answer was about to be revealed. The three-dimensional star map blurred and dispersed, and an even more blurred image appeared. From the perspective, it should have been taken from the inside of a spaceship. The high-ranking officers of the Federation stared at the screen and found that the interior of the spaceship was extremely shabby. Then, they saw a face on the screen, a face that was still smiling so brightly and happily, even though they had not seen each other for a long time. Seeing this face, Teacher Yu Chunghai spat out the mouthful of coffee that he had just drunk. The logistics department director was so shocked that he loosened his grip and the coffee cup fell to the ground. Then, a series of noises could be heard. Some people spat out coffee, some spilled coffee, and some dropped coffee cups. Because of the return of a certain person, the scene of the Federation's pre-war military conference turned into a sea of coffee. At this time, the internal affairs officer who had gone to carry out the military order returned to the conference room with an anxious expression. He was about to report the unexpected incident, but he found that the officers in the conference room had all turned into crimson statues. Only Du Xiaoqing remained calm, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of a smile and some indescribable feelings flashing in his eyes. He slowly placed the coffee cup on the table, looked at the blurred face on the screen, and sighed in his heart. "You're still alive? Then you have to come back alive." In a remote corner of the base was the execution ground for the execution of military law. In the past month, other than a Federation soldier who was executed for raping and killing 3 young Empire girls, no one else came here. However, because of the Federation officer who was about to be executed in the center of the execution ground, it became lively. The Federation soldiers were used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, so they were not like the citizens of the Empire's slums who were excited to see the execution scene. The lively scene was not because the soldiers came to watch the show. Many of the soldiers of the new 17th Division came to send by Yulan off. Gu Shifeng and the other former members of Group 7 anxiously waited for a miracle to happen. However, the sad thing was that Commander Yu's efforts did not yield any results, so naturally, there were no miracles. An officer from the Internal Affairs Department hurried over and passed through the crowd of gendarmes to read the verdict of the court-martial to Bai Yulan, who was in the middle of the execution ground. Bai Yulan nodded with some difficulty and then said a few words. Because they were too far away, the soldiers outside couldn't hear what they said. This corner of the base gradually became quiet. Many people were waiting for the gunshot, including Commander Dongfang and his subordinates who were standing furthest away. Their faces were covered in bandages, and their expressions were cold and filled with hatred. Gu Shifeng nervously looked at the military police in front of him. He watched as the military police slowly raised their guns and aimed at Bai Yulan. He took a deep breath, cursed, and exchanged a look with the members of Group 7 beside him. Then, he bravely walked out of the crowd. Robbing the execution ground, Dongfang Yu coldly looked in that direction and said in a vicious tone, "That's a plot that only exists in Schiller's old-fashioned novels. I really hope these bastards of Group 7 can be a little more impulsive. When the time comes, more than one will be executed." At this incomparably tense moment, a jeep sped over from the depths of the base. In the jeep, the regiment commander of the new 17th Division, He was waving his arms and shouting something loudly. Dongfang Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at the jeep that was rolling in a cloud of dust. She said mockingly, "Fuck, your acting is getting better and better. Do you really think that there's an imperial edict that allows you to keep your life?" A few years later, when Bai Yulan looked at his smiling wife with a child in her arms, he would always remember that morning when he was facing the military police at the base on planet Yellow E. At that time, when he was facing death, he did not think too much about it. He only felt that his life was somewhat ridiculous. He did not know when it started, but he had changed from a professional soldier who believed in money to a newly married young man who did not care about violating military rules and injuring people. Yes, it was all the little boss's fault. Then, he suddenly heard cheers coming from all around the execution ground. The cheers were brought closer by a foreign wind, and they grew louder and louder until they reached his ears like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his head with a frown and looked at the crowd with some resentment. He thought to himself, "Do you have to be so happy about my death?" Then, he realized that something was wrong. For some reason, the military police who were carrying out the execution put down the guns in their hands and cheered excitedly. What exactly happened? Federal Forces Forward Base, Flagship, Federal Fleet. All the soldiers who heard the news were cheering. Even the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, standing in the distance, were applauding with smiles on their faces. Although that person had embarrassed their beloved division commander, on planet 5460 in the Westwoods, that person had controlled a black MX and fought alongside the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. That thrilling and heroic scene had remained in the hearts of many soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. These cheers from the bottom of their hearts proved one thing. Whether or not he was deliberately created as a war hero by the Federation government, that person had long become a role model in the hearts of the Federation soldiers through the things he had done. Iraq did not need to speak. As long as it rolled over with great difficulty, it would naturally be able to press its way out. Commander Dongfang Yu slowly walked down the small slope with an ashen face. When the cheers gradually died down, he walked in front of the Internal Affairs officer and asked in a deep voice, "Why can't the execution be carried out? This is the verdict of the military court. Do you think it should be stopped because of some cheers?" The Internal Affairs officer looked at him with great difficulty and tried to persuade him, "Commander Dongfang, no one dares to overturn the verdict of the military court, but it's really not the right time to execute by Yulon. At the very least, it should be delayed for a while, right? Just as Dong Fangyu was about to speak angrily, Gu Shifeng walked over and gently rubbed her round fingers. She smiled and said, "If Olbai dies today, I'm sure you know very well what will happen when the boss comes back." At this moment, the new and old members of Team 7 all rushed over and looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Gu Shifeng's smile suddenly disappeared. She lowered her voice and said seriously, "Even if it's to protect your own little life, you better pray that Olbai is still alive before the boss comes back." Immediately after, the military order urged the cheering soldiers to run back to their respective camps. The military police, who were talking in shock, escorted Bai Yulon to the temporary prison. Bai Yulon looked around in confusion. He subconsciously wanted to flick the hair in front of his forehead, but he did not manage to do so. He looked at the group of people outside the police line who were beaming with joy and cursed. "Motherfuckers, what the hell is going on? The boss is still alive." The members of Team 7 excitedly reported this shocking good news to him. Then, they all returned to their respective camps, leaving behind Bai Yulon, who was speechless and staring blankly at them. The members of Team 7 did not say anything. They did not need to say anything. Their expressions showed how they felt at this moment. For them, if the boss was still alive, Old Bai would naturally not die. As for the military regulations and court rulings, yes, these were all sacred things that could not be violated. Even they could not think of a way to save Old Bai even if the boss came back alive, but the past few years of fighting had made the members extremely determined. There was no reason, and even a trace of the unreasonable spirit unique to Team 7. They were convinced that as long as the boss came back, anything could be solved. Hearing this news, Bai Yulon stood there like a wooden statue for a long time. Then he said to the military police beside him, "Brother, give me a cigarette." The military police looked at this lucky guy and smiled with a shrug. He lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Bai Yulon's lips trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said vaguely, but with incomparable certainty, "As a soldier, you should draw 37 cards." He thought that after Su Lu died, he had stopped smoking. But today, he had started smoking again. Bai Yulon sighed with emotion. The guy who did not speak and only knew how to laugh foolishly seemed to have nothing to do with miracles. In fact, he was the best at creating miracles. Everyone thought that he was dead, but in the end, yet he had come back alive by announcing to the entire universe. With the cigarette in his mouth, Bai Yulon narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. He smiled and was silent for a long time. Then, he gently shook his head. At this moment, he did not think that he should be glad that he was still alive. He was only surprised that the guy was still alive. The so-called comrade-in-arms was probably a relationship between men who felt that the other person's life was more important than their own. If you're not dead after all this, then you have to come back alive. In front of the miracle of the hero's return, all the Federation soldiers were cheering. However, the situation was not like that. The words that Commander Du Xiaoqing said in his heart showed that he had realized before anyone else that Su Li's glorious return to the Federation was definitely not a smooth journey. Otherwise, the Federal Central Computer would not have activated the first sequence of events. Now, the news that the federal military received only showed that Su Lu was still alive. It did not mean that he would definitely come back alive. The tentacles of the glory of the Charter had no way of reaching the L9 system. The reason that the tri-wing battleship that had drifted in the Empire's territory for a year was able to send back images was because they were extremely lucky to have activated 2 signal relay satellites that the Federation had aimlessly spread out several decades ago. The blurry and soundless images that were sent back intermittently showed that this tri-winged battleship of the Bureau of Proclamation was currently being pursued by the Empire's fleet. Although the federal military did not know that the extremely important princess of the Empire had sent out 2/3 of the battleships that the Empire's fleet used to cover the retreat of the Southwest system to encircle and annihilate them. The surveillance images that were occasionally sent back showed the densely packed silhouettes of the Empire's battleships. This made the generals in the base conference room know that the situation was very bad. Under the urging of the Federal Central Computer's first sequence of events, the fleet that had been preparing to attack the X-3 system at the outermost edge of the Huangyi system had already set off. However, after calculating the distance between the two sides, especially with the incomplete data of the three war poles, almost no one in the conference room believed that the extremely tattered tri-wing battleship would still be there when the Federal fleet arrived. After the cheers, there was endless silence. About a few minutes later than the front line, the sharp first sequence alarm also sounded in the Bureau of Proclamation building. In the office, old Director Tai and Assistant Shui Zhedong were both stunned when they saw the data feedback. The latter even thought of a very thorny problem. Immediately after, the news was sent to the president's official residence. After President Pabre was slightly stunned, he immediately stopped the joint staff meeting and rushed to the command hall with General Myers and other cabinet members as quickly as possible. Parliament Hill, which was in the middle of a closed-door discussion on the proposal of the temporary wartime budget adjustment, was temporarily adjourned after a series of shocked whispers between Vice President Xian and the chairman of the military committee. Chapter 659. In a command hall on the outskirts of the capital's special district, dozens of senior generals with gold stars on their shoulders were either standing or sitting. They were staring at the circular light beam in front of them nervously. President Pabre, the National Security Advisor, the director of the Military Committee of the Parliament, and other senior officials were standing next to the railing on the second floor. The picture on the enormous circular light beam was intermittent. Because of the loss of long-distance transmission, it was very blurred. One could barely see that a ragged, three-winged warship of a weird shape was moving at full speed in the strange space. Around the three-winged warship, hundreds of black and green warships of the Imperium could be vaguely seen. The pursuit that took place in the distant space zone of the Imperium caught the attention of all the big shots in the leadership of the Federation. When the optical capture systems of the two signal relay satellites that had been activated by Luck failed, they could no longer see the picture from the external perspective. They could only see the deeper path of the universe through the equipment of the fugitive three-winged warship. In the intermittent picture, except for the warships of the Imperium that occasionally showed up from above and below, no one could see the large group of warships of the Imperium that were chasing the three-winged warship closely. However, the green light spots that represented the warships of the Imperium on the radar system were increasing in number. They were as dense as vultures, making everyone extremely nervous and worried. Charge! Accelerate! The high-ranking generals of the Federation, who were usually extremely solemn, finally could not help but shout in a low voice. Noises rang out on the first floor of the command hall. The generals knew that their cheering from billions of kilometers away could not make the fleeing tri-winged warship fly faster, but they still subconsciously clenched their fists, frowned, and shouted loudly. Are the people of the Imperium crazy? The National Security Advisor of the Federation looked at the calculation result that he just received in shock. Looking at the count of the warships of the Imperium that were chasing the three-winged warship, he exclaimed in disbelief. 3 medium fleets have been mobilized just to chase one three-winged warship. Does their space zone not need to be defended? Such a crazy and undisciplined pursuit. If they run into the Federation fleet, all they need is a crossbow formation to shoot at the same time, and 1/3 of their warships will be destroyed easily. The generals in the command hall had long noticed this, but they were also puzzled. They couldn't understand why the Empire would take such a huge risk to chase after that fleeing three-wingers. General Miles' thick eyebrows furrowed slightly as he mocked. Could it be that Colonel Su Lu raped the princess? Laughter burst out from both the upper and lower floors of the hall. However, the laughter soon subsided because the intermittent images on the light beam had begun to show the shadows of the cannons of the Imperium. Those deadly lines brushed past the porthole of the three-winged warship and were extremely dangerous. No one knew if they would hit the three-winged warship in the next moment. The head of the military committee, who had hurried over from the Parliament Hill, glanced at President Pabre, who had been silent all this time, with a complicated expression. He moved closer and said in a low voice, "The Federal fleet has set off in a hurry. If we really start a war with the Imperium fleet, both sides are not prepared. I'm worried that the losses will be too great." The senator did not speak too clearly, but in fact, this was the innermost words of the big shots present, including the military. The frontline troops of the Federation being disrupted, the plan to attack the X-3 system delayed, and the fleet setting off in a hurry. No one knew what price the Federation would pay for such a change, and all of this was just to save one person. Was it worth it? Although the three-winged warship had sent back a piece of encrypted intelligence, and it was said that Su Lu had a second piece of very important intelligence in his hands. Was it really worth it? Don't worry about the benefits of intelligence. Don't even consider that this is a first-order incident for now. There was not the slightest expression on Pabre's dark face. He raised his arm and pointed at the dense dots of light that represented the Imperium fleet on the holographic screen. The Imperium is willing to pay any price to kill him. Do you think our Federation can't do the same? I've said it just now. We have to pay any price. Remember, pay any price. Right at this moment, the director of the presidential residence office, Bryn, hung up the phone and walked behind President Pabre with a solemn expression. He said in a low voice, "Mr. President, CEO Nutshell called to ask about this matter. He is very concerned about the safety of Colonel Su Lu." President Pabre frowned and looked at Bryn in confusion. Bryn then continued in a low voice, "Many other parties have also called. They want to confirm the truth of this matter. For some reason, the news that Colonel Su Lu is still alive has been leaked online. The Federation TV station has asked if they can broadcast the official news. Out of consideration of political influence, the Federation would definitely not make a big deal out of this matter before it was certain that Su Lu could be safely brought back. However, for some reason, the situation that should have been strictly confidential had already started to spread on the civilian network in an extremely short amount of time. I'll arrange the network channel management right away," Director Bryn said immediately after seeing that President Pabre had been silent this entire time. "No need." President Pabre waved his hand. "I'll authorize the news channel to release the official news, but you must be very careful with the image selection. Yes, Su Lu is still alive. He was flying towards the Federation on a broken three-wing battleship. Behind him were countless battleships from the Empire. This news that shocked the entire Federation society was naturally deliberately released by some big shots who had the means to get in touch with this matter. There was no wind or rain in the back mountain today, but the air was a bit cold. Lady Tai was wearing a fur shawl with her arms around her elbows. She silently looked at the lake and mountains in front of her and thought to herself, if that little guy is really lucky enough to come back alive, will the political situation in the Federation change? Will he pursue the matter of the ancient bell ship relentlessly? Definitely. According to Su Li's temperament, he will definitely do so. Lady Tai's lips curled up into an inexplicable smile. She said to Secretary Shan beside her, "Every war will add a lot of bargaining chips to the military's power, especially those crazy young men. It's not a good thing to have too much power. I'm very curious. When Su Lu comes back in such a glorious manner, how are they going to deal with it?" Secretary Shun was silent. His right hand that was hanging by his leg moved slightly. After a while, he said softly, "According to your instructions, the entire Federation knows about this matter. All we can do now is to hope that Colonel Su Lu can have this luck." All the people of the Federation who were watching TV stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Whether it was the update manuscripts that their superiors were desperately urging or the dishwashing towels that their wives were forcing into their hands, they were all put aside. They looked at the news channel in shock, listened to the female anchor's excited and joyful voice, and listened to the name of the hero of the Federation that had gradually faded away. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes and ears. In countless apartment buildings and university dormitories, loud cheers and excited screams rang out. Some people even excitedly threw beer bottles downstairs. On the news channel, the tri-wing battleship that carried the hero's complex and dreams hidden in the depths of countless people's hearts was silently moving forward in the dark background of the universe. Countless densely packed battleships of the Empire chased after it. The picture was very blurry and intermittent, as if it was covered with countless layers of mosaics. The excited and nervous people immediately turned their attention to the internet, trying to find more information and more pictures of the tri-wing battleship, that a wedding was being held in the One Hua Hotel in Gongdu. There were many guests and expensive cars. The scene was very grand and extravagant. It attracted the attention of countless people. Putting aside the fact that both parties involved in the wedding were youths with extremely good backgrounds and prospects in the Federation, just by looking at the fact that the witness today was the president of the Nutshell Mobile Company, a giant corporation in the Federation, one could roughly imagine how grand this wedding would be. I'm just a distant relative of the Chow family. I'm not a member of the 7 major families. The dull and honest young man was wearing an expensive suit today. He looked at the exceptionally beautiful bride and said honestly, "So I didn't mean to hide it from you. The legendary 7 major families have nothing to do with our wedding." Shang Qiu was wearing a red strapless dress today. Her tender breasts were particularly charming and proud. However, her face still maintained the calmness of an engineer. She didn't show the shyness or nervousness of a newlywed. When she heard the groom's words, she shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter if you hide it or not. I agreed to marry you because you're probably the only one who can agree to my unreasonable conditions. But then again, I still have an important technical meeting to attend tomorrow. In order to deal with your parents' S3 honeymoon trip, I'm afraid I have to end it early." The groom was a little disappointed. However, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that the most important guest of today's wedding, as well as the witness of their wedding, the president of the Nutshell Motor Company, seemed to have a strange expression. The president of the Nutshell Motor Company hung up the phone and walked in front of the two with a complicated expression. After thinking for a long time, he said to the groom, "I'm sorry." The groom and Shang Qiu looked at the president in surprise. They thought, even if you have something urgent to do, you don't have to say sorry so sincerely, right? The president turned to Shang Qiu and said with a smile, "I think I have to tell you before you get married. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you'll choose to resign from the Nutshell Motor Company because you hate me for the rest of your life." Sulu is still alive. Hearing this, Shang Qiu, who was about to get married today, was stunned. She held the hem of her dress and froze. Then, without hesitation, she turned her head and looked at the groom, who was also shocked. She bowed and apologized very sincerely. "I'm sorry." Then, she turned and walked out of the Wenhua Hotel. On the giant screen across the street, the female news anchor had begun to speak and was about to play a video. "I finally understand why you said sorry just now." The young man with the surname, Chow, looked at the figure walking out of the hotel reluctantly. Surprisingly, he was not angry. Instead, he was unusually calm. He said to the president, "It turns out that Shang Qiu and Colonel Su Lu are old friends. It seems that my taste is really good." Shang Qiu did not hear the man's very elegant words. At this moment, all her attention was on the huge screen across the street. Her left hand gently pulled open the tube top that made it difficult for her to breathe. She took out the foldable glasses from her cleavage and put them on the bridge of her small nose. Shang Qiu began to watch silently and attentively with a smile. The late autumn wind blew on her tender white face, making it a little itchy. Nan Xiangmei had just finished her holiday with the foundation. Under the persuasion of her mother, she was going to take another long holiday to tidy up her mood. At this time, she was packing with the help of the servant. After putting the books she liked into the suitcase, her eyes fell on the train ticket on the table. The journey this time was like a high-speed rail. She was prepared to retrace the path of the past. It was just that she no longer had any contact with her best friend, and the man she had seen in the carriage for several years had long gone to a faraway place with no return. Nan Xiangmei did not cry. A kind of peaceful, soft, and strong luster appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She picked up the train ticket and said softly to herself and the man who left, "I'm not reliving the journey of the past because I'm afraid of forgetting you. It's because I won't forget you. It's just that since you don't want to come back, I want to have a formal farewell with you. The farewell is not to forget you, but to hide you at the bottom of my heart. In the future, when I'm old, I'll tell my granddaughter that I once liked a real man who was never afraid in the face of difficulties. While the beautiful girl was feeling sentimental, a scream suddenly sounded from the living room next to her. She walked over in surprise and saw the nanny who had raised her since she was a child and knew all her secrets. She was pointing in a direction with a strange expression. Her mouth was wide open, but she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. Nan Xiangmei turned her head curiously and saw the scene on the TV screen. When she heard the voiceover commentary, she suddenly covered her mouth and her body trembled slightly. She decided that she would never cry for that man again. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Inside the old mansion in the Weitu district of the Sunset region of the West Forest region, little Watermelon, who had just finished school, was eating an ice cream cone while watching a pirated CD she had brought back from the Wangdu apartment more than a year ago. It was very obvious that the fat Uncle Tian had a sense of failure when it came to family education. Although this little princess liked to comfort herself with this kind of pornographic video and audio works, fantasizing about avenging her parents and brother Sulu, it was always a little boring to watch the purple-haired captain lead the federal army over and over again to defeat the Empire's invaders. So she subconsciously moved her fingers slightly and switched the channel back to the TV. The ice cream cone in the little girl's hand that was in the middle of feeding her adorable mouth hit her sharp nose with a bang. She widened her bright eyes and only came back to her senses after a long time. She screamed and jumped up from the sofa. Her short black hair spread out like a watermelon skin in in a detached villa in the West Mountain compound. Zhou, who had been spoiled by the defense minister's wife and countless idlers, was angry at this time. The little boy, who had already learned to recite Schiller's poems, was unwilling to say a word to his grandmother and the nanny who were trying to persuade him. He screamed and kicked the glass coffee table in front of him. He grabbed everything around him and threw it at the TV screen in front of him. It was because his favorite cartoon was suddenly gone, and a woman with heavy makeup that he hated appeared on the TV. Minister Zhou's wife had retired, and for the past few years, she had been taking care of this little ancestor at home. She spoiled him a lot, and none of the orderlies and logistics aunties in the minister's building dared to disobey his wishes. Also, he inherited some of his mother's bad temperament, so no one dared to talk to him. No one dared to teach him a lesson. Ha! A crisp sound rang out. Zhou Yu, who was still wearing pink pajamas like an unmarried girl, hurried upstairs and slapped the little boy in the face. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Zhou screamed in shock and protected the little boy behind her. Seeing that his mother, who loved him so much, had slapped him, the little boy covered his red face and cried loudly. His little arms and legs kicked even more fiercely. After a while, he saw that his mother was staring at the TV in a daze and didn't care about him at all. He angrily reached out his hand from his grandmother's side and tried to grab his grandfather's precious ashtray. He was about to smash it on the TV. "If you dare to smash it, I'll kill you." Zhou Yu kept looking at the TV screen and didn't turn around. This simple sentence was full of coldness, but it stunned everyone in the living room. Children were naughty animals who could sense real danger the most. Sensing the lethality of Zhou Yu's words, he sniffled and put down the ashtray in his hand while crying. He didn't understand. Last time, when he burned his grandfather's hair, his mother wasn't so angry. Why was she so serious today? Of course, he didn't know that it was because the TV was broadcasting the return of his father. The same scene happened in many other places. Just as Schiller said, happy families were always similar. Then, they and their happiness and excitement were at least similar at this moment. However, there were also many people who cared about Su Le who didn't see this historic scene. At that time, Tai Ziyuan was personally applying for a financial subcard for Bai Qi. He had a headache over these trivial procedures. Because Macho's financial support to him was suspended, even Butler Jean and the staff were forced to leave the West Woods with tears streaming down their faces. At this time, Shi Qinghai was like a gopher walking through the underground sewer of the Federation's Investigation Bureau headquarters. The small blue device in his hand glowed faintly, illuminating the rusty nameplate in front of him, clearly showing the serial port of the database. The news channel's breaking news report ended very quickly, and the screen returned to darkness. There were no problems with the specially selected video. Only the conspiracy theorists on the internet who were used to scanning and analyzing frame by frame were still researching. Soon, they came to a conclusion that this video was real. The problem was that 1 second before the video ended, the left abdomen of the tri-wing spaceship that Colonel Sulu was on seemed to have been hit by the cannons of the Empire's battleship. Countless protest calls were made to the Federation's TV station, asking if the tri-wing spaceship had been sunk by the Empire and why there was no follow-up video. The Federal forces are locating it. The fleet has already begun the rescue operation. "Let us pray for Colonel Sulu," said the female news anchor sincerely. Just like the atmosphere in the conference room on planet Huang-E, after the excitement and joy, there was endless worry. The entire Federation, from the distant East Woods to the West Woods, from the capital to the 4 states around S2, anxiously and nervously waited for the latest news. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-wing spaceship was one of the fastest spaceships in space. Although it had drifted in the Empire's territory for too long and had become a little strange and tattered under the old man's policy of robbing supplies, it was still in good condition. This was especially true for its engine system, which was even more powerful than a year ago. However, because the repair parts were all smuggled spaceships or pirate spaceships, the tri-wing spaceship's assembly system was not stable. After a long period of high-intensity flight, there were already ominous signs. The most important thing was the densely packed battleships of the Empire. Such a terrifying number of battleships was beyond Su Li's imagination and the old man's calculation. Although the tri-wing spaceship still had the advantage in speed, the Empire's battleships had obviously been waiting outside the L9 system's smuggling tunnel and were already prepared for an ambush. Even though the tri-wing spaceship had almost crazily charged through 2 warp holes, it was still surrounded by the vast universe's fleet and was forced into a desperate situation. Huai Chaoshi is crazy. This woman is crazy. Sulu looked at the decreasing value of the life support system with a pale face and shouted angrily, "Hundreds of lions chasing a rabbit? How can there be something so crazy?" At this time, he was already sure that the densely packed Empire's fleet was not preparing for some big military operation, but to prevent him from returning to the Federation. The moment he thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The tri-wing spaceship had been hit by the Empire's cannons 3 times in a row. 3 terrifying melted holes appeared on the high-strength, tattered metal outer shell, and the spaceship's life support system was on the verge of collapse. A violent tremor hit again. Su Li's body was bounced high up in the air and then fell heavily. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his lips. He said angrily, "Why didn't I dodge again?" Rushing out to the streets in a storm to play romantic games. "How can your clothes not get wet at all?" The old man's tone was obviously not very good. "I only let 4 drops of rain fall on you. What more do you want?" This sentence was very powerful. The Empire's fleet did not care about the cost, and some of them even fired aimlessly from a long distance. It was like a basin of angry rain pouring down from the sky. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, it was impossible to dodge all of them. In fact, under the control of the old man, the tri-wing spaceship made some unbelievable movements in space from time to time. The fact that it could survive until now under the intense bombardment had already shocked the commanders of the Empire's fleet and the generals of the distant Federation. Warning, the spaceship has suffered severe power loss. We must land immediately. The old man's voice returned to its mechanical and calm state. Where are we now? How far is the Federation's rescue fleet? We have entered the periphery of the Gamma Galaxy, not far from X3. 3 seconds ago, we successfully activated 4 charter signal relay satellites. The Federal fleet is still very far away. Miserable, so miserable. Looking at the collapsing metal pieces outside the porthole, Sulu narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. "Old man, just find a planet where people can live and land." The old man's mechanical voice jumped again. "This is not the escape after the catastrophe. No one has prepared a planet where people can live for you. Give up the hope. The closest planet to us now is a deserted mineral planet. It is absolutely not suitable for human beings to live on. You will die if you live on it. Why? It has an atmosphere. Light wave analysis shows that it is not poisonous, but the oxygen level is too low. Even ants can't live there. You just mentioned the escape after the catastrophe? A planet where people can live. What do you mean? Huh? Did I say that? What ended the conversation between the man and the machine in desperation was the cannon fire of the Empire's warship. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a cluster of gorgeous flames appeared at the tail of the tri-wing spaceship and then quickly extinguished in the vacuum environment. The last scene that the Federation's command hall saw was that the tri-wing spaceship was hit by the fierce cannon fire of the Empire's warship. The tri-wing spaceship was severely damaged, and it miserably fell toward a nearby mineral planet. After a long time, a small light appeared in the darkness. A small light that was so far away could actually be a terrifying explosion. The 4 charter signal relay satellites that had just been activated were instantly destroyed by the Empire's fleet. The anxious technicians adjusted the image to the tri-winged spaceship's main view, but it was also dark. The generals in the advanced base of planet Yellow Doom were silent. Du Shaoqing slowly stood up, holding the sunglasses that he had taken off. He leaned forward slightly and stared at the light screen in the sky, as if he was trying to find the figure of that guy in the darkness. The people in the S1 command hall were silent. General Myers slapped his thigh angrily and stood up with his eyes wide open. President Pabre frowned deeply and was silent for a long time. The parameter analysis report that we just received. A staff officer looked down at the light screen on the workbench and reported in a deep voice. According to the image before the tri-wing spaceship was hit, the main tank on the rear wing of the tri-wing spaceship was destroyed and the life support system collapsed. Adding the impact of the fall, it should be completely destroyed. The oxygen content in the atmosphere of this mineral planet is 0, 14%, which is not enough to support the respiratory system. The staff officer raised his head with some difficulty and looked at the people with serious expressions. He said, according to the analysis of a charter computer, Colonel Su Lu should have been killed. After a long silence, the National Security Advisor suddenly moved close to the president's ear and said, Mr. President, should we order the federal fleet to withdraw immediately? President Pabre's dark face showed no emotion. He stared at the dark circular light screen and suddenly slammed the table with force. He said loudly, order the federal fleet to continue to move faster and prepare for battle. Then he said to Director Breen in a deep voice, let the news channel continue to broadcast this dark image live. I want to see a miracle happen. In the distant space, the federal fleet was also silent. 3-star General Hong Yuliang wiped the sweat off his forehead and closed his eyes to think. After a while, he ordered, continue to move forward. Order the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade to prepare for a strong landing. After a long time, the distant Empire finally sent back news. The 3 crazy and cruel Federation fleets started to turn back and retreat when they were 14 astronomical units away from the Federal fleet. For them, the tri-wing spaceship of the Federation was destroyed, and the person on the spaceship was dead. Their mission was complete. Naturally, they didn't want to engage in an unprepared space battle with the Federation's main fleet. However, there was still no news from the mineral planet. The news channel started to broadcast again, but the anxious Federation citizens could only see darkness. They roughly understood what had happened, so they started to pray silently. In the command hall, the light screen in front of President Pabre was dark. In the charter square, the citizens put their hands under their chins and prayed, but the giant light screen was still dark. Countless TV screens in countless apartment buildings were dark. There was no change at all. Time passed by slowly. At the main entrance of the Wanhua Hotel, Shangqiu looked at the dark light screen across the street through the glass. She didn't know why, but she slowly put her hands behind her back. Her right hand held her left wrist in the autumn wind. Although silent, she was unusually firm. In the office on Parliament Hill, Zhang Xiaoming slowly took off her glasses and rubbed her forehead. She looked at the black TV screen and closed her eyes. She put her hands behind her back and gently clasped them together. Based on her beliefs, She never prayed to the Creator, but she prayed for that person to live. In the courtyard of Shishan Mountain, Zhou frowned and looked at the dark TV screen. His hands were behind his back, and his knuckles were slightly white. There was a piercing coldness in his eyes. Since you have inexplicably come back to life, how dare you let me watch you die inexplicably again? In this long and torturous wait, countless light screens were still dark and cold. No image appeared. However, just as everyone was about to lose hope, a hoarse voice filled with electrical noise sounded in countless places in the Federation at the same time. I'm Su Lo. I'm on the cockpit now. I feel good. Chapter 660. 3 medium-sized Federation air-to-ground transport ships dragged their long tails as they charged into the atmosphere, drawing 3 clear lines in the air. After leaving the mothership, the transport ships used their fastest speed to search this strange and desolate mineral planet. They finally found the weak signal near the southeastern plateau. However, due to the magnetic interference, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. After a while, the alloy gate at the bottom of the transport ship slowly opened. More than 10 tall black MX mechas roared as they jumped out. With the help of the auxiliary wings, they instantly glided over a height of more than 10 meters, completing an extremely risky forced landing. The surface of the dead mineral planet was filled with large rock peaks. Amidst the clouds of dust caused by the forced landing of the Federation MX mechas, the 3 transport ships drew an arc from left to right and flew towards the slightly flatter temporary landing site more than 10 kilometers away. We have landed. Searching in progress. Signal source within 3 kilometers. On the surface of the mineral planet that was severely lacking in oxygen, the 10 black MX mechas activated vacuum mode. In the quiet and slightly noisy communication system, the voices of the pilots rang out from time to time. These Federation soldiers knew the importance of their mission very well. They knew that these reports would not only be transmitted back to the Fleet Command Hall and the forward base of Planet Yellow Disaster, but also to the ears of the President and countless Federation citizens. We found him. The voice in the communication system suddenly became agitated. The elite pilots of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade of the Federal Fleet did not think that the target they were rescuing was still alive. Although the target had said something calm and exciting, the oxygen content in the atmosphere of this planet was too low. Hence, when they saw the scene in front of them, their strong wills that had been honed on the battlefield couldn't help but be shaken by the scene in front of them. The rock peak in front of them had already collapsed. The dust had already been blown away by the wind. The Bureau of Proclamation's 3-winged ship that had attracted the attention of the entire universe had fallen miserably among the rocks. When the 3-winged ship fell, it had obviously caused an explosion. However, because of the lack of oxygen, the explosion wasn't strong enough. It looked like a large piece of iron that had been smoked for billions of years. Dozens of meters away in the sand, the target they had been searching for was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The emergency communication equipment beside him was scattered. This guy was covered in blood and dust. He looked battered and exhausted, but his eyes were closed and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He looked so calm. It seemed that this guy was just a little tired, so he sat on the sand to rest for a while. The problem was, who could rest in an air with only 0.14% oxygen? In the surveillance light screen, the person who was sitting peacefully in the sand with his eyes closed was too quiet. Even his chest was not moving up and down. His face was abnormally pale, giving people a feeling of fear. The 3MX mecha closest to him roared away. As soon as the heavy mechanical legs landed, the hatch of one of the MX mecha opened instantly. A thin, slightly short major of the Federation jumped down without hesitation and staggered to Su Li's side. This major looked at the burn marks on Su Li's pale face and the purplish bruises that were slowly spreading across his thin lips. A trace of panic and fear flashed through his bright eyes behind the transparent helmet. He took off his oxygen mask as quickly as possible and roughly put it over Su Li's nose and mouth, completely ignoring the danger he was about to face. The pilot of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade also followed him out of the cockpit and brought the seemingly dead Su Lu back into the MX mecha. The hatch of the MX Mecha quickly closed with the hum of the engine. The Thin Major pulled out his oxygen mask and breathed rapidly several times. After waiting for the life support system to replenish the oxygen in the cockpit, he pulled down the mask on Su Li's face with force and patted his cheeks lightly. He said, "Wake up." And so, Su Li woke up. After adjusting from that strange and mysterious internal breathing to the normal low breathing of a human, the severe lack of oxygen made him unable to immediately adapt to the current environment in the cockpit. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the face in front of him whose eyes were tightly shut and who was frantically urging him to wake up. His vision was a little blurry, but for some reason, he felt that this face was incredibly familiar. It was as if he had been looking at this face for countless years and had already carved it into the deepest recesses of his mind. A few drops of tears fell from the corner of that panicked Federation Major's tightly shut eyes out of fear. They dripped onto Su Li's dust-covered face, waking him up a little more. Then, more tears fell. The colonel, holding him in his arms, cried incessantly, patting or rather stroking his cheeks and saying softly, "Wake up quickly. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. For example, why is your face so thin?" Tears fell like rain on Su Li's face, washing away the dust and pain. It was a little salty, just like the beautiful sea beside the Golden Star Hotel in the Westwoods. Su Li slowly opened his eyes wide. Looking at that beautiful and heart-stirring face so close to him, he opened his mouth and asked in shock, "Jian Shuer, why are you here?" Even though he had obtained a great increase in personal combat strength during his 1 year in the Empire, the endless escape and injuries had also accumulated a lot of injuries. These injuries suddenly erupted when the tri-winged warship crashed into the ground. At this moment, Su Li was extremely weak, and his voice was exceptionally hoarse and soft. Jian Shuer, who was holding him in her arms, was in extreme nervousness and pain, so she didn't hear these words at all. Su Li lightly pursed his lips. Looking at Jian Shuer's face that was so close to him, a trace of an incomparably brilliant smile appeared on his face. In his past impression, this national idol still carried a trace of absolute calmness behind her gentle appearance even after she had become extremely close to him. Who could have imagined such a weeping beauty like today? It seemed that he had finally returned alive. This felt really good. Being hugged tightly by Jian Shuer, that soft and warm feeling felt really good. "Stop crying. If you continue to touch me so hard, my face will definitely become even thinner." Su Li spoke again with some difficulty. This time, Jian Shuer heard him. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the thin but still familiar face that was so close to her. Looking at the pair of incomparably clean and interesting eyes, she finally understood what had happened. Her mouth opened in disbelief, and she stuttered, "You're alive?" "I'm not dead." After reporting the news of successfully rescuing Colonel Su Li to the fleet, Jian Shuer finally completely relaxed. She didn't care how the Federation would rejoice after hearing this news. She only cared about the current condition of the man in her arms. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had been hugging Su Li tightly all this time, and had been crying for him all this time. Looking down, she saw Su Li's head was tightly pressed against her chest, and he was looking at her with his eyes wide open. 2 traces of blush gradually spread across his cheeks. "You can help me up now," Su Li said. Jian Shuer's subconscious reaction was to push Su Li away, but for some reason, she didn't do so. Instead, she hugged this man tighter in her arms. With a trace of stubbornness, she thought to herself, "Since you're alive, then I'll never let you go again. 2 days ago, I wrote too much. Today, I suddenly became absent-minded. Plus, I was busy with some personal matters, so I only wrote 2,000 words. Tomorrow, I'll write 3 chapters." Chapter 661. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor. H2DH2 Mr. the Black MX Mecha chose to drive on autopilot over the rugged terrain. The distinct undulations made the 2 people in the cockpit feel as if they were on a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. Meanwhile, the dim lighting and the muffled electronic sounds of the equipment in the small space made them easily recall the 1,000-mile escape after that concert 3 years ago, as well as that final period of deep sleep. Sulu felt the softness of the hand on his cheek. Only then did he understand that the Federation's standard pilot uniform had a certain degree of resistance to puncture, but was unable to block out the sensation of touch. His already tired and raspy voice became even hoarser as he muttered, "This isn't very good, is it? What's not good about it?" By this time, Jian Shui'er had already regained her composure. She smiled charmingly and said, 3 years ago, in 5460, you also secretly hugged me while I was asleep." Sulu was stunned. He knew that the girl beside him had not been asleep that night and knew what he had done. He could not help but feel ashamed. He wanted to cover his face, but found that the act of burrowing into her soft embrace was even more embarrassing. Why would Fei Qing agree to let you join the frontline forces? In order to dispel the faint warmth in the cockpit, he asked in a low voice, "It's very dangerous here. After you went to the Empire, everyone thought you were dead. I was no exception." Jian Shui'er glanced at the electronic map on the screen and then made a simple manual adjustment of the mecha. She answered softly, "At the lakeside, I told the old man that I had many things I wanted to know the answer to. For example, the truth behind that victory concert. In the past, I had asked you to do it for me, but now that you're dead, I want to do it myself." So the old man agreed to let me join the fleet. The MX mecha was still 8 to 9 kilometers away from the temporary platform where the air-to-ground transport ship was. Hearing Jian Shui'er's calm words, Sulu suddenly thought of something very important. He crawled up with difficulty and, under her puzzled gaze, made a hand gesture. Jian Shui'er saw this gesture, and although she did not understand why, she still immediately shut down the integrated command and communication systems as instructed, blocking the entire MX mecha from external communications. Sulu did not speak immediately. He called the old man 3 times in his mind, but received no reply. He narrowed his eyes and directed the SCC to the rear. Looking at the charred wreckage of the spaceship on the screen, an inexplicable sense of emptiness grew in his heart. At this time, he looked into Jian Shui'er's eyes and said seriously, "The things you wanted me to help you, I found a lot of them in the Empire." Jian Shui'er's eyes also narrowed into the 2 most beautiful crescent moons in S1, faintly glowing. This was a big secret about the birth of the national idol of the Federation. Although she was no longer a young girl, she was still an idol that the people of the Federation could not forget. If the Federation found out that her birth mother was from the Empire, what kind of uproar would it cause? Telling this shocking secret on this desolate mineral planet far away from the glory of the Charter was the best logical choice Sulu had made. "Your mother was the concubine of the Empire's emperor. I don't know her name, but I know that she was the daughter of Master Fan." "You've never heard of Master Fan? It's a very strange title of nobility in the Empire. It seems that they don't even care about the emperor. She should be dead. The specific cause of death is not very clear, but perhaps it has something to do with that big explosion." A very simple sentence contained too much shocking information. Even though Jian Shui'er had been in the spotlight since she was young, daring to speak freely in front of the Chief Justice of the Federation at a young age, and had many strange speculations about her birth, she could not help but be stunned for a long time. After a long silence, she opened her mouth with some difficulty and asked, "My mother is from the Empire?" "Yes." "This is incredible." Jian Shui'er covered her face, and her slightly trembling voice sounded so confused. "She is the concubine of the Emperor of the Empire? Am I the daughter of the Emperor of the Empire? Is that why the Federation used me as bait to lure the Imperial Expeditionary Force into a war? Fortunately, or unfortunately, your father is still my shameless teacher." Sulu then said the second guess that shocked Jian Shui'er, and he should still be alive. After saying what had to be said, Sulu gently patted her shoulder, but he could not find any words to calm the many complicated emotions in the girl's heart at this time. After a moment of silence, he said, "Help me contact Fei Qing City. There are some things that I want to ask Military God." The air-to-ground transport ship left the deadly barren mineral star at the fastest speed, drew a clear airflow line, and flew to the abdomen of the main ship in the air intake area. The heavy and huge cabin door slowly opened, and a group of Federation officers walked to the main ship hull from the metal trestle bridge. The pale and thin Su Lu was gently supported by Jian Shui'er and walked to the front. The Federation officers and soldiers in the command hall of the Federation main ship had all stood up, ready to welcome the return of the hero. When they saw Su Lu appear at the front of the metal trestle bridge, they burst into loud cheers and applause without any orders. At this time, the commander of the Federal Fleet, General Hong Yuliang's gentle face appeared on the circular light beam in the center of the hall. The only 3-star female general of the Federation said with a smile, "Colonel Su Lu, welcome back." Su Lu pulled Jian Shui'er's hand away from his arm and saluted to the light beam. General Hong Yuliang on the light beam said gently, "But there's something I have to criticize you about. Major Jian Shi, although I know that the two of you definitely have a lot of private things to talk about, please don't turn off the communication system in the future. You have to know that Mr. President personally called to ask what was wrong with that period of radio silence." Seeing the usually serious commander of the Federal Fleet use such a tone to make fun of Su Lu and Jian Shi, the officers and soldiers of the fleet knew that the female general's mood must be extremely good. Hearing this, the cheers and applause that had not completely subsided suddenly turned into mischievous whistles. Jian Shi, who was standing beside Su Lu, heard this and felt a little shy, but was immediately swallowed up by the shock in her heart that had not yet had time to digest. Then, the main ship of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade embarked on the space journey back to the fleet. This journey was not too long, but because they had to be vigilant of the 3 missing fleets of the Empire, they deliberately slowed down their speed. In the military commander's resting cabin, because Su Lu needed treatment and rest, no one came to disturb him. Only Jian Shui'er sat beside the half-open healing cabin to accompany him. Her left hand was gently turning a red apple, and her right hand was holding a sharp knife that flashed from time to time. "It's been an incredible year. You've suffered so much. It's time for you to get some good news." She peeled off the skin of the apple and put it in front of Su Li's mouth. She smiled and said, "I seem to have said the word incredible a little too much today." Although they had a very close personal relationship later on, and this indescribably beautiful girl in front of him had long cut off her purple hair, Su Lu sometimes still treated her as an untouchable dream, an unattainable national idol, just like when he was a teenager. So, he was a little unaccustomed to this intimate gesture. He wanted to reach out his hand to take it, but found that his fingers were covered in sticky medical culture fluid. After hesitating for a moment, he could only open his mouth awkwardly and awkwardly. Just now, he had briefly described his 1 year of life as a fugitive in the Empire. Jian Shui'er held her chin and blinked her big and bright watery eyes. She asked curiously, "If that genius princess whose name shook the universe is my sister, then what kind of person is she? What does she look like? Is she beautiful? Was this a woman?" After knowing that the princess was her own sister, the first thing she cared about was whether she was beautiful or not. Su Lu was silent, and for some reason, he shivered. He said in a low voice, "She looks pretty, but she's not a beauty. As for the rest, let's not talk about it. Whenever I think of this princess, I feel a little scared. You haven't seen her, so naturally, you can't imagine how cruel the most terrifying humanoid weapon in the universe can be once she opens fire. Have you contacted S1? I have an important piece of information here that needs to be delivered to the president." He turned his attention and asked, "It seems to be very important information. You don't even trust the frontline command." "That's not it. It's mainly a matter of authority. The only ones who could decide this matter are the president and those old men on Parliament Hill." Jian Shui'er suddenly thought of the storm that had been causing a lot of trouble in the military camp recently. She fell silent, but looking at the exhausted Su Lu in the healing pod, she didn't say anything in the end. She just thought silently, "For you, the frontline command does seem to be untrustworthy." In the bloody light that filled the sky, a large Federation battleship slowly broke through the red clouds. Rolling up a powerful airflow, it slowly descended toward the forward base on Planet Yellow disaster. The people of the Empire and the surrounding ruined cities poked their heads out of the empty windows and welcomed its arrival with eyes full of hatred and indifference. Meanwhile, the countless soldiers of the Federation in the circular base were welcoming it with the most enthusiastic cheers. Accompanied by the Major General and the Captain, Sulu, who had already changed into a brand new Federation Colonel uniform, walked out of the battleship while facing countless burning gazes and vigorous military music. Then, there was a sudden silence. Right at this moment, the cheers and military music stopped abruptly. Only the foreign evening breeze gently blew the Federation flag above the base. A deep voice shouted, "Salute!" The densely packed Federation soldiers standing around the battleship were wearing dark green military uniforms. After hearing the order, they collectively stood at attention, raised their right arms, and gave the most standard and enthusiastic military salute to Sulu below the battleship. Hearing the sound of military uniforms rubbing against each other clearer than the sound of the wind, looking at the rows of straight arms, Sulu's body was a bit stiff. He stood there in a daze, feeling a bit numb and itchy on his face. It wasn't because the burns on his face were healing, but because the blood had rushed up. The commander of the new 17th Division, Yu Qinghai, stood at the front of the welcoming team. After Sulu saluted, Commander Yu patted his shoulder lightly and didn't say anything. Then, Sulu was faced with an ocean of warm hugs. The officers came. The members of Group 7 also came. Da Vinci, that brat, actually cried until his eyes turned red. It seemed that the son of the governor was still so sentimental. He didn't know if he had married Gao Lu's sister. Regiment Commander He Lei, Mecha Team Leader Hua Xiaoxi, Lin Ai, Gu Shifeng. These men in the military hugged him warmly and patted his back with all their might. Countless excited faces kept swaying in front of him. But why did he feel like something was missing? Where was Jiawen? Sulu searched for that charmingly naive face in the crowd. Group 7 only had a pair of twin brothers. Jesse sacrificed himself beside Stream 3320. Could it be? Were Old White and Big Bear? Sulu took off his already messed-up military cap and asked softly. Following his question, the jubilant welcoming ceremony suddenly became incomparably quiet. Chapter 662. The surroundings were silent. Sulu vaguely guessed that something bad was going to happen. A complicated expression flashed across his pale and haggard face. His eyes gradually narrowed as he felt a wave of fear in the depths of his heart. He was truly afraid, because it was too easy to die on the battlefield. When he was fleeing for his life in the Empire, he had felt a faint sense of panic in his heart. If he was really lucky enough to make it back, would he still be able to see the faces of those people? If the familiar military camp lost those familiar faces and the familiar smell of their feet, would it still be the same military camp as before? What was even more frightening was that he wasn't there when those people left. He didn't know how they left, but they left forever. In literature, it was often said that things were the same, but people were different. It was probably this kind of experience that wasn't very strong, but was exceptionally sorrowful. The quiet environment caused Sulu to constantly think of the worst possible scenario. The heroic scene of Bai Yulan, Xiong Linquan, and the others dying in battle appeared in his mind. At this moment, He Lei pushed the person in front of him away and whispered into his ear, telling him everything that had happened. A long silence. The crowd was silent from the inside to the back. After understanding what had happened, Sulu's expression didn't change much. Instead, his pair of clear little eyes narrowed more and more. He didn't make any intense reactions. He only tightly pursed his thin lips, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the base in front of him in the twilight, not saying a word. In the deathly stillness around the base, countless densely packed Federation soldiers quietly looked at him, also not making a single sound. The military discipline incident caused by Bai Yulan had recently caused a lot of commotion in the military camp. Although the military court had already made the final verdict, everyone in the base knew, or rather hoped, that something would happen after confirming that Colonel Sulu had returned alive. Apart from the new 17th Division and Iron 7th Division soldiers, Most of the soldiers who had participated in the battle maintained a neutral stance on this matter. They were more interested in what kind of sparks would erupt between the two when Su Lu met Du Shaoqing again. Would Bai Yulan be executed? How would the military and even the Federation decide? What kind of person was Du Shaoqing? How iron-blooded was the Iron 7th Division? If it was any other colonel, no one would think that they had the qualifications to negotiate in front of Division Commander Shaoqing. However, this colonel was different because he was Su Lu. 3 years ago at the training base, countless people were fond of talking about the confrontation and the subsequent breakout of the camp. The new 17th Division, the 7th Group, and the Iron 7th Division, as well as the grudge between Su Lu and Du Shaoqing, had long spread to all the military camps of the Federation. This kind of expectation might seem a little unkind. However, the troops within the Empire's borders had to train and fight every day, and people died. Why would the soldiers who were not involved care so much? Yes, he was a hero of the Federation who had returned from the Empire after going through untold hardships. Everyone admired him, but it was precisely because of this that they were able to see a hero of the Federation who had just returned explode. How exciting would it be? All the soldiers of the Federation knew of Colonel Su Li's stone-like, silent, and resolute personality. Seeing him silent in the middle of the field, they believed that he would immediately explode from his silence. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, and also contrary to the members of 7th Group who were waiting with wide eyes for Su Li's order to activate their mecha and break into the military prison to rescue the prisoners, Su Li did not express anything. He only lowered his head slightly to look at the black soil beneath his feet and said softly, "It's fine as long as there are still people alive." New 17th Division Technical Director, Su Lu, reporting to you. Come in, Colonel. The Federation's frontline commander, General Enchanting, laughed loudly and patted Su Li's shoulder forcefully, not hiding the strong admiration on his face. When the orderly brought over the tea, he said gently, "The X-3 attack plan is temporarily suspended. The troops are currently resting and reorganizing. Tomorrow or the day after, there should be officials from the Bureau of Proclamation and the Internal Affairs Department to listen to your report. Of course, don't mind it. This is routine procedure. Go and rest early. There is no need to come here to stand at attention." As a soldier, military affairs naturally come first. Su Lu took out a microchip from the seam of his belt and placed it in front of Commander E. He continued, "General, while escaping, I have already sent back some information, and this electronic document should be the greatest achievement I have achieved in the Empire this year." Seeing Su Li's serious expression, Commander E frowned and picked up the microchip. He asked, "What is this?" "This is a cooperation agreement with the Empire's underground resistance organization," Su Lu explained. "At the time, I was unable to report to them, so I had no choice but to act on my own accord and sign this agreement." Hearing this explanation, Commander Yi's expression immediately turned serious. The Federal forces had already conquered 3 of the Empire's administrative star systems. Although they were all remote administrative planets, and the Empire's population was not that large, as the occupying party, the Federal forces had already expended too much energy in order to maintain the operations of the occupied planets. As the Supreme Commander of the Federation's frontline, he naturally knew just how great the benefits would be if the Empire's underground resistance organization was willing to cooperate with the Federal forces. Let me look at the content first. The general waved his hand to interrupt Su Li's report and stared intently at the screen on the workbench. After a long time, the general raised his head and rubbed the space between his brows, looking at Su Li's face that did not show any trace of arrogance. He sighed. Who would have thought that not only would you be able to come back alive, you would also bring back such an important document? You rascal, looks like you're going to get another purple merit medal. What do you mean by acting on my own accord? Don't worry, no one in the Federation dares to make a fuss about this kind of boring procedure. As for the details of the cooperation agreement, we'll naturally leave it to the professionals to handle. In fact, the Department of Defense has always had plans in this regard. It's just a pity that our forces have never come into contact with these forces. Colonel Su Lu, I must remind you that perhaps the mission of contacting the other party in the future will fall on your shoulders. I will definitely complete the mission. Su Li's reply was not loud, but it was exceptionally resolute. Then, he continued, other than that, I have also found some technical information in the Empire, information on the mechanical structure of the new Wolf Fong mecha. Commander, he was stunned. Less than 2 years after the Federation had broken through the difficult problem of the dual-engine structure and successfully developed the MX mecha, the Empire had developed a new generation of Wolf Fong mecha. Although the Empire's new mecha used an integrated micro-engine and complex system, making its overall power output far inferior to the Federation's, the new Wolf Fong mecha's high-speed mobility had dealt a heavy blow to the Federation mecha forces on the surface battlefield. The old general forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looking at Su Li's face, he said in a low voice, "The forward finger forces would like to request for a reward for you." However, right at this moment, Su Li did not continue on this topic. Narrowing his eyes, he said something completely unrelated and somewhat abrupt. "By Yulan, Xiong Linquan. They're my soldiers." Commander Enchanting's expression was extremely solemn, even faintly tinged with a hint of anger. He stared into Su Li's eyes and asked slowly and coldly, "Are you planning to use the information in your hands to threaten the troops?" Su Li remained silent. "Don't forget, you're a soldier." Commander E slapped the long table in front of him heavily, pointing at his nose as he reprimanded angrily. Faced with the fury of the Federation's highest frontline commander, Su Li's expression remained calm. He said in a low voice, "I have not forgotten that I am a soldier. That is why when I found out that my subordinates were about to be executed, I did not flip out in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. I controlled my emotions and came to report, and I also handed over all the relevant military intelligence back to the troops without missing a single detail. However, the structure of the Wolf Fong mecha and some data on the Empire's fleet were things I won from a bet with a certain Imperial Highness with my own life. General, I have not forgotten that I am a soldier, and I have not forgotten to prioritize work before personal matters. We've finished discussing work. I would like to talk about personal matters now. The two of them are my soldiers. This is my personal matter." Commander E looked at Su Li expressionlessly and asked, "If your soldiers were executed according to military law, would you dare to hide this so-called personal information and not hand it over? Even if you know that if you say it out loud, our soldiers will not die on the battlefield in the future?" Su Li stared at the dark wooden table in front of him, asking himself this question in the depths of his heart. After a long silence, he answered somewhat tiredly, "No, I know you won't, because you are Su Li." Commander E patted his shoulder as if comforting a junior, and, after a short pause, said, "Xiong Linquan can be released immediately, but Bai Yulan cannot. Neither you nor I have the right to defy the military court's decision. Thank you for suspending the execution that day. I hope you could give me a few more days. After all, they are my soldiers. I need to think of something," Su Li replied seriously. "Su Li, I have to warn you. As one of the big shots in the military, Commander, he knew very well what kind of shocking things this young officer in front of him had done in the Federation. He said seriously, this is the forward operating base. This is the military, not the Husk Institute, not Hushan Road, and definitely not the S2 Foundation building. If you dare to defy military orders, you know what will happen." Su Li nodded silently, stood up, and saluted. Then he turned around and left with his wrinkled military cap. "If you want a presidential pardon, you have to get the Iron 7th Division and Shaoqing to agree first," Commander E said casually as he sipped his tea with his head lowered. Su Li, who was walking out the door, slightly curled his lips and smiled. The military plan to attack the X3 system was severely disrupted and had to be rearranged. Therefore, the soldiers in the base welcomed another period of boring days of waiting for battle. But for many people, this period of intermission would definitely not be boring, because they were sure that there would be a big show to be played out. For the members of the first 7 teams, who were distributed among the various combat units, they were naturally not in the mood to sit back and watch a show. They were overjoyed at the miraculous return of their leader, but at the same time, They were deeply worried about the future of Lao Bai's gun. The members of the first 7 teams who had calmed down realized that their leader, who was capable of splitting mountains in half, was actually unable to pick up the Carlin rotary autocannon and sweep everything away when faced with the strict military discipline and the judgment of the military court. With the leader's contributions, it shouldn't be a problem to ask the president for a pardon. Gu Shifeng held the wine bowl with her chubby fingers and frowned as she analyzed. The key is the attitude of the Iron 7th Division and Division Commander Xiaoqing. Division Commander Xiaoqing is deeply trusted by the president and the parliament. His prestige is extremely high. If he doesn't agree, Sulu gently put the wine bowl in his hand on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll let him order." Chapter 663. Xiong Linquan was let out. This rough and burly man had been obediently squatting beside Su Lu, drinking in large gulps. Beside his thigh, that was thicker than a tree, was a big gun that was almost as thick as his thigh. When he heard the seemingly boring but actually valiant words from the boss, his eyes immediately lit up. It was as if he had returned to the S1 training base 3 years ago. The old members of Team 7 who had experienced that all smiled knowingly and raised their glasses in celebration. Although the new members who had just joined in the West Woods didn't understand what the old guys were laughing about, they could hear the firm confidence in the boss's words. Their moods relaxed. Team 7's gathering finally returned to the main topic. They were welcoming back their small-eyed, bad-tempered boss who was like a rock in a toilet. The team members followed their habit of flattering and toasting. Sulu drank bowl after bowl. His face was smiling, but his mood was getting heavier and heavier. All the team members had come to toast. He counted the heads, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't count them all. Of the original group of more than 10 old members, only 7 were left. Lan Xiaolong had left, and the rest had died. As for the new members who came later, those hedonistic sons with powerful backgrounds, so many of them had also been sacrificed. It was a big drink. Because he had something on his mind, Su Lu sobered up very quickly. When he woke up, most of the members of Team 7 had already returned to their respective camps. Because of Su Li's return, the higher-ups had specially allowed them to come and have a drink, but they couldn't stay for long. Only Du Xiong, Gu Shifeng, Ho Xiandong, and a dozen other members were left in the quiet room. These members were the independent team members that Su Lu had been in charge of in the new 17th Division before he left. "Why haven't you returned to the division yet? Be careful that teacher you doesn't kick you to death." Su Lu took the clear water Da Vinci handed him and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Gu Shifeng and smiled. "My supervisor is Lin AI. He knows where I am, so he wouldn't dare to make a fart." "All right, boss," Commander Hilei and Hua Xiaoxi said that they want to drink with you at noon tomorrow. Gu Shifeng's eyes darted around. While she was talking, her fingers took out a small chip from her clothes and sneakily handed it to Su Lu. Seeing his expression, the members of Group 7 reacted quickly. Immediately, 2 of them walked out of the door to stand guard. Ho Xiandong immediately activated the anti-eavesdropping device in the room. These are the orders of the 1st Regiment of the 7th Division in the South District of Farder City. The orders for half a month before the attack are all in here. Gu Shifeng lowered her voice and said, "When the military court was trying Lao Bai's case, they pulled out this schedule. That day, I thought of a way to remotely steal a copy. What's wrong with this sequence?" Sula knew very well that Gu Shifeng's computer skills were far above his own. Seeing him so serious, he frowned and said, "Does Dongfang you really dare to set a trap?" "In any case, the military court didn't find anything wrong," Gu Shifeng said. Xiong Linquan growled angrily. "Then why are you so fucking serious?" "But I suspect that this sequence has been modified by someone. Even if the 1st Regiment of the 7th Division deliberately let the Empire people in, we have no evidence. Modifying the sequence requires a very high level of authority. I have already obtained the sequence head of the sequence." Gu Shifeng looked at Su Lu and said, "Boss, as long as we can get the Bureau of Proclamation to investigate, they will definitely be able to find out if anyone tampered with it." Su Lu knew that Gu Shifeng, who had an IQ of 230 but couldn't get into 1st Hospital, might have guessed something. After a moment of silence, he stared at the chip in his hand and asked Xiong Lin Quan, "Tell me the details of the attack that day." The situation at the time was like this. Xiong Lin Quan's voice was low. The 7th Division can totally say that the Empire's broken team and Emeka used a loophole in their defense, but we have no evidence. He looked at Su Lu and said with a strange expression, "Boss, the key is that I don't think the East has the guts to do this. Although the Ice Demon is disgusting, he is not that kind of person. In the entire Federation, only the soldiers of the new 17th Division dared to call Du Shaoqing an Ice Demon. But Old Bai insists that there is a problem. Although there is no evidence, I trust Old Bai's intuition on the battlefield," Ho Xiandong said with a frown. "I also believe it," Sulu said softly as he stared at the chip in his hand. There was a light knock on the door, and a young officer walked in. He was still dressed neatly on the battlefield, and he had a quiet smile on his face. Back in the day, he was the A student of 1st Hospital's motor department. He was only second to Tai Ziyuan in the tactical deduction of the entire military assessment. He was Zhou Yu, a soldier from the West Woods who had led the officers to resist the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion. Today, he was an important person in the Iron 7th Division staff department. But no matter what, he had been Su Li's assistant in the Nutshell Engineering Department, and he had also been his student. I smoked in the Empire, but the problem is that it wasn't as suffocating as the 37 brand. Sulu leaned against the bed and took a deep drag of his cigarette. He smiled at Zhou Yu and said, "Teacher Shaoqing appreciates you, so you don't have to feel pressured. I'm just worried that the madam at the back of the mountain will be angry. I'm just a nobody. I'm not like you. I don't have the right to make the madam angry." Zhou Yu leaned against the wall and lowered his head to take small puffs of his cigarette. He smiled with some difficulty and said, "Actually, you should know very well that life on the battlefield is completely different from life in the Federation. Although the Shu Foundation paid for my university education, and I've signed an agreement with them, I'm always busy deducing tactical plans with the teacher. How could I think about such things?" Sulu nodded, waving the cigarette in his mouth in front of him. "If you want the teacher to agree to pardon by Yulon, you should at least watch your words." Zhou Yu took a deep drag of his cigarette, threw it to the ground, and stamped it out. He raised his head and said seriously, "I don't know why. You're so gentle in front of us, in front of everyone, but why are you so arrogant in front of the teacher?" Sulu took the cigarette away from his mouth with his finger and said with a smile, "It's not like you don't know my bad temper. Seeing your teacher's attitude gives me a headache. Like to pressure people? I just want to bounce back. It's just a habit, a habit." Zhou Yu smiled helplessly and said, "Don't forget, our teacher is also this kind of person. He values military discipline the most in his life. If someone wants to use external pressure to force him to give up on some of his principles in life, his reaction will be very strong." As he said this, Zhou Yu did not know that on a certain rainy day 1 year ago in the capital, Du Shaoqing, who had adhered to his principles for half his life, had sadly given up on some things. But in the past, I've never seen him really bounce back, even though I've been pressuring him for half his life. Sula looked at the slowly burning cigarette in front of him and suddenly thought of that middle-aged man he had not thought of for a long time. But the problem is that the Federation only has one Zhong Su, and he's already dead. So now, no one can pressure your teacher? Sulu asked with narrowed eyes. "You know that's not what I mean." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu said, "The situation now is very different from before. Ever since you went missing, the Iron 7th Division has expanded to more than 40,000 people, more than 600 MX mechas. It's above all other combat units. In this 1 year, the President, Parliament Hill, the Ministry of Defense, and the various military regions have all trusted our teacher. As for the feelings the people have for him and the Iron 7th Division, it can be described as love and respect." He smiled bitterly and said, "Although our teacher hates this atmosphere very much, this is the truth. Federation hero, military idol," Sulu said. "Believe me, I'm very familiar with this kind of procedure with the 7th Division. No, the Iron 7th Division's current position is built on the teacher's command, the soldiers' lives, and their dazzling battle records. Zhou Yu stared into his eyes and said seriously, "The only one who can compete with us is your teacher. Because teacher Yu Qinghai is unwilling to sacrifice too many people. His battle records are far inferior to ours. Teacher Yu is wise." Zhou Yu rubbed his hair painfully and said, "Let's put it this way. Old Bai dared to tear off Dongfang Yu's ear, but you can ask him if he dares to do the same to teacher Shaoqing. In this world, only you dare to do it now, but you must not be impulsive." Sulu was silent for a moment, then carefully extinguished the cigarette completely. Then, he suddenly got up from the bed. Zhou Yu asked in shock, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to see Du Shaoqing." The Iron 7th Division was known for its strict military discipline, and the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was known to be the only unit in the Federation that could truly ignore Luling. However, as long as teacher Shaoqing gave the signal, they would all jump into Luling without hesitation, regardless of life and death. It was such a unit that was filled with an iron-blooded and austere aura. When they saw Colonel Su Lu, who was wearing a brand-new military uniform and had a faint smell of alcohol on him, appear in front of the door, their expressions couldn't help but become a little complicated and strange. Although their slightly changed expressions quickly returned to their ice-cold indifference. This already showed that Su Li's arrival had caused some sort of psychological impact on the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. It was probably because this seemingly ordinary colonel in front of them was the only person in the entire Federation that could make their teacher not go crazy. Moreover, this person had once provided extremely valuable help to the Iron 7th Division in 5460. The expressionless Shimin Jin invited Su Lu in. In the somewhat dark room, there was a large flat electronic map hanging on the wall. The famous general of the Federation had his hands behind his back. His body was slightly bent as he carefully studied every detail on the map. Under the changing light, a few strands of white could be faintly seen on his shoulders that looked like they were carved out by a knife, and between his meticulous hair that was pressed down by a military cap, a few strands of white could be faintly seen. "Please sit. Please have some tea. Ordinary jasmine tea. The tea that I made." Du Shaoqing didn't turn around. His voice was still cold and calm, but the words that came out of his mouth made the people who walked into the room feel incomparably shocked. Shimin Jin looked at the steaming hot cup of tea on the table and thought with a frown, when had the teacher ever said the word please to a subordinate officer in his life? Who had the teacher personally made tea for in his life? Mr. President had never drunk it before. Chapter 664. Sulu also didn't expect to receive such courtesy. After a slight pause, he saluted the back of that figure. Sitting at the table, he picked up the cup of ordinary jasmine tea and seriously drank a few mouthfuls. Du Shaoqing turned around and waved his hand to have Shimin Jin and the other Iron 7th Division officers leave the room. He walked to the table, removed his iconic sunglasses, took off his military cap, and sat down. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the table and calmly looked at each other. There were no sparks where their gazes met, nor were there any flashes of swords whistling through the air. There was only silence. After not seeing each other for some time, Su Lu noticed that Du Shaoqing's sideburns were already visible. That cold, proud, and strict face of the past that was like an ice sculpture also showed some fatigue and haggard. In the past few years of life on the battlefield, especially in the recent months of the expedition to the Empire, for the undefeated legend of the Iron 7th Division, for the continuous victories of the Federal forces, Division Commander Du Shaoqing had spent a great deal of effort. However, Su Lu still couldn't get used to this kind of tired and haggard expression appearing on his face. Du Shaoqing's eyes drooped slightly. He picked up the cup of coffee that had just been prepared by the orderly and took a light sip. He then very casually said, "Slow down the death sentence." Su Lu was silent for a moment. He picked up the cup of jasmine tea that Shimin Jin had personally brewed and took a big gulp. He raised his head, looked into Shimin Jin's eyes, and said no. Du Shaoqing put down the cup of coffee. He didn't continue to make things difficult for Shimin Jin and instead changed the topic. He looked at Su Li's scarred face and said, 3 years ago on the base, We once discussed whether what the army needed was discipline and tactics or a strong individual. I said that there was only one god of war in the universe, and you said no. Now it seems that you have proven to a certain extent that you can do some things that ordinary people can't do. However, I still gave the same answer. If you died, what would happen to the army? Du Shaoqing continued. You miraculously survived and returned with great contributions. Everybody in the Federation, from the president to the vendors, has to show you some respect. But I, Du Shaoqing, have never been someone who would give face to others. I don't need to give face to others. I understand the importance of military discipline. He looked up at Du Shaoqing and said, but I believe that Bai Yulan is not a reckless person. He must have his reasons for doing so. There is no reason that can explain this. Du Shaoqing said, I've paid attention to Bai Yulan before, and I know that he's an extremely outstanding soldier. You could even say that he's an extremely rare soldier, but I've never thought of transferring him to my unit, because I know very well that people like him, like you, and like your team members, people like this are not true soldiers at all. He went against his superiors, tore off Dongfang's ear, and even cut that crispy meat into 16 pieces. He personally cut off his own path of retreat. Du Shaoqing stared into Su Li's eyes, and his voice gradually became cold. You haven't been a first-class military officer, but you should know very well what this means. If it was one of my men who did such a thing, I definitely wouldn't plead for mercy on his behalf. I would just shoot him to death. I'll repeat myself. I believe that my men definitely wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Sula had no intention of backing down. He stared back into Du Shaoqing's eyes and said word by word, Teacher Shaoqing. When the words Teacher Shaoqing came out of his mouth, it sounded exceptionally stiff. It was as if the bones of a cow that had been dried up for thousands of years had jumped out piece by piece from a crack in the dry wasteland. Although it was only 4 words, the two of them knew very well what Su Li's unspoken words were and what he wanted to emphasize. Gradually, dark clouds gathered between Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows. He said coldly, in the army, discipline is the most important thing. In the Federation, law is the most important thing. Secondly, evidence is the most important thing. Colonel Sulu, I respect the verdict of the military court, and I will do whatever it takes to protect the military discipline of the army. I absolutely believe that my men wouldn't do the things that you're imagining. If you have evidence, please submit it to the Internal Affairs Department or the military court. If you don't, please go back. After hearing these clean and exceptionally unyielding words, Su Lu furrowed his brows and suddenly said, Teacher Shaoqing, perhaps you don't understand your men as well as you imagine. Looking at the white hair at the temples of this famous Federation general, he felt something in his heart. This person worked hard for the Federation, and it could even be said that he burned his own life. However, the arrogance and conceit in his bones still didn't change at all. People are all complicated. Su Lu looked into Du Shaoqing's eyes and said, Someone once told me that humans are the first order of machines. Under your training and command, the 40,000 soldiers of the Iron 7th Division are as efficient and powerful as machines, but in the end, humans are not true machines. People like Commander Dongfang are no longer the little soldiers under your command. He has his own thoughts. Completely and unconditionally trusting your subordinates is a virtue, but it is also a risk. No one knows if someone will take advantage of this trust. Du Shaoqing's eyes narrowed and a cold light shot out. If Su Lu was trying to sow discord with his words, it would be too stupid, so he knew that the other party was speaking very seriously about this issue. When the aroma of coffee gradually wafted through the air, he couldn't help but think of that rainy day in the capital. That subordinate he once trusted the most, his gaze naturally drifted outside the room. Du Shaoqing glanced at the back of Shimin-jin in the distance, and his mood was exceptionally cold. It was probably because of this extremely complicated emotion that he didn't want to cast doubt on another of his most loyal subordinates. There's no need to talk about this matter anymore. Du Shaoqing waved his hand to stop Su Lu from speaking. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, There's something I have to tell you. I still don't appreciate your undisciplined and heroic style, but right now, I really do admire you a bit. Su Li's gaze lowered. He stared at the gently rippling jasmine petals in the cup in front of him and understood the other party's meaning. With Du Shaoqing's temperament, there was no way he would discuss this extremely simple military discipline issue with him for such a long time. Regardless of whether it was this cup of tea Du Shaoqing personally brewed or the words reprieve that came out of the other party's mouth at the very beginning, it wasn't Du Shaoqing giving Su Lu face. Instead, it was a Federation soldier showing respect to another fairly decent Federation soldier. Su Lu stood up, put on his hat, saluted, and said his goodbyes. In the end, he said in a heavy voice, "In tomorrow morning's battle meeting, I will request for this case to be reopened." Du Shaoqing didn't reply, nor did he stand up, only casually waving his hand. However, when he saw Su Li's figure walk out the door, a rare hint of complicated and lonely emotions appeared in this Federation young great general's eyes. Tea and conversation, this was a form of respect between soldiers, as well as a form of gratitude. Thank you for risking the Empire's life, for killing Keaton, for avenging the tiger, as well as for her. Half a kilometer away from the new 17th Division's camp, at the corner of a quiet metal tunnel escape door, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. With a low voice, he said, "You can come out." There were no immortals, demons, ghosts, or even unexpected beauties jumping out from there, running onto his body, wrapping themselves around his neck to give him a passionate hug. There was only an old butler wearing a black formal suit that silently appeared in his eyes. To be more precise, it appeared in the region of his brain that was in charge of vision. Under the base's light breeze, Su Lu turned around and leaned against the secluded metal plate. He closed his eyes and stared at the butler in the darkness. For some reason, he felt like this image's wrinkles seemed to be much fewer than a few years ago. He subconsciously asked a rather strange question that both sides understood. "You are still you?" This type of feeling is a bit strange, but I am still me. Also, long time no see, Colonel Su Lu. This is a greeting sent out on behalf of the other me. Su Lu sighed. He didn't have the energy to discuss the philosophical questions of whether or not consciousness and intelligence could be split. He reported the data that Gu Shifeng had stolen and said, "I'll have to trouble you to help me check whether or not this military order table has been tampered with." After a short while, the Federation Charter computer replied, "This order table has been tampered with. The data of the 34 military orders between the standard time 9 to 887 and 9 to 992 has been covered." Sula calculated the time. It was the few days before Bai Yulan and the others were attacked in the southern part of Farder City. His tightly closed eyes couldn't help but tightly knit together. His hands that were hanging by his waist gradually relaxed. He took out a 37 brand cigarette from his pocket, lit it up, and lightly smoked. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Help me get the original data back." "I can't." "Why?" "Because this is the real-time battlefield order table. According to wartime regulations, the relevant data is temporarily stored in the command center's data box for easy access at any time, and then sent back to S1 within the standard time. What does this have to do with getting the data back? The original data didn't have time to be sent back to S1 before it was completely destroyed by 3 levels of authority. Where did the authority come from? S1 was remotely operated by the Bureau of Proclamation. Su Lu suddenly opened his eyes and immediately thought of the information that he sent back before he went to the Empire. The reason why the seed of the Empire that destroyed the ancient bell was able to escape from the purge of the Bureau of Proclamation must be related to the Bureau of Proclamation. He narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cigarette, and asked in a low voice, "The thing that I asked you to help me with before I came back, how is it going? Also, what's the result of the case that the Federation investigated a year ago?" "The seat of the Empire is named He Yu. According to the information you obtained from the Empire and the relevant information, the conclusion is that this person can't access the confidential flight data related to the ancient bell. This person can't access the missing data of the Charter Network. The result of the case a year ago is Assistant Director Chui Zhedong was investigated, not guilty. Deputy Director Jiao Shoheng committed suicide." Sulu took off the cigarette and licked his bitter lips. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the foreign sky outside the base. Looking at the dark clouds, his heart became heavy. "Boss, how's the discussion?" Xiong Linquan, Da Vinci, and the rest of the team members came over and asked with anxious expressions. Su Lu woke up, put out the cigarette, and said, Du Xiaoqing didn't agree to let him go. Then what should we do? Everyone was extremely disappointed. Xiong Linquan said in a low voice, "Boss, do you want to go and see Old Bai?" "No, after Old Bai came out, I saw him as a flower." Su Lu thought of the revised military order and spat. Now we don't need Du Xiaoqing to agree. Countless dark clouds were floating in the sky, blocking out the beautiful sunlight and casting a shadow that chilled one's heart. Su Lu also had countless dark clouds in his heart. The death of Secretary Jiao, the result of the investigation of Cui Jiadong, the powerful soldier who assassinated Little Watermelon, and the undercurrent in the military that Tiger mentioned in the West Woods restaurant. There were countless scattered details that couldn't be connected, but gradually gathered together and pointed to a chilling conclusion. If the attack on the Ancient Bell was really a conspiracy of some big shots in the Federation, how did they do it? Secretary Jiao's death seemed to have completely cut off this clue. Where to start the investigation? Bai Yulan's group had been ambushed. If this was another move by the radical faction of the military, why would they do this? Was it simply to cut off the influence they had left behind? Also, was Du Xiaoqing involved in this? Was the lady in the back mountain involved? How many people in the government were involved in this ugly thing? The central computer of the Federation was not omnipotent in the face of the rain clouds that had an unknown number of layers, thickness, and darkness. The old guy could comb through the enormous database and retrieve the data accurately, pinpointing who had met and talked to whom in a certain place on a certain date. However, because of the citizen privacy regulations that were strictly protected by the first charter of the Federation, there was no way to restore a lot of information other than electronic data. Society was an extremely complex system. A person had to meet countless people every day. When they met, a note, a whisper, or even a look could construct infinite possible conspiracies. This was the simplest form of communication, but it was also the most difficult method for the central computer to monitor. As Feng Yu once said, the simplest is often the most powerful. It was the same for locks, machines, and people. While the old guy continued to search for clues in the huge database, Su Lu had to turn his attention back to the base. The impromptu conversation before the morning military meeting was about to determine Magnolia's life and death. According to his military rank, there was definitely no seat for him in the secret meeting room of the Attack X3 military plan, but he could sit in and listen. The coffee cups in the headquarters were all broken a few days ago, so today there were only teacups on the table. Looking at the steaming white steam in front of him, Su Lu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. His eyes gently fell on Du Xiaoqing's figure in front of him. If it was said that he still had respect for Du Xiaoqing in the past, then at this moment, this respect had long been covered by the dark clouds. It didn't completely disappear, but it became extremely blurred. Su Lu slowly stood up under the gaze of the generals. He was so calm that it made people feel a little strange. He said, "I'm not in a good mood today, so I'll try to speak faster. My subordinate, Captain Magnolia, was accused of assaulting her commanding officer and was sentenced to death by military law. I express my strong disbelief in this matter." The atmosphere in the meeting room froze. Everyone, including Commander, didn't expect Su Lu to be so unyielding as soon as he opened his mouth. "What I don't understand is when my team was placed in a dangerous situation by the Iron 7th Division through shameless and insidious means, and my comrades died tragically, why did Captain Magnolia only tear off one of the ear of the commander of the division?" There was an uproar in the meeting room. Su Lu stared at Du Xiaoqing's side profile and said, "If it were me, I would never tear off his ear. Instead, I would directly kill him. Colonel Su Lu, I hope you can provide the relevant evidence." Du Xiaoqing didn't turn around. His fingers gently stroked the edge of his sunglasses as he said lightly, "This important military officer didn't threaten anything, but the generals in the meeting room could hear his anger from his words. If Su Lu was only venting his anger because of Magnolia, the Iron 7th Division definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Su Lu took out a microchip and handed it to the staff officer beside him. He looked at Du Xiaoqing and said, "Commander Du, I remember that during Operation 5460 Glacier, Commander Dongfang Yu was punished by military law for deliberately delaying the rescue of a certain Special Forces 1st Division. Is this person with a criminal record really worthy of your trust?" Without waiting for anyone to speak, Su Lu stared at Du Xiaoqing and continued. "In less than 2 years, he became a commander again. Doesn't this violate the military appointment regulations? You keep saying that military rules are the most important, but I don't understand. When did Du Xiaoqing's words replace military law?" Du Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly turned his head and stared at Su Li's face without saying a word. It was as if he was looking at a person who was looking for death. Under this gaze, Su Lu was like a stone. He didn't feel anything. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You want evidence? I'll give you evidence." "What is this?" Commander Enchanting frowned as he looked at the list that kept scrolling on the screen. He asked, "It looks like a command list, but what do the comments on the side mean?" "This is the underlying data." The staff officer on the side suppressed the shock in his heart and explained to the generals in the conference room. "Beside it is the analysis result of the Federal Central Computer's data. It is believed that this command list has been altered. The original data has been altered and has been destroyed. This is the command list of the Iron 7th Division's 1st Regiment during that period of time. I don't have the means to completely restore it, but according to the remaining information, I can already see many problems." Su Lu looked at Du Xiaoqing and said coldly, "I can't judge whether Dongfang Yu's brain has become incomparably stupid from drinking too much on his period, or if he's bold enough to frame an ally. However, because of these illogical orders, the remnants of the Empire's army slipped through your 1st Regiment's defensive zone, and so many of my men died." At this moment, Du Xiaoqing's expression was still indifferent and calm, but the corners of his eyes were twitching slightly. Iron 7th Division's Vice Division Commander Lu Sifu stood up and said with a frown, "Is this record authentic? This is determined by the highest authority of the Bureau of Proclamation. Does the 7th Division want to doubt its authenticity?" Su Lu said in a deep voice, "I don't care how you explain it. First, explain clearly to me why the original record of this command list was erased." Lu Sifu's brows were tightly knitted together as he replied slowly, "Ever since the conflict with the Bureau of Proclamation on Planet 5460, everyone has guessed that you have a close relationship with the upper echelons of the Bureau of Proclamation. Who knows if it was you who erased the original record?" And then, Su Li's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. He cursed loudly. This young master was fighting to the death with the Empire at that time. "What the fuck did you change?" Lu Sifu's body stiffened. Just as he was about to retaliate with a red face, a roar filled with boundless anger rang out in the conference room. "Enough!" Du Xiaoqing smashed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table, causing the porcelain shards to fly everywhere. That right hand behind his back that was bleeding incessantly trembled in anger. His body tensed up as he slowly stood up. His voice sounded like it had been soaked in the blood of the soldiers on planet 5460 for countless years. "Bring Dongfang Yu to me." Chapter 665. There was dead silence in the conference room. Dongfang Pei, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, stood in front of Du Xiaoqing. Just like many years ago, he held his head high, straightened his back, straightened his neck, put his legs together, and looked at Du Xiaoqing at eye level. His military posture was absolutely perfect, and his bearing was absolutely awe-inspiring. He regarded his commander as an absolute role model, so he would never make the slightest mistake in these aspects. But at this moment, his temples were a little wet, and sweat gradually seeped out from the roots of his hair, making his neat hair look a little messy. Du Xiaoqing put his hands behind his back. He gripped the black lambskin gloves tightly, and the wounds that had just healed started to bleed again. Looking at the loyal subordinate in front of him who had followed him for many years, he didn't speak. There was no anger on his face, only a strange calmness. His cold eyes fell on Dongfang Pei, as if he was carefully observing a stranger. Dongfang Pei's temples started to sweat even more. Looking at this familiar, yet also unfamiliar military officer in front of him, Du Xiaoqing thought about his trust in him, his education, and his trust in Shimanjin. He slightly raised his already weathered face, looking at the military flag on the wall in front of the meeting room. His brows trembled slightly, but he still didn't say anything. However, that tall and straight figure that was like a white poplar tree, in everyone's eyes, seemed to suddenly become a bit desolate and tired. Sweat instantly soaked the back of Dongfang Pei's military uniform, making him feel uncomfortable like sticky rice milk. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was the disappointment that his commander showed at this moment, and the strong sense of guilt that suddenly surged in his heart. His right hand subconsciously reached to his waist as if he was possessed, and he took out a cold pistol. "What are you doing?" Regiment Commander Dongfang put the gun down. The generals in the conference room stood up angrily and anxiously, looking at the pistol in his hand that had a metallic luster of death, and shouted loudly. At the long table, only 4 people saw Dongfang Pei's action and didn't react at all. Commander Yi Changtian, Commander Yu Qinghai, and Su Lu still sat silently. Du Xiaoqing stood with his hands behind his back, and there was no trace of expression on his face. Death won't solve the problem. This matter won't end just like that. Su Lu looked at Dongfang Pei's trembling right hand that was holding the pistol and said, "I didn't recover the original records, and the military court won't sentence you to death, but you need to explain why you deleted important data. If you really care about the honor of a soldier, then at the very least, before you commit suicide out of cowardice, you should clearly tell us who in the Bureau of Proclamation actually deleted the data." Although the generals in the conference room were all important figures in the federal military, this matter involved the Bureau of Proclamation. They did not know how to continue the investigation. Even if the Department of Defense were to personally intervene, it would be extremely troublesome. Until they heard Su Li's calm but fierce words, they remembered the strange activation of the charter network on the 3320 and the conflict with the Bureau of Proclamation on the warship. They understood that Su Lu had the determination and ability to get to the bottom of this matter. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Regiment Commander Dongfang Pei glanced at Su Lu. His eyes were filled with pride, indifference, and resentment. He did not care about anyone other than his division commander. He turned his wrist, put the muzzle of the gun into his mouth, and pressed the trigger with his finger. At this moment, there is only one person in the entire universe who could stop Dongfang Pei. "I won't allow you to die." Du Xiaoqing withdrew his gaze, looked at him, and said, "You're not allowed to die before this matter is investigated thoroughly." Hearing his division commander's order, the veins on Dongfang Pei's neck bulged. Sweat flowed down his well-defined jaw like a rainstorm. After some kind of mental struggle, he finally took the gun out of his mouth while breathing heavily. The military police came forward to disarm him, took him out of the conference room, and locked him up. Du Xiaoqing turned to Su Lu. After a long silence, he said with difficulty, "Sorry, I will give you an explanation for this matter. The crime of tampering with important data is not enough to execute him, unless we investigate this matter to the Bureau of Proclamation and find out what happened. To be honest, until now, I still don't understand why the Iron 7th Division would do this if someone really wanted to wipe out my influence in the Federation." Su Lu had a cigarette in his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the undeveloped meadow below the base, as well as the scattered flocks of sheep on it. He said, "Maybe Dongfang Pei really didn't know that someone had erased the original data. I think what he said before he wanted to commit suicide was quite true. The problem is that I now doubt whether Du Xiaoqing was involved in this matter. The 7th Division used to do undercover work for the government and saw a lot of ugly and dark sides. But if you say that Du Xiaoqing was involved in this matter, I don't believe it." A short-haired Federation soldier sat next to him. There was a half-lit 37 brand cigarette between his index and middle fingers. There were no epaulettes on his military uniform, and his feet were tightly pressed together in military boots. He was as quiet and gentle as a young girl. Of course, teacher Du Xiaoqing is very capable, but that doesn't mean that he is scheming. The most important point is that he is a very proud person. In fact, he is too proud. He is so proud that he won't allow the slightest stain on his military uniform. Anyway, the case will continue to be investigated. Du Xiaoqing kicked Dongfang Pei into our division's NTR team. He will stay there until the investigation is completed. Sula glanced at him and asked, I mainly want to see if you are satisfied with this explanation. Dongfang Pei must be living a life worse than death in NTR. What am I not satisfied with? The key is still with the Bureau of Proclamation. Someone has to be responsible for the wrongful death of Xie Wen and the others. Sulu looked at him with a cigarette in his mouth. In the end, he couldn't hold back the question in his heart. He hesitantly reached out his hand and rubbed his short hair. He asked curiously, Old Bai, why did you shave such an ugly head? Bai Yulan gently took his hand down and explained softly, It's not ugly. That's because you're not used to it. I want to see more and see if a flower can really grow on your face. Su Lu shrugged and kicked the wet soil under his feet with his military boots. He sighed and said, It's a pity that you have to leave soon. I really can't do anything about this matter. But wait for a while. I'll use my connections in the department to call you back. Dongfang Pei was thrown into NTR as compensation for the mistakes he had made. The investigation was still ongoing. If he had committed a crime, he would definitely have to pay a higher price. However, Bai Yulan tore off Dongfang Pei's ear in public, although he wouldn't be shot to death now. And even the confinement was only a symbolic 2 days. In order to maintain the most important military discipline and order in the army, he couldn't continue to stay in the military camp. I'm not coming back. Bai Yulan said something that shocked Sula. When I joined the army, the hair down there wasn't fully grown yet. Don't laugh. This is the truth. He lowered his head and took a deep puff of the cigarette. He said with a hint of self-mockery, At that time, the old 17th Division hadn't been completely disbanded yet. How early do you think it was? From the 17th Division to the 83-84 Division in Harbor City, and then to the Nutshell Whitewater as a mercenary. There were 7 groups. Finally, I joined the new 17th Division. I've taken a big detour in my life, but I'm always in the army. Training, fighting, killing, fighting, training. Bai Yulan raised her head and looked at him. She blinked and said, The military camp is my home. I'll miss it when I leave, but I've been here for too long. I'm really sick of it. Bai Yulan rubbed her middle finger and flicked one side of her mouth. She looked with satisfaction at the cigarette, but that fell into the grass more than 10 meters away. She continued, A year ago, when I thought you were dead, I had already submitted a retirement report. However, it wasn't approved. Also, I don't trust the guys in 7 groups, especially the new ones. That's why I followed them to the Empire to keep an eye on them. Sulu was silent. He was thinking hard about how to make her change her mind. How did you spend the past year in the Empire? Bai Yulan asked. Sulu didn't mention many details about his year in the Empire. Even when facing the Internal Affairs Department and the Bureau of Proclamation, he didn't mention them. However, Bai Yulan was the one who asked this question. After escaping from Donglin, Sulu had always been vigilant about many things and people. After a few years, the people he trusted the most in the Federation were still Shi Qinghai, Zhou Yu, Bai Yulan, and a few others. The biggest gain in the Empire this year was paralysis, a watch, and a mother and son. When these 3 words are put together, and gain at that, it sounds evil. That's because your thoughts are too evil. I've been to the Empire more than once. Bai Yulan's gaze extended from the grass in front of her to the intersection of green and yellow. She frowned and said, When I was a mercenary in Whitewater, what didn't I do? Therefore, everything here is nothing new to me. What the hell does this have to do with being new? Sulu thought about how he was about to leave the army and refused to accept his help. He said angrily, You don't trust those bastards, but do you think you can leave the army now? This is a war between large armies. What can individuals like us do? Bai Yulan took the cigarette, but from his mouth, and lit another one. She lowered her head and breathed out the smoke. She smiled and said, I'm married. Sulu was shocked, speechless by this news. After a long silence, he patted his shoulder and said, "Where's the girl from? Is she pretty?" "She's definitely not as pretty as Jian Shui'er." Bai Yulan smiled and replied, "You should have seen her before. She's an extremely fierce nurse from the Army General Hospital. Last time, she even scolded you for smoking in the ward." "That's good. Go back. I'll stay and watch over these bastards," Su Lu said seriously. Bai Yulan shook her head and said, "You can't watch them. The Federation must be preparing for the press conference when you go back." Su Lu was silent. He didn't want to talk about this troublesome topic. Suddenly, he thought of something. He frowned and said jokingly, "De Xiong said that you haven't smoked in the past year because of my death. Isn't that too unmanly?" "Bullshit." Bai Yulan lay back on the meadow and looked at the blue sky with a cigarette in her mouth. She said, "I quit smoking because I want to have children." "Henpecked? It seems that you're really not a man." The blue sky, the yellow grass, the cloud-like flocks of sheep, and the wisps of 37 brand cigarette smoke. From time to time, two people's mocking and calm voices could be heard. Chapter 666. I have never met Colonel Su Lu before, but I know him. A few years ago, after Miss Jian Shui'er's peace concert in the 4 prefectures turned into a cruel terrorist attack, due to some reasons that haven't been decrypted yet, he and I used to look at the similar scenery on both sides of the road and move towards the same goal. What I could use was the pen in my hand, while what Colonel Su Lu used was the gun. Schiller once said that the gun is always more powerful than the pen. After that incident, I happily accepted this conclusion, because when the gun is in the hands of a trustworthy person, it can indeed display a more important and direct power than countless pens. In this corner of the universe that is eternally shrouded in the glory of the Charter, surrounded by news of constant victories on the battlefield, it has been peaceful for too long. As expected, the peaceful and forgetful populace has forgotten many things that happened not too long ago. At this time, the return of Colonel Su Lu, at least for me personally, has more meaning. This is an ordinary small-eyed man, but he is too extraordinary. I don't know what kind of childhood experience he had, but he has never been pressured to bow to the darkness in the name of the big picture, never been shaken by the reason of victory. What I'm even more puzzled about is, why are there no words like compromise, balance, and exchange of benefits in his dictionary? Compromise, balance. These seem to have become some kind of virtue in this society, but who can tell me, who is the one who is compromising with whom? Why do we have to compromise? This ordinary man who didn't like to talk much on the screen used his actions to remind us that in the face of the invaders of the Empire, in the face of the scavengers of the Federation, the people of the Federation have already compromised too much, compromised for too many years. Admiring a person is admiring a certain kind of attitude. I admire Colonel Su Lu precisely because of this kind of uncompromising attitude. He is just like those characters that have appeared in the long river of history. He came from the ordinary populace, like an ordinary stone, but because of the firm ideals in his heart, he is tightly attached to the earth. Usually, he quietly watches the people coming and going from the side of the road, and if someone tries to pass by the side of the road and kick him away, they will be viciously smashed by this stone. It is precisely because of this that Professor Xinyulan's name is engraved on the MX mech of the Federation. It is precisely because of this that the white-haired senator can no longer continue to be his moral peddler. It is precisely because of this that us middle-aged men with dusty hearts will be moved to tears by a documentary. It is precisely because of this that we are fortunate enough to witness the revenge of a nobody from morning till night. We watch that infamous butcher of the Empire turn into a firework in the universe. It is because of this that Commander Zhong and those soldiers under the monument can close their eyes with a smile. Today, I am here to welcome the return of Colonel Su Lu on behalf of all my colleagues in the Zut Special District Daily News. We do not want to use noisy cheers to welcome a legend, a hero, but we want to sincerely welcome back a person who is worthy of the Federation's trust to return to our midst. The Federation welcomes the return of the Road Guardian Stone. Winter of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar, Bob wrote after a silent press conference. On the top floor of the Samlin United Bank headquarters, An old man wearing a small black round hat sat in an old black roundback chair. He looked at the plant fiber newspaper in his hand, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. As the most trusted media mouthpiece of Mr. President, Bob played a very important role in the Medellin project. I have always admired this person for his courage to speak and hate, completely different from those quails in the newspaper. But I really did not expect that with the return of Su Lu, he could actually write such an article that directly addresses the core of the current problem. Li Xiuzhu looked at his old father, who rarely came to the headquarters for an inspection, and thought that Su Li's return actually alarmed him. He could not help but feel a little strange. The shriveled old man sitting in the black roundback chair was, without a doubt, the real oligarch of the Federation. In the old legends, only the king could be called an oligarch because he was unparalleled in the world. Compared to the so-called financial tycoons who often appeared in the news media, the little old man who had been in charge of the iron calculator for decades secretly controlled the financial order of the Federation, and only the successive presidents were qualified to be his opponent. What else could he be called if not an oligarch? The font on the front page of the Capital Special District Daily was temporarily adjusted just to put Bob's political article. Li Xiuzhu thought for a moment and said, Bob's article is a little scattered. Compared with his previous sharp political articles, it is a little worse. Wrong, the old man from Liyuan Palace said in a hoarse and gloomy voice. This article is obviously not incited by the president. Bob himself only knows that there is a problem with the Federation, but he does not know what the problem is. He knows that Su Lu will have enemies, but he does not know who the enemies are. Of course, he can only make a few obscure sentences. But he said the biggest problem that may arise from Su Li's return to the Federation, which is that this little guy never knows how to compromise. The old man raised his head and looked at Li Xiuzhu with cloudy eyes. He calmly explained, the situation in the Federation seems to be calm now, but in fact, it could explode at any time. After all, the case of Tiger has not been investigated. When will the case of West Woods come to a conclusion? I don't know if the attack on the ancient bell was a simple massacre of the Empire or a deeper conspiracy. I don't care about this, because if there is a conspiracy, then the people involved in this conspiracy must be very terrifying, so terrifying that I don't even want to care about it. Li Xiuzhu was slightly shocked. He did not expect that even his father would not want to go against that force. As for the case of Westwoods, we are involved, the Lin family is involved, the president's residence, Parliament Hill, everyone is involved in this carnival. Since the Zhong family has collapsed, everyone can get a share of the benefits. Madame has also acquiesced to this carnival some time ago. Naturally, no one wants the case to continue to be investigated and the lawsuit to continue. Now the question is, where is the target of those people? Is it the means they used against the Zhong family when they opened up the Donglin mining area? Or do they want more? They even want what is in the hands of an old man like me. Except for the army, there is no existence in this universe that can fundamentally hurt our family. In the past countless years, we can still live very comfortably without an army in our hands. That is because the Federation has no enemies, so the army is naturally weak. And in the past few decades, with the gradual escalation of the war, the power of the army has become stronger and stronger. Have you ever thought, if the army is in the hands of a person who is very hostile to us, what kind of situation will our families face? Bob's quote is very correct. Money has magic, power has magic, beauty has magic, pen has magic. Any extension of human desire can become a powerful tool, but all of these tools are not as powerful as the magic of a gun. Because guns are used to kill, who can resist using death to end all desires? Li Xiuzhu felt that the warm winter sun that shone down from the transparent dome was unable to warm his body at all. He felt waves of cold invading his body. The expensive silk underwear that was smuggled from the Empire's Li Banstar was soaked in ice-like sweat. As the CEO of the Sanlin United Bank, he was extremely clear about the complex roots of the family in the Federation society. Sometimes he couldn't help but sigh in admiration, not understanding how the successive generations of family heads did all of this. Who was the Federation government's biggest creditor? Whose funds did the Ministry of Defense's General Assembly base rely on? How was the purchase of large quantities of firearms realized? Who set the rules of the economic world's numbers game? It was precisely because of this knowledge that he firmly believed that no generation of the Federation government dared to overthrow his family from the roots, because that would inevitably lead to great turmoil and chaos in the entire Federation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Federation's economy would regress by several hundred years because of this. However, if the military's hardliners really did go crazy one day and tried to purge the 7 great families, those heavy and cold mechas and brave soldiers would definitely be red-eyed and wouldn't care about these numerical problems. The military. Even if those hardliners go crazy, the people behind them are always clear-headed, Li Xiaozhu said with a trembling voice. Moreover, we still have the charter. Charter? The old man from Liyuan Palace laughed hoarsely. His laughter echoed endlessly within the empty bank headquarters building. If the charter was useful, would the 7 great families still exist for so long? The great federal central computer has been bound by the countless rules and regulations created by the 5-person group for tens of thousands of years. It just depends on whether or not you know how to use those rules and regulations. The laughter gradually stopped. The old man from Liyuan Palace gently stroked the armrest and looked at him warmly. Xiaodong's performance these past few years has been quite good. Li Xiaozhu was slightly shocked. He didn't understand why the topic had suddenly changed to his biggest competitor for the family head position. He looked at the old face with shock and bewilderment, resisting the urge to ask. Don't worry. Ever since you met Su Lu, you finally learned to accept failure. Your performance these past few years has been quite good. For now, you're even ahead of your younger brother. The old man warmly said, I admire Xiaotong because he discovered Su Li's value before I did. I suggest that you give full support to any projects that involve Xiaotong and Su Li's relationship. Li Xiaozhu frowned. He didn't understand why Su Lu was mentioned again. The old man from Liyuan Palace gently picked up the plant fiber newspaper in his hand and said in a hoarse voice, regarding the case of the tiger, none of us are willing to continue investigating. This is related to interests. But Bob said that this little guy doesn't have this word in his dictionary, so he will definitely continue investigating. Li Xiaozhu's eyes slightly brightened. He roughly understood what the old man meant. As the war progresses, the strength of the army will only become stronger and stronger. Those tough and cold-blooded generals and the politicians behind them will definitely become more and more greedy. The old man from Liyuan Palace smiled and said, At this time, we need someone to make them restrain themselves, sober, and understand their role. The war is for the interests of the Federation. It can also be said that it is for our interests, but it can't be for their own interests. I am very worried about Su Li's ability. The brightness in Li Xiaozhu's eyes gradually disappeared. With a solemn expression, he said, he is too young to enter the upper echelons of the military. And the most important thing is that Feiqing City has never expressed firm support for him. Hearing the 2 words Feiqing City, a complicated and strange expression flashed across the old man's face. He seemed to be a little scared, a little sad, and a little relieved. Chapter 667. This was a secret, a very big secret. The old man from Liyuan Palace took a deep breath. His chest, which had become shriveled due to the passage of time, couldn't bounce up as exaggeratedly as a young man's. However, the slightly more ample oxygen allowed his emotions to quickly calm down. This secret only belonged to the few people at the top of the Federation. Since the lady in the back of the mountain had told him, he naturally wouldn't tell anyone else, even if that person was his own son standing in front of him. Philadelphia's support doesn't need to be obvious. The old man coughed a few times and said in a low and hoarse voice, If my memory isn't wrong, Su Li's net in 3320 a year ago has already revealed the tip of the iceberg of the hidden support. This time, his escape from the Empire was directly confirmed by the central computer as a first-order incident. He looked at Li Xiaozhu and said with a slight smile, Have you ever heard of a first-order incident? Li Xiaozhu shook his head. His right hand gently rubbed the left side of his chest, as if he was still digesting the shock he felt when he first heard this news. I said before that the charter isn't omnipotent, because there are many loopholes in the program that can be exploited. However, most of the time, we can determine a person's power or role through the eyes of the charter. Since the Federal Central Computer believes that Su Lu is so important, then why should I doubt him? The old man from Liyuan Palace said with a hoarse voice, to balance the radical faction in the military, he is the best choice. Regardless of whether it is the president or Philadelphia, whether it is the Bureau of Proclamation or the people, they are all endorsing this choice. Right now, my question is, how much power does the radical faction hold? Li Xiaozhu asked worriedly. Du Shaoqing doesn't seem to have any political leanings, but who knows what those who have been silently standing behind him think. The old man said in a low voice, I'm old and don't have enough energy to deal with these things. Tomorrow, represent me to invite a few of my old friends from the Mountain Conference and Mr. Security Advisor to hold a banquet. Is it about the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Li Xiaozhu said in shock. I thought the family wouldn't be so involved in politics. The situation is changing. I don't want to be involved, but I'm forced to be involved. The old man from Liyuan Palace laughed lightly and said coldly, Miles is going to retire. The key position in the military cannot fall into the hands of the radical faction, regardless of whether it is the 2nd Military Region or the 3rd Military Region. They have to stop their thoughts. Who should we choose? General Li Jiedu. The Capital Ring was famous for its affluence, and the S1 Capital Special District was naturally the place where the taste of money and power was condensed most vividly. In the suburbs of the city, the political center of the Federation, there were all kinds of high-end private clubs and indescribably luxurious mansions. Countless important decisions that concerned the interests of billions of people in the Federation were often made in these dimly lit, leisurely social places before they were processed by the government or parliament. Located behind the grassy slope to the north of Charter Square, the Lufeng Slope Club, which dared to be the neighbor of the president's official residence, was undoubtedly the top existence among these clubs. However, even this private property in the back of the mountain couldn't take away the dazzling brilliance of Linyuan in these years. Except for the owner of Linyuan, who was gradually becoming a legend, and except for the first time Adman Li and Su Lu met and fought a bloody battle. These kinds of anecdotes that were gradually becoming legends, just the fact that the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, who rarely left Philadelphia and chose to stay in the Capital Special District, was enough to support Linyuan for decades. Linyuan, which usually flowed with gentle background music, was particularly quiet today. The waiters, who usually had a calm expression, couldn't help but have some emotional fluctuations. The senior manager, who usually only watched the guests in the hall indifferently in the office area behind the building, had already come to the hall in person. Sometimes he glanced at the welcome speech by Chief Editor Bob in the newspaper in his hand, and sometimes he nervously looked at the bamboo house. Lin Yuan's senior manager rolled the newspaper behind him, looked at the waitresses in front of him, and sternly said, after Colonel Su Lu finished the press conference, he went directly to the official residence to have dinner with the president. So, this noon will be his first private meal after returning to the Federation. It is our honor that he chose Lin Yuan. You must show 100% professionalism. Don't ask for autographs. Show your professionalism. Don't scream, don't whisper. Inside the bamboo house, beside the running water, there was a mahogany table in the middle. The curtain made of green bamboo leaves swayed slightly, and a breeze blew. Su Lu, who was eating to fill his empty stomach because of the ordinary cooking of the First Lady of the Federation, looked up in surprise. A familiar, warm, and cold red entered his eyes. He stood up, very naturally reached out to take the red windbreaker, and casually hung it on the side. Then, he turned his head, slightly leaned forward, and put his hand around her shoulders. They hugged for a long time, and then separated. I originally thought of a lot of things to say to you. Zhou casually pushed her big curly hair behind her back, looked at him with a smile, and patted his thin cheeks gently. She said, but seeing you appear in front of me alive like this, with the same arrogant appearance as before, I feel that those words are unnecessary. No matter what, you can't cherish your life more. Then, it's good that you are alive. We should celebrate. Sulu nodded in agreement and said with emotion, "Indeed, we should celebrate." The exquisite dishes were served one by one, which was basically the same as the countless dinners in Lin Yuan in the past. It was like a reminiscence of the past. The two close friends who had not seen each other for more than a year quietly talked about the stories of each other during this period of time. They drank wine that was not strong but intoxicating. Not long after, there were 5 or 6 empty wine bottles floating in the flowing water. Your return makes many people happy, but also makes many people nervous. Zoyu's jade-like fingers gently held the wine, cup rippling. She was elegant and charming. 2 completely different kinds of beauty rippled in the same time between her eyebrows. Her beautiful face flashed with her unique sarcastic feeling. That unreasonable guy is back. Their lives will be a little difficult. I never overestimate myself. Sulu took out a cigarette box and put it on the table. He lit a cigarette. After being stunned for a moment, he didn't know why, but he took out another cigarette and handed it over. He shrugged and said, "Last time at BU Mountain Villa, I was able to scare the Lin family away because I had a gun in my hand and I looked a little fearless." Zoyu opened her eyes wide and looked at the cigarette he handed over. She was also stunned, and then she took it, not used to it. Her slender fingers held the cigarette a little stiffly. She said, "But the fact is, when people found out that you were still alive, they immediately found out that you started to cause trouble again." "What did I cause trouble?" Sulu lit the military metal lighter in his hand and moved closer to her charming red lips. "Now, is there anyone who dares to provoke Du Xiaoqing? Even the big shots in the military have to avoid this young, famous general. But what about you?" Zoe took a puff of the cigarette and narrowed her eyes, not used to it. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed tightly, as if she had drunk a mouthful of strong wine. She choked a few times before she calmed down. She said with a tone of amazement and admiration, "You are really amazing. You actually slapped Du Xiaoqing's face as soon as you came back." Magnolia tore Dongfang Pei's ear, but you were able to retire from the army unscathed. Dongfang Pei was sent to the NTR unit. When the news reached the capital ring, I don't know how many big shots were shocked out of their mouths. Amazement and admiration seemed to be 2 completely different emotions, just like beauty and charm. But Zoe had the ability to mix these emotions or taste together. Sulu had known her for many years, and he had long been used to the headache-inducing cold and contemptuous attitude of this beautiful woman in red from time to time. So he just shrugged and did not say anything. She pointed at Su Li's face with the finger holding the cigarette, and wisps of smoke spread out from between her jade fingers. She was not like those prostitutes who frequented nightclubs. She only said with her unique cold voice, "But this is you." Those old guys now understand that even if you have been missing for more than a year, you are still you. Too much, too much. Sulu swallowed a mouthful of smoke with a glass full of red wine. His chest was full and full. "I don't want the 2 of us to look like we're acting when we're eating. Besides, my man is dead." Zoe did not seem to like the smell of cigarettes. She frowned and looked at the logo on the edge of the carbon filter. She crushed it hard in the cylinder, looked up, and asked in confusion, "This is also something I don't understand. Although the death rate of the NTR unit is as high as 37%, Du Xiaoqing is a smart man. He threw Dongfang Pei to the NTR unit of the 17th Division. How could your division commander let Dongfang Pei die in his own unit? Based on your temperament, I thought you would directly kill Dongfang Pei. There is no evidence that Dongfang Pei committed a malicious crime, and there is obviously a problem behind this matter." Sulu was silent for a moment. He looked at the spacious space in the Lin Yuan and said, "I will find a quieter place to talk to you later. Also, there is a very important reason." He quietly looked at Zhou Yu's beautiful face and said, "When I returned to the base, Du Xiaoqing personally made tea and invited me to drink it. Without waiting for me to speak, he directly said the words reprieve. Division Commander Du Xiaoqing never gives face to anyone, but this time is different. For the sake of the words reprieve, I have to give him some face. Old Bai wants to retire from the army, so before I find out the truth, I think it is more appropriate to deal with this matter temporarily. Bai Yulan is your most capable assistant. It is really unexpected for him to retire from the army just like that. Zhou was used to thinking from his point of view and was very unhappy about this matter. A man with a wife will naturally have ties. Moreover, Old Bai has worked for the Federation for so many years and has already fulfilled his obligations. No one has the right to ask him to continue to stay at the front line, where he does not know if there will be a tomorrow. Su Lu lowered his head and said with emotion, "The front line is at war. Those guys are struggling to survive in the rain of bullets, but I am drinking red wine and chatting in the Lin Yuan. This contrast makes me very uncomfortable. I should be with them. You don't have to feel guilty." Zhou took the cigarette box from the table and played with it. She lowered her eyes and said calmly, "After the X-3 military plan ends, the federal forces will stop attacking. Even if you rush back now, it will be meaningless." Su Lu raised his head. His straight and thick eyebrows slowly knitted together. He said in a deep voice, "Cease fire. Why?" Chapter 668. Right now, the Federation has already attacked the X-3 star system. According to the Empire's response plan, the bottom line of the strategic retreat is here. If the federal forces still want to advance as easily as before, they will definitely be met with a crazy counterattack from the Empire. According to the latest intelligence, the princess who has been tormenting you for a year has already led 470 Wolfang mechas to the front lines and is watching the federal forces through 3 spatial gates, ready to attack at any time. What does the X-3 star system have the most? It's crystal ores. For the Federation, the first strategic goal of occupying this star system has already been completed. The troops need to rest and reorganize. Furthermore, the supply line is too long, which is becoming more and more difficult for logistical support. What is the purpose of war? It's profit. You can see war as a business. A business that loses too much money will definitely not last for too long. Zhou played with the cigarette box in her hand and casually expressed her opinion. She raised her head and smiled at Su Lu before continuing. The Department of Defense has already decided that after the X-3 military plan ends, there will be a probing attack toward the L-star system. According to the results of this battle, the follow-up plan will be decided. However, according to the files I've seen, they will basically choose to stop. Of course, there must be a purpose in war. However, the current situation is very good. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to expand our gains and allow the Empire to catch a breather, we will have to pay an even heavier price if we want to take another step closer to Tianjin. Su Lu frowned and said unhappily, "Yesterday in the official residence, Mr. President didn't reveal any of these thoughts. The military might not get approval to stop the attack. I've already told you that I'm currently working at the Department of Defense's Strategic Research Center, so I have the opportunity to come into contact with these secret files. You have sufficient authority, which is why I'm reminding you. As for the attitude of the president that you all so proudly claim as your own, regardless of whether he is willing to stop the federal forces' advance or not, the current political environment no longer allows him to expand the scope of the war indefinitely." What political environment? The current situation is very good, not very good, Su Lu replied in a deep voice. You still don't understand? The crystal mine was the key. At that time, President Pabre was able to get the support of the military and the people. He ignored the opposition of many people in the upper class and ordered the troops to attack the empire. On the one hand, it was because your appearance represented the attitude of the old man in Philadelphia. On the other hand, as a close partner of Mr. President, you successfully influenced the attitude of the parliament and many people. Zhou stared into his eyes and said in an aggravated and somewhat annoyed tone, "Right now, the Federation is about to take down X-3. The Crystal Mine Federation will have enough crystal mine resources, and the entire Federation's economy will be greatly boosted because of this. There's no need to worry that the interests of the rear mountain will be fully satisfied. Madam naturally won't spare no effort to support the development of the war. Mr. President is a politician, not a childish military officer like you." When he heard Zhou's simple but unquestionable analysis, Su Li's mood became somewhat downcast. He replied in annoyance, "I'm not a warmonger, and I'm not childish. On the contrary, the decisions of these big shots are as laughable as children playing house. People die in war. How can they stop just because they say so? War will always be an accessory of politics, and politics is a derivative of the economy. The interests of the Federation as a whole, from a certain perspective, are indeed more important than the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. Don't stare at me so fiercely. I grew up in a military compound since I was young, and I hate this situation more than you do. But who can change this situation? Zoe stared fiercely into Su Li's eyes, not allowing him to express the sense of loss and irritation in his heart. After a long silence, Su Li grabbed the wine cup and took a big gulp. He said in a hoarse voice, "More than a year ago, I had dinner with Mr. President in the official residence. A little earlier, I had dinner with Tiger in the West Woods. I agree with the judgment of the two of them on the current situation. I've been in the Empire for a year, and I've clearly sensed that the Empire, from the nobles to the commoners, has an extreme hatred for the Federation that is difficult to eliminate. I'm not a warmonger, and I don't have extravagant hopes that the Federation can occupy the entire territory of the Empire. However, if this war really isn't going to drag on for 10,000 years, one side will have to beat the other to the point of extreme pain, to the point where they can only surrender, not daring to start another war. If we keep going back and forth like this, stopping and fighting for 2 years when the big shots need it, and stopping when they don't need it, how many unnecessary sacrifices will the soldiers on the front line have to make because of this?" He paused for a moment and put down the wine cup very slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible between the bottom of the cup and the table. Then he stared at the rippling red wine at the bottom of the cup, as if he was staring at the blood flowing out of the corpses of the Federation soldiers in a dry riverbed in a foreign land. He said in a low voice, "Now, I suddenly understand why the radicals in the military can silently gain the support of so many people. Let's not talk about the matters on the front line for now." After a moment of silence, Zoe raised the wine cup and gestured in the air. She said, "There are still many problems within the Federation, and you have many personal problems that need to be solved." "What problems do I have?" Sulu asked in confusion. "Those women of yours." Zoe said mockingly, "Jian Shuai is in the fleet, Shang Xiao is in the engineering department. Oh, and that daughter of the Prime Minister, did she contact you? As for that annoying female revolutionary in the Parliament Mountain, I don't want to mention it. This is my personal problem." Sulu scratched his head and said helplessly, "Don't forget, you are the father of my son, and the entire Capital Special Region knows about your relationship with my family. As your fiancé, don't I have the right to control how many women you have outside?" Zoe stared at him with a charming smile on her beautiful face. It was supposed to be a joke, but because of the brightness in her eyes, there was a touch of strangeness. "At least, can you not mock Zhang Xiaoming so viciously like Shi Qinghai?" Su Lu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Of course, I know you hate her because you care about me, and I am very grateful for that. But that girl is my first love. Can't you let me keep a clean and beautiful memory for my first love that has already disappeared?" "First love?" Zoe paused for a moment, then said coldly, "My first unforgettable first love when I was a young girl was a farce of a prince choosing a concubine. Do you think there is anything clean and beautiful about that?" Su Lu was silent, and he launched a silent and awkward attack on the food on the table. Brother Prince doesn't seem to be the same Brother Prince for back then. Zoe Yu's eyes became a bit misty and empty. Although she no longer had that kind of intimate relationship with Macho in the back mountain, after all, she had drank afternoon tea with that madam for many years. She had been influenced and cultivated a sharp political analysis. She had also established some of her own information channels and knew that some of the things that had happened to the 1,000-year-old family recently. Life is arranged to walk on the golden path until he climbs to the top of the secular world. He was mentally prepared for all of this, and he used his life to actively welcome it, but he actually had a falling out with the lady. Zoe Yu smiled slightly, but it was unknown what kind of emotion was mixed in her smile. "You probably don't know, but this year he's been in the West Woods for the Zhong family. In the face of the Federation government and the hunger of those families, he actually tied the Tai family to that little girl's chariot. It was a really risky and crazy choice. The lady tolerated him for a year, but in the end, she couldn't continue to tolerate him. Speaking of which, this really doesn't seem like his style. She frowned and looked in confusion at Su Lu across the table. I keep thinking that this matter has something to do with you. We all know that you have a very good relationship with the little princess of the Zhong family. Regarding this matter, I thank Tai Ziwan for a lifetime, Su Lu said in an extremely serious tone. He had already learned about the things that happened in the West Woods in the past year through the old man. In addition to being angry and silent, he was very clear about the significance of Tai Ziyuan's decision. Now, the Zhong family is facing the most dangerous situation. They're facing difficulties both internally and externally. The most important thing is that the military power is being taken back piece by piece by the Federation. The old house and Zhongziki's side are in a dispute, and they can only watch as these things happen. Zhou looked at Su Lu worriedly and said, "Your return has alarmed the Federal Central Computer. The forward's first sequence can deter countless people who want to harm you, but you have to remember that you are not the invincible creator. You're just a normal person who is better at fighting and has some background. Why are you telling me this?" Su Lu asked in a low voice. After the tiger died, the Zhong family became a big piece of fat meat. Everyone wants to take a bite. In fact, the government and those families are doing this. No matter who wants to stand up for the Zhong family, it is equivalent to going against the government, the 7 families, and countless people in power in the Federation at the same time. Without a doubt, this is a stupid action that is similar to courting death. Therefore, even fierce people like Brother Crown Prince and Mr. Tian can only endure and do some work according to the channels set by the Federation. But you are different. Zhou was silent for a moment and then continued in a low voice. You will not endure and will not wait. So I have to remind you of the difficulty of this matter. Being able to return to the Federation alive should have been a very happy thing. After thinking for a while, Su Lu said in a low voice, "But it is very strange. After coming back and hearing about these things, none of them made me happy. Other than the matter in the West Woods, as I said just now, there is another important matter that I will tell you later. It makes me feel cold and disgusted. I suddenly feel that the days in that small courtyard in the slums of the Empire's Tianjing planet for half a year were actually so peaceful and happy." He put his right hand into the cool stream and let the bamboo leaves brush against the edge of his palm. He said, "Commander Zhong has guarded the West Woods alone for more than 10 years for the Federation. After the death of his wife, the Federation did not reward him for his service. Instead, they used unscrupulous means to seize benefits. They did not even let go of a little orphan girl. This matter is very difficult for me to accept. If it was difficult to accept, then he would not accept it." This was his attitude. Chapter 669. Last night, I directly questioned Mr. President, but unfortunately, I didn't get any clear answer. Of course, Mr. President's mood obviously became a little worse because of my doubts. Su Lu raised his head and wiped the water on his hands on his lapel. He laughed at himself and said, "I know that Mr. President has his reasons, but the problem is that even he can't do anything. So what can I do?" Su Lu narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zhou. His eyes were as bright as before, but there was not much of a smile. He said in a low but firm voice, "But I still have to do something." Without waiting for Zhou to speak, he raised his right arm to stop her and continued, "Don't worry. I'm not an impulsive person. Being impulsive won't solve any problems. I've thought about it before. The Zhong family's administrative power and economic control over the West Woods has been weakened by the Federation. In fact, it's a good thing for the Federation. And to be honest, this power is something that the Zhong family should have. But when Commander Zhong died, he gave little watermelon to me. So, as long as I'm still alive, no one can hurt her and no one can take away what belongs to her. Next week, I'll go to the Supreme Court to watch the trial. I want to see Yuan win this case. If he loses, I'll fight again." It sounded like a declaration of bravery and ruthlessness, especially when faced with the pressure of the entire Federation from top to bottom. Be it a general or a hooligan on the street, When uttered such a declaration, they would most likely feel somewhat flustered and embarrassed. But strangely enough, when the declaration came out of Su Li's mouth, there was no such feeling. There is only a piercingly cold and ruthless feeling, because for him, he was merely calmly stating a fact that could happen. In the early years, the biting cold aura hidden under the cold appearance had long become the main color of Zhou besides red. Although she was definitely not an idealist, on the contrary, she maintained the cold and sharp realism taught by the madam in many things. But after hearing Su Li's words, there was no ridicule, no anger, only calmness, because the Su Lu she knew, since a few years ago in that apartment, had been constantly expressing an uncompromising attitude to the world. And strangely, he was still alive, and his life was getting more and more exciting. Zhou did not ask Su Lu what kind of method he would use to win the case again if he lost the case in the Supreme Court. It would probably be the hard methods of guns, fists, and courage. She raised her glass of red wine, toasted the man across the table, and said with a smile, "The trial will start next Friday." The biggest variable now is that it is said that Chief Justice Heing may not personally hear the case because of health reasons. If Chief Justice Heing does not personally hear the case, who dares to go against the collective will of the Federation government and the Parliament? Su Lu said with a frown, "Is there someone who is tampering with the case?" The Chief Justice is already 91 years old this year. Because of health reasons, he has not personally heard a case for many years. The last time was the case between the UNICEF and the Federation TV station regarding Jianshui. Zhou shook her head and explained, "The old man's health is indeed not very good. With his position in the Federation, even that person in Philadelphia does not dare to suppress him. Who dares to tamper with him? I hope the Chief Justice will live a long life." The two people at the table raised their glasses of red wine at the same time and blessed the Chief Justice who dared to make the god of war Pifus sad. At this moment, with a soft beep, a military encrypted email appeared in Su Li's phone. Su Li looked down at his phone, stood up, and helped Zhou get her windbreaker. He said, "Find a safe place. There is something I need you to help me decide. You're in such a hurry to leave." Zhou looked at the remaining 5 bottles of red wine on the table. "I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. I only have one night." Su Lu walked to the table, held her elbow out of habit, and helped her up. He explained, "It's a bit urgent. That hooligan will come back tomorrow, and Prince Brother and the little princess of the Zhong family have also arrived in the special district of the capital region. You came back alive. Don't you want to meet them? And what about your women?" Zhou asked in confusion. "What is so important and urgent?" "It's an email from Jianshui." Su Lu put his phone in his pocket and explained, "She arranged for me to go to Philadelphia." "You're going to see the god of war?" Zhou's eyes widened, and her charming face suddenly became a lot more charming. "Yes, I have some very important stories that I want to ask that old man to confirm." Su Lu patted his chest and said with a smile, "You know what? A guy like me is about to come into contact with the real history." Zhou did not know what kind of historical truth he was going to see the god of war in Philadelphia. She did not want to ask because she did not want to embarrass him. After a moment of silence, she could not help but say hesitantly, "It's rare to see you smile like this. It seems it's a big deal." Sitting in the black car without any logo, along the familiar number 2 highway, leaving the Capital Special District, the winter wind blew in through the window, making the little red flower on Zhou's temple tremble slightly, and her flower-like face rippled with the wind. When they passed by an intersection, Su Lu, who was holding the steering wheel, subconsciously turned back and looked at the woman beside him who was shining brightly. His narrowed eyes naturally showed a look of admiration. The beautiful but disgusting daughter of a high-ranking official in Linhai State had long disappeared. Now, beside him was an unmarried mother full of wisdom, tranquility, and beauty, full of a firm life philosophy. At this moment, Zhou also turned around at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled with a trace of nostalgia. Back then, it was at this intersection that Zhou, who knew that she was pregnant and was on the verge of collapse, saw a black car. She thought that the person in the car was Nightmare Source. After stopping the black car, she cried to her heart's content. She cried to her heart's content, and the ink dripped down her delicate cheeks. She also cried about the strange and warm years she and Su Lu spent together. I drank too much, but I'm not full yet. Zoe gently pressed her slender fingers on her red lips, swallowed a burp, and looked at him with her eyes wide open. So, when the car reached the youth of Wangdu, Su Lu bought some fresh vegetables from the nearby market, and Zoe picked some pomegranates that she ate at home in a small shop on the side of the road, and then went home. There was an apartment in Wangdu, and that was home. In their hearts, it was the safest and quietest place. With the fastest speed, he checked for any eavesdropping devices, and then pulled up the relevant surveillance data. After confirming that no one had broken into this room in the past year, Su Lu finally relaxed and looked at his real home in the capital ring. Zoe was already lying lazily on the sofa, her two bare feet high. The apartment, which had been empty for more than a year, was still relatively clean because the dust removal equipment was always on. The sofa and the light screen were still on both sides of the living room, and the TV program was still set in Zoeyu's favorite mode. The instant lunchbox in the fridge was naturally inedible, but fortunately, Magnolia was a good personal secretary. She had paid the electricity and water bills for more than 100 years, so there was no need to worry about power outages. The best thing was that the two people in the apartment were still the same two people from back then. Just like back then, Su Lu and Zoe began to assign tasks. Su Lu was responsible for cooking and cleaning, and Zoe was responsible for eating and enjoying all the fruits of labor. After such a long time, the pregnant woman was still firmly in play in this apartment. There were bean sprouts and soup, yellow fried small-tail fish, and spicy stir-fried big shellingstone. There was absolutely no synthetic protein meat on the table that they hated so much. There were only 4 big bowls of fragrant special-grade rice, 1 for her and 3 for him. Sula picked up some bean sprouts and mixed it with the rice. He lowered his head and quickly ate half a bowl of rice. Suddenly, he raised his head and said directly, "There is a mastermind behind the attack on Ancient Bell. The seat of the Empire called Yu couldn't get the relevant information. Someone in the government or the military sold the information. I need to find out who it is." Zoe slowly put down the chopsticks in her hand and gently stuck the rice grains on the corner of her mouth with her right thumb. She used these small actions to dissolve the shock in her heart. From Su Li's tone, she knew that this matter was not a joke, nor was it a boring inference of a conspiracy theorist. Brother Jiao. After Secretary Jiao committed suicide, the only clue of the case was Chui Judong. She slightly frowned, looked at the dishes on the table, and said softly, "Father has always been a little sad about Secretary Jiao's death. I can only be sure that he was not involved in this matter, but I don't know if the Ministry of National Defense issued that electronic order, and I don't know if what Secretary Jiao said in his suicide note was true." Brother Jiao was only pushed to the front. There are many people behind him. Su Lu picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of water and said in a low voice, "If Chui Judong is really a problem, then this matter is too scary." Zoe said with a worried expression, "Your analysis just now can be directly refuted. This is definitely not something that the government or the military can do. It must be the cooperation of the government, the military, and the Bureau of Proclamation." She stared into Su Li's eyes and asked, "If this is the case, are you still going to continue investigating?" Before Su Lu could answer, Zoe pushed the bowl in front of her away and said angrily, "Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. I know what an idiot like you'll answer." Su Lu chuckled and knew that she was angry because she was worried about him. He continued, "Don't worry about me. There are people in the government and the military who are trying to cover up all of this. My problem now is that I have no way of finding out who those people are." Zoe looked at him and frowned. "I know a lot about the military faction. Do you want me to help you find a general range of targets? Whoever benefits the most from Commander Zhong's death is the most suspicious. But there is a very cruel fact that you have to know." Zoe looked at him with a trace of pity. "I just said that the entire Federation will benefit from Tiger Zhong's death. Even President Pabre is no exception." Chapter 670. More than a year ago, Commander Zhong had dinner at the official residence the night before he returned to the West Woods after the victory celebration. That night, Mr. President and Commander Zhong did not reach a complete consensus. It could even be said that there was some fierce conflict between them. At the same time, as you said, Commander Zhong's death is very good for Mr. President's strategy of integrating the Federation. Su Lu whispered, but I believe in Mr. President. For so many years, he has used his practical actions to prove that he is not a common politician, but a politician who really insists on something in his heart. I have never doubted this. Zhou Yu's slender fingers casually played with the chopsticks and said, Mr. President did not hesitate to have a conflict with Macho in the back of the mountain in order to pardon you. And a politician who can be recognized by both you and the rogue at the same time must be trustworthy. What I said just now is actually to tell you that if you want to reverse the prophet and find the black hand hidden in the Federation, it will be very difficult. I have a list. After a moment of silence, Su Lu picked out a chip from his collar without warning and slowly placed it on the table in front of Zhou Yu. He stared at the chip and frowned very tightly. Reverse the prophet. Compare with this list. I need your professional analytical vision to roughly catch the tail of some people. Zhou Yu frowned and looked at the glittering chip in front of her. She suddenly said, the workbench is still in the same place. Yes, Su Lu replied. Zhou Yu held the edge of the table with both hands and squeezed the chair out of the way. She dragged the pair of pink slippers into the bedroom and a moment later took out the black box. Under the triple encryption environment, she turned on the device and put the chip into the reading rod. Looking at the scrolling information fragments on the light screen, Zhou Yu's expression became more serious than ever. She suddenly looked up at Su Li's eyes and asked in a trembling voice, where did you get this information? As Minister Zhou's chief secretary, Brother Jiao needs to meet too many people. It's hard to sort out useful information. Su Li didn't answer the question about the source of the information. Instead, he said in a low voice, what you've seen is all the information about Cui Zhedong since the 60th year of the constitutional era. All the suspicious interactions are in there. He walked to Zhou Yu's side. His finger brushed past her shoulder and pointed at one of the reports. As the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Zhedong obviously met with the military generals more often. Also, pay attention to these 3 dates. April 30th, year 61 of the constitutional calendar, September 25th, year 64 of the constitutional calendar, and December 13th, year 69 of the constitutional calendar. What's wrong with these 3 dates? This is the date that someone else picked out for me. Su Lu shrugged. He could not explain to Zhou Yu that the Federal Central Computer was now his computing tool. But there's something wrong with the first date, because Cui Zhedong's citizen chip signal went blank for a short time. How could it be blank? Zhou Yu's pupils shrank as she asked in confusion. The Federation's electronic surveillance network is like the light of a star that is everywhere all of a sudden. But there are ways to block this light. Su Lu gestured as he explained. For example, a lead box, an extremely enclosed space without any channels for information to be released. In fact, according to my analysis, it's possible to find blank areas in the core areas of some wildlife sanctuaries. Cui Zhedong is one of the people in the universe who understands the glory of the Charter the most. It's not inconceivable that he could think of a way to temporarily avoid it for a period of time. The question is why he avoided it. He frowned and asked, if the force that Cui Zhedong represents has been building a conspiracy since many years ago, what I don't understand is that on the last 2 dates, he entered a certain conference room, but he didn't block the signal. Zhou Yu was silent for a moment before she said, it's very simple. Those people realized that there was no need to block the signal. On the contrary, doing so would easily cause problems. According to the first charter and citizen privacy regulations, even the Federal Central Computer might not have a file of what those people talked about. I understand what you mean. Su Lu rubbed his forehead and said, and the Central Computer really doesn't have a file. Although I'm more curious about your real relationship with the Bureau of Proclamation, why the Central Computer gave you such high authority, and why you know so much secret information. Zhou Yu raised her head and looked at him quietly. She said, I know you're more interested in the inside story of these 3 gatherings. You already have the list. What else do you need me to do? I can't believe this list. Sulu stared into her eyes and said seriously. According to the central computer's backtracking data, there were very few people who participated in the gathering in the 61st year of the constitutional calendar. 2 of them even died. However, there were many people who participated in the last 2 gatherings. The current Vice President of the Federation, Byron, former Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jing-song, Deputy Commander of the 2nd Military Region. Zoe looked at the names on the computer screen. Her expression was as cold and calm as ever, but her voice became hoarse because of the lingering nervousness. I even saw Du Xiaoqing's name. The name of the gathering was the 1st Military Academy's Alumni Association. Sulu said in a low voice, "Perhaps it really is just an alumni association. The situation is not as severe as we think. In fact, although I've never liked Du Xiaoqing, I really find it hard to accept that he's a conspirator. I'll go check and see if there's any internal connection between these people other than the fact that they all graduated from the 1st Military Academy," Zoyu said after a moment of silence. "Just check the files. Don't investigate." Sulu stared into her eyes and said, "I know that Shi Qinghai is definitely still investigating those matters from back then, so you must not give this list to him. It's too dangerous. I have to handle it myself." "You're not omnipotent," Zoyu said unhappily. "If your enemies are these important figures, don't even think about continuing to play the role of a Lone Ranger. To a certain extent, I can be omnipotent. I don't need to explain this point. Omnipotent? Many people have speculated about the scope of influence of the military radicals, including Madam. However, if this list of names of yours can really explain some things, then I have to say that the power of the military radicals is more terrifying than anyone can imagine. The combination of the Vice President of the Federation and a powerful military leader, do you really understand what kind of destructive power they have? After all, Byron is the Vice President, not the President." Sulu stared at the rice bowl in front of him with a firm gaze, as if he wanted to burn all the remaining rice grains in the bowl into ashes. As for the federal forces, they can never be the 2nd Military Region or Du Xiaoqing's troops. They can't cause too much trouble. He was just a colonel of the Federation who enjoyed the treatment of a division and did not have any established military forces at his disposal. However, after the old man helped him sort out the list of names of those important figures and powerful generals of the federal military, he was not afraid at all. Apart from his nature, his greatest and most indestructible confidence came from Philadelphia, which was the highest and steepest mountain in the universe. There was a god in the federal military. The subordinates he brought out from the battlefield were now all-important generals of the military. Even the fat young chef was now the commander of the new 17th Division. Even though he was old and had been sitting by the lake of Philadelphia for more than 10 years, as long as he was alive, there could only be one voice in the entire federal military. It was the voice of Li Pifu. "So you're going to Philadelphia?" Zoyu asked softly after a moment of silence. "Yes. Have you ever thought of the most terrible question?" Zoyu looked at him quietly, narrowed her eyes, and said softly, "The army god is 88 years old. No matter how great a person is, he can't beat time. He will die. Those people maybe have been waiting for that day." Hearing this, Sulu realized that he had forgotten the most important thing. That was the age of the old man in Philadelphia. Like a cold stone being stuffed into his heart, he felt a chill. Under the sudden pressure, he inexplicably thought of many other small things. The army god was so old, but what about Uncle? Why did he look so young when he was in Donglin? Many people are wary of the radicals in the military, but in many people's eyes, this force has never really taken shape. They just rely on some similar ideas and desire to fight, to secretly cooperate with each other. Zoyu looked at his face and continued, "If they have formed some kind of tight organization, things will become very troublesome. Now, the Federation is facing a very important problem. General Miles has decided to announce his retirement after the frontline troops take down the X-3 system. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the commander of the 1st Military Region. This position is too important. Whoever takes over this position may decide the attitude of the federal military in the future generations. What is the attitude of Madam and Minister Zhou?" Sula asked. The main thing now is to see the attitude of Mr. President. According to the information I received, Mr. President and a few of the major families have reached an unprecedented agreement. Probably because they are wary of the undercurrent. After General Miles retires, they will probably nominate General Lee Jae-do to take over the position. Lee Jae-do was not a very famous name in the Federation. He was the only son of the army god Lee Pifu and the father of the invincible Lee Feng. Probably because he was sandwiched between two bright stars, he did not leave a deep impression on people, even though he was now the dean of the First Military Academy. Su Lu scratched his head and thought of the middle-aged man, full of scholarly demeanor. He nodded and said, "This is the best choice." As the only son of the army godly Pifu, Lee Jae-do was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He could receive the full support of many military leaders. His style of doing things was gentle, even conservative. In the federal military, which was increasingly filled with hostility, he was an extremely powerful counterbalance. This was indeed the best choice. Chapter 671. Feiqing City had great scenery. The northern hemisphere of S1 had entered winter, and the area around Linhai State University town was already covered with wind and snow. However, this city, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the capital, was still decorated with elegant autumn colors. There was a sense of desolation, but more importantly, there was a sense of emptiness. It was hard for people to sigh about the desolation after the autumn season. There was a lake that gently rippled, releasing steam to absorb the dryness. There were mountains that rose up to block the cold wind from the north and the rainstorm from the other side of the sea. Therefore, this city was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was pleasant in spring and autumn. There was nothing to criticize about this city, just like the old man in the manor by the lake. The roads that were wet by the autumn rain were ancient. Between the wooden four-story buildings, countless flowers and trees were hidden in the corners of the alleys or in full bloom on the streets. On both sides of the road that was connected by another green mountain, there were countless famous body cultivation centers in Feiqing City. The wooden and copper-nailed doors of these body cultivation centers were about 3 meters high and were all open during the day. Tourists walking on the streets could clearly hear the shouting and the sound of punches and kicks coming from inside. They curiously stopped to watch and comment. It was unknown whether those boys with black eyes would choose to come here to cultivate in the future. Su, who was wearing civilian clothes, was also one of the tourists today. He paid more attention to these body cultivation centers than the tourists. Many years ago, when he was escaping from Donglin, Mr. Tian had once mentioned the body cultivation centers in Feiqing City to him. Later, he learned that the powerful Mr. Tian was from Feiqing City and had once arrogantly defeated more than a dozen body cultivation centers. No one could stop him. In addition, the powerful figures he met in the capital ring, such as Kong Wu from the Lin family and Brother Zeng behind Li Laoqi, were all from Feiqing City. This city with excellent scenery and these body cultivation centers that were like tourist attractions had cultivated many powerful figures for the Federation. This was the most vigorous city in the Federation. Of course, the most vigorous deed in the history of this city was that it had contributed a pair of brothers with the surname Li to the Federation. One of them had thousands of incarnations and faintly influenced the society in all kinds of absurd and wonderful ways. The other one had turned into a god with a charter on his back. He looked down at the universe indifferently and protected the Federation for many years, standing by the fountain square. Su Lu subconsciously turned his head and looked at the huge manor by the lake at the foot of the mountain. The Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, lived in that manor. Ever since this old man retired, he had been living by the lake and refused to see anyone. Except for his close friends like Lady Tai, even the former president didn't get to see him in person even when he came to Feiqing twice. The old man didn't rely on his past peerless achievements to nurture his arrogance. Instead, he wanted to use these details to tell everyone in the Federation that since he had retired, he had truly retired. In fact, how could this be possible? The peach tree and the plum tree didn't need to speak, so there would naturally be a small path under their feet. The group of 5 statues on the Charter Square also didn't need to speak, but people would always subconsciously look up. Lipifu no longer expressed any opinions on the affairs of the Federation. However, before the Federation government made a major decision, they would always call Feiqing City to ask for his opinion. But at least Li Bofu was able to fully express his attitude. The old man had trapped himself in Lake Feiqing for more than 10 years in a similar way to self-imprisonment. During such a long time, he was forced to leave for the capital because of two things. The first time was after the attack on the Ancient Bell. The Federation wanted to launch an all-out attack on the Empire. Li Pifu was invited to go there. He only showed his old and thin face in front of the camera for a moment, which attracted countless people's enthusiastic cheers. The second time was earlier. For the little guy who was imprisoned in the military prison of Qingqing City, the old man went to the capital and had a meal with Lady Tai in the Linyuan. Then he went to visit the prison. After that, the Federation had one more young war hero who couldn't be defeated. Sulu was about to meet the Federation's god of war, but he was still wandering in the streets. This had nothing to do with his carelessness. He didn't have the leisure to explore the ancient times like an artist. It was just that Jian Shi'er had arranged for him to meet the Federation's god of war at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He arrived too early. He didn't have the qualifications to knock on the door of an old man who had not seen guests for many years and dared to make the president sigh. Fortunately, time passed by quickly. Looking down at the hands on his military watch, Su Lu took a deep breath. He ignored the vigilant stares from all around the quiet front gate of the manor. He also didn't ask the old man to help him calculate how many special task force agents or the most elite military security forces were scattered around the manor. He directly stepped up the stone steps, raised his right arm, and knocked on the door to in the green courtyard. There were a few fields with sexy ears of rice on the left side and a few ponds full of golden carp swimming freely on the right side. There was a crooked path made of white stone in the middle. The end of the path led directly to the lake, where there were a few piles of stones scattered around the lake. Usually, the old man was used to sitting on a pile of stones to fish, but today he wasn't fishing. Instead, he was sitting on the glossy sandalwood floor in the room after his routine afternoon nap, waiting for a young guest. There are still many things to do in the Federation, the Army, and the front line. With your character, you're in such a hurry to see an old man like me. It seems that you have seen, known, or guessed something in the past year in the Empire. The old man sitting cross-legged on the floor didn't turn around. His thin old body was casually draped in an old-fashioned pajamas, which made him look not very tall, even a little short. Sulu stood at the door and looked at the back of the old man, but still felt like an unattainable snow peak. Subconsciously, his mouth was a little dry. Now, he was able to face Mr. President with ease. When he saw the ruler of the left Sky Star region in the Empire, he was even more fearless. As one's status and power changed, one's mentality would gradually become stronger. But for some reason, after so many years, when he saw the god of war again, he was still very nervous. He was as nervous as a primary school student when he saw his strict class teacher. He took off his fake leather boots and arranged them neatly. Wearing his socks, he walked to the floor and softly walked behind the old man. He bowed and said in a low voice, "I do have a lot of questions. Some of them are about what happened in the past, and some of them need your guidance." He knew a lot of secrets in the past in the Empire, which involved the uncle and the history. He had always believed that if one couldn't see the history clearly, it would be difficult to grasp the present and the future. Besides, the Federation was facing a very serious situation right now. He needed the wisdom and incomparable influence of this old man to help him see through the complicated situation. Therefore, he said this very sincerely. Hearing his words, Li Pifu didn't turn around. His thin shoulders trembled slightly, and he said in an old voice, "Before that, I also have some questions to ask you. Sit." Sulu quickly moved his legs and sat next to the old man. His back was straight, his eyes were squinting, and his appearance was very standard. "We're at home, not in the army. You don't need to be like this." Li Pifu said with a smile, "There's tea on the table. Pour it yourself." Sula glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and found that the military god didn't seem to mind him sitting so close to the old man. He relaxed a bit and carefully picked up the teapot from the red stone. He respectfully poured a cup for the old man first, and then poured a cup for himself. The first question I want to ask is, Li Pifu seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment, and a faint self-deprecating look flashed across his white eyebrows. Is that guy still alive? Speaking of which, he's a dying man, but there are still some things that he can't see past. The old man had the right to laugh at himself, but Sula didn't have the courage to laugh at him together. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't expect the old man to throw this question at him directly. Therefore, an indescribable nervousness suddenly occupied his body and mind, and the hand holding the teapot stiffened. After a long silence, Li Bofu didn't use any words, eyes, or aura to oppress him. He just waited quietly. His wrinkled hands were still holding the small teacup to his lips, and he sipped it one mouthful at a time. Teacher should still be alive. Sulu stared at the barley tea in the cup and answered with a slightly hoarse voice, but he didn't appear in front of me, and I don't think he'll return to the Federation. Scourges live for 1,000 years. Li Pifu slowly put down the teacup and said with an expressionless face, For many years, many times, I thought he was really dead, but in the end, he survived. Don't waste your energy to guess why I can guess that he's still alive. Li Pifu glanced at him and said indifferently, Last time when I saw you in prison, I said that if you could take out the chip, you could go to the Empire and pretend to be a member of the Imperial family. Now that the war has begun, the Empire's devices must have all been turned on. You were able to come back alive, so you must have taken out the chip. If you don't have this ability, then he's still alive. I've seen the report you provided to the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense. It's a miracle, but I think there are no miracles in the Empire. Cold sweat gradually soaked Su Li's back. This thin and old man looked tired, but in fact his eyes were extremely sharp. If he didn't admit that his uncle was still alive, then he wouldn't have been able to convince the old man to give him a way to escape the Empire's pursuit. Moreover, it would be equivalent to lying to his face. Although he seemed to have gotten through this, the old man's indifferent eyes still gave him endless pressure. He always felt that the old man seemed to know more, but deliberately didn't mention it. This time you made a great contribution to the Federation, so I don't think there's a need to discuss some small details. Li Pifu tapped the table with his dry index finger, indicating that he should continue pouring tea. Then he asked, The second question is, why didn't that Princess Su Meng kill you? Princess Su Meng? Su Lu was startled for a moment before he realized that the old man was referring to Huai Chaoshi. One question after another was completely out of his expectation. Some kind of invisible pressure began to spread in the room by Lake Feiqing, and his straight eyebrows began to curve. Facing this kind of pressure, he stubbornly raised his head and looked straight at the Federation's god of war, saying, Because she can't kill me. And I've met this great teacher. I heard that the former great teacher fan is your teacher. Chapter 672. The clear light outside the window mixed with the fragrance of rice and water gently scattered into the room, making the dark sandalwood floor seem to be shrouded in a layer of moisture. The slightly yellow water in the small porcelain cup on the tea table rippled with extremely thin ripples. Su Lu mustered up his courage and stiffened his neck to say these few words, making the air even more humid, actually making people feel a little difficult to breathe. She didn't kill you because she can't kill you. This is a very good answer. The expression on the old face of the god of war Li Pifu did not change at all. He repeated Su Li's answer. A trace of smile appeared on his face, and continued to say, But you, this little guy, are still only suitable to do things with your fists and feet. Your ability to speak is not very strong. You want to counterattack so soon. Are you worried that this old man will ask you some secrets that you can't answer? Su Li's fists were tightly clenched at his waist, and his lips were dry from nervousness. The ordinary, skinny old man beside him, with just a casual word, no, even if he didn't say anything, he would be able to crush him to the ground with his protruding index finger and never be able to rise again. This old man is the real invincible god of war, once on the battlefield to assassinate the emperor of the empire. Once with a slap of the hand, he slapped the uncle into a shadow for half of his life. In the face of such a terrifying big figure, even if he has made progress in the Empire in the past year, and his confidence has skyrocketed, but he still can't have the slightest thought of challenging or underestimating him. But there are a lot of words that he must say, just like the old man's smile and ridicule. Both of them have secrets, but they don't know how deep the fear of each other's secrets are. So he continued to speak. The things that Uncle taught me when I was young, and the things that you and Mad Manly know, if I'm not wrong, should be the secret of the Empire's royal family, Yada Jinchi. I don't understand, even if you and Uncle's teacher is the great teacher from the Empire's mysterious family. But why is the Yada Jinchi that only the Empire's royal family can learn appearing in the Li family body? First, the ability that this old body of mine possesses does indeed originate from the Empire's royal family's Yada Jinchi, although I've always thought that this little thing called Jinchi is more appropriate to use the word overbearing to describe it. Li Pifu's flowery eyebrows, slightly raised, the gaze in his old eyes contained a kind of extreme tranquility, some kind of reminiscence, but the cup seemed to have been long ago. The old man slowly stretched out a finger and pointed at the teacup on the table. The yellow tea in the small porcelain cup suddenly calmed down, just like his eyes at this moment. Second, many years ago, I had the same question as you many years ago. After 3 years of secret research with the Federal Academy of Science, we came to a general conclusion. The so-called Jinchi is probably a kind of waveband emission similar to biological radiation. The monitoring equipment of the Academy of Science can capture this kind of radiation, but there is no way to analyze what it is exactly. Li Pifu slowly stretched out a second finger, calmly recounting the old news from many years ago. 80 years ago, I believe that both your teacher and I had many doubts about this question. In the end, it could only be attributed to the difference in physical constitution, or to be more mysterious, it was probably a random choice made by the Creator. An extremely small number of people have a certain kind of ability, can learn and master this kind of method. The Lees of Philadelphia have no blood relationship with the imperial family. If you insist on doubting this point, you might as well think about your own background. The old man looked at Su Lu with a smile and said, "The Creator chose the Huai family of the left Sky Star region. That is why they can ascend to the throne, not because they're the imperial family of the Empire. That is why they naturally have this kind of ability. As a citizen of the Federation, I firmly ridicule any kind of natural talent of the monarchy. In the end, whether or not you can learn the Yada Jinchi is only related to luck." Su Lu silently listened to the military god's explanation, carefully not missing a single word, but his eyes were fixed on the teacup on the table, because he discovered a very strange and magical scene. Previously, when Li Pifu stretched out a finger, the tea in the porcelain cup suddenly became tranquil and smooth like a mirror, but when the old man stretched out a second finger shakily, the tea in the porcelain cup suddenly began to boil and bubble like a boiling spring. In the small teacup, there was actually a hint of a storm. Su Li's pupils constricted, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "The release of Jinchi. Why Chaosher said that it was useless. It seems that you have also reached this step." The old man chuckled. The two fingers in the air were as motionless as mountains, but his old voice was full of emotions. It seems that the little girl of the Huai family, who is known as a genius, is still a little lacking in understanding these little things. Su Lu held the edge of the tea table with both hands, staring at the storm in the small teacup, waiting for the military god's next words. The little thing called Jinchi can be divided into 2 stages. One is inside the body, and the other is outside. It is easy to understand inside the body, but what is outside? It is resonance. It is to resonate with the existence of the same cause in nature, and thereby control it. If the string wave is called dog shit, then when the dog shit in our body is released and comes into contact with the dog shit in the natural environment, the two will meet happily and become one, and you'll be able to control countless dog shit around you. Being able to control enough dog shit is a very terrifying thing in battle. You just said that Huai Chaosher did not care about it, but that is because there is too little dog shit in the natural environment. I have always had an idea. Li Pifu smiled as he looked at the teacup under his fingers and said, The person who invented this method countless years ago must have lived in a world with infinite dog shit. At that time, the fighters could set off a dog shit storm with a casual flick of their sleeves or a finger, killing countless people. It was really a happy dog shit world. Su Lu felt very embarrassed, because it was hard for him to imagine that the military god, who had a supreme position in the Federation and was revered by all people, would be like a rude street vendor who kept saying the word dog shit. Although this metaphor was easy to understand, and it made it easy for him to understand the deeper meaning of Yada Jinqi, it still felt strange. Regarding the release of Jinqi, I have to admit that your teacher, my brother, is indeed a genius that no one can reach. In the entire universe, including the royal family of Hawaii and the Left Sky Galaxy, he is probably the only one who can find a way to connect the Jinqi in the body with the information transmission in the mecha. Although I have always thought that this kind of marionette-style mecha control method is only suitable for the stage and does not have any real help in combat, but in the end he has done something that no one else can do or even think about. A scene from many years ago appeared in Su Li's mind very naturally. In the dusky twilight of Donglin, on the green hills, an uncle was twisting his perky buttocks. His fingers were as fast as lightning as they caressed the huge M52 mech. The mech trembled under his fingers, completely under his control. This is indeed a miraculous thing. He sighed sincerely. In the last period before I escaped from the Empire, I was surrounded by several Wolf Fong mecha of the Empire. I also wanted to try this method, but I found that I could not even get a clue. In the future, when you don't need to fight, you can try more. Li Pifa looked at him gently. You have already proven that you have a talent for mecha repair that is not inferior to his. Now, your Jinqi cultivation is on the right path. With the combination of the two, you're probably the only young person who can hope to copy his method. Your evaluation is too high. Su Lu replied shamefully. No, it is us old guys who have raised the flag too high. The old man coughed softly and said hoarsely, without us as a comparison, in any period of the Federation's history, young people like you and Li Feng would definitely be more dazzling than you are now. His old hand gently stroked his heaving chest. Under his brown-dotted skin were some blue veins that had lost some elasticity. After a moment of rest, Li Pifu slowly extended his third finger, the tip of his thumb. Now, answer the third question. Yes, our teacher is the former great teacher of the Empire. In other words, the Lees of Philadelphia's generation in the Federation for the past few decades were all taught by our teacher. After saying this, Li Pifu casually turned his 3 fingers in the air and then withdrew them. He tidied up the old pajamas on his body, stood up, and walked out of the room. Looking at the old man's weary back, Su Lu bounced his knees and stood up. For some reason, he was absent-minded. Although he had already confirmed this before, hearing the Federation's military god admit that his teacher was from the Empire still shocked him again. If the people of the Federation knew this secret, what kind of expression would they have? How many glasses would fall to the ground? How many people would be disappointed, angry, frustrated, or even inexplicably sad? Your teacher is a genius, but your teacher's teacher is actually even more of a genius. Li Pifu slowly walked to the door, bent over to put on his shoes, and said calmly, he has a very feminine name, Hua Jiu. Su Lu quickly stepped forward and held the old man's withered arm. Although he is our teacher, he is not much older than us. The old man continued to recall in a low voice. That year, we were preparing for the constitutional calendar ceremony. The whole Philadelphia was very lively. Us 2 brothers thought it was too noisy, so we secretly sneaked into the core wildlife reserve deep in the mountains. When your teacher was 6 years old, we'd already found out that there was a problem with the surveillance there, so we always treated that place as the most secretive playground. When we first saw Hua Jiu, we didn't know that he was from the Empire, and we didn't expect that he would become our teacher. At that time, he was covered in dust, carrying a big backpack that seemed to contain infinite treasures, like a traveler who mistakenly arrived in Philadelphia on a spaceship. His black eyes were full of curiosity for new things, and they turned very fast. Yes, his black eyes turned very fast, just like the moving light curtain on the spaceship. Lipifu narrowed his eyes as he recalled the scene that had been covered in dust for a long time. He was unusually calm. Sulu helped the old man walk slowly in the corridor, feeling a little complicated. In a secluded room behind the old man and the young man, the small porcelain cup on the table was spinning rapidly. Although the three fingers that seemed to have magical power had already calmly retracted, there seemed to be some kind of magical power that was still rippling in the air, urging the porcelain cup to spin faster and faster. Finally, the teacup silently broke into pieces, but the light yellow tea inside did not spill out at all. Instead, it melted into a ball of water and spun very fast, just like the curious eyes of the traveler. Chapter 673. The same story, when told by different people, would naturally have a completely different plot structure and melodramatic creation. The most secretive and, in fact, most influential story at the end of the 36 constitutional calendars was no exception in this regard. The great teacher from the Empire arrived at the Federation at the same time as the research spaceship of the Federation, or even earlier. From then on, countless magnificent, melodramatic, messy, tear-streaked, and crazy scenes were created. The genius master named Hua Jiu was one of the genius students, Fengyu. Of course, he was probably not named Fengyu. He never mentioned these things to the ignorant apprentices beside the mine, but Su Lu once heard Huai Chaosher mention some memory fragments. The white-clothed, bare-legged artistic figure also told this story. Whether it was the princess of the empire or the great teacher, the angle they chose to tell this story was naturally completely different from the main character of today's story. The following was the story told by the most famous student of the former master of the empire, Fan Huajiu, and also the most hated man in the empire. He was also the most irreplaceable military god of the Federation, Li Pifu. At that time, we were still very young. We didn't know which space that black-haired, black-eyed young man who was not much older than us fell from. We only knew that he taught us some very strange things, and then we found out that he was actually from the Empire. What is the Empire? When the research spaceship of the Federation was blown to pieces by the cannons of the Empire, because of political reasons, we didn't know. Even if we did, we were still young and couldn't have too much hatred for the Empire. Being too young is not an excuse, but a fact. Speaking of which, I have to mention another student of my teacher. He is my brother, your teacher. You are used to calling him uncle, but you should know that he has many identities. In fact, just like me, who is about to be engraved on a tombstone for people to consume, his name is not very important. As for me, I still call him Li Pifu. Just like when I was young, I always call him Liu. After talking about Liu, let's go back to this era, a story so long ago that even I feel that it is a bit vague. It seemed to him that our teacher was a pacifist traveler who had taken a fanciful trip to the stars out of curiosity. I admit I was curious, but not pacifist, especially when, many years later, I learned that the sea plan had come from his brain. I don't know how many years my teacher traveled in the Federation, how many places he went, how many people he met, why he stayed in the wildlife sanctuary in Philadelphia and taught us for so many years. I only know that he lived a good life in those years. I even forgot that he was from the Empire. However, the war still broke out in the end. Teacher took us to the Empire in a spaceship, and we spent a very strange time in the Empire. In fact, I have to admit that in the future battles, the 17th Division would be able to achieve more feats than the other Federation troops. And this is all thanks to this. I have been to the Empire, and I know about the Empire. My teacher taught me many things about the Empire. There was one more thing that he had to admit. In the Federation in the future, Liu was able to successfully develop the blue light instrument that his teacher had first proposed, and finally successfully use the spaceship's reference chip to successfully create the camouflage chip, all because of his teacher's teachings. But we are from the Federation. The Federation and the Empire are at war. We are orphans in the Empire, and if we leave, we are also orphans wandering the universe. I don't like wandering. I don't like the Empire. There is only love and hate when there is comparison. When you live in the Federation and the Empire, you should know very well which side is more suitable for human life. But my brother is different. He can't find a home for himself, an ideal place that doesn't even exist. He loathes Charter for watching his every move. He loathes those families hidden behind the history of the Federation. He is too conceited and even a little narcissistic. He thinks that he can change some of this. He was a genius. He solved the problems that my teacher couldn't solve. He didn't need to pretend to be a Ritter from Bermuda. He could play any role he wanted. But at that time, the conflict didn't escalate because it was only a difference in philosophy. It didn't involve something as important as life and death. Schiller once said that in this world, other than life and death, everything else is irrelevant. I lived for 88 years before I gradually understood the true meaning of this sentence. The story became more and more intense. It was also a story of life and death. Where should this story begin? It should start from when I returned to the Federation. As I said before, I am from the Federation. The Federation is at war with the Empire. What choice should a person from the Federation make? The precious selenium-rich hot spring water from the foothills of Feiqing City flowed slowly through the natural water pipe made of old bamboo, through the rice paddies and the fish ponds. It passed through the green walls of the courtyard and quietly entered from the corner of the eaves. It then converged into the 7 or 8 square meters coarse stone pool. The hot steam flowed slowly like a white dragon, rising from all directions and filling the room with blurred vision. It was like the so-called truth from many years ago. There were very few people who were qualified to enter this manor by the lake of Feiqing City. Over the years, only the madam of Macho Back Mountain was qualified to enter this manor. But that madam must have taken off her clothes and entered the bath naked. Therefore, thinking that he was the only one who had the honor to enter this pool, Su Lu began to feel a little nervous. As a person from the Federation, it was an honor to be able to share a hot spring with the military god. An ordinary military green towel was tightly wrapped around his right hand, causing white foam to form from the friction. Su Lu held the old man's thin shoulder with one hand, while his right hand steadily and forcefully wiped the old man's back in front of him. The old man's wrinkled and lifeless skin had disappeared. Looking at the old man's thin body in front of him, he didn't know why, but he felt extremely sad. I'm also a person from the Federation. After hearing the old man's question, Su Lu lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he put his right hand into the hot spring and continued to wipe the old man's back. He answered seriously, "In that case, of course, you should choose to join the army to resist the invasion." Li Pifu, who was soaking naked in the hot spring, no longer had the heroic image of the military god in the Federation's propaganda film. He was just an ordinary dry old man. His silver hair was wet and tangled by the spring water, which made him look even more embarrassed. The old man coughed painfully for a few times and then said in a hoarse voice, "I also thought so at that time." The story after that was actually a bit lackluster in the first few decades. Do you understand the meaning of the phrase, lackluster? It's probably a shortened version of the Federation's proverb. I'm used to saying this because there are similar words in the Empire's language that my teacher taught me back then. Speaking of my teacher again, because in the next few decades, my teacher, Empire's master Fan Hua Jiu, has been helping the 2 emperors of the Empire invade the Federation. There's not much I can do either. I joined the army and started as a normal soldier in the 17th Mechanic Division. Squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, regiment commander, and all the way to division commander. I've never been a deputy commander. This fact sometimes made me feel proud in the military camp, but sometimes when I thought about how this pride was only taught to me by someone from the Empire, my pride would often turn into mockery. So I worked even harder, or rather, fought even harder. On the front lines, on the battlefield, in the rear, and in my interactions with those politicians, I hid all my shortcomings and hid all my loopholes, all for the sake of standing at a higher position and having more power to completely dispel that mockery. Back then, the Federation was in a very dangerous situation. Very dangerous. In the West Woods, in the Empire Star region, I also encountered many dangers. Then, I did the most dangerous thing, and that was at the critical moment of a great defeat, I counterattacked like a madman and killed the Empire's emperor. Su Lu, you've also been crazy before. You know that this kind of thing often relies on luck. My luck back then was pretty good. I fought many battles in the army, and many of my comrades and subordinates died. I thought that the Federation had also contributed a lot, but it couldn't compare to this at all. It seems that I, Li Pifu, have only done one thing in my life: killing the Empire's emperor. This is really boring. No one has ever dared to think that an M37 thousands of miles to assassinate the Empire's emperor is just boring. Sula lowered his head and rubbed the old man's back. He muttered in a low voice with great disapproval. If this is considered boring, then can't you let me be bored a few more times? Little brat, killing is just a means. Li Pifu comforted him with a hoarse voice and said, "What humans need is often the result." Of course, the result that time was pretty good. This has to do with luck. But from another perspective, my luck back then wasn't that good. Because when my eyes turned red, I forgot about life and death, forgot about the flying trajectories around my mecha, forgot about those screaming Empire's mechas, and even forgot that my name was Li Pifu. I only knew that when I was smashing the middle-aged man under the black hibiscus flag into minced meat, I didn't notice that Master Fan of the Empire was also beside him. His name was Hua Jiu, and he was my teacher. He taught me a strange ability that made my whole body tremble. Many years later, I used this ability to kill him. My teacher was a very beautiful black-haired man. He had a pair of eyes that spun faster than the stars. But at the last moment, the moment before he died, those eyes that were staring at me through the screen didn't even turn. In the hot pool, the god of war Li Pifu slowly told the story of killing his teacher. Although his voice was as calm as usual, his skinny body suddenly froze. The ripples on the surface of the hot spring instantly became calm. Su Li's right hand that was rubbing his back also froze. Chapter 674. If it had been someone else, they might have pretended not to hear and used their strong willpower to not investigate the truth of the story. Or they might have calmed down and moved their frozen right hand again, immediately forgetting the story as they kept wiping the old man's bony back. Because this story of killing his teacher, no matter how one looked at it, was definitely about G.E., the person Li Pifu wanted to forget the most in his glorious life. But Sulu could not make such a reaction. His stiff right hand let go of the towel and let the light green military towel scatter into a messy flower in the milky hot spring water. Then he slowly moved his body to the side of the old man and stared at him with wide eyes. His thick, straight eyebrows were deeply furrowed until he had a headache thinking about the past he just learned. He directly opened his mouth and said, "Have you ever regretted it? I'm a soldier." Of course, War God Li Pifu was a soldier. He was the most exemplary soldier in the Federation and even in the entire universe. So, although his answer was calm, it was full of weight. When it fell into the quiet, hot spring water, it sank straight to the bottom without any ripples. He is my enemy. Killing the enemy on the battlefield is a soldier's natural responsibility. So, regarding this matter, I do not regret it, nor do I feel too much sadness or disappointment in a literary tone. It's just that sometimes when I think about it, I feel that life is indeed a little strange. If Hua Jiu, teacher, knew that he would die in my hands back then, would he have directly used that dusty travel bag to suffocate a little brat? A trace of a smile that had nothing to do with wisdom appeared on Li Pifu's wrinkled face. It was a sincere smile, different from the noble and even sacred image in the hearts of the Federation citizens. The war god in real life often wanted to be an interesting person, but his status and responsibilities had long made him uninteresting for many years, so he could only be boring. Su Lu was a high-ranking officer of the new 17th Division, and from the sharp and even wretched fighting style of the army, he had long since caught a glimpse of the commanding style of the old man, as well as his personal temperament. Thus, when he heard these words, he did not find it strange. But just as he was about to ask more questions, the old man spoke again. Li Pifu slowly turned his head and calmly looked into Su Li's eyes. He said, "I do not regret loss, sadness, or anger, but that does not mean that person does not regret loss, sadness, or anger." Sula knew who the war god was talking about. That person had a mouth full of rotten teeth. That person liked to visit prostitutes. That person liked to wear blue denim overalls. tightly wrapped in blue cloth with a string of mechanical repair tools hanging behind his perky buttocks like wind chimes. That person liked to sit in a mine pit and stare blankly at the gray sky, or hold a glass of red wine and stare blankly at Jian Shuier on screen. When the war god was mentioned, he liked to disdainfully call him Old Man. That person was the most famous person in the Federation, because he was George Carlin, Professor Gene of UA University, phone you of a certain mechanic's genius mechanic. But at the same time, he was also the most unknown person, because almost no one in the Federation knew his real name. He was the war godly Pifu's blood brother. He was the national idol Jian Shuiyer's father. And he was also the most beloved student of that imperial youngster called Hua Jiu. The cool breeze from the outdoor lake drifted in through the window lattice, blowing the hot steam above the hot spring into tangling strands. It was like a story from a long time ago. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the strands of steam intersecting, destroying, and regenerating. He thought that he had a rough understanding of why this pair of most amazing brothers in the universe would be so tangled up in their love and hate. This is a very unoriginal story. Li Pifu's expression was calm in the hot spring. He said, "Afterwards, he came to ask me, tried to kill me, and made a scene. So I gave him a slap, shattering many of his teeth. The two of us brothers never saw each other again after that. Never saw each other again." These were very simple words, and the tone of the old man Li Pifu was also extremely calm. But as the only listener, Su Lu was still shocked to the point of being somewhat at a loss. This pair of brothers, whose blood was thicker than water, were undoubtedly the most talented and most amazing people. If they could walk side by side, they would definitely be able to write a more brilliant and indelible chapter in history. However, in the background of that magnificent era, they could only play out the most common melodramatic drama in soap operas. Thinking carefully, the sorrow of the big and the small could be interconnected. It turned out that they were still so sad. That battle that no one witnessed with their own eyes must have been a world-shaking battle. As for the final result of the uncle's crushing defeat, after seeing the uncle's magical ability, Su Lu would not believe that there was anyone in the universe who could hurt or defeat him. But since it was Li Pifu who said this, he had to believe it, especially when he recalled the ruthless way the uncle chewed the beef with his mouth full of rotten teeth and the palm of madman, Li and the Linyuan that made his gums numb and bleed. Su Lu held the warm water with both hands and splashed it on his face. After a while, he replied in a low voice, "I don't dare to comment on the fight between the elders. This is just a story. You don't need to comment on it." The old man closed his eyes tiredly and continued, "There is a lot more to the story. Now that I think about it, if I had killed him directly, maybe this story would have been much simpler and better." Su Li's thick eyebrows were tightly knitted today. He came to Philadelphia to ask for the help of the army god and wanted to figure out the story. But the tone of the old man when he told the story, especially when it involved the uncle, always made him feel quite unhappy. "Don't blame me for saying this to my own brother." The old man's eyes were still closed. The wet, hot spring water accumulated in his wrinkles, as if he had been accumulating words for many years. If you can clearly see what kind of person he is, perhaps you will come to the same conclusion. Until today, I still insist that the uncle is at least not a bad person. Sulu stared at the old man's face and insisted in a deep voice. "The two of us studied under the teacher at the same time. We learned the same skills, but we chose two different paths." The old man closed his eyes and slowly changed the topic. "When you were in Donglin, you must have been very young in your eyes, right?" "Yes." Sulu agreed after a moment of silence. This was what he was puzzled about. To be honest, he could make the benchmark chip that even the teacher couldn't make. He could hide from Zhang Yang's eyes. When it comes to learning, I can't compare to him. But I have always been stronger than him, because I put all my time, energy, and even my entire life into learning or cultivation. I am focused, I am cautious, I am hardworking. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sulu quietly. He said in a deep voice, "The Federation needs the protection of me and many other warriors, so I devoted all my life to making myself stronger. That is why, in this universe, there is no one who is stronger than me." Su Lu was speechless. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. These words sounded so narcissistic, so self-righteous, so arrogant, and so detestable. However, coming from the old man's mouth, they sounded so powerful. This was because he was not boasting. He was just stating a fact that the entire universe knew. But what did this have to do with the uncle? Emotions make one grow old easily. Worries make one grow old. Responsibility makes one grow old. Training makes one grow old. My life is one where I quickly burn my life in exchange for power. But he is not such a person. He doesn't seem to care about anything in this universe. He is not willing to make sacrifices for anything. Perhaps the word sacrifice doesn't even exist in his dictionary. His life is one of freedom and indifference. He has nothing to worry about. Naturally, he is able to see time more slowly. After a moment of silence, Su Lu shook his head and said, "When we were in the Empire, Huai Chao Shi, that lunatic great teacher, and you're also saying that the uncle is a cold and emotionless person. But I don't understand. What part of him is cold and emotionless? If he is cold and emotionless, why would he turn against his own brother for the sake of the Empire's teacher? If he is emotionless, why would he become George Carlin, crying out for those oppressed people? Please don't say that the reason he could bear to ignore his own daughter for 16 years was because he was wanted by the Federation. Wanted? No, that's something that happened even later." Li Pifu slowly narrowed his eyes. His aged gaze was not turbid, but calm, so calm that it made one's heart palpitate. He is a person who only does things according to his own likes and dislikes. His heart desires absolute freedom. He does everything on impulse. It was like this when he took revenge for his teacher. It is the same for George Carlin. Just like Muzi, isn't it the result of his impulsiveness once again? His heart desires absolute freedom. What's wrong with that? Su Lu retorted. Li Pifu glanced at him indifferently and said, "Absolute freedom requires absolute power. It will never bring about true fairness and justice." As for George Carlin, a strong hint of mockery flashed in the old man's eyes. Sometimes the upper echelons of the Federation are like a pile of dog shit, but the freedom and fairness of the people have received the best guarantee in history. At times like this, those guys from Green Dragon Mountain only want to blow up this pile of dog shit, but they don't think about what will happen after the dog shit is blown up. It will be a pile of dog shit. The George Carlin that he is playing is the role of a shit stirrer. You don't have to rush to refute me. Since he is still alive, you can ask him personally when you have the chance in the future. Why did he come up with the George Carlin doctrine? Actually, this is just the continuation of hatred. I respect and try to protect the foundation of the Federation, so he tries to destroy this foundation. The order of society is part of it. The glory of the Charter is the more important part. Chapter 675. Absolute freedom definitely did not mean absolute fairness and justice. This was a simple and correct statement, because freedom had no logical relationship with the latter two nouns. However, Li Pifu had pointed out that the uncle's resistance against the glory of the Charter had nothing to do with freedom, which still made Su Lu feel very unhappy. The camouflage chip behind his neck that allowed him to freely travel around the Federation had been with him for a very long time. For him, the chip and the method the uncle taught him were the same as freedom. Even though he had a weird friendship with the Federal Central Computer later, it was still the same. I don't want to discuss the relationship between the chip and the dog leash, the 700,000 word restriction clause of the First Charter, and the practical significance of the Federation surveillance network for a galactic regime. This can be mentioned. Su Lu frowned and said, "I once thought about this question when I was young, but I didn't have an answer. You've been to the Imperium." Li Bofa looked into his eyes and said, "If you want to maintain a space regime that is so vast, and the speed of information exchange and the transmission of force has different levels, if you don't have a comprehensive electronic monitoring network, then there is only massacre." Su Lu was silent. "Don't continue with this question." The old man coughed twice, his thin chest rising and falling violently, making the milky hot spring water ripple. What I want to say is the man's attitude. A person who has the ability to surpass the control of the state apparatus is trying to break through the security system at the bottom of society. What he pursues is freedom without control. The scary thing is that he has this ability, so who knows what he will do? This is still based on the assumption that the uncle is a bad person. Sulu shook his head. When human beings were born, there was no good, evil, good, or bad. Therefore, human beings can become good or bad at any time. Li Pifu said indifferently. And for him, George Carlin, breaking through the glory of the charter, these enormous revenge plans that even made me feel uneasy, he was not in the mood to carry them out. Instead, he played with them irresponsibly for a few years and then threw them away. He played countless roles in the Federation and made countless friends. But did he care about any of them? Have you contacted anyone else? When that gentle and loyal man from the previous generation of the Thai family died of depression, because of him, did he return to S1 to take a look at him? If such a person isn't heartless and cold, who else is worthy of these 4 words? It is also because of this that I feel cold and even fear. So the Federation wants to arrest him, and you want to kill him? No, he's my blood brother, and he got to know that good friend of mine at UA University. Before he really did something unforgivable, no one in the Federation government would think of dealing with him, even if they found out later that he was George Carlin. As for whether the Bureau of Proclamation investigated him, I didn't know the details back then. I'll say the same thing again. If I had known that things would develop like this, I would have killed him myself. What happened after that? How did the uncle become the most wanted criminal? And with the identity of the mechanic Feng Yu? The old man waved his hand and signaled for him to continue scrubbing his back. He said in a low voice, "What happened after that is still a very cliché story. This story is very cliché, and it's related to a woman." Sulu twisted the wet towel in his hand into a flower, and his eyebrows furrowed into a flower. He asked uncertainly, "Shui Er's mother?" I don't know the details in the beginning because it happened in the Empire. I also don't know when he, who was playing the role of the mechanic Feng Yu, got together with her. She was Teacher's youngest daughter, much younger than all of us. When I went to the Empire as a child, she hadn't given birth yet. I didn't even see her. I only knew that she became the Empire's Empress later on. That year, the Federation prepared for a very long time and started to attack the Empire's territory. I also prepared for a very long time, and so did Madam. All the war preparations were very rich, enough to support a war that spanned the entire region. Mr. President and we all believed that even if we couldn't take down Tianjin planet in this war, we would definitely be able to drag down the Empire's Baiyan dynasty. However, the intelligence system didn't discover one thing. The Empire's Empress had secretly escaped from the palace with a maid and a baby. She lived in seclusion on a planet at the border of the Empire, and that planet was an important strategic base target in the Federation's military plan. Sulu, you've fought in wars before, so you should know the ironclad rule of the battlefield. People will always die in wars. Teacher's youngest daughter, the Empire's Empress, was also an ordinary person, so she also died. Mu Zi, who was still a baby at that time, was also in a dangerous situation in the flames of war. The Federation's frontline troops thought that they had already controlled the situation and transported the most important batch of strategic resources to the border planet. At this time, perhaps it was to take revenge for the Empire's Empress, or perhaps it was to take advantage of the chaos to rescue Mu Zi. In any case, he wanted to do something. The Federal Central Computer was secretly investigating him at that time, and the glory of the Charter had already extended a few tentacles. Although he was indeed a crazy genius, it was very difficult for him to do anything under those circumstances. So, he really went crazy. Li Pifu's tone became colder and colder. Hearing these words, Su Li's straight eyebrows raised more and more. He said, "The woman is dead, and the daughter is about to die. Anyone would go crazy." Li Pifu looked at him coldly and said, "That was a huge explosion at the reserve base. The Federation's most elite mechanized troops sacrificed 76,311 people in this explosion. The final official report only admitted that slightly more than 10,000 people sacrificed, but in reality, 76,311 people died. As for the soldiers who lost their ability to fight, there were even more of them. The 74 tons of crystal mines that Lady Tai ordered the Crystal Mining Consortium to prepare with all its might were all destroyed in this explosion. The federal forces were forced to withdraw. The war that had been prepared for 8 years ended just like that. The official report said that countless soldiers of the Imperium received the military deployment provided by the traitor and turned out in full force. So the federal forces were forced to withdraw. In fact, this was not the case. All of this was just the result of the madness of that cold and heartless man. The distant foreign planet, the princess of the Imperium who was running away with her illegitimate daughter in her arms, the ambitious iron stream of the Federation on the planet filled with smoke, the mechanic who was wearing an old military uniform and staring indifferently at the distance, the terrifying explosion, and thousands of frustrated soldiers who were about to die. Countless bloody pictures flashed in front of Su Li's eyes quickly. He jumped into the slightly hot spring pool, but his body was still cold, and he began to shiver. Chapter 676. I don't care how many identities he has, but at that time, he was an officer of the Federation, and the more than 70,000 soldiers who died at his hands were all his comrades. Li Pifu narrowed his old eyes and added coldly, I don't believe it. Su Lu stared at the pool water in front of his chest that was getting murkier and murkier. In the warm mist, his voice cracked. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because he was grinding his teeth. I don't believe this. Although Uncle isn't a good person, how could he do such a thing? The old man simply closed his eyes and ignored his sour and gloomy self-encouragement. With the sound of splashing water, Su Lu looked up at his old and calm face and said excitedly, although that was a battlefield with Uncle's ability, there was no need to make such a big commotion to save Shu. The old man closed his eyes and rested silently. Su Lu waved his arms and said loudly, according to what you said, he caused that explosion, so the Federation started to put him on the wanted list. You also wanted to kill him at all times, so why did he give Shu to you? You brothers turned against each other, so why did he trust you so much? Because Mu Zi was born in the Empire. She didn't have a birth certificate. She was still a baby and didn't have a chip implanted behind her neck. Li Pifu slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of fatigue flashed through his eyes. He said slowly, because of the war, the Federation started to strictly control the flow of people in Bermuda a year ago, especially the management of returnees and adopted children. At that time, the entire Federation, including the Bureau of Proclamation and myself, didn't know that my teacher had made such a far-sighted, sinister, and vicious seed plan. We only strengthened the management for safety reasons. After you killed Macklin, the Bureau of Proclamation's purge has been confirmed. Since that war, no one with the blood of the Empire has snuck into the Federation. Mu Zi cannot stay in the Empire because she is the illegitimate daughter of the Empress and an outsider. As the Emperor, Huai Fuchai will not allow such a disgrace to exist, so the Empire is too dangerous for Mu Zi. He can only bring Mu Zi back to the Federation, but there's no better way to let Mu Zi grow up safely and healthily in the Federation than to hand her over to me. Su Lu frowned and listened carefully. He asked what. Li Pifu understood what he meant. He glanced at him and said, constantly changing chips and surviving in the cracks of the glory of the Charter is not a pleasant thing. He liked absolute freedom, but he was very clear about the price of this absolute freedom. How could he let his own daughter repeat such a dangerous life? As for why you gave Mu Zi to me, the old man coughed twice and continued, because I can very easily let Mu Zi into the Federation. As for the so-called trust, that is not the key. In the end, Mu Zi is of the blood of my old Li family, and I, Li Pifu, have always been a traditional and conservative person. From that day onwards, the Lis of Philadelphia gained a baby girl of unknown origins. Madame may have guessed a little, but since she has never asked me, I naturally won't explain anything. I named that baby girl Jian Mu Zi because, in my opinion, she has no father or mother. She is a spirit randomly picked up from the stars by the heavens. She is called Mu Zi, but I still hope that she can brand the surname of the Li family on her. At the mention of the beautiful girl who was currently fighting on the front lines of the empire, a gentle and calm smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. It was as if he was thinking of that cute little fairy-like existence many years ago. He was no longer that calm and dignified war god, but just an extremely ordinary old man. Looking at the smile on the old man's face, it would seem disrespectful to ask more questions about this matter. So Su Lu pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he changed the topic. Why, during the military exercise, did the Emperor of the Empire go crazy and order the West Woods Expeditionary Force to attack? I know that this is definitely because he knows Jian Shui'er's identity, but the problem is that no one in the Federation knows this secret. The Emperor of the Empire is far away in the left Sky Star region. So how did he know? The reason is very simple. There is a truth, and there is a secret. Li Pifu slowly withdrew his smile and looked at Su Lu. His eyes that had seen who knows how much smoke and blood were so calm, but also seemed to contain countless deep meanings. You should know by now that the surname of Master Fan of the Empire is Hua. No one knows why, but in my opinion, it is probably because they are too beautiful like the flowers that bloom in the forest. The so-called truth is their faces. Muzi having such a beautiful face is the best evidence. I'm one of the engineers of MXD. Although I don't study much philosophy and aesthetics, please don't use such words to humiliate my logical ability. Sulu tiredly picked up the warm water and washed his face. The most important reason, of course, is that secret. Li Pifu looked at him quietly. How can I let you know the secret? After a long silence, Su Lu suddenly said with his head lowered, Is it because of that bracelet? Is that bracelet the star map that the former Master Fan gave to Uncle? Li Pifu's white eyebrows gradually furrowed, but strangely, this didn't mean that he was angry. Instead, one could see traces of a smile between his wrinkled eyebrows. As expected of the Federation's most talented engineer after him, the old man didn't look at him anymore. With a trace of peace, he leaned against the bluestone pool and closed his eyes. He slowly said, In the entire universe, only an extremely small number of people know of the existence of the star map. To them, that star map might be able to change everything. I used to think so too. For the Federation, I was willing to do anything to obtain that star map, but when I finally found out what was hidden in that bracelet, I realized that all of us were wrong. Many people think that the star map is another space passage between the Empire and the Federation. Actually, it is just a gift. It is just that people don't seem to need that gift anymore. So, it is just a birthday gift from a father to a daughter. I don't understand. Sulu replied very honestly, but I understand what you mean. Since it is of no practical significance to the Federation, then no one will know what the bracelet on Shui-Er's wrist is. If someone knows and tries to take it, I will protect it for her. This was a promise from a young man to an old man. That old-fashioned old man didn't care about the price, and he didn't care about the price. He silently watched the little girl grow into a national idol of the Federation and an adult with her own independent life. Now, it was only natural that the protector would change to the next generation. Li Pifu opened his eyes and looked at Su Lu quietly. There was a hint of mockery in his calm eyes. The problem is that you have too many people to protect. At this point in the conversation, Su Lu felt the most difficult embarrassment to resist hit him. During the space flight from the desolate mineral planet back to the Hawaii base, although his dream lover didn't say it out loud, her behavior and affectionate eyes had shown her feelings for him. Therefore, he was at a loss and ecstatic, but in addition to his joy, he was also filled with infinite fear. Years ago, under the night sky of Donglin, he cried and shouted that he would marry Jian Shui'er as his wife. When had he ever dared to hope that it would come true? When his dream really shone into reality, who would care about the damn idolphobia? Who would care about the unreal sense of alienation? The problem was that all the military leaders thought that he was Minister Zhou's prospective son-in-law. The problem was that it was said that the plump but intelligent forever female engineer in the underground warehouse of the industrial park in Harbor City had called off the marriage. The problem was that it was said that the beautiful, quiet, and pitiful young lady of the Southern Prime Minister's family had already arrived in the capital. Facing the pressure of being imprisoned for life and the threat of White Saoshir's death in the mansion of Master Fan of the Empire, he once poured out his heart. Even a little cute classmate under the black spectacles who had heard him in the Parliament Mountain spontaneously felt a strong sense of attachment and strong unwillingness. These were all very good, and they were all what he wanted very much. He looked ordinary, and after he became a teenager, he rarely spoke with words. Under his gentle and plain appearance, there was a flaw of stubbornness and indifference. No matter how one looked at him, he was not a character that could easily attract the attention of women, especially outstanding women. There were so many bright stars in the universe. Being able to get Jian Shui'er was definitely beyond Su Li's wildest fantasy in his youth. Now, in the blink of an eye, there were still so many stars, which was very annoying. This was really the most shameless annoyance of a man. Countless emotions constantly changed on Su Li's face. Joy, shame, self-mockery, self-blame, self-abasement, and many other expressions were mixed together. It was difficult to describe the bitterness, sweetness, and bitterness, just like the white mist above the hot spring pool. He completely did not notice when the old man had left the pool and was putting on his clothes and shoes with the help of the orderlies. Li Pifu slowly turned around and looked at the young man with the most disgusting expression at the moment by the bluestone pool. Suppressing the urge to slap this person to death, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "If you want to be with Mu Zi, you have to deal with these problems within this year and go to Feiqing to propose marriage." Su Lu was stunned. He stood up from the water with a splash and looked in shock at the old man who had turned around and left. He quickly wiped his wet body. From the old man's words, there were at least two meanings. First, the Federal Army's military operation and the Empire's X-3-star system would definitely end within this month. Otherwise, Shui'er would not be able to make it back in time. Second, as the Federation's military god, the old man did not consider Minister Zhou, the Nan family, or the Nutshell Company at all. Don't forget, Mu Zi was raised by me. Li Pifu suddenly turned around at the door and looked at Su Lu. He slowly said, "She is my daughter." The military god's old body trembled when the matter concerned Jian Shui'er's lifelong happiness. The Federation would definitely back off. But why was he in such a hurry? Chapter 677. Su Lu got out of the hot spring pool as fast as he could, dried his body, and put on the brand new military uniform and boots that had been prepared for him at the door. He carefully checked his appearance. He missed the casual clothes that he wore when he came to Philadelphia, and he didn't understand why the army god would prepare clothes for him. Li Pifu was walking out of the courtyard with his body half bent. His shoulders were as flat as a mountain rock that was about to collapse. Su Lu chased after the figure. His hard military boots stepped on the wooden floor and made a clear sound. "I don't want to be a general." He glanced at the Major General epaulet on his shoulder and said loudly to the old man, "I came to Philadelphia to say this, not to say this. With your contributions to the Federation, you are definitely qualified to be a Major General. But when the Department of Defense asked for my opinion, I didn't want to." The old man slowly walked in the quiet wooden corridor with his hands behind his back. He didn't look up and said in a low voice, "After all, you are too young. As a compensation, I will give you a set of clothes to satisfy your cravings." Hearing this, Su Lu almost tripped and fell to the ground. He once again had a clearer understanding of the army god's temperament. At the end of the corridor, Li Pifu slowly stopped and straightened his body. Although his movement was slow, it contained some kind of unquestionable power. It was like a mountain that was about to collapse due to the erosion of wind and rain. He once again stood up and stared at the roofless sky indifferently. "I have already called Chief Judge Hiying." Su Lu stopped and stared blankly at the old man's back. Only then did he realize that the old man had not said a single word from the beginning to the end, but he knew the purpose of his visit and had already made arrangements in advance. The old man didn't look back. His hands were still behind his back. His hands were old and full of veins, but he gave people a feeling that as long as he wanted to, he could crush any star in the universe. The outcome of the Westwood's lawsuit must be based on the laws of the Federation. No matter who it is, they must respect this. That includes you and me. Of course, I have to admit that sometimes people like you and me who have some kind of power can't help but break the boundaries of the law and do things that are pleasurable. But that's not right. You insisted on asking that old judge to step in, and I commend your efforts. As for the things you haven't had the time to say, the old man turned his head and looked at him quietly. Soldiers are not allowed to interfere in politics. This is an iron law. Anyone who tries to break this iron law will be swept into the garbage heap of history. Su Lu was moved or shocked. He remembered what Minister Zhou had said in the hotel office many years ago. The army is not allowed to have their own thoughts because it is too dangerous. As a person who possessed a terrifying military force, he was wary of this terrifying force, and he was so determined to find a way to control this force. This kind of soldier was a true soldier, a cornerstone of the Federation. Thank you very much for your support. Su Lu saluted and then said with a trace of shame, but I am not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as you. Don't be superstitious about old people. A smile appeared on the wrinkles on Li Bofu's face, diluting the uncomfortable feeling of age a little. I have never met anyone stronger than me in my life, but I am old after all, and everyone will grow old, just like every young person will grow up. Huai Chaoshi, little Feng, and you, no matter how you look at it, you are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as us in the past. The old man raised his arm and gently patted him on the shoulder. Young people should have the strength to do what they think is right. Fei Chang told a story from a long time ago in the hot spring pool. Su Lu rubbed the old man's back for a long time. But this action of patting the old man's shoulder was the first time that the old man showed some kind of intimacy. The two were half a meter apart, but Su Lu didn't notice that the old man raised his arm and stretched his elbow. He didn't have time to dodge or do anything else. He found that the old man's hand fell on his shoulder and then gently patted twice. Thinking of the cup of yellow tea in the tea room, although he didn't know that the tea had turned into water vapor, Su Lu couldn't help but be in awe of the old man's terrifying strength. He couldn't help but think in his heart, in front of an old man like you, which young man dares to think that he is more powerful? Can Huai Chaoshi? A group of orderlies who had been waiting outside the corridor for a long time rushed over. They carefully tidied up Li Pifu and Su Li's appearance and combed their hair. Two orderlies even squatted down and wiped their military boots until they were shiny. Su Lu was not used to the feeling of being served by so many people. He did not understand why these orderlies who came out of nowhere had to take care of him. He looked at the war god not far in front of him, whose white hair fluttered in the wind under the hairdryer. He felt that this scene was a little ridiculous and funny. As for other things, you don't need to worry about them. The old man's words were a bit erratic in the strong wind. Although my son doesn't know how to fight, he is much stronger than everyone in the Federation thinks. Hearing this, Su Lu was finally relieved. As long as the old man agreed to let General Li Jiedu become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, those hardline hawks in the military wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. Moreover, the old man's calm comment at the end showed that he had strong confidence in his own son. After the orderlies finished tidying up the two's hair and clothes, they held up a mirror and asked the two to look at themselves. The old man and the young man probably hadn't taken care of their appearance so seriously in their lives. Naturally, they wouldn't complain about the smoothness of their sideburns and boots. The orderlies saluted collectively and then quickly left. A moment later, Su Lu understood why the orderlies were taking care of his appearance. A gust of wind blew. More than a dozen news reporters carrying all kinds of camera equipment walked in from the back of the courtyard. They began to take photos of Li Pifu and Su Lu on the stage. The flashes lit up from time to time, which made Su Li's eyes narrow even more. He almost couldn't hold the hand that the old man personally extended to him. Holding the old man's cold and incomparably thick hand, Su Lu turned around and looked at the camera lens like a puppet. From the logos on the camera lens, he found that the ones who were qualified to enter the Philadelphia courtyard were the largest news media, including the Capital Special District Daily News and the News Channel. He recognized the famous on-camera reporter from the News Channel, the reporter Wood from the Capital Special District Daily News, and even saw by Ziming among the reporters. This guy, who became one of the top directors in the Federation because of the documentary Team 7, actually came in person today. The expressions on the faces of the reporters were very strange. No one greeted Su Lu, including by Ziming. He didn't even blink. There were no interviews, no questions. The reporters just silently took photos and chose the best angle to get the best picture. This kind of collective silence actually caused the originally chaotic scene to gradually give birth to a solemn, dignified atmosphere that contained a little fanaticism. Probably because these reporters were very clear about the significance of today's shooting to the entire Federation and even to history. In the Philadelphia courtyard, on the stone steps, there was the god of war, Li Pifu, and Colonel Su Lu. They were shaking hands. This was the inheritance. I have one more question. Why are you willing to tell me the story of that year in such detail? Because perhaps in the near future, there will be many similar cliché stories that will happen. So I hope you can learn something from this story. This was the last conversation between Su Lu and the old man before he said goodbye. He didn't know what kind of stories might happen in the future. He was shocked and confused. He walked out of the manor along the bluestone path between the rice field and the fish pond. Then he was shocked to find that the person who sent him out of the hospital was actually General Li Jiedu. I'm really flattered today. Su Lu looked at General Li Jiedu next to him and explained nervously. At the moment when the chairman of the Joint Staff of the Federation was about to be replaced, he thought that General Li Jiedu would definitely stay in the Capital Special District. He didn't expect General Li Jiedu to come back to Philadelphia. After a little deduction, he knew who General Li Jiedu came for. Su Lu said that he was flattered because of the fact that General Li Jiedu, who was sandwiched between God of War Li Pifu and Li Feng, was full of scholarly demeanor. He was so low-key that no one would have a bad impression of him. He was flattered not only because General Li Jiedu specially came to accompany him, but also because of the pictures taken by the reporters. The glory of the Lis of Philadelphia was the medal that God of War Li Pifu and his 3 generations fought for the Federation at all costs. How could he take away the inheritance and pride that should have belonged to Li Jiedu and Li Feng? I don't know what kind of person Uncle is, but I think some of his ideas are very interesting. Glory is sometimes a kind of pressure that we have no choice but to accept. General Li Jiedu smiled gently and said, I was in poor health when I was young. I couldn't bear this kind of pressure, so I had to pass the pressure to Li Feng. Li Feng left home to join the army when he was 12 years old. He fought and killed, seizing every second to train as if his life depended on it. Why? It was to protect the glory of the Li family, but this is actually a kind of harm to his life. Facing the sunset slowly descending from the west, General Li Jiedu gazed at him and said gently, So I've always felt a deep sense of guilt toward him. If you can take away this kind of pressure from the family, I will thank you from the bottom of my heart. Su Li's lips and tongue were somewhat dry. He understood that General Li Jiedu was not being pretentious. Thinking of the matter Zhou mentioned, he said heavily, I am very sorry. General Li Jiedu gazed at him calmly and said, I admire everything you have done in the past, so I don't think you have anything to be sorry about, at least until now. Chapter 678. Li Feng thought I was dead, so Su Li said in a low voice. Thinking of the violent young man who called him little uncle, who was worried that no one would be able to resist Huai Chaosher after his death, he didn't hesitate to damage his body to improve his strength. He felt a little depressed. This is his own choice, and everyone can only be responsible for their own choices. Li Jiedu looked at him with a smile. There's not much difference between living for 100 years and living for 70 years. As long as you live a wonderful life, I know my son. He won't regret it. Su Li nodded after a moment of silence. When Mu Zi comes back from the front line, come to Philadelphia for dinner. Let's get together as a family. Li Jiedu said in an indisputable tone. At this moment, this gentle general was playing the role of Mu Zi's father, so what he said was natural. Su Li's face turned slightly red. He saluted and said, Yes, General. Feng Yu had once said that the only obligation he had the right to undertake was to do what he thought was right at any time. Sulu always felt that he had heard this sentence from someone before. Every time this sentence came out from his uncle's mouth, full of rotten teeth, mixed with the smell of red wine and beef, he would habitually have a lot of questions. Was what he thought was right really right? Many years later, in the manor of the Lees of Philadelphia, Sulu heard the old story told by the god of war Pifu and knew the truth of the big explosion. Although he knew that the story was often very different from the person who told it, he subconsciously felt that what the old man said was true. That year, when he broke into the foundation building with a gun to kill Macklin, it seemed to be very violent. In fact, Sulu still needed evidence to support his actions, and he ensured Shanghai had found enough evidence. Feng Yu didn't need evidence. He only acted on impulse based on his likes and dislikes. Sulu knew that he couldn't act as freely as his uncle. When he was in Master Fan's mansion, he said to Huai Chaosher that he was very selfish. That uncle was probably the real selfish person. Thinking of this, Sulu felt frustrated, lost, and all kinds of complicated emotions. If the uncle who raised her, taught her many skills, and was regarded as the closest to her, was really a heartless and cold guy, like what Mr. Lee and many others said, how could she face him? It was precisely because of these emotions that the expensive orange wine in the cup suddenly became sour and unpalatable, causing his thick ink-like eyebrows to furrow deeply. "Mr. Sue, is there a problem with this wine?" A flight attendant with picturesque eyebrows opened her big and innocent eyes, half squatted beside the first-class seat, nervously looked at his face, and gently and nervously asked. "No, it tastes good." Sulu raised the cup with 3 fingers and said gently, "By the way, thank you for just now." After boarding the plane in Philadelphia, the beautiful flight attendant in the first-class cabin recognized Sulu immediately, the hero of the Federation who had just returned from the Empire. Even if he wore big sunglasses and had an ordinary face, after experiencing the sensation of the documentary, the attention of the whole nation during the live broadcast, and several press conferences, it was impossible for him to hide among the ordinary people. Fortunately, Sulu reacted very quickly and put a finger in front of his lips. The beautiful flight attendant covered her mouth in surprise and suppressed the exclamation. Otherwise, this night flight would be very lively. The flight attendant winked and smiled gently and returned to the operating cabin with the tray. A few suppressed exclamations and a series of cute laughter faintly sounded. Sulu knew that those young and energetic girls were probably talking about him. He couldn't help but smile. After a while, he suddenly found that the passengers in the cabin outside the curtain were exclaiming one after another. He was a bit puzzled and subconsciously looked up. He saw that on the TV screen, the news channel of the Federation was temporarily broadcasting an important news. It was still the same female anchor who announced that Senator Pabre would visit Green Dragon Mountain a few years ago. It was still the same calm mixed with excitement. The dignified and beautiful female anchor smiled at the camera and said, "The winner of the Purple Merit Medal of the Federation, the famous war hero Su, welcomed the 3rd day of his return to the Federation." To everyone's surprise, he didn't attend the grand banquet organized by the Nutshell Company. Instead, he went to Philadelphia. Speaking of this, the female anchor paused and then said with a smile, "The eternal army god of the Federation, Marshal Li Pifu, cordially received Colonel Sulu, who had just returned, in his mansion." The two sides had a long conversation. This is the first time that Marshal Li Pifu has received an active military officer of the Federation in his home in Philadelphia in the past 10 years. He also allowed the news media to record it. The following is the live footage that has just been sent back by our reporter. On the night flight from Philadelphia to the Capital Special District, there was a temporary silence because of this news. Then there was a burst of spontaneous applause. This was the most luxurious apartment building in the Capital Special District. The top 3 floors were all connected, and the dome was luxuriously covered with super strong synthetic transparent glass. At the end of the corridor on the right, there was a small room full of real or fake flowers. The most eye-catching one was still the oil painting of sunflowers. If this oil painting was real, then this oil painting alone could buy this entire apartment building. In fact, with the identity of the owner of this apartment, of course, it was impossible to buy a fake one and put it in his own room. According to the rules of the Lees of Philadelphia, boys before the age of 12 must study in the body cultivation hall. I don't know if you have been to those places. After not seeing each other for a long time, Li Xiaodong, the seventh young master who seemed to be the most qualified to compete with Li Xiuzhu for the position of the heir of the Li family, was still gloomy like a plum blossom in the snow. He lowered his head and cut the bloody dong long steak, which actually made him look like a cold butcher. However, at this time, Li Xiaodong's expression was very peaceful, even a little deliberately intimate. From a long time ago, he was used to facing the guy across the long table with this kind of expression. The rules of our family are different. On the 12th birthday, all the boys who are close to the family are allowed to choose a gift from the family. This gift may be a spaceship, a small manor, or a few beautiful and gentle maids, but these gifts can't be resold or given away. The elders in the family mainly want to see how the gifts will appreciate after many years. The gift that Li Xiuzhu chose back then appreciated a lot and was very well received by the elders. When I was 12, I chose this painting that you are looking at now. At the time, many people thought that I had made a mistake, but reality proved that I was right. The value of this sunflower painting by Gao Fan has increased by 34 times over the past 10 years. Li Xiaodong looked at Su Lu on the other side of the long table with a smile. He raised his glass and said, "But that's nothing. The wisest decision I've made in my life was the investment I made in you years ago. Now, it seems to be a rather insignificant investment. Now, who in the family dares to doubt my judgment?" Su Lu shook his head and didn't want to pay attention to this guy, who was obviously too excited. He held the wine and stared at the oil painting of sunflowers on the wall and said, "I don't like this painting." In the imperial palace of Tianjing, the big screen in front of Her Majesty was full of golden sunflowers. This easily makes me think of that very shitty life of escape. "Then I will change it tomorrow," Li Xiaotong said very seriously. "Why don't you burn it?" Su Lu shrugged and said mockingly, "Well, then I will burn it." Li Xiaodong's answer was still very serious. For him, a priceless oil painting was far less important than Su Li's feelings, because priceless things always had a price. Things with a price were not things for a person with a strong sense of foresight. But for a priceless investment target like Su Lu, or in other words, a friend he really valued. Su Lu was startled and said helplessly, "I shouldn't have thought that you young masters from the 7 great families are normal people." Speaking of returning to Feicheng, I did visit the Body Cultivation Center and had a lot of feelings. But you don't understand these things. I wanted to ask Brother Zeng, but he was not here. He looked at the empty wall behind Li Xiaotong and narrowed his eyes. He thought of the middle-aged man who was as cold and dangerous as an iron spear and felt a little regretful. Brother Zeng said that since you are here, I am safe. It is rare for him to have a holiday. Li Xiaotong smiled and said, "By the way, I have seen the news of you going to Feicheng. I am deeply shocked." "Why are you shocked?" "The battle for the successor of the army god has finally come to an end. Aren't you shocked?" Li Xiaotong said with a serious and happy expression. "In the past few years, the Federation has been deliberately promoting Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division. But as soon as you came back, Feicheng directly expressed their attitude. How interesting is it to wear such a big hat?" Su Lu shook his head. "That's true," Li Xiaotong said with a serious expression. "According to the latest news, Commander Shaoqing did not show any emotion after seeing the news at the front line. But I am afraid that the Imperial troops in the X3 system will have to bear the endless anger of the Iron 7th Division. Commander Shaoqing is not such a person. Let's talk about the old man. I saw him up close once when I was young." Li Xiaotong asked curiously, "How is the old man now?" "The old man's body is very good." Su Lu thought of the thin old man in the hot spring pool and the hidden worries that Zhou Yu once mentioned. He said confusedly, "In my opinion, he can at least live for another 5 or 6 years." Li Xiaotong knew that Su Lu would never talk nonsense on such an important matter. Knowing that the army god was in good condition, he subconsciously leaned back and appeared to be very relaxed. Seeing his movement, Su Lu felt something in his heart. For most people in the Federation, the thin old man by Lake Feiching was the biggest guarantee and the most powerful source of confidence for them to live a peaceful life. As long as the old man was alive, the world would be as beautiful as ever. Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, he looked at Li Xiaotong across the table and asked seriously, "About the case of the Zhong family, I asked you to help me. How's the preparation?" "I am sorry." Li Xiaotong gently wiped the corners of his mouth and said worriedly, "The government and these big families are secretly exerting pressure. No lawyer dares to accept this case." Su Le frowned very hard. The Supreme Court was about to open, but no one expected that at this time there would suddenly be a very serious problem in the old house of the Zhong family. The famous lawyer who handled legal affairs for the Shizhou law firm as a guest had to withdraw from the case in advance for some depressing reason. "Lawyer, he is the best lawyer in the Federation." Li Xiaotong sighed and said, "But he is the son of the Chief Justice. If he doesn't withdraw, Chief Justice He will definitely not preside over the case." At this time, the door of the apartment was pushed open. A man with neatly combed hair and wearing a dark suit came in with an umbrella under his arm. He looked a little funny. He said with a gloomy face, "Thank you for your compliment, but the biggest problem we are facing now is not the lack of a leading lawyer, but the other side suddenly changed their strategy." The man stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "They want to fight the custody case first. Don't forget that although the relatives over there are disgusting and shameless, they are Miss Zhong's relatives after all. But none of you have the surname Zhong, so this custody case will be very difficult to fight. If they get the custody of Miss Zhong Huiyan, then there is no need to fight the ownership case of Gu Zhong Company. This is a vicious move." Chapter 679. The middle-aged man who walked in with an umbrella under his arm didn't need to introduce himself. Sulu already knew who he was. This was the son of the Chief Justice of the Federation, the most famous lawyer in the capital ring. Lawyer He. The worry in his words made the atmosphere in the room tense and silent. Water dripped from the umbrella and dyed the precious carpet on the ground a dark color. Sulu put down the chopsticks in his hand and stared blankly at the gradually wetting carpet on the ground. He wasn't good at legal matters, but he knew very well that if those old fogies of the Silinzhong family really resorted to underhanded means like a custody fight, then Little Watermelon would be in great trouble. At this time, the last participant of tonight's gathering finally pushed open the door and walked in. The young man's body was still slightly thin, and his face was still that unhealthy pale. Braving the rain, his hair was wet, tangled into a few strands of somewhat embarrassing black hair. The water droplets on the thin green camel hair windbreaker were rolling down, hitting the blankets softly and silently. Li Xiaotong reacted immediately. He bowed seriously with a rare trace of cautiousness and put his hands on his abdomen. He said respectfully, according to some old etiquette, "I'm Li Xiaotong. Thank you very much for coming to my house." Lawyer, he reacted very quickly. He immediately stepped aside and pulled out the golden silk chair that was said to be big enough to replace 3 of the latest cars. He said submissively, "Prince, this way, please." Su Lu was still frowning and worrying about his own troubles. For him, Tai Ziyuan was a very good friend, that was all. However, the cold and arrogant Li Xiaodong and Lawyer He, who had just met but was free and straightforward, showed such serious reactions to Tai Ziyuan's arrival. It suddenly made him think of Tai Ziyuan's true identity. He looked up curiously at Tai Ziyuan, who was taking off his windbreaker. He silently thought that even if the Tai family was the descendant of the former royal family, many years had passed. In the current situation where crystal mines were scarce, the Tai family's influence on the Federation should be far less than it used to be. Why did the other families of the 7 major families still show so much respect to the lady in the back mountain and his thin and weak prince friend? This kind of respect with a strong sense of inequality or even some kind of fear. They had known each other for many years. Probably only people like himself and Mr. Sure dared to not take Tai Ziyuan seriously. The night was dark. After dinner, Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan held their glasses of red wine and leaned against the transparent railing of the top floor of the apartment. They looked down at the crowd of people walking around in a hurry and were silent for a long time. You looked like a mess when you walked in just now. Su Lu said, in my memory, other than when you were in a coma, your appearance was always impeccable. From the villa to the gold pin on your collar, everything was clean and tidy. How could you be so wet? Yuzi should have told you that I had a falling out with my family. Tai Yuan smiled and said, it happened recently. During this time, I learned a lot of things such as how to open a personal account in the bank, how to squeeze into the subway with other people, and how to use an umbrella to cover my face when the rain is too heavy without caring about my clothes. How do you feel? Su Lu turned his head and looked at him curiously. I remember you said before that you can experience the life of the common people, but you don't have the extra time to learn or feel. I don't feel good. Tai Yuan looked at the rippling red wine in his glass and said with a smile, fortunately, you're back. Naturally, I'll leave the matter of the West Woods to you. Tomorrow, I'll go back to the back of Macho Mountain to cry and be a filial son again. All right, I'll get married next autumn. Thank you first. I'm referring to the matter of the West Woods. Sula looked at him and said seriously, if it weren't for you, the Zhong family's old mansion would have had a harder time this year. To be honest, I really didn't expect that a confident and arrogant guy like you would have this so-called cheap sympathy. At that time, everyone thought you were dead. They were a little shocked, so they occasionally went crazy, Tai Yuan replied indifferently. Then, congratulations. Sulu raised his wine glass and teased. I only hope that after you get married, you won't hand over the responsibility of taking care of Miss Bai Chi to me. You seem to have been busy since I met you. Tai Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Now that you've come back alive, you must be even busier. Busy attending the press conference, busy going to Philadelphia to meet the old man, and busy taking care of that little girl in the future. You don't need to worry about my matters. You just need to worry about your own trivial matters. Just now, lawyer, he said that we're facing a big problem now. This trivial matter is really difficult to deal with. What I'm most afraid of is that we have the qualifications to deal with this matter. According to the Federation's laws, there are many problems. Tai Yuan suddenly smiled and said, back then, Zhong Laohu pushed that good-for-nothing Erlang to the forefront. It was a very old-fashioned but very wise method. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he didn't expect to die so early and so suddenly. Otherwise, the situation of the Zhong family in the West Woods wouldn't be in such a mess now. It's indeed a mess. Sulu thought of the hearing that was about to begin at the Supreme Court of the Federation and the elders of the Zhong family who were rushing over from the West Woods. He frowned deeply. But you don't have to worry about anything. I've already arranged everything that needs to be arranged. Tai Yuan slowly took a sip of red wine, then took out a few pills from his jacket pocket and swallowed them. You're still taking pills? Red wine is bad for your health. Sulu shrugged and said, since you want to go back and be the crown prince, it's better for you not to get involved in the matters here. You don't believe that I can arrange it? Tai Yuan looked at him with a faint smile. Sulu said in confusion, no lawyer dares to take over, and there's that damn custody battle. You already have arrangements? Although I haven't been as dazzling as you, Sulu, in my short youth, anyone who has come into contact with me would never dare to deny my excellence. Lai Ziyuan looked at him with a smile. You're the only one who doesn't seem to have thought about this. Instead, you're used to treating me as someone to be protected. Do you know that this feeling is equivalent to humiliation for a man? Sulu was stunned. He carefully thought back on the friendship over the years and realized that what Tai Ziyuan said was not wrong. He smiled a little embarrassedly, scratched his head, and said, your body is weak, so you're used to it. Don't forget, I was also an outstanding soldier in the army. In the Federation's military assessment, my total score was the highest. My estimated score was even higher than Zhou Yu's. Tai Ziyuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Li's face. Like a stubborn youth who was competing to see who could climb the fastest in the forest, he said mockingly, this lawsuit will take at least 3 months, but I can tell you the result now. As long as Justice Hing doesn't die of old age, that little girl of yours will definitely win. You're that confident? Su Lu stared at him. Of course. Lai Ziyuan gently coughed twice, then drank a mouthful of red wine that was brighter than blood. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, I'm best at analyzing people. If you have analyzed Chief Judge He-Ying, you will know the reason. What reason? The old judge likes beautiful girls. Tai Ziwan looked into his eyes seriously and said word by word that on the west side of Robbie Avenue, in the Capital Special District, was a green forest. Even though it was winter, this building complex, which covered an area of about 6 square kilometers, was still shrouded in a solemn, yet lively atmosphere formed by pine and cypress. The statue of the scales that represented fairness was in the corner of the building, supporting the pure white snow. The stone first charter ceremony was faintly discernible at the end of the forest. The Supreme Court of the Federation and its 3 subordinate procedural courts, as well as the 2 levels of circuit courts that were set up here due to historical reasons, were in this forest, in this historical building complex. For the citizens of the Federation, this place represented fairness, justice, and the most important law. In the spacious second courtroom, the sunlight shone in through the huge glass window more than 10 meters high, illuminating the dozens of rows of pure black seats in the courtroom. However, lawyer Xiao Wenjing, who was sitting in the front seat, had an unusually gloomy expression. At this moment, in the gallery of the second courtroom, there were 17 founding members of the Zhong family, who came all the way from the West Woods. Sitting in the front seat was the second young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Ziki, and in front of them was a terrifying legal team composed of 24 famous lawyers of the Federation. There were only 3 people on Xiao Wenjing's side. One was himself, one was a harmless fat man who looked like a big white steam bun, and one was a cute and innocent little girl who looked like she was carved out of ice. The huge difference in the number of people on both sides clearly reflected the serious situation he was facing at this moment. The Shizhou law firm, which was said to have a very deep background, withdrew from this family property lawsuit that shocked the Federation for unknown reasons. And the most outstanding lawyer in the Federation, he was forced to leave the legal team in the old house of the Zhong family for well-known reasons. Under the pressure of those big families, under the vague hints of the Federation government, no law firm dared to take over this case. When Xiao Wenjing received the agency contract, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes. His beautiful new wife, Su Songzi, had a deep and worried talk with him all night, but there was no way to overturn his decision. Xiao Wenjing's teachers and classmates were all over the legal system. Even though no one was willing to stand in front of the stage to help him, there was still a lot of information secretly gathered in his hands. Although he was facing the most terrifying legal team in the Federation, he still had the confidence to fight this case. More importantly, he was now lawyer Xiao Wenjing. A few years ago, he was the most famous prosecutor Xiao Wenjing in the district prosecutor's office. He had once assisted his teacher in presiding over the investigation of the Medellin project. Even when the Federation government shamelessly compromised for benefits, he still tried to continue his own investigation in secret. It was just that in the evening of that day, he was put in prison by several Federation Investigation Bureau officials on the charge of molesting a young girl. At that time, Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing didn't know if he thought of the words that the small-eyed man named Su Lu once said to him in a spring in full bloom, those words about law and morality. But Xiao Wenjing didn't give up his respect for the law. He left the district prosecutor's office and became a truly independent lawyer. Today, he was going to fight a case that was destined to go down in history for the West Woods orphan. Chapter 680. The trial in the Second Court of Justice was not as intense and tense as it was often described in literary works. Countless words full of traps and ambushes were floating in the courtroom, and the parties involved were blaming each other with bulging veins or crying tears and snot. On the contrary, the trial process was very dry and even boring. During the dull process of proof and defense, both lawyers' tones were strictly controlled within a certain range. Xiao Wenjing, who was under great pressure, looked gloomy and spoke slowly. She gave a very detailed description of the trial procedures, the scope of proof, and other technical aspects. In the quiet courtroom, other than the monotonous voices of the lawyers, there was only the rustling of the pages of the thick legal documents. Occasionally, there would be a few coughs and the sound of crutches moving on the wooden floor. There were more than a dozen old men from the Zhong family who came from the West Woods sitting in the gallery. These old men were probably more than 80 years old. Almost every one of them had a crutch. Their chests had been hollowed out by the passage of time, and there was nothing but thick sputum and bellows like emptiness in their chests and abdomens. The old men of the Zhong family watched everything in the court with indifferent expressions. They seemed to be perfectly playing the role of elders or wise men in the family. However, the tiredness and faint annoyance in the corners of their old eyes had already exposed their true feelings. The internal strife in the West Woods, the Federation government, and the other 6 ruthless families took advantage of the situation to infiltrate the Zhong family. The Zhong family was forced to retreat and was in a mess. These old men were all smart people. How could they not know that there was a hidden danger? It was a pity that everyone had greed. The closer they were to death, the stronger this kind of greed was. If Mrs. Zhong was still alive after the explosion of the ancient bell, these old men would not have dared to have any ambitions. However, the powerful couple died at the same time, leaving only an orphan daughter. What was even more amazing was that Mr. Zhong, who had always been considered the successor of the West Woods, was also an orphan. Facing an orphan, facing such a huge property and power, how could they not be tempted? Therefore, these old men of the Zhong family with crutches made a fatal mistake. They knew that there was no possibility of redeeming it. The strong, thin tiger had died, and they tried to ride it. How could there be a day when they could get off it? The little girl who looked like she was carved out of ice and jade sat in front of the courtroom. She lowered her head and quietly did her homework. She looked innocent and harmless, but at this moment, she was in court. This kind of silence and calmness seemed to represent some kind of indifference and coldness. Behind the little girl stood 2 crazy and powerful soldiers, Su Lu and Li Feng. If she grew up and the 2 crazy and powerful soldiers became even more powerful, how could these old men live? Would the smooth and cold crutches in his hand break into countless pieces? Therefore, even though they knew that the lawsuit would attract countless sharks from the capital ring for West Zhong and the Zhong family, the old men had to hold on until they won a Pyrrhic victory. Then, they would bargain with the Federation and find a chance to catch their last breath. After a boring retelling of the legal provisions and objections, the lawyers of both sides in the court began to touch on the core of the topic. In order to fight for the custody of the little girl, the relevant evidence and verbal cross-examination became serious. After Zhong Ziki affectionately called for family affection, the opposing team directly focused on the big stick Tian. A famous master of the Federation, Lu Pingjing, raised an objection. He believed that an outsider who had no blood relationship with the Zhong family and no legal authority had no right to be the representative of the young lady of the Zhong family and sit in the courtroom. The heart-wrenching family disputes in the past year or so were some outsiders deceiving the young lady of the Zhong family for some unspeakable purpose. There are more than a dozen old men in the gallery. Some are state councilors, some are district councilors, and some are old generals. They have 2 things in common, and that is they are all respected old men. They are all old men of the Zhong family. The famous lawyer of the Federation glanced at Xiao Wenjing coldly and continued, "My client, Zhong Ziki, is Zhong Huiyan's cousin. After Commander Zhong and his wife died for the country, he is the closest relative of Miss Zhong Huiyan. As for Mr. Tian, with all due respect, I don't have a good impression of your name at all. According to the public military records and your resume, I think you are completely unqualified to be the guardian of a little girl. A man who was expelled from the army because he beat up an officer, a man whose school status was temporarily suspended because he visited a prostitute, and a middle-aged man who has no complete family, drinks like crazy, and is very unhealthy. For a little girl who has lost her parents, deserves sympathy, and needs to be more worried about her psychological state, it is not a matter of whether he can be her guardian. I think the court should issue a restraining order to prohibit him from getting close to Miss Zhong Huiyan." Hearing this, Fatty Tian, who has been sitting on the table listlessly, finally raised his head. His narrowed eyes were like a torn steamed bun, with black bean paste slowly flowing out of his eyes. It was extremely cold and sharp. Macho Backmountain had made his attitude clear. The Crown Prince left, and the Shizhou law firm terminated the agency. Mr. Tian knew very well that this case was very difficult to win, and he would definitely lose. Even though he had high hopes for the small-eyed young man who had just gone to his hometown, he still had no confidence. However, Mr. Tian actually didn't care too much about the outcome of the case. So what if the huge Guzhong company and the huge family property were all taken away by these old bastards? But he couldn't give a miss to them. If things really got to the point of no return, it would just be a mutiny in the West Woods Sunset Province. He would kill all the ungrateful relatives of the Zhong family, and then take the mist through the Dark Night Scorpion Nebula to Bermuda, which was beyond the control of the shameless Federation. He would wait for the mist to grow up, and wait for the small-eyed man and the little lunatic to become the most powerful men in the Federation. At that time, he would take the mist back and take back the things that originally belonged to US.MR. Tian could think like this because he was a man with such a character, but Mr. Xiao Wenjing would never think like this. He picked up the handkerchief in front of him, gently wiped the sweat stains on his earlobes, and calmly continued to raise his doubts. He once again mentioned the 7th supplementary clause of the law on the estate of the Federation, as well as the precedents in several famous family property cases in the past 100 years. He believed that when the relatives who raised the relevant rights had obvious conflicts of interest with the guardianship, the relevant rights should not be protected in advance. Very clear legal provisions and precedents. Xiao Wenjing believed that the high and mighty middle-aged female judge would not raise any objection. However, just as he was thinking about this, the female judge with old-fashioned curly hair said coldly, "For the trial of a guardianship case, we first consider the growth environment and possibilities of the person who has no civil capacity. As for the personal wishes of the person who has no civil capacity, it's just a reference. Mr. Xiao, it will be difficult for you to convince me that the little girl sitting beside you does not need the guardianship of her own family, but needs this Mr. Tian as her guardian. As for the related conflicts of interest, I need evidence, not you using the news reports of the Federation and repeating them over and over again." The middle-aged female judge frowned as she looked at Xiao Wenjing. Her fingers tapped on the trial table, and she said unhappily, "This case has dragged on for more than a year. How much tax money has been wasted? The Federation's judicial system can no longer afford to waste too much judicial costs because of your delaying policy. I hope to get a result as soon as possible. So, I hope you can present some substantial evidence." Xiao Wenjing's fingers froze in the middle of flipping through the case file. He raised his head to look at the curly-haired female judge, very confused and shocked by what she said. Substantial evidence? Did someone from the Zhong family attempt to murder Zhong Huiyan on the space station count as evidence? Did the unusual troop movement in the West Woods Sunset State more than a year ago count as evidence? No, these could not be used as evidence in court. Once he did, he would immediately be sued for slander. Thinking of this, a mocking and disgusted smile appeared on Mr. Zhao's face. He now had enough understanding of the darkness of the Federation's judicial system. He understood that the Federation government and the big families were determined to end the case of the West Woods Zhong family before Justice He Ying's trial at all costs. Even if the curly-haired female judge behaved so stupidly and absurdly, as long as the trial process did not reach the Supreme Court, Justice He Ying would not be able to influence it even if she had other opinions. He was about to raise his voice to protest, but he caught a glimpse of the little girl's figure next to him. He thought of the things his colleagues at the Ministry of Justice were preparing, so he suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly sat down. Her black hair was smooth and neat as it rested quietly on the little girl's forehead. Zhong Huiyan, who was in the center of the whirlpool, did not seem to care about this important lawsuit that would determine her guardianship. She just lowered her head, held a thin digital pen, and seriously did her homework. When she encountered a difficult problem, she would cutely bite the pen. The cold, curly-haired, middle-aged female judge, those old men with crutches, and that cousin who was acting like a family member were not in the little girl's eyes. The cold light of the winter sun shone down from the dome. The straight passage in the court appeared slightly dim. The heavy door was pushed open, and in this dim light, a straight figure walked in. His military boots made a clear sound as he stepped on the floor. Each sound was like stepping on the hearts of many people. The figure was getting closer and closer, and his face was getting clearer and clearer. Mr. Tian stood up and turned his head. The old men of the Zhong family on the side of the court suddenly tensed up, and Zhong Ziqi's eyes suddenly flashed with a few traces of fear. The figure walked to the front of the court, took off his military cap, and slowly put it on the table. He passed a chip to the court clerk to play it. In the strange, absolute silence in the court, he said to the female judge on the high platform, "My name is Su Lu, currently the Deputy Technical Supervisor of the 17th Mechanic Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. I have entrusted lawyer Xiao Wenjing to submit my application for rights. I apply for full guardianship of Zhonghuiyan." Chapter 681. Su Lu walked into the courtroom and said a single sentence, eliciting many different reactions from the people in the courtroom. Some were speechless, some were silent like gold, and some were excited like boiling water. These reactions came from the clear meaning and strong emotions expressed in his words, and even more so from his name and surname. This name and figure already had too many meanings in the current Federation. The expression of the high and mighty middle-aged female judge was still calm, carrying the indifference unique to Federation high-ranking judges. However, the gradually clenched right hand under the judge's robe betrayed her true emotions at this moment. Looking at the young Federation colonel below the stage, the female judge subconsciously leaned forward slightly, but was unwilling to look at him, only casting a questioning gaze toward Xiao Wenjing. Colonel Su Li's identity today is a special witness and temporary rights holder. Regarding his application to appear in court, our side has already sent in the documents last night. Xiao Wenjing's mood was extremely relaxed right now, looking at the female judge on the stage with a trace of ridicule, speaking unhurriedly and unhurriedly. The middle-aged female judge quickly flipped through the case file, discovering that the Zhong family's old residence's legal team did indeed request for a temporary witness last night, but these damned bastards actually deliberately hiding the name of this witness. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to surprise me? If it was a normal military officer requesting to become the guardian of the little princess of the Zhong family, she, who is already famous within the Federation's legal system, wouldn't even bat an eyelid and might even directly expel the other party for contempt of court. However, she couldn't do that right now because the young Federation colonel below the stage, or more accurately, the youngest Federation colonel, was Colonel Su Lu. This custody case had always been proceeding according to the established process and plan, but who would have thought that Su Lu would suddenly appear in court, and moreover, he made an unexpected request for authority. The female judge's mood was gloomy and restless, thinking about the news that the Federation's news media had been broadcasting nonstop these past few days, thinking about the Federation's military god, Li Pifu, shaking hands with Colonel Su Lu on the screen. Her hands couldn't help but tremble as she flipped through the case file. Yes, the Federation's legal system was absolutely independent. Even that old man in Philadelphia couldn't do anything to influence the court's judgment, but people knew that, other than the many years old Supreme Judge He Ying, the so-called judicial independence was more like a joke. If the court could really be completely independent of the Federation society, then why would she appear on the stage today and say so many cold words before? I object. In the strange silence in the courtroom, the lawyers on the other side finally reacted after a short period of tense negotiations. The Federation's leading civil law lawyer stood up, nervously wiped the sweat on his forehead, and loudly said, "This is not in accordance with the case procedure. The name list of the claimants has been submitted 14 days ago, according to the relevant rules of the Federation Civil Procedure Law. Anyone who objects to the claim of authority must submit the relevant evidence and application within 5 days before the trial. But whether it's in court or us, we haven't seen the application yet." When saying this, the lawyer didn't even turn his head to look at Su Lu, not sure if it was because he felt that his reasons were sufficient and didn't need to be too aggressive, or because he didn't dare to look at Su Lu. Xiao Wenjing stood up, looked at the lawyer, and said, "According to the supplementary provisions of the procedural law, if there is a reason that is not beyond human power, then the date can be extended appropriately. Is there any reason that human strength cannot contend against?" The lawyer finally turned his head and looked over. When his eyes fell on Su Lu, he subconsciously nodded slightly in agreement. When the name list of the claimants was submitted, Colonel Su Lu, who is my second client, was on his way back to the Federation from the Empire with great difficulty. Naturally, he couldn't have known that the Federation had a trial that involved his interests. I believe that everyone who has seen the news is very clear on this point, so I won't add any more. Xiao Wenjing swept her gaze over the people in the courtroom and said, "I believe that no one will object to this reason." Of course, no one would object. After experiencing the live broadcast of the escape of thousands of miles, the Federation Society would no longer allow anyone to object to Colonel Su Li's words. There was a wave of nervous discussion in the seats on the other side of the courtroom. They had no choice but to accept this explanation. After a series of arguments that rose and fell, the enormous group of lawyers behind Zhong Ziki finally came to a consensus. The lead lawyer, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up and bowed his head to the female judge and Su Lu respectively. Then he said, "We agree, but because there is a new claimant, we need time to prepare. Court will be adjourned for half an hour." The female judge rubbed her forehead and said, "Because the original surveillance file is in the Department of Defense's archives, it's very troublesome to retrieve it, so we came a bit late," Su Lu said to Xiao Wenjing. "I hope there won't be any problems. If we want to obtain evidence through the court, it will definitely take a long time. We don't have time to waste with the other party for too long." Xiao Wenjing smiled and said, "Since you have already brought it over, no matter what the other party does, this custody case will still be fought." Hearing this, Su Li's eyes narrowed. He knew what Xiao Wenjing meant by time. Only by winning the custody case could they take the family property case to the Supreme Court and in front of Justice He Ying. Although he did not believe that the old justice would definitely give them the victory, at least he believed in the old man's wisdom and judicial spirit. However, Justice He Ying was so old that she could die at any time, so they needed time. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the old man in Philadelphia, and his heart became a little heavy. According to Tai Ziyuan's arrangement, he had been discussing with Xiao Wenjing and the lawyers behind her for the past 2 nights. Zhong Ziki and those old men were trying to regain the custody of Zhong Huiyan so that they could fully obtain the ownership of the Zhong family's property. This move was really vicious and even made people feel a little desperate because whether it was Fatty Tian or the old people in the West Woods trusted by Commander Zhong, they were not related to Zhong Huiyan by blood. However, at this time, Lawyer He, who was forced to give up the defense, thought of a somewhat whimsical but absolutely earth-shattering idea. Let Su Lu come forward to fight for the custody. Letting Su Lu come forward to fight for the custody seemed to be no different from other people because he was not related to the Zhong family in the West Woods. However, after Lawyer He's analysis, Xiao Wenjing and those former colleagues who secretly helped him were shocked to find that Su Lu was indeed the best choice. More importantly, Su Lu had an innate advantage that no one could compare with. It seems that something has changed. Why didn't anyone tell me? Fatty Tian looked at Su Lu with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. It seems that you want to take my job as your godfather. You don't want to? Su Lu looked at this old friend who he had not seen for a long time, and his mood was slightly shaken. He bent down and hugged him, saying, "Long time no see." At this time, the little girl, who had been quietly sitting at the table with her head down to do her homework, finally moved. The digital pen in her fingers fell on the table, making a soft sound. Then she turned around, and her soft and neat black hair swayed with a bang, like a cute jumping watermelon skin. Zhong Huiyan, who was already 11 years old, stood up. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and she looked at Su Lu without blinking. Her black hair was on her shoulders, and old dolls were behind her. She exuded a kind of aura called choo-choo, just like 6 years ago beside the huge porthole in Area 32 of the Ancient Bell. It seemed that she had not changed at all. But after all, a lot had changed. The little girl who had lost her parents had finally grown up. She stared at Su Lu with her round eyes, stubbornly pursed her pink lips, and puffed out her cheeks. After staring at Su Lu for a long time, she shouted, "Didn't you say that you don't care about me anymore?" Su Lu was stunned. He quietly looked at the little girl who was about to reach his chest. He did not know why, but his heart was filled with infinite fatherly love. He rudely reached out and interrupted the little watermelon's anger. He carelessly tore her neat black hair and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense." Zhong Huiyin shook her head angrily like a small animal. She wanted to shake off the big hand, but found that it was somewhat futile. She said angrily, "Then will you still leave in the future?" "Not anymore." "Liar. Why would I lie to you? I'm going to be your guardian soon. Then you have to win the case." "Don't worry." The case of a Zhong family in the West would seem to be going on for several years. If they did not fight until the end of time, the truth would not come to light. Because of the background power of both sides, in the beginning of the custody battle, they fell into an almost tragic battle. This kind of tragedy did not refer to the sort of words that could be seen in the court, but the allocation of resources and tricks that were hidden behind the scenes. And Su Li's appearance was undoubtedly the most powerful and fatal blow to the old house of the Zhong family. After half an hour of intense discussion, the huge group of lawyers that served the old masters of the Zhong family drafted a response. Due to the current environment of the Federation in the midst of war, the group of lawyers did not raise any doubts about Su Li's personal character. They only insisted that he had nothing to do with this custody case. And the relatives of the Zhong family, who appeared one after another as witnesses, put on a touching drama of the bitterness of the rich family. Xiao Wenjing's lawyer, Su Lu, and the others had been watching silently and did not care. When it was their turn to speak, Xiao Wenjing stood up and said calmly, "After listening to the many doubts of the other side, I have not heard anyone questioning the personal character of Colonel Su Lu. This shows that no one has been blinded by interests and presumptuously slandered him. Designing MX, exposing the plagiarism of the Federal Academy of Science, leading Group 7 to take on the most dangerous mission at the front line, venturing deep into the territory of the Empire. Over the years, Su Lu had done so many things. Not only did it mean that he had done something for the Federation, but more importantly, from these things, it could be seen what kind of person he was. Of course, if Su Lu was a small figure, then even if he was the most standard moral model, in the eyes of the lawyers of the Federation, he would be a villain who committed all kinds of crimes. But in today's Federation, who could and dare to question Su Li's personal character? As a guardian, I think the judge and all of you know very well what kind of moral quality and personal background one should have. Then, without a doubt, Colonel Su Lu is the most suitable candidate to be Zhong Huiyin's guardian. And don't forget, after Commander Zhong and his wife were murdered by the people of the Empire, who risked his life to avenge them. At this time, the leading lawyer with a full beard stood up and looked calmly at the female judge. Just as the opposing lawyer said, "No one will question Colonel Su Li's personal character, but I would like to remind the judge and the opposing lawyer that we are discussing the issue of guardianship today, not the issue of a moral model. If one can become a guardian because they are suitable, then wouldn't it mean that all the children in the Federation who have doubts about their guardianship should apply to be Colonel Su Li's guardian?" The middle-aged female judge's eyelids lifted slightly. She knew that the leading lawyer was hinting at which angle she should judge from, and her mood was slightly relieved. The leading lawyer turned to look at Xiao Wenjing and continued, "If that's the case, then I think Zhong Huiyin's guardian should be Lord War God. The spirit of the Federation's law regarding child guardianship has always been the most important. Even if Colonel Su Lu is the most suitable guardian candidate, he does not have any special relationship with Zhong Huiyin. He has nothing to do with this entire matter. If you don't object, I have no objection." Xiao Wenjing shrugged and said with a smile, "Of course, you and I both know that this is just a joke, but can I interpret it this way? If there is evidence that Colonel Su Lu is related to this guardianship battle, then he is the most suitable candidate?" The leading lawyer lowered his eyes slightly and felt a trace of strangeness. However, at this moment, he carefully recalled the records in the file. Although Su Lu seemed to have some contact with Commander Zhong and his wife, there was no direct evidence that he could intervene in the guardianship battle. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "You can interpret it that way." "Very good," Xiao Wenjing said. Just now, Colonel Su Lu took an audio file and submitted it to the court. Because of the adjournment, no one had a chance to listen to it. At this time, should everyone listen to it? In the quiet courtroom, there was a slight electronic noise and the sound of explosions in the distance. Everyone listened silently and attentively. Then, they heard a man's deep voice. Although the man was at the end of his life, his voice was still so clear and calm. "Is Su Lu here?" "Commander, I'm here. Help me take care of Huyen." "Yes." Chapter 682. That doesn't prove anything. The leading lawyer with a thick beard stood up abruptly. The worry in the corner of his eyes instantly turned into a strong, automatic stress reaction. His voice was twisted and crushed until it was extremely sharp. He waved his arms and shouted loudly in the courtroom. The audio that was played earlier, the audio that had been kept by the Department of Defense for more than a year and had enough authorization, explained a certain problem. Deducing from that, it could completely destroy all of the confidence of the Zhong family's old master and the second young master, and it could turn the most terrifying legal team in the Federation into a pile of dog shit. That was why their reaction was so real and primitive. They were screaming and pounding their chests like children who had their lollipop stolen. Xiao Wenjing didn't care about the reaction of the legal team at all. She didn't even see the dozen or so lawyers standing up abruptly. She looked at the female judge in the courtroom and said calmly, "All the soldiers of the new 17th Division on the Monolith battleship and the relevant soldiers of the Federal Fleet can all prove that Commander Zhong gave his daughter to Su Lu before he sacrificed himself." Zhong Ziqi's expression was gloomy. The Zhong family's old masters stomped their crutches angrily. No one knew what emotions were hidden under the female judge's indifferent expression. Xiao Wenjing raised her eyebrows slightly and continued calmly. "President Pabre also listened to this audio file as soon as possible. I don't think anyone can doubt the authenticity of this audio file, so I implore Your Honor to confirm this evidence as soon as possible and complete the judgment of this authorization case through a simple procedure based on this evidence. The time and cost of the Federation's legal system shouldn't be wasted by us." Xiao Wenjing said very seriously. The two sentences seemed normal, but to the high and mighty female judge, it was undoubtedly the most blatant slap in the face. The slap made the blood vessels on her face gradually disappear, and it was bruised and swollen. She looked extremely pathetic and shameful. The female judge was silent. She looked at the case file under her eyes. She glanced at the dark shadows in the courtroom seats from the corner of her eyes, waiting for some people to express their opinions or support. Take care of? This is a term commonly used in interpersonal relationships. The outer meaning of the term is too vague, and it definitely can't prove that this is related to the transfer of guardianship authority. According to our opinion, the bearded leading lawyer wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in a deep voice. Xiao Wenjing interrupted, "I can accept your doubts, but it doesn't mean much to the court's judgment." Behind the packed seats in the courtroom, in a dark corner that didn't attract too much attention, there were about a dozen seemingly normal people listening in. However, in reality, everyone knew who these 10 or so people represented. They represented the Federation government, the military, and those few terrifying families. This was not a secret, or rather, they had never thought that it could become a secret. The man in the round hat at the back was Bryn, the director of the office of the president's residence. Even he had come, let alone the rest. After Su Lu appeared in court, Director Breen had been hiding his face in the shadows. He seemed to have made a phone call halfway through. Overall, he did not express any inclination that could be grasped by the two parties involved in the dispute between the West Woods Zhong family. At this moment, when the curly-haired, middle-aged female judge looked at Director Bryn, what she saw was still an ordinary face with most of his eyes and brows covered by the brim of his hat. "I agree with Lawyer One's opinion. This audio file can't prove." The female judge glanced at the people in the courtroom and opened her mouth a little nervously. Sula didn't think that there would actually be someone in the Federation who dared to do something so ugly and arrogant. Hearing the judge's words, his eyes gradually narrowed. His pair of thick, ink-like eyebrows gradually rose. The austere aura contained in the colonel's military uniform gradually thickened, turning into a kind of almost real pressure that pervaded and shook the spacious courtroom space. Commander Zhong's last words before he sacrificed himself for the country. Can it show his intentions? Xiao Wenjing stared at the judge, angry because of the absurdity. She said sternly, "Your Excellency, I don't know if this opinion of yours can be accepted by the soldiers of the Westwoods, if it can be accepted by the federal forces." There was a suffocating silence. The female judge raised her thin eyebrows, stared at Xiao Wenjing, and scolded with a sharp and slightly trembling voice. "Are you threatening the court?" Xiao Wenjing didn't answer this stern question. Sulu, who had been silent for a while, slowly raised his head, stared at the high and mighty female judge, and asked, "Yes, so what?" The courtroom was in an uproar, and the team of lawyers seized the opportunity to start acting out a show of public passion. Old Master Zhong and Zhong Ziki slightly pursed their lips, feeling that things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. However, no one noticed that the female judge, who carried the collective will of the Federation, had her eyes quietly falling on Director Brin's body in the shadows. The dim light scattered on Director Brin's body. This big shot, who wasn't very old, indifferently lowered his head, as if he didn't care about the judgment in the courtroom at all. He was minding his own business, fiddling with a high-class encrypted phone, and no one knew who he was contacting. The female judge's heart suddenly froze by a lot. "I announce that Colonel Su Lu has obtained the custody of Zhonghuan, citizen number XLAS 210-300-1213. They won." Su Lu, Xiao Wenjing, and Fatty Tian hugged the staff with slightly excited enthusiasm. This was the power of the combination of debate strategy and strange evidence. From another point of view, this was the first demonstration of the valiant taste of the trial that was destined to last for a long time. The 11-year-old little watermelon, no, we should call her Zhong Huiyin, did not jump up and down like a little girl. She jumped up with her feet in white socks at the same time and made scissors-like gestures with her hands. Instead, she looked up and smiled happily, her right hand tightly grasping Su Li's hand. The people from the Zhong family's old residence walked out of the courtroom and crossed the green field. After walking for about 700 meters, they arrived in front of the media interview area. Countless flashing lights clicked in the winter air, and microphones were pressed in front of them like gun barrels. "Colonel Sulu, we would like to know the competition for the custody of Miss Zhong Huiyin. Does this represent the clear attitude of the Philadelphia government?" Sulu held the little girl's hand tightly. He didn't let go, and he didn't want to let go. Facing countless news media of the Federation, he said seriously, "No, this just represents my personal attitude." After a pause, he looked at the withered leaves in front of him and said slowly, "And this can also represent the attitude of Colonel Lifeng. But I have to say that this is just our personal attitude, and it has nothing to do with the army god. In the final analysis, this is the attitude of Commander Zhong before he died." He said seriously, "I respect this point, and I will practice it to the end." Chapter 683. For the ordinary people of the Federation, such as Su Lu, who was beside the Donglin mine many years ago, the so-called 7 great families were some kind of mysterious and lofty existence that only existed in legends. They did not know which 7 great families stood at the top of human society and had stood there for thousands of years. Relatively speaking, the media reporters who had access to the relevant secrets might be able to clearly list the names of the 7 great families. However, due to the almost instinctive awe and some kind of tacit understanding that had been passed down for thousands of years, no media dared to report in depth on the illustrious history of the 7 great families and the dazzling present day of the 7 great families. Only the Zhong family in the West Woods was an exception. From the time they opened up the Donglin mine many years ago to the time they were exiled to the far West Star region, this family that held military power and was almost like a separatist warlord had always been in the eyes of the people of the Federation. They were in the spotlight of the news media, just like the scene flashing in front of the court at this time. News about the Zhong family, especially such an explosive news about the custody of the little princess of the Zhong family. No professionally trained reporter would be stupid enough to miss it. And when they found out that the final victor, who was holding the little princess of the Zhong family, walking along the quiet snowy road from the direction of the court, was actually Colonel Su Lu, they realized that this news turned out to be more explosive than they had imagined. Holding Zhong Huiyin's cold little hand that was a little stiff because of nervousness, Su Lu calmly answered the questions of the reporters. The details of what happened in the court did not require him to retell the story to satisfy the interest of the general public, but he tried to understand some of the things behind the scenes of this lawsuit through his own words. He tried his best not to let people misunderstand the intentions of the old man in Philadelphia. After a brief answer, the group turned around and left. He held Zhong Huiyin's hand and walked to the side of the motorcade. When he was about to board the car, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. After a slight pause, he handed Zhong Huiyin to Mr. Tian and whispered a few words. The black motorcade slowly drove away. The elite special forces loyal to the Zhong family's old mansion escorted their princess away from the noisy and chaotic scene. Sulu was not worried about little Watermelon's safety. With the protection of these powerful West Woods soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time, as well as the terrifying Uncle Tian by his side, Sulu did not notice that in the second bulletproof sedan, Colonel Lake, the direct commander of the Westwoods troops, was slowly taking off the sunglasses on his nose. His eyes were looking through the tinted windows at Su Li's silhouette as he stood above the snow. He was deep in thought. After watching the convoy leave, Su Lu turned around to look for that familiar figure, but he saw Director Brin, who was wearing a hat, walking in front of him. "I don't think your actions today are rational." Director Brin put his right hand in the pocket of his windbreaker and held the high-class encrypted phone. He looked at Su Li's face and said with a serious expression, "Or, for such an important action, you should have handled it more carefully. For example, you should have informed me in advance." Su Lu was silent for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Although the seemingly ordinary official in front of him did not have a high rank, the entire Federation knew that on certain occasions, he could represent President Pabre's attitude. No one dared to look down on him. Today, Director Brin came to the court to monitor the progress of this major event on behalf of Mr. President. For the man in the official residence, the Federation needed a united rear. He wanted the Westwoods incident to be resolved as soon as possible. He wanted the government to strengthen its control over the Westwoods, which was the situation he wanted to see the most. Su Li's sudden intervention could even represent the will of the old man in Philadelphia. It would only make this matter more complicated and drag on, which would be more disadvantageous to the Federation. "If there's a chance, I will personally solve this matter with Mr. President," Su Lu replied. Director Brin paused for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, "Mr. President has been very busy recently, but I will clearly convey your message to him. Also, if there's a chance, please send my regards to the old man." Okay. Director Brin left, and so did the representatives of the several major families. The old man of the Zhong family, with a gloomy expression, and Zhong Ziki, who had an even gloomier expression, also took separate vehicles and left this solemn place surrounded by green trees. The reporters in the distance keenly noticed that when the Zhong family left, the motorcade actually took a big detour and avoided the place where Colonel Su Lu was standing. It seemed that they did not even want to pass by Su Lu. The phone rang. It was Zhou on the other end. Su Lu smiled and picked up the phone. At the same time, he quickened his pace and walked towards the dark shadow behind the tree. "I saw the news. Congratulations on becoming the godfather of the little princess of the Zhong family." From this sentence with a strong sense of sarcasm, it was obvious that Zhou was not in a good mood at the moment. Without waiting for Su Lu to answer, she opened her mouth and said sharply, "Regarding the matter of the Westwoods, every step you take toward what you think is victory is equivalent to stabbing a knife into the hearts of those big shots that you can't fight against." I know. Sulu answered very seriously into the phone, but I think I should be able to handle it. No matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than a few years ago. No, Zoe said directly on the other end of the phone. You're just one person. You don't have soldiers. You don't have an army. You only have the rank of deputy commander and the reputation of a hero of the Federation. Since you've already started, then I have to remind you that the situation you're about to face is the worst situation ever. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Sulu stared blankly at the phone in his hand. He felt that even the busy tone had the unique coldness of the woman in red. He couldn't help but shrug self-deprecatingly. He looked at the handsome man in the shadow of the building behind the tree and said, "Now, I gradually understand why you, who have always been successful in the matters between men and women, have never been able to win over the mother of your child." Sure Qinghai stubbed out his 37 brand cigarette with his fingers. He looked at the man in front of him, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He thought they were separated by life and death, but he had reappeared in front of him. There was still a charming and hateful smile on his face. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Let's find a quiet place and have a few drinks first." In the simple tavern to the left of the South Bridge Gate of Yuan, the two men completed their reunion with 4 bottles of amber-colored liquor. They didn't sigh too much or exchange meaningless pleasantries for too long. Instead, they looked at each other in silence for a long time. They raised their glasses to each other and drank until their chests and abdomens burned with pain and happiness. Then, they turned the emotions of the past year into tranquility. The alcohol was strong, but the two of them didn't continue in this small tavern. This was because this place was suitable for drinking, but it was still not the quietest place they needed. They casually left the black car in the parking lot and took the underground express line back to the apartment in Wangdu. The surveillance equipment in the apartment started up again. The two of them skillfully filtered the signal. After confirming that there was no possibility of being monitored, they sat down on the sofa. 2 glasses of water were placed on the table. Shi Qinghai and Su Lu took out 2 lists of names at the same time and placed them beside the glasses. "Stone, this is what I found." Chapter 684. The transparent and colorless water remained stubbornly high in the cup. Since no one was drinking it, it refused to drop. However, there were a lot more cigarette butts in the ashtray. The burnt and twisted cigarette butts formed a weird mess. In the smoke-filled room, 2 people silently read the relevant information they had and then raised their heads almost at the same time. This kind of scene was not strange to Su Lu and Shi Qinghai. A few years ago, when Senator Macklin kidnapped countless people of the Federation under the banner of morality, one of them stayed in the grotesque modern society and watched coldly like a stone, preparing to smash the enemy. The other one hid in the dark and followed the clues of the past indifferently. They rarely contacted each other and did not cooperate, but they were very close to each other and welcomed the day of the final general attack. Today's scene was like the reincarnation preached by some religion in Bermuda, or maybe it was just a simple repetition. For people like Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, their personalities determined their choices. Therefore, when the whole Federation was about to forget the assassination plot and the ancient bell that had turned into fireworks, they were still looking for the truth and asking for answers. In Linhai State Gymnasium, the 2nd Military Region assassinated Tai Zuan. Yang Jingsong committed suicide. Many people from the 2nd Military Region died. At that time, I followed the gray sweater and found Macklin. However, there was another middleman behind this assassination. Shi Qinghai pursed his thin lips and took a deep puff. The cigarette suddenly lit up. The smoke was so dazzling that he had to squint his eyes. One could faintly see that his peach blossom eyes were bloodshot due to tiredness. I've told you about this before. The middleman is an active military officer, at least a major. He has a head of reddish-brown hair. The force he represents is a senator. Regarding the assassination of the little princess of the Zhong family in Wood Valley Manor, after the government stopped the investigation, I entered the Federation Investigation Bureau and found some relevant information. The powerful gunman you stopped was not related to the 2nd Military Region. Now, I'm investigating this friend surnamed Chun. Before he was expelled from the military academy, before he carried out the government's secret mission, I want to know who he was in close contact with. The most important thing is that the ancient bell was attacked. During the year you were in the Empire, I've been secretly investigating. Now, I can confirm that the seed of the Empire who died outside the military prison was indeed from the Empire. However, he did not have the opportunity to access this level of military secrets, let alone guide the Empire's fleet to the brilliant shadow in space. There's something very strange. The wreckage of the ancient bell was not allowed to drift in space as a memorial to the soldiers as usual. Instead, it was dragged back to the surface for further investigation. The problem is that the relevant departments did not drag it back to the Westwoods. Instead, they dragged it back to the 23rd Research Institute of S2. Then, it was quickly melted down. Shi Qinghai took out the cigarette and licked his bitter lips. He put out the cigarette and said with a smile, "But before it was melted down, I found a chance to take a look. I found that the escape system of the ancient bell had been tampered with beforehand. This also means that even if the clock commander did not choose to die in battle but chose to escape, there was no hope for him to survive. As the most outstanding intelligence officer of the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army in recent years, Sulu wouldn't doubt young Master Shi's judgment. For a person who had the qualifications to enter the Trinity Association, in addition to the fact that that place was S2, even if he did something even more outrageous, it wouldn't be shocking. I don't have too many people on my list, but I suspect that they are all involved in this matter." Sulu gently bit the cigarette with his front teeth and leaned back on the soft sofa. He felt a little tired and continued. "The assassination of Tai Zhuan, the assassination of Little Watermelon, the assassination of Commander Zhong, if it was a series of actions as you speculated, then how long did these people prepare? The bloody battle in the Linhai State Gymnasium that Su Lu would remember for the rest of his life was something that happened years ago. At that time, he thought that after the suicide of Deputy Minister Yang Jingsong and the arrest of more than 10 officers of the 2nd Military Region, the militants in the military had been wiped out. However, what happened later proved that the forces had been hiding deeper than people thought and had been preparing for a longer time. As for how terrifying the strength of those people were, Su Lu did not express any feelings or doubts. No matter how strong or weak the enemy was, as long as they were the enemy, they would have to fight. I checked the list of all the members of the management committee of the Federation at that time and sorted them according to the suitable conditions. Together with the information from my sources, I made a list, and in this list, there are not many people who have the ability to influence the military. Shi Qinghai pointed to the first name on Su Li's list and said, "Vice President Byron is undoubtedly the most suspicious one." At that time, before he partnered with Pabre, he was a member of the Federation's Management Committee's Military Budget Director. In earlier years, he had served as the head of the General Staff Department of the 3rd Military Region of the Federation, a Major General. Very few major generals in the military would take off their military uniform and enter the political world and be successful, but Mr. Vice President has done it. The 3rd Military Region? Sulu thought of the famous general of the Federation who came from the 3rd Military Region and couldn't help but frown deeply. After a moment of silence, he lit another cigarette and said with a hoarse voice, "I have never heard of Commander Xiaoqing having any private contact with the Vice President. Also, there was a time difference. When Byron was the head of the General Staff Department, he shouldn't have been able to influence the Iron 7 Division. Don't worry so much. Let's first finalize the list and then adjust the direction." Shi Qinghai messed up his black hair, but he didn't know that he exposed a few strands of white hair behind his head. He said in a deep voice, "Vice President Byron, Assistant Director Cui Zhedong of the Bureau of Proclamation, the head of the relevant department of the Military Research Institute, the former vice president who died of illness, the Mechanical Army of the 2nd Military Region, Du Xiaoqing and his Iron 7 Division." Hearing this, Su Lu raised his right hand and interrupted, "I don't have any evidence to support my suspicion of Du Xiaoqing. Although he and Tiger have always been enemies, I always thought that this person wouldn't shoot someone in the back. Do you have evidence for the rest of the people on the list?" Shi Qinghai stared into his eyes and said, "If you had evidence to prove that the vice president of the Federation is suspected of murdering the frontline commander-in-chief, then you wouldn't be sitting here. You would be in the president's residence. I don't have any judicial evidence for the names on this list, but I do have evidence that leads me to believe that they are involved in this matter." This sentence was a bit of a mouthful, because it involved the backtracking of the Federal Central Computers database. Su Lu couldn't explain it too clearly. "Okay." Shi Qinghai spread his hands and said, "I don't have evidence for Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 division, but I do have intuition. Let's not talk about this for now." Su Li's expression was a bit worried. He asked, "You've been investigating for so long. Have you found out that those big families are involved in this matter?" "I don't know if I should say it's lucky or unlucky. There's no sign of this at the moment," Shi Qinghai said calmly. "But this is very easy to understand. For the sake of benefits, the 7 big families can cooperate with any power. I even suspect that in the future, they can treat the Emperor of the Empire as a reliable trading partner. But they definitely won't cooperate with the radicals in the army." He looked at Su Lu and said softly, "When the politicians who control the administrative power of the Federation gain the loyalty of the radicals in the army, or even more frightening, when the radicals in the army gain the power of the Federation, this is the situation that the 7 big families fear the most, because this will shake the foundation of these families' survival. The only thing that can completely destroy the entangled interests and relationships that these families have spent tens of thousands of years to build, and those seemingly unshakable cornerstones, is violence. Absolute violence. Violence that goes out of control. Then from this point of view, your Green Dragon Mountain should praise these radicals?" Su Lu said with a bit of sarcasm. "Different paths lead to the same destination, but because of the different paths chosen, perhaps when people reach that destination, it will not be in the same season, and the color of the flowers on the mountainside will be very different. You are a spy, not a poet. In this type of exciting and impassioned turning point in history, the blood of violence, the despicable schemes, it is very easy to stir up the poetic feeling within everyone's heart." Su Lu didn't pay him any attention. He just stared blankly at that list of names, counting from top to bottom. He thought about the power these names represented, and he suddenly felt his body become somewhat cold. He subconsciously said in a low voice, "The Federation, from top to bottom, is about to rot. The Federation government from top to bottom has long rotted away." Shi Qinghai looked at him with ridicule, the cigarette between his fingers. "This is something that Green Dragon Mountain has always been trying to tell people, but no one is willing to believe it." Su Lu was silent. Suddenly, he looked at him very seriously and said, "This time is different from the Macklin matter. This is an internal problem of the Federation government, and it doesn't have much to do with you. I know that your current situation isn't good. Green Dragon Mountain's committee seems to have completely forgotten about you, this liaison officer, and they haven't given you any support. You should not take any more risks and continue investigating. An outstanding intelligence officer should and can only get used to working alone." Shi Qinghai seemed to have thought of something. His expression became somewhat desolate, and he said in a low voice, "This is what that guy said. I heard that he's about to die of illness. In a few days, I have to make a trip back to S2. If you have time, come with me." "Okay," Su Lu replied very quickly. Then, he didn't forget what he was most worried about. He continued to stare into his eyes and said with a serious expression, "Although I'm not a professional, it's more appropriate for me to investigate this matter. It's also safer. You have to promise me that you won't get involved in this matter." Shi Qinghai was silent for a moment. Then, he revealed a smile. Hidden within that smile was a trace of a strange emotion. He stared into Su Li's eyes and asked with an incomparable seriousness, "I indeed always believed that there was no one more professional than me, but I spent over a year to find these things. You've only just returned from the Empire a few days ago, and you've already come up with such a list. It truly makes me feel incomparably shocked. Unless you're a candidate for the head of the Bureau of Proclamation, it really is difficult to explain all of this." Su Lu was silent. He didn't know what to say. Right at this time, his phone rang. There was no number displayed on the screen. Director Breen's emotionless voice came from the other end of the phone. Colonel Sulu, Mr. President wants to see you. Chapter 686. On a certain New Year's Day in a certain bar, the two of them had once held a glass of hard liquor while looking at the back of a man wearing a windbreaker walking down the gangway of an old-fashioned transport plane. Amidst the cheering crowd, they had softly said, "To our president." Today, on the sofa in Wangdu condominium, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai looked at each other, picked up the glass of water on the table, and drank it in one gulp. They fell into a short silence and did not speak. They knew what each other was thinking. Could they trust the president that they had joked about? Calm down. Shi Qinghai put the glass of water on the table and broke the silence. Sula nodded. Although they were not raised by political tactics, they had seen too much life and death on the battlefield. Naturally, they were not hot-blooded youths who would bet all their money on a seemingly honest person in a casino. But after all, this is not the Medellin incident. He frowned as he stared at the materials on the table and said, "As I said just now, this is a big problem within the Federation. We need help. Mr. President should be trustworthy. And don't forget, he has always admired you." He raised his head and looked at Shi Qinghai with a smile. "There are not many people who dare to admire you. But we will never be grateful just because someone appreciates us," Shi Qinghai replied with a smile. "Or rather, we don't need anyone's appreciation." Su Lu stood up and walked into the bedroom to check the workbench in a black box. His voice came from behind the door, and there was some echo. He was very serious. "Don't forget what I said just now." There was a light beeping sound, and there was a light blue light. Su Lu stretched out his hands and accepted the strict security check, waiting for the authorization to monitor the network. He had been to this building that represented the highest authority in the Federation many times. He had long lost his initial excitement and frustration. He was so calm that he even felt a little numb. He had extra energy to look through the glass and look at the snowflakes outside the official residence. After completing the security check, he was taken to the Oval Office by the Special Task Force's security personnel. However, as soon as he stepped onto the expensive carpet in the side corridor of the office, the antique door in front of him was pushed open. More than a dozen high-ranking federal government officials surrounded the dark-skinned Mr. President and quickly walked to the end of the corridor. As they walked, the officials kept reporting. Mr. President's footsteps did not stop, and he nodded gently from time to time to show his agreement. Sulu looked in that direction, puzzled. If the president had something to deal with, when would he see him? Did he have to wait in the president's official residence for a day? At that moment, President Pabre suddenly stopped and asked Director Breen something in a deep voice. He then turned around and stared at Su Lu at the end of the corridor and said loudly, "Follow me." Following the president's gaze and his order, the bustling interior of the official residence suddenly quieted down. All the officials in the official residence looked at the corner where Su Lu was. When they saw that the officer was Su Lu, they showed a look of understanding. Su Lu was a little surprised. He carried the black workbench and quickly walked over. The staff surrounding President Pabre quickly made a path for him. When he got close, the president did not give him any instructions. He did not even exchange pleasantries. He walked straight out of the official residence with everyone, leaving only a simple word. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Sula looked at the president's shoulder and murmured subconsciously. "Parliament Hill," Director Breen said expressionlessly beside him. After a lively custody case in the morning, Su Lu reunited with Mr. Shi. He drank a few bottles of liquor and gritted his teeth like a tabloid reporter who swore to uncover the secrets of the big shots of the Federation from a pile of shit. Then, he was summoned to the president's official residence by a phone call. He began to carry the heavy black leather suitcase and followed the president to many places and met many people. Because his brain was still affected by the alcohol, he did not know how to react for a while. Many years later, he still remembered the busy silence and frustration in the deep winter of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar. For a full 7 hours, Su Lu accompanied President Pabre to participate in a heated debate in the Military Budget Committee on Parliament Hill. He attended 2 afternoon tea parties that he could not refuse. He had a fruitful conversation with the corporate members of the 4 states Huanshan Foundation, but did not get a specific amount of money. He also attended a dinner party organized by the Veterans Association. At the party, the president gave a passionate speech, expressing his full appreciation and strong confidence for the performance of the federal forces on the front lines of the empire. At night, the president entered the building of the Ministry of National Defense and began to listen to the military's latest battle report. During the whole process, Su Lu stood less than 2 meters away from the president, replacing the position of the security staff of the Special Task Force. He narrowed his eyes uncomfortably and vigilantly looked around at the charming smiles, the enthusiastic people, the shrewd members of parliament, and the enthusiastic veterans who stood up and cheered enthusiastically. Parliament Hill, Lufeng Slow Clubhouse, Shishan Hotel, and the Ministry of National Defense building. The motorcade hurriedly shuttled back and forth. Wherever President Prabal went, everyone would stand up in silence. Everyone lowered their heads to greet him. Many people also noticed Su Lu behind Mr. President. Unknowingly, countless smiles were offered. Those who noticed this had endless doubts in their hearts. They did not understand why Mr. President would bring Colonel Su Lu to these occasions. There were too many such occasions and too many journeys, so much so that even Su Lu felt that his ankles were a little sore. His well-ironed colonel's uniform began to get wet, and his expressionless facial muscles began to stiffen, looking at the president in front of him, who was still full of energy, who shook hands with every officer of the Federation, and who still spoke in a deep and resonant voice. Su Lu could not help but feel a lot of emotions. He felt extremely tired, even when he was expressionless. So how could the president maintain a cheerful smile for an entire day? Standing behind the president in the most confidential war hall of the Department of Defense, Su Lu put his hands behind his back and stood in an extremely standard posture. He did not pay attention to the puzzled gazes of the officers behind the glass door. His eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed slightly as he stared at President Pavel's tan neck and the few strands of white hair that dazzled his eyes. Time was indeed the most terrifying thing. Back then, the man who had won the support of the entire Federation with his charisma and became the president of the Federation from a small lawyer had entered the president's official residence for many years. In the end, he was still worn down by the busy political affairs and time. While guessing the real reason the president brought him everywhere, Su Lu noticed that the president had changed. He had become thinner, which made the corners of his eyebrows appear taller and clearer. At the same time, Mr. Pabre was the most incisive orator when he was a lawyer and a member of parliament. Now that he had become the president, he had become a lot gentler and calmer. Although he was often silent, he gave people a feeling of strength. When they returned to the president's official residence that was covered in grass and snow, it was already close to the end. On the dining table covered in S3 gold-wrapped floral cloth, there were a few simple sets of food and 2 bowls of hot pea soup. Compared to the shockingly expensive oil paintings on the wall and the luxurious silver imperial-style tableware next to the food looked particularly shabby. President Pabre and Su Lu sat at the 2 ends of the table. The 2 of them ate large mouthfuls of wheat bun without any manners and drank the pea soup that had been heated countless times. It had a strange smell of bacon. The waiter took away the cutlery. President Pabre said thank you, then patted his chest in satisfaction. He took a hot towel and wiped the corners of his eyes. He suddenly said, "What do you think?" The contrast between the white, scalding hot towel and Mr. President's tan face was particularly stark. The sudden question seeped out from under the white, steaming towel, and the tone of the voice sounded a little strange. "Some thoughts, but I don't know if they're what you want." Su Lu wiped his mouth with the hot towel and answered honestly. "The current situation is very good, very good." President Pabre put down the hot towel and looked at him from across the table. He said calmly, "But in reality, there's only a fine line between good and bad. Right now, the government needs money, higher authority, more and more extensive support. The troops on the front lines need a stable and unshakable rear." President Pable's gaze was very calm, and there was no pressure at all. However, for some reason, Sulu did not want to be looked at directly by him. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the hot towel in his hand, watching the steam slowly disperse. The pressure on the government is great, the pressure on the military is great, and so is the pressure on me. President Pabre continued slowly. I don't know when the temporary military budget bill will be passed. If the front lines can't keep winning, if the resource recovery of the X3 system can't be accelerated, I really wonder if this government will go bankrupt. Of course, this is a joke. The president smiled, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that this joke actually made him very tired. Sulu held the hot towel tightly and felt the temperature disappear bit by bit. After a long silence, he finally said with difficulty, I understand, but just like what you said during the election, no choice can be made with the premise of harming the interests of others. President Pabre nodded and said calmly, I understand, but I have to remind you that the Federation's judicial process should not be interfered with. I have never thought about, nor do I have the ability to interfere with the Federation's judicial process. Sulu raised his head and explained seriously, I am a stakeholder, and I believe that Commander Zhong's daughter should have a right to take back what belongs to her. President Pabre looked at him with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, but you are not an ordinary person. Your words and actions will affect the views of many people and even the judge's decision. You are not only a hero of the Federation that is deeply loved by the people, but you also represent the will of the Marshal to a certain extent, so you must be careful. After a moment of silence, Sulu lowered his head and replied, Schiller said that heroes also need to eat, clean their teeth, go to the bathroom, and have sex. This is my right as a citizen, and I will not give it up. Chapter 687. Furthermore, for some reason, Sulu felt a little uneasy when he saw the tanned and tired middle-aged man sitting across the table. He thought about the things that had happened in the past few years and the wishes he had for the president. He raised his head and said stiffly, the one who really wants to influence the judicial process is someone else. It has nothing to do with me. President Pabre threw the cold, wet towel on the table and tried to suppress his anger. He criticized loudly, What is this? A voice of injustice? Do you think that I, or someone in the official residence, have exerted any pressure on the court? You didn't, but it doesn't mean that your subordinates didn't. Sulu thought of Director Breen's gloomy face in the shadows and the family representatives who listened in on the court. He continued to say unyieldingly, It doesn't mean that those families didn't. Otherwise, why would that curly-haired female judge make such a retarded judgment? He raised his head and looked at the slightly thin face of the president without flinching. He said in a deep voice, As for you, in this official residence, silence is itself a kind of attitude. Silence was tacit agreement. Indifference was bystander. President Pabre and his official residence had remained silent on the affairs of the West Woods for more than a year. They had not expressed any opinions on the trial. This was the best opinion for the sharks who were eating up the Zhong family's property in the West Woods. However, this was the problem that Sulu found the most difficult to accept. The porcelain plates and silver forks on the table had long been cleaned up by the waiter. The lonely flame on the candlestick in the middle of the room danced in the dim room. There were some traces of soup on the gold-wrapped tablecloth. After hearing Su Li's courageous question, President Pabre kept staring at the stains and looking at them seriously. It was as if he was looking at his truest heart. Accompanied by the sound of the heavy wooden chair dragging on the bright brick floor, Mr. President stood up. He walked to the window and placed his hands behind his back. His tired and sore body leaned up slightly, leading his gaze to look through the glass at the falling snow under the illumination of the street lamps. He was silent for a long time. There's a very vulgar question. The president did not turn around and continued to stare at the scenery outside the window in a daze. He said, Ever since I became the president of the Federation, all the scenery I've seen has been approved by the Special Task Force. Isn't this scenery, which has lost its taste of freedom, a nice scenery? Vaguely, Sulu caught a trace of his true thoughts from the slightly hoarse voice. He slowly stood up with his right hand holding the cold, wet towel and looked at the thin, middle-aged man by the window who still had extremely hard shoulders. There's a more vulgar way of asking. President Pabre's blurry face was reflected in the mirror. His lips twitched slightly as he said with a self-deprecating smile, "Are you one of my people?" This question was indeed very vulgar. Whether it was the content of the question or the way it was asked, there was a sense of vulgarity. Probably only the worst gangsters in Donglin would use such a tone to recruit underlings. Who would have thought that the most powerful president of the Federation would not have the eloquent demeanor he had when he was a lawyer and would just throw out such a vulgar sentence so harshly? So Su Lu was stunned for a moment. After a while, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes and stood straight. He raised his right hand to the tip of his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "As a soldier of the Federation, of course I will obey your orders." This should not be the answer that President Pabre wanted, but it was not the worst answer either. So, the president in the window smiled slightly and said slowly with deep emotions, "I'll say some words as one of my people. Regarding the lawsuit in Westwoods, I can understand your anger, because many times I'm also very angry." President Pabre looked at himself in the window quietly, in the snow, in the light, and said in a low voice, "I'm angry because of my own shamelessness and despicableness. This shamelessness and despicableness is because I clearly realize that Commander Zhong's death is a very good thing for the Federation. I have to admit that whenever I think of this, I even feel very lucky." He slowly turned around. His deep eyes hid fatigue as he looked at Su Lu and said slowly, "Sometimes in the middle of the night, I even think of something even crazier. If Commander Zhong, the tiger, was still alive and still had dozens of powerful mechanics in his hands, insisting on not being the vanguard and only staying in the Westwoods, coldly watching the federal forces invade the galaxy, would I have pushed the government and the military to use illegal means to kill him?" Sulu was silent. He knew very well what the Westwoods meant to the Federation's expedition. He also knew very well that what the president said was true. Commander Zhong's life was not good for the Federation, but his death could bring endless benefits to the Federation. In fact, the radical faction of the military and the important person in the government who created this conspiracy must have considered this as well. However, he had never imagined that Mr. President would actually admit that he had such thoughts. He raised his head in astonishment and looked at President Pable's silhouette by the window. He thought about the sincere care and protection that President Pable had given him all these years. He thought about how he had lamented earlier. Perhaps it was because Mr. President's silhouette by the window was too thin. He decided to say something. "I need a safe place." Su Lu checked the password lock on the black workbench and suggested to President Pabre, "Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say those things." President Pabre could not help but laugh. He waved his arm and said mockingly, "This is the official residence. Where can you find a safer place?" "I'm talking about information security," Su Lu replied calmly. President Pabre frowned. His voice was deep and powerful. "Do you think someone dares to eavesdrop on me? It's not like this has never happened before in history." Su Lu looked at him stubbornly. Holding the black workbench, he said, "Mr. President, you will find later that there is no one around you that you can trust." The president's dark cheeks appeared more and more solemn. He pressed the call button and ordered the relevant staff to prepare. While waiting, the first daughter, who had woken up in the middle of the night, rubbed her eyes and walked down the stairs. The girl, who had been fighting against the illness, was thin and weak and lovable. She gently hugged President Pabre. Then she noticed Su Lu standing to the side. The girl's pair of indifferent eyes that made one's heart palpitate suddenly lit up. But in the end, she did not dare to go up and hug Su Lu. She just lowered her head shyly and squatted a little. Then she covered her face and ran back to her bedroom. This somewhat cute scene would have been something that the president would tease or warn Su Lu under normal circumstances. However, the atmosphere in the middle of the night was a little strange. There was only silence. The staff of the Special Task Force in black formal suits were like diligent worker ants that did not need to sleep. They cleared the path as quickly as possible. Then they protected the president and Su Lu as they walked into the emergency tunnel under the official residence. After walking for about 10 minutes, the stairs gradually extended upward. They should have entered a building. What is this place? Sula looked at the big iron door in confusion and asked, "Are you sure it is safer than the official residence?" "This is the Ministry of Finance's fully blocked bond database." President Pabre turned to look at him with a smile and said, "Young man, welcome to visit the Federation government's treasure vault." At this time, the senior director of the Special Task Force said with a serious expression, "Mr. President, I strongly object to you and Colonel Su Lu entering the vault alone. This is a serious violation of the relevant regulations." The senior director looked at Su Lu indifferently. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. "Colonel Su Lu, I think you should understand the importance of discipline." Su Lu did not answer. "Don't worry about anything. Colonel Su Lu is the person I trust the most." The president patted the shoulder of the senior director with a smile and said, "If even he wants to kill me, maybe it means that I really should be dead." Huh. This became a famous saying in the future. That is my report. There must be something wrong with the attack on the ancient bell. But the most urgent problem now is that you can't trust the people around you, Mr. President. It will be easy for big problems to happen. The fully blocked database deep underground was in accordance with the usual extravagant style of the Ministry of Finance. There were as many as 7 security clearance scans outside the vault. Sulu followed President Pabre into the vault, but found that it was empty. There were only a few cold computers running silently for a long time. So Su Li's last sentence reverberated several times before it gradually subsided. President Pabre had been quietly staring at the light screen on the workbench, as if he wanted to burn through the list and inference on the light screen. After hearing Su Li's words, he got up and walked to the wall full of Dean vines. He stretched out 2 fingers with his right hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Please give me a cigarette." Su Lu took out a 37 brand cigarette, put it between Mr. President's fingers, and then lit it. President Pabre took a deep breath of the cigarette and choked on it. Suddenly, he roared angrily at the wall full of Dean vines, like an enraged lion, using the most vicious words and the most dangerous posture to announce his uncontrollable anger. He turned around abruptly, stared into Su Li's eyes, and shouted hoarsely, "You want me to believe that my vice president and so many pillars of the Federation are a bunch of murderers who have committed all kinds of crimes? Evidence. You must show me evidence." "Evidence can be found through investigation," Su Lu replied in a low voice. "I know that it is very inappropriate to investigate the attack on the ancient bell, but I can investigate in secret. I need the authorization of the Ministry of Justice." President Pabre threw the cigarette to the ground. The expression on his face was very complicated. There was sadness and anger mixed with some indescribable emotions. He said slowly, "If you don't have the authorization, you won't investigate? With or without authorization, I will investigate." Su Lu replied. President Pabre slowly raised his head and looked at the face of the young officer in front of him. After a long silence, he said firmly, "Then investigate." Chapter 688. Far away from the Federation, billions of astronomical units away, in the unfamiliar star system belonging to the Empire, the dazzling flames of war blossomed violently and were instantly extinguished in the darkness of space. The majestic Federal fleet carried dozens of Federation mechanical troops and left the transit base on planet Yellow Disaster. Following the few predetermined pathways, they bravely advanced deeper into the Empire's belly. The war that had been interrupted because of the first-order incident determined by the Federal Central Computer lifted the curtains once again. The Federal Forces' attack on the X-3 system went very smoothly. The Empire's royal family, who carried out the strategy of exchanging space for time, had already begun to draft a great retreat plan long before the start of the war. In fact, when the Federal Forces forcefully passed through the space door and arrived at the outskirts of the X-3 system, the Empire's grand retreat strategy had just reached its end. Without encountering too strong of a resistance, without losing too many battleships and mechas, Hundreds of thousands of Federation field troops successfully landed on the various large administrative planets and mineral planets. After a short rest, the Federal forces began to clean up the remaining Empire forces on the surface of the planets, while the Intelligence Department used the important name list provided by Colonel Su Lu to search everywhere for the members of the Underground Resistance Organization. It was an exceptionally smooth victory. The Federation's frontline command was not blinded by this great advantage, but this did not mean that all the Federation soldiers could keep their cool. In the eyes of many Federation generals who had entered the Empire's territory for the first time, the Empire's beasts were truly too weak to withstand a single blow, their combat strength ridiculously low. It was precisely in this atmosphere that the Fourth Army from the 2nd Military Region ignored the strict orders of the headquarters and stubbornly and arrogantly reported to the headquarters, requesting to continue pursuing a certain Empire electronic unit. That night, Commander Enchanting slammed his fist on the table in anger. The next day, the Fourth Army, who had just passed through the space door and was about to reach the outskirts of the L9 system, was suddenly ambushed by a nameless Empire mecha squad the moment they landed on an inconspicuous administrative planet. That night, the mecha clashed like streams of iron, the sound shaking the heavens. Blood and cannon fire sprayed across the plains. The Empire's mecha squad was indescribably strong and ferocious, and the Fourth Army of the Federation's 2nd Military Region suffered heavy casualties. Late into the night, the commander of the Fourth Army was assassinated by a new Empire mecha. The mech was covered in broken metal boxes. If the Federal Army's attack on the homeland of the Imperium in the first few months seemed to be as unstoppable as a wildfire or as endless as a giant wave hitting a black reef, then, when the Empire's mecha, with a broken metal box hanging all over its body and a long spear silently held in its right hand, passed through the smoke and dust like lightning amidst thousands of cannon fire and killed the Federation's commander in one strike, then stood proudly on the morning light of the hill. The Federal forces that were like wildfire seemed to have been blocked by a cold river. The white tide seemed to have been burnt into bubbles by the magma spurted out from the ground, and they could not move forward at all. On the battlefield, it was rare for the highest military commander of one side to be directly killed, not to mention that the one who died was a commander of an army. It should be known that in the past few decades of space warfare, the Federation had only lost a total of 7 army commanders. The Federal forces on the plains had lost their highest commander, and even their most crucial morale had taken a huge hit. Faced with the iron tide of hundreds of Empire's Wolf Fong mecha surging out from the cities, the Federal forces began to tremble, especially when they later found out that the mecha covered in broken metal boxes and silently standing on the hill with a spear in hand was that legendary Empire princess. This was a tragic surface battle. The Empire used a large amount of blood and cruel images to announce to the Federal Army that their bottom line was here. The Empire's princess, Huai Chaoshi, did not hesitate to take the risk and stand on the battlefield as a noble figure to kill the enemy and avoid them, because she wanted to let the Federation know clearly that her father would not take another step back. This battle on the plains, other than being bloody and tragic, was also recorded in the history of human wars for another reason. This was because this was the first pure mecha battle in the universe after the Federation was equipped with the MX mecha and the Empire was equipped with the Wolf Fong mecha. All over the mountains and plains, high-speed whistling, the cold, tall, and highly mobile mecha completely ignored the supporting artillery fire for both sides. They charged, crashed, fell, and crawled back up. The deafening sound of metal, flying rocks, and mechanical limbs. No sound could be louder, no momentum could suppress the simultaneous charge of hundreds of ferocious alloy mecha. At that moment, the entire surface was trembling in fear. Faced with the Empire's long-prepared and vicious counterattack, faced with that Her Royal Highness the Princess who was as strong as the sun and moon, faced with those high-speed and mobile Wolf Fong mecha, faced with the strategic bottom line that the Empire's people were determined to protect even at the cost of their lives, the Fourth Field Army who had committed the mistake of recklessness paid an extremely heavy price. After 3 brief charges and a cleansing, the Federation's position was already a tragic sight to behold. Countless large holes had been blasted through the defensive cluster formation, the corpses of Federation soldiers flying everywhere. If the situation on the battlefield had continued to develop, perhaps the Fourth Field Army really could have become the first army to be completely wiped out in the war. Fortunately, at the most dangerous moment, the 38th Division of the West Woods Military District made a risky and sudden landing on the back of the planet. Among the first batch of mecha troops to make the sudden landing was Colonel Li Feng, who had just rushed over from the capital ring after surrendering himself, and his specially made MXD mecha from the Nutshell shell. Without rest, Madman Li drove the black MXD indifferently and violently, leaping into the battlefield, leaping into the midst of the iron flow of mecha, towards the Peach Miasma mecha. The late winter of year 70, one of the Federation's standard constitutional calendar, was a winter of victory for many people. The successive victories of the troops at the front lines spurred the citizens of the capital ring into one after another celebration after another. The commander who sacrificed himself at the front lines received an honor that he shouldn't have after his death. The citizens of the Federation only knew that both sides had temporarily maintained a balanced situation at the outskirts of the X3 system. However, they didn't know that in order to protect the frontline troops from the few administrative planets at the edge of L9, the Federation's frontline headquarters had put in a lot of effort, and how much blood and sweat Colonel Li Feng had sacrificed in order to fight against the powerful Peach Miasma mecha. Sulu, who had obtained the authorization of the Ministry of Justice and the secret support of the President, seemed to be gaining victory after victory within the Federation. Through investigating the military prison and collecting analysis materials on the wreckage of the ancient bell from the Research Institute, he had obtained more evidence. He was very clear that in the special context of war, any investigation had to be done carefully, especially to not affect the overall morale of the Federation. Therefore, his investigation was carried out in a very low-key manner, trying not to attract the attention of those big shots. Now, it seemed that his efforts had some effect, and until now, he hadn't met with any resistance. The Westwoods family property lawsuit was also slowly but firmly moving forward according to the procedures. Sulu, who had become the legal guardian of the little princess of the Zhong family, was naturally forced to attend many court hearings, and today was no doubt the most important one, because according to the procedures, the one presiding over the hearing today was the Federation's Chief Justice He Ying. There are still more than 10 days before the new year, and the snow in the Capital Special District was getting more and more intense. Not far from the square, there were still traces of electronic fireworks, which should be the result of the citizens celebrating the victory at the front lines last night. Sitting in the back row, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the burn marks on the snow through the window. His left hand held onto little Watermelon's slightly cold hand, and after a moment of silence, he said, "In court later, no matter what the Chief Justice asks, just answer according to your true thoughts." Okay. Zhong Huiyan, who was not yet a teenager, but had a childish look that could be described as childish beauty, hugged the old doll tightly with her left hand and squeezed out a sound from her slightly raised little nose. She looked at the monotonous, snowy scenery outside the window and couldn't help but pout. She missed the beach a little, so she lowered her head and said softly, "Brother Sulu, I miss home." Her delicate and childish voice seeped out from between her neat black bangs, as moving as the rain brushed by the strings of a zither. Sulu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Actually, you've been in the capital ring for a little longer." Zhong Huiyan raised her head and looked seriously into Suli's eyes. She said, "But I'm still from the West Woods after all, right?" Sulu paused for a moment and nodded. Looking at the old doll under her left armpit, he asked doubtfully, "Is this the doll you had when you ran away from home?" "Yes." Zhong Huiyan lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Then she suddenly replied, "I won't run away anymore because my parents are no longer here. Don't worry." Sulu turned sideways and narrowed his eyes at the dry, snowy scenery outside the window. He looked at the approaching Supreme Court of the Federation in silence. According to the complicated and troublesome judicial process of the Federation, especially when the case involved such a terrifying object as the Zhong family's property in the West Woods. The court trial would naturally evolve into a long and drawn-out drama. Therefore, Su Le knew very well that today's court hearing was more of an announcement that the family property case had entered a new stage, and there would definitely be no conclusion. Therefore, he was not very nervous, but he couldn't help but be a little curious about the old judge who was about to appear. The only position in the Federation's power structure that was subject to tenure was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federation. Without the approval of 4/5 of the members of the Management Committee, the President could not nominate or dismiss the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. When Judge Ying was 42 years old, he was nominated by the President of the time to be the Supreme Court of the Federation. This also meant that he, who was now 90 years old, had already been in this position for 50 years. What did 50 years mean? 9 presidents came and went like a merry-go-round. 2,000 members of parliament crawled in and out of the mountain that was full of ant nests. The leaders of the 7 major families changed 1 or 2 batches, and Li Pifu went from an ordinary military officer to the Federation's god of war. And Judge Ying was still, had always been, and seemed to always be the Supreme Court of the Federation. This was very scary, or rather, very worthy of respect. Chapter 689. There was a saying in the Federation, "Man cannot fight against time." This saying seemed so simple and clear, but when one thought about it carefully, it could easily make people feel sad and even tragic. Whether it was the unparalleled hero who sailed a battleship through the colorful clouds and returned home, or the poor people who struggled to find shellfish in the black mud, they were all equal and equally helpless in the face of time. You could shout to the red morning sun, "I am the sun. Even if I sink, I will still rise tomorrow." But in fact, there would always be a day when your sun would never rise again after it had sunk. Therefore, for those who could temporarily fight against time, even if it was a tie on the surface, people would always treat them with sincere respect and courtesy, such as the old man who was slowly walking into the court with a bent body. For half a century, this old man had been sitting on the Chief Justice's high-backed black rubber chair, as usual, as if he was sitting on his own sofa, watching the start and end of countless important cases that shook the Federation or became cited cases. When the people in the court saw the old judge who was resting with his eyes closed, they subconsciously lowered their voices and even moved their feet more gently, as if they were worried that they would wake the old man up. Chief Justice Ying, the lifelong Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Federation, turned out to be such an old man with age spots all over his face, who was so tired that he seemed like he could fall asleep and die at any moment. Looking at the old man, Su Li's mood was a bit strange, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He thought of the feeling he had when he first saw military god Li Pifu in the military prison of Qingqing. At that time, in his eyes, Li Pifu was just an ordinary, thin old man when he was not angry and silent. But the Chief Justice in the court, who had once embarrassed military god old man, seemed to be an ordinary old man when he was asleep or awake. Immediately, Su Lun knew that his judgment was completely wrong. Zhong Ziqi's team of lawyers requested for the final confirmation of custody. Judge Ying slowly opened his turbid eyes with great difficulty. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, his drooping lips suddenly twitched nervously. After a moment, he asked in a hoarse and gentle voice, "Little girl, who do you like to live with?" The Chief Judge's voice was old to the extreme, but gentle to the extreme. It seemed that in the eyes of this old man, Zhong Huiyan was like a newly born lotus, on which there were dewdrops that had condensed last night. If the voice was slightly louder, the rolling dewdrops would be frightened and fall into the pond, disappearing forever. Su Lu was stunned, and so was Zhong Huiyan. After a long while, the little girl tilted her head and looked up in disbelief. She hugged the old doll tightly and said in a low voice, "I want to live with Brother Su Lu." Judge Ying was comforted by her words. He chuckled hoarsely, moved his arm with difficulty, and signed his twisted name on the electronic judgment. Then he said with a smile, "Little girl, you can live with whoever you want." At this moment, Sulu looked at the old chief judge in the court and couldn't help but think of many years ago, the same chief judge who might have used the same tone to ask Jianshur, who had just become a little girl, "Do you like to act in TV shows?" At the same time, he finally understood what Taizuan said by the railing. The old chief judge likes little girls. Far away in the left sky galaxy, in the periphery of the Gamma Galaxy, which was not far from the X3 galaxy, the battleships of the Federation had already appeared, especially in the space near the three mineral stars. There were large transport ships moving back and forth from time to time. The Imperial troops had already retreated to the L9 galaxy, and the vanguard forces of the Federation were also forced to retreat after the painful defeat. The Gamma Galaxy was not in the middle of the power gap between the two sides, so it was very quiet and peaceful. The pirates of the Empire followed the targets of their robbery and retreated to the depths of the galaxy. The Federal fleet was busy reorganizing, so no aircraft dared to confront these large transport ships. On the abdomen of these large transport ships, there was a semi-regular physical pattern. It looked like a seal, but it also looked like a deformed ancient alphabet. Only a few people in the Federation knew that this pattern represented the oldest and most glorious family in the Federation. The transport ships that followed the Federal forces to the territory of the Empire and used all the time they had to excavate minerals, and the large engineering mechas that were released to the surface, which looked like giant steel beasts. Without a doubt, they all belonged to the Crystal Mining Consortium, which was owned by the Tai family. The Crystal Mining Consortium, which used to be the most important giant enterprise in the Federation, finally started to show its charm after the continuous victories in the war. The mineral content of the few barren mineral stars in the Gamma Galaxy was far less than that of the mature mineral stars in the X3 galaxy. However, for the Federation and the Tai family, who had been lacking mineral resources for a long time, even these few barren mineral stars looked so delicious. How could they give up? More than 40 self-propelled engineering mechs dug deep into the depths of the heavily weathered surface with their solid 3-section drill rods. Then, they drove the mining surface to slowly move on the surface. Gradually, a huge pit was dug out between the rock peaks and the stone plains. It was like a spread open pie. In the middle of the big pit, their segment analyzer with sophisticated electronic equipment was working, waiting for the mining and sorting process that was about to come. The crystal mine engineers, who were wearing equipment similar to that of the individual soldiers of the Federation, stood on the engineering corridor that was almost 30 meters high and looked down at the engineering mechas working below. Because of the low temperature, traces of dry ice had already formed on their half-mirrored helmets. Outside the busy mining site, bypassing a rock peak and passing through a rugged landscape, there was a metal spaceship that had been burnt into black charcoal, enjoying the loneliness by itself. This was a tri-wing spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation that should have been placed in a history museum. However, because it was too damaged, it could only stay in a corner that was forgotten by the federal military like a black stone. However, the tri-wing spaceship was not lonely today. Chaotic electronic noises were faintly echoing in the seemingly empty and chaotic cabin. Behind the tri-wing spaceship, a self-propelled mecha of the Federation of Crystal Mines had been miserably disassembled. Some of the important components on it had disappeared without a trace. The tri-wing spaceship that looked like a black stone slowly retracted its hydraulic maintenance arm. A dot of light appeared on the light beam that was full of dust. Then, it turned into a row of white symbols of light. If Sulu were here, he would definitely be very familiar with these symbols of light because he often saw them in his eyes. It was a kind of self-examination or self-questioning. The white symbols of light flashed non-stop, as if they were ignoring the environment of the surrounding barren planet and the passage of time. For that great mechanical intelligence, time seemed to be the only enemy that he needed to defeat. After a certain period of time, the tri-wing spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation that looked like a black stone took off silently. Then, it flew into the depths of the universe, its destination unknown. The verdict is very clear. There shouldn't be any problems with the Gu Clock Company. It's just that the Zhong family still has a lot of hidden properties. The ownership of those properties is too troublesome and difficult to sort out. As for the military, sigh, it's also an extremely troublesome matter. In my opinion, these things shouldn't be touched at all, but Uncle Tion isn't willing to accept it. No one can accept it. If the old house of the Zhong family doesn't have any soldiers in its hands, they will really become a little white rabbit that is at the mercy of others. However, to be able to take back the Gu Clock Company is already a very great victory. If such a giant company is really in turmoil, it will also be troublesome for the Federation. After all, the metal ball-like forward base in front of the Night Scorpion Nebula and the newest floating feather warship. The Gu Clock Company contributed a lot. The Supreme Court's verdict must have been unexpected to many people. What was unexpected was the speed of Justice He Ying's verdict. Who would have thought that this old man actually only used 10 minutes to make a decision? The justice is really a great person, although the way he smiled at the little girl was indeed a bit wretched. Sulu smiled somewhat helplessly. He took off the cigarette and lightly flicked a third of the way, letting the ashes flutter freely in the spring wind, and then slowly fell on a grave. Shi Qinghai, wearing sunglasses, silently looked at the grave in front of him for a long time. He took out the cigarette from his mouth and fiercely stuffed it into the wet soil in front of the tombstone, cursing a few words in a low voice. "What did you say?" Sulu asked. Shi Qinghai shrugged, squinting his eyes, and said, "Such a great guy, but in the end, he died because of the most tacky liver cancer. What a boring thing." The two of them were now in an ordinary cemetery on the outskirts of S2's Oak State. S1 was late winter, S2 was late spring, and the spring wind was intoxicating. The last time they came to this planet together, it was to assassinate Macklin. At that time, the person responsible for providing them with information was already lying in a cement-lined grave. No matter how beautiful the spring wind was, it couldn't brush his body. The age of the dead man in the grave was unknown, and they didn't know his background. Even the senior leaders of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army didn't know how many faces this good teacher and helpful friend had. I heard that when he died, the leader of Nanshui cried. Shi Qinghai lit another cigarette and said mockingly, "Bah, when those old dogs in the committee were messing with him, did the leader of Nanshui say a word for his close comrade?" He looked at the cold grave, his eyes somewhat red. After a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Old dog, do you regret it? The people who fought against time were all dead. The people who fought against windmills were all dead. The most outstanding intelligence leader of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army, the most outstanding spy of the Federation's 37 constitutionals, had quietly died like this. He, who was codenamed him, had died like this. It seemed that he didn't bring any shock to this world. The Green Dragon Mountain Committee issued an obituary, and the Federation's Ministry of Justice revoked 17 arrest warrants. Two equally outstanding juniors came to his grave and painfully questioned him a few times. The hymn in the grave was already unable to answer. Only the words engraved on the tombstone quietly agreed. "If one day I suddenly leave, please bury me in the spring." Chapter 690. It was spring now, and he was buried in a tomb that was gently caressed by the spring breeze. A few years ago, he knew his final fate and had done his best to arrange for his funeral. Perhaps this was the only way he could lie so calmly on the ground and rest to his heart's content. We don't even know his name yet. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth and sucked hard. He frowned as he thought about the troubles that the wretched uncle in the grave had brought him and all the joys and sorrows. He couldn't help but sigh, although those who are good at fighting are not famous, and those who are really fierce often don't have names. Once you think about how to mention him in the history books, it always feels weird. He is the third son of the Chow family, called Chow Chiu Dao. The remote and secluded cemetery in Oak State was particularly lively today. An extremely old lady with heavy makeup and a red fox fur draped over her shoulders walked out from under the ginkgo tree. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were full of indifference and loneliness. This lady was called Sister Ku, and she was one of the living legends in the 4 states around the mountains of S2. She only owned Coco nightclub, But this nightclub had endured the sound of gunfire and smoke for too long. As mentioned before, those who dared to fight against time were always easily revered, and she was also one of them. "Hello, Sister Ko." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai stood up at the same time, threw away the cigarettes in their hands, and slightly bowed to greet her. For them, showing respect to this old lady was not because of some legend, but because of the relationship between this lady and the man in the grave. Many years ago, this relationship between a young student who was determined to join the revolution and a popular girl in a nightclub gradually evolved into a relationship between a revolutionary leader and an old lady that he didn't want to forget. This relationship was the real legend. Sister Ku, who was already an old lady, slowly walked to the grave. Looking at the words on the tombstone, she shook her head and said in a lonely voice, "I heard him say that he once formed a poetry club in school, but eventually he got tired of it." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai looked at Sister Ku, not knowing what to say. Zhang Xiaoming came yesterday. Sister Ku turned around and coughed twice. She looked at Su Lu and said calmly, "She is his student. As for hiding the news of his death, it was his idea. Don't blame that poor girl." "Understood," Su Lu answered succinctly. In a corner of Oak State's most famous rock bar, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai were drinking the local specialty high malt honey beer. In their eyes, there seemed to be the image of the old lady standing alone and calmly by the grave in the glass full of bright yellow liquor. Only today did they find out that the intelligence leader of Green Dragon Mountain, the one who gave the Federation government headaches for several decades, the one who was determined to lead the anti-government army to overthrow the government and the 7 great families, was actually a descendant of one of the 7 great families, the Chao family. At this moment, Su Lu thought of Shang Qiu's fiancé and Uncle Tian. He said with emotion, "They say that Lin Banshan is the most outstanding rebel of the 7 great families. But compared to the Chao Qiu Dao in the grave, he is still too far away." As a descendant of the 7 great families, he had dedicated his life to the cause of destroying the 7 great families. The Chao Qiu Dao in the grave could be called a real rebel, a young college student who ran away because of an arranged marriage. In the end, he ran away and became one of the leaders of the anti-government army. I don't know if he regretted it or not. No one knows. When he was alive, he could make the world dance. When he died, he could make a woman stand silently by the grave. Shi Qinghai drank the beer in his cup in one gulp. He wiped the foam on his lips and praised. The old man's life was so fucking awesome, too powerful. Su Lu raised his full cup of beer, shrugged, and drank a big gulp. "Last time we came to S2 together, we went to the Golden Foundation building to kill Macklin. Chao Qiu Dao, didn't tell us the whole plan. We were just the executors. Fortunately, there weren't too many mistakes in the end." Shi Qinghai said, "At that time in Coco nightclub, I kept guessing what role Coco played. Unfortunately, until today, I haven't gotten an answer. Was it love between them?" Shi Qinghai's charming peach blossom eyes slightly squinted. His slender fingers gently tapped on the empty cup of beer, making a crisp and pleasant sound. "I always thought that I loved Zoyu, or could love her. But today, beside the grave, I suddenly thought of another girl, the girl from the beautiful island." "Who?" Su Lu asked in confusion. "That was a beautiful girl I met before killing Macklin." Shi Qinghai squeezed his handsome eyebrows, as if he couldn't remember the girl's appearance and name. "She seemed to be a teacher, but I can't remember where she was from. I even forgot her name. Trash." Sula gave him a man's evaluation without holding back. "Speaking of trash, how are you going to deal with the trash in the government?" Shi Qinghai asked. "Don't worry," Su Lu replied. "The old man said that these people will walk into the trash heap of history." Shi Qinghai was silent for a moment, then continued with a smile, but Schiller said that trash never walks into the trash by itself. Su Lu shrugged, stared at the beer cup in his hand, watched the tiny bubbles struggle to rise in the golden beer, and then burst into fine white bubbles. He suddenly said, "Anyway, this is my job. I specifically told Zoe last time, but I forgot about it and gave you the list. Because you needed my help. I don't need it now, then I wish you good luck." Sure, Qinghai looked at the beautiful girl walking from the side of the bar, who was looking for a target. He smiled and patted Su Li's shoulder and said, I hope you didn't sacrifice yourself for the country, but end up being the victim of a crime of passion. Su Li watched him put away the iron box 37 into his pocket. He subconsciously turned around and happened to meet Nan Xiangmei's gentle eyes. You're here? I'm here. Want some beer? Yes. Nan Xiangmei sat next to him obediently, her hands on her legs, slightly lowered her head, and shyly nodded. Su Li began to pour beer for her. There was a bottle of beer in the special slender open cup. He watched the fine bubbles rise, but Nan Xiangmei didn't ask him to stop. It's not far, right? Can you get used to living in S2? He finally stopped pouring beer and asked a little uncomfortably. Nan Xiangmei looked up, lifted the trembling bangs on her forehead, and said with a gentle smile, The foundation is next door, so it's really convenient to meet here. Su Li was stunned and asked in disbelief. The Reconstruction Foundation and the Medellin Peace Foundation used the same building. Yes. Nan Xiangmei took the tissue from the waiter, carefully wiped the beer stains on the table in front of Su Li, and said softly, But can we not talk about this issue? Of course. I know why you asked me out today. Nan Xiangmei looked at Su Li with a smile, and the firm look on her face, contrasted by the alcohol, made her look like a child. But I don't want to promise you anything. Su Li opened his mouth slightly, thinking that he hadn't said anything yet. Nan Xiangmei used both of her hands to hold a heavy, slender, open-mouthed beer mug and began to drink in big gulps. She raised her left arm to wipe off the foam on her lips and let out a satisfied sigh. Then she turned her head and looked at him seriously, saying, Jinsha is not bad, but she's not as suitable as me to be a wife. She squeezed out a syllable with her nose, as if to strengthen her confidence, or to cheer herself up. Well, it's like this. She's not as suitable as me to be a wife. After mustering up all her courage to say this sentence, Nan Xiangmei immediately relaxed completely. With a smile, she called the bartender for 2 more bottles of beer. She didn't care that her jade-like white cheeks were already flushed red. Where did this come from? Although the purpose of meeting with Nan Xiangmei today was indeed to clarify this matter, but Su Li didn't expect that as soon as they met, before he had time to say anything, he would be called back by a serious topic about a wife's job. Su Li actually liked this gentle and beautiful girl very much, but this kind of liking was more of a sense of peace and rest. In fact, he didn't have much contact with this girl, and they couldn't even be considered friends. After all, these years of life were too difficult. Nan Xiangmei could watch the documentary Group 7 to search for him, but he didn't have time to let the girl on the train ferment in his mind. However, he really liked her. Su Li stared at the beer in the cup, not daring to look away. The feelings between men and women are always so complicated, especially when you meet the most beautiful opposite sex in the world. What choice can you make? These are all very, very good, and also what I want. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Nan Xiangmei, Do you have any relatives in your mother's family? You mean the Chow family? Nan Xiangmei, who was a little drunk, looked at Su Li with a smile. She raised her finger and said, I have many uncles. Su Li suddenly found that the opposite sex he provoked seemed to be very difficult to provoke. If those uncles with the surname Chow were like the one lying in the grave, it would be very difficult for him to live a very comfortable life. Have you heard of Chow Chiodao? It seems to be third uncle. Nan Xiangmei slightly tilted her head and cutely thought, He is much older than mother. I heard that he died a long time ago. I'll take you to a place. Okay. In the end, Su Li didn't take Nan Xiangmei to the grave of her unknown uncle, because when he walked out of this famous bar, he saw 3 black SUVs, and then more than a dozen Federation Bureau of Investigation agents in black formal suits surrounding them. Colonel Su Li, please come with us. Chapter 691. A very neat black SUV, a very neat black suit with no name brand. Su Li looked at the dozen or so officers of the Federation Investigation Bureau in front of him. The first thought that came into his mind was that the Federation Investigation Bureau seemed to have upgraded their equipment. Then he began to think about what happened. His reaction was slightly sluggish, not because he had just visited a tomb in spring and was intoxicated by the beauty of the South and the spring breeze, but because he was a little unfamiliar with the situation of being investigated. Especially since the documentary was broadcast, he had been walking on the golden road of the Federation without encountering any obstacles. The Federation Investigation Bureau agents used the word please and spoke in a very polite tone. The other party took out a thick stack of related legal documents and presented the electronic authorization order in front of him. After Su Lu carefully read it, he confirmed that the other party was inviting him back to assist in the investigation, which was in accordance with the legal procedures. But what exactly were they investigating? I want to call my lawyer. Sulu rubbed his somewhat stuffy eyebrows and said softly, and if the investigation takes too long, I need to know the location and the specific time. I need to ask for leave from the Ministry of National Defense. We have already notified the Ministry of National Defense. The Federation Investigation Bureau agent nervously replied. As for the lawyer, we have also asked the legal department of the Ministry of National Defense to coordinate with you. If you insist on notifying civilian lawyers like Lawyer He, then we have to move from the investigation part to the judicial part in advance. It was a very awkward explanation. It seemed that the Federation Investigation Bureau did a lot of preparation before carrying out today's operation. To be more precise, because the person they wanted to invite back was Su Lu, the Federation Investigation Bureau didn't want to make any mistakes in the details. They didn't want to give the big shots behind Su Lu any chance to rage. Standing at the entrance of the bar, thin yellow stamens fell from the air and landed on the document in his hand. Su Lu was silent for a long time. Then he whispered a few words to Nan Xiangmei beside him. Then he followed the Federation Investigation Bureau officers into the black SUV. Looking at the black motorcade that crushed the dust on the street, Nan Xiangmei's beautiful face showed deep worry. Thinking of the words that Su Lu whispered before he was taken away, she took a deep breath and dialed a somewhat unfamiliar number. Hello, is Zoyu there? I'm Nan Xiangmei. In the southwest district of the Capital Special District, there were many conference buildings scattered around. The innumerable, annoying meetings of the Federation had created this abnormal functional division of the city. Now that it was the cold winter, the government departments with real power and generous budgets would often arrange their meetings on the beaches of the southern hemisphere. The district seemed a little deserted, except for a few cars parked outside an inconspicuous ordinary building. There was nothing too eye-catching about this ordinary meeting, so much so that many participants had forgotten what they had discussed the next day. The guests were casually leaning against the railing with their electronic notepads or glasses of water, discussing the recent financial trends, the victories on the front line, and carefully calculating how many days it would take for the first batch of troops to return to the Federation for their rest. Several staff members of the Special Task Force wearing black formal suits and white earphones walked over from the other end of the corridor with expressionless faces. The undisciplined guests immediately collected their expressions and tidied up their attire. They then walked to both sides of the corridor in a reserved and enthusiastic manner to welcome the arrival of the big shot. Surrounded by the vigilant staff of the Special Task Force in black, a kind and very amiable-looking chubby old man slowly walked into the corridor. The chubby old man held a black umbrella in his right hand. The remaining snow on the umbrella was quickly melting into a water stain that accompanied his black leather shoes as he walked forward. Many years had passed, but Mr. Byron still maintained the good habits he had developed in the army. Even if he was now the most important political figure in the Federation, he still held his own umbrella instead of asking for help from an assistant or a female secretary. It's an honor to have you here in person, Mr. Vice President. The organizer of the meeting bowed excitedly and led him to the center of the hall. Mr. Byron, hello. Greetings, Mr. Vice President. The solemn guests on both sides of the corridor greeted him gently and warmly. Mr. Byron, the Vice President of the Federation, moved his round body with some difficulty and shook hands with the people around him. He smiled and chatted casually without missing anything. He was so amiable. After the ordinary meeting, there was a very ordinary lunch. In a small conference room on the side of this ordinary building, Vice President Byron calmly looked at the few people in the room. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. He said slowly, "There are not many matters to be discussed in today's meeting. First is the issue of the front-line troops' rotation rest." The light in the small conference room was a little dim. The political forces hidden in the darkness used an ordinary meeting to communicate with each other. Even the glory of the charter couldn't find any problems. In the dim background, a big shot from the military said, after a moment of silence, "Commander Xiaoqing and his Iron 7th Division have been fighting for more than 3 years. They should be back for rotation rest." Hearing this proposal, Vice President Byron fell into silence. He seemed to be considering what kind of influence the undefeatable army would bring to the political situation in the future once they returned to the capital ring. A moment later, he made up his mind. A smile appeared on his face that didn't have too many wrinkles because of his weight. He slowly said, "I support this proposal." They also support this proposal. It seemed that the participants of the secret meeting in the dim light all knew who the vice president was talking about. There was a brief whisper in the small conference room, and the atmosphere seemed to be much more relaxed. "There's one more thing that I need to inform you." Vice President Byron held a gold pen and lightly tapped the base of the loudspeaker. He frowned and said, "Half an hour ago, the Federation Investigation Bureau has taken Su Lu away to assist in the investigation." The whispers in the small conference room suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was so quiet that it made people's heart palpitate. These big shots who had the guts to secretly influence the Federation's progress and use the most despicable means to construct countless conspiracies were, for many reasons, extremely afraid of the Federation officer named Su Lu. When they found that they were finally about to launch an attack on Colonel Su Lu, they were actually speechless for a moment. Vice President Byron slightly frowned, glanced at the crowd, and said indifferently, "We have the most reliable evidence and the most direct witnesses. If Colonel Su Lu is really a wanted criminal of the Federation, then he must be investigated. This, even a marshal won't have any objections." In the snowy Macho Back Mountain, the top layer of the clear lake was frozen by the cold. The bright, thin ice cracked and twisted under the afternoon sun, making people's vision feel a little turbid. It was just like the situation in the capital that was gradually becoming chaotic because of the fast transmission of the news at this moment. After Judge Ying made the judgment in the Supreme Court, the government and those families will definitely be very angry. Although this judgment only involves the Gukla Company and doesn't talk about more interests, they still took action immediately. Especially the investigation of the Federation Investigation Bureau, which is still beyond many people's expectation. The most incomprehensible thing is, according to the analysis of the Foundation's research lab, this kind of investigation can't cause any harm to Colonel Su Lu, except to make old Master Feiqing and the President angrier. Secretary Shun Li quietly stood behind the high-backed chair. The sun passed through the remaining snow on the balcony and sprinkled on his head and shoulders, giving off a somewhat mottled and unclear feeling. Sitting on the high-backed chair, Lady Tai's eyes were gentle and soft, quietly looking at the snowy landscape outside the balcony. With the Federal Force's successive victories, the Tai family's Crystal Mine Alliance was reborn. Countless wealth and the more important resource control system were poured back into this old Thousand family that was about to decay. The current situation was undoubtedly a reward for the Federation government's unstinting support over the past few decades, as well as an extremely high reward for her political wisdom. However, for some reason, it seemed that the lady didn't care about this at all. Instead, there was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. The highest level of political struggle and the lowest level of street brawl, in fact, there is no difference in essence. The biggest hatred is just to cut off someone's path to wealth and take away someone's wife and daughter. Lady Tai held the slightly hot ginger tea cup and said thoughtfully, "Su Lu, with the glory of the Federation's hero, against the two mountains of Old Master and Mr. Pabre. He interfered without any scruples, making everyone unable to enjoy the big cake that is the Zhong family. It's like a bone is stuck in their throat. This is cutting off someone's path to wealth." He is used to being impulsive without considering the overall situation. Naturally, he doesn't care about how many people's interests are harmed. Last time, when he killed Macklin, if Macklin wasn't a spy of the Empire, then neither the President nor Old Master would have been able to protect him. Lady Tai took a sip of the ginger tea and said, "The public anger, the simple word public can explain everything. I just don't understand now. Sulu is a smooth stone, and those people can't plant moss on this stone under the current situation. The President is watching, Philadelphia is watching, and the people are watching. Then, what is the Federation Investigation Bureau trying to find out? What can they find out?" The worry between the madam's eyebrows became more and more obvious. She had been watching the commotion in the Federation with cold eyes. After discovering that the radicals were somewhat difficult to control, she even directly used Sulu as a counterweight. That was because she believed that she had the only weakness that could be used against Sulu. Behind Old Master, she was probably the only person in the Federation who could control that disobedient little guy. The current situation seemed to be a bit strange. Secretary Shun stood silently behind her and said softly, "It's definitely not an internal matter of the military, so it could only be something that happened a long time ago." Lady Tai's thin eyebrows slightly furrowed. She vaguely guessed a certain possibility. The problem was that Su Li's true identity was only known to her and Army Godly Pifu. How did those people know this secret? Are they going to turn the Federation hero back into a wanted criminal? The residual snow filtered the light. Between heaven and earth, it was uncertain whether it was clear or not. Chapter 692. Name: Sulo. Citizen number: Slat 510200431X. Position: Technical Director of the 17th Armored Division of the Federation's 1st Military Region. Rank: Deputy Division Master. Please briefly describe your relevant resume, especially the part before the 65th year of the constitutional calendar. Hearing this, Sulu, who had been calmly answering questions, finally had a different reaction. He raised his head and squinted his eyes at the several investigators of the Federation Investigation Bureau sitting across the table, as if he was trying to grasp the true intentions of these investigators from their expressions. The part before the 65th year of the constitutional calendar? Sulu frowned as he sank into his memories. At that time, he was still an ordinary teenager on Dongleen's Clock Tower Street. His boring life was divided into two parts. One part was in a repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Avenue, and the other part was in the operation room beside the abandoned mine. At that time, he had very few friends, such as Li Wei, and close relatives, such as the uncle. At that time, the sky in Donglin was the same as the sky in Donglin now. It was not as blue as S1. It was rare to see a few stars at night, but after being filtered by the atmosphere, it was always hazy like an oil painting. I was born in a small town called Guangming, about 7 hours away from the state capital. Because of the frequent landslides, the town of Guangming closed the relevant educational institutions many years ago. When I was 15 years old, I entered the army in advance and entered Donglin to become a mine maintenance soldier. The platoon I was in was completely sacrificed because of a geological disaster. Su Lun narrowed his brows and frowned as he recalled the past that truly belonged to him. However, without hesitation, he began to tell a completely different story. That was the resume information that the uncle had arranged for him. It was the tragic story of a soldier in Donglin. In that story, a soldier in Donglin named Su Lu was discharged from the army because of an accident. After receiving the Ministry of Defense's allowance, he entered Linhai's Lihua University. A professor discovered his talent in mechanics and successfully entered the Federation's largest shell motor company. He was assigned to a research institute. As for the subsequent development of this story, there was no one in the Federation who did not know, so Su Lu did not need to repeat it. There has always been a saying that Miss Jian Shuayer is a jinx. The agent from the Federation Investigation Bureau spread his hands and sighed. "Colonel Su Lu, after seeing your resume, I finally understand why the two of you are a couple." Su Lu smiled. Back when Uncle hacked into the Federal Central Computer to modify the database, although he had constructed a perfect story, There was nothing he could do about the investigation in the real world. Therefore, the mysterious deaths of the imaginary existences in the environment became the only choice for the development of the story. Can you tell me about the town called Bright Light? There was an official from the Federation Investigation Bureau who was sitting in the shadows. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his slightly deformed lower jaw and pale skin tone could be seen. It was obvious that this official held an extremely high position in the Federation Investigation Bureau. When he opened his mouth, the interrogation room was silent. In the absolute silence, Sulu looked at the other in the shadows and said with a frown, "I have no interest in reminiscing. If you want to get the answer you want from the question and answer in the old room with the town scenery, then there is no possibility." The attitude of the Federation Investigation Bureau towards him was very gentle. There was no trace of the cold expression they had when interrogating ordinary prisoners. However, at this point in the conversation, Sulu had already caught the other's thoughts. His mood gradually turned cold. "Colonel Sulu, we have met before in Qingqing prison." The Federation Investigation Bureau official in the shadows slowly stood up. The light shone on his pale cheeks. This was an extremely thin face. The lower half of his face was distorted, as if it had been crushed by a huge force and then reassembled. It looked extremely terrifying. Sulu stared at this face. After a moment of silence, he said, "I remember you. You are the director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau." After that person coughed twice, he stared at him coldly. "You have already changed from a murderer to a hero of the Federation, but I am still the director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau. However, I do not care about these official positions. I only want to know, now that you have fallen into my hands again, do you regret your rashness back then?" "No, I somewhat regret that I did not kick you to death back then." Sulu shrugged and said, "I must remind you, Mr. Director, that the old grudge between you and me has nothing to do with this investigation. I am not a person who uses public office to avenge private grudges." The senior official of the FBI, who was once kicked into a coma by Sulu, stared at him angrily and roared in a deep voice, "But I insist that you are a murderer. When the entire Federation thinks that you are a hero, I still think that you are a murderer. As for whether you are from Green Dragon Mountain or which family you belong to, that is not something I care about." Sulu was silent. "Also, I must remind you very seriously that the story you just told will be investigated by many people, and my most trusted subordinate is now in Donglin." The director of the 4th section looked at him and said in a cold voice, "You want to lie to the entire world forever? That can only be wishful thinking." "I don't understand what you are saying," Sulu replied. The director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau smiled. His twisted face appeared even more terrifying. He picked up his spotlessly white gloves and walked out of the room. Immediately after, the emotionless questions of the investigators once again rang out in the room. "Colonel Sulu, can you recall which organizations in the garrison district you interacted with when you were in Donglin? Colonel Sulu, do you have any recollection of the specific coordinates of the maintenance of the mine tunnels?" Sulu answered these questions mechanically. His gaze followed the disappearing figure of the deputy director and landed on the mirror that took up the entire wall. He knew that this mirror was one-way glass. The people on the other side could see him, but he could not see the other side. Just like the current situation, he knew what method those important people were going to use to deal with him, but he could not see through the bargaining chips in their hands. More importantly, who was looking at him from behind the mirror? Behind the mirror in the interrogation room was a room about 7 to 8 square meters. It was stuffed with all kinds of equipment. The sensitive audio system clearly transmitted Su Li's answers from next door. The director of the 4th section of the Federation Investigation Bureau, with a twisted jaw and pale skin, looked through the one-way glass at Su Li's seemingly emotionless face. Listening to the answers that he had almost memorized, he reached out to close the sound channel and waved at the people in front of him. The agents from the Federation Investigation Bureau walked in with a man. This man was wearing a police officer's uniform. His hair was white, and his eyes were tired. From his body language, it was clear that he was terrified and nervous. "Don't worry, the government needs your help. The director of the 4th Section of the Federation Investigation Bureau pointed behind the mirror coldly and asked, "Have you seen that person before?" The officer with the white hair narrowed his eyes and stared for a long time before replying in shock, "Yes, of course. I've seen him before." He looked at the director of the 4th Section of the Federation Investigation Bureau and asked in a trembling voice, "Is that Colonel Su Lu?" "Think about it carefully. I'm asking you if you've seen this person in your area before," the director of the 4th Section of the Federation Investigation Bureau said coldly. "No, I don't think so," the officer said in a trembling voice. "Why would Colonel Su Lu appear in my area? What's your name?" The director of the 4th Section of the Federation Investigation Bureau stared at him coldly. "Bao Longtao." A middle-aged woman in a normal floral dress came into the room with her hands clenched nervously. She looked at the image on the other side of the glass for a long time. Then she lowered her head and answered awkwardly, "I think I've seen him on TV before. You opened a grocery store on Xianglan Avenue. Wasn't there a repair shop next to it? Was there an apprentice called Su Lu there?" "That's not wrong, but that repair shop has been closed for many years." The middle-aged woman explained seriously, "I think there was a chemical explosion and that boy died." She twisted her fingers anxiously and said sadly, "That child is so pitiful." Normally, he would smile at everyone he saw. He was so hard-working and diligent. No matter what happened, he was always willing to help. No matter what was broken, he could fix it. "Oh, right." The middle-aged woman stared curiously at the Federation officer sitting at the table behind a mirror. She rubbed her curly hair and said, "Have I seen this person on TV before? Speaking of which, he does look like Ueze, but he's not as good-looking as Ueze." A young man with curly hair was pushed into the room rudely. He stood up straight in panic. He was so nervous that he did not know where to put his hands and feet. His face was flushed with a mixture of excitement and fear. He was just a hooligan in the black market of Donglan. Suddenly, he was arrested by armed military police. Then, he took a spaceship that he did not even dare to dream of and came to the capital ring that the people of Donglan were envious of but always thought was another world. Then, he braved the wind and snow and was sent to this building. Everything happened so fast that the young man could not get used to it. Until now, he still felt dizzy. The director of the 4th Department looked at him quietly. He did not let him recognize the person through the glass. Instead, he directly grabbed him by the collar, pushed open the door that was not heavy, and strode in. The light in the room was very dim. Su Lu leaned against the chair, holding a delicious cup of coffee, and chatting with the agent of the Federation Investigation Bureau. The young man with curly hair stared at the familiar face under the light. He thought of the doubts he had when he watched the news over the years. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He subconsciously shouted, "Are you really Brother Lu?" Su Lu raised his head. His pupils shrank slightly and his body stiffened slightly. After a long period of silence, his eyebrows finally smoothed out into straight ink. He looked at the still young face in front of him and said with a smile, "Xiao Chong, long time no see." Chapter 693. This was the Federation Investigation Bureau's winter training camp located in the northern hemisphere of S1. Large snowflakes floated outside the window. People could stand in the warm room and enjoy the cold, ice crystal world outside. It had only been a day since Su Lu was summoned by the Federation Investigation Bureau for investigation. He held a cup of hot coffee, but he was already a little tired of the winter snow. The other party temporarily prevented him from seeing a lawyer through legal procedures, but the Ministry of Defense, which was supposed to be coordinating with the investigation, never showed up. The whole thing was a little strange. The people he was investigating would one day notice something, and they would definitely make a fierce counterattack. But Sula didn't expect the other party's counterattack to come so quickly and so inexplicably. Unless the other party really caught what they were most afraid of, this investigation from the Federation Investigation Bureau could only be a joke. But even if the other party really did catch his biggest weakness, it probably wouldn't surprise Su Lu too much. After all, as the director of the 4th Department said, there was no such thing as a perfect lie in the world. Not to mention Feng Yu and himself. Even the Federal Central Computer couldn't do it. Moreover, The war god and Lady Tai had long known his identity, so this so-called secret would no longer be a secret one day. When he was in Donglin, Colonel Lake, who wore sunglasses, also saw his true face. Sulu looked at the snow outside the window, narrowed his eyes, and thought a lot. At that time, he didn't know who was watching him from behind the mirror, but he was mentally prepared. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, this was the biggest crisis he was facing. But for him, who had been on the run for a year in the Empire, this kind of difficulty was not worth mentioning. So when he saw Xiao Chong, who he hadn't seen for many years, he was slightly startled and accepted the current situation. He smiled and looked at the face of Akiji in his memory. He didn't say hi, but just said long time no see. It seemed that they were still the two orphans who hung out on Donglin Street. One of them had gone to the other's house to eat, while the other had watched the other kill on a rainy night. In short, they had hung out together before. It was just a simple long time no see, as if the middle Xiao Chong had not lived in the police station for a year, and Sulu had not experienced those strange and exciting lives. Unfortunately, the Federation Bureau of Investigation would not give Sulu any chance to sigh. The head of the 4th Department looked at this scene in shock. Even he did not expect that Sulu would admit to something like this. From a Federation hero to a wanted criminal, I don't know if you can handle such a difference. After sending the people summoned from Donglin to rest, the director of the 4th Department of the Federation Investigation Bureau stood by the window in silence for a long time. He lit a cigarette and took a few shaky puffs. Holding his forehead, he said with endless satisfaction, "I'm only worried that the people of the Federation won't be able to bear it for a while." "I don't understand what you're saying." Sulu narrowed his eyes and stared blankly at the cold coffee in his cup. No one knew what he was thinking. "You've already admitted." The director of the 4th Department rushed in front of him angrily and roared, "You're the Donglin orphan, Sulu, not the fake identity you created." "I've never admitted to anything." Sulu looked at him and said calmly, "I am me. I don't understand the purpose of this ridiculous investigation. What you need the most right now is to be stubborn." After a slight pause, the director of the 4th Department loosened his sweat-soaked tie and said with a laugh, "But I hope the court will believe your ridiculous excuse." Not far from Charter Square, there was a quiet street. Green grass lined the sides of the street. On the other side of a slightly rising hill was the gray and white presidential residence. On the opposite side was an independent building. This building did not have a name. Every time Mr. President needed to call a large meeting, he would often choose to hold it on the 3rd floor of this building. Is there no one who thinks this is a ridiculous show? How can Sulu be a wanted criminal? Then how did he get through the layers of the glory of the charter scanning? The Donglin orphan? I think this is a conspiracy made by some people. In the quiet conference room, General Miles, who was about to retire in a few days, waved his arms angrily. Although he was about to leave the two heavy positions of Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Commander of the 1st Military Region of the Federation, as the most powerful boss of the federal military in the past 10 years, no one dared to go against his anger directly. This was a special closed-door hearing. Perhaps it was not appropriate to call a hearing because it did not involve any judicial process. Because the person being accused was Sulu. The highest officials of the Federation Investigation Bureau and the Ministry of Justice did not dare to make a decision on their own. Instead, they put this matter on the stage in front of the real big shots. What did the Bureau of Proclamation say? If Colonel Sulu hid his identity as a wanted criminal, then how did he do it? And most importantly, since the Federation Investigation Bureau insists that Colonel Sulu is the Donglin orphan with the citizen number DLAS 4205000481X, then what is the conclusion of the Federal Central Computer? No one can get away with this. The Bureau of Proclamation refuses to provide any opinion on this matter. The director of the Federation Investigation Bureau glanced nervously at the president and the cabinet members at the front of the room. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "According to the electronic receipt from the director, the reason he gave is, Colonel Sulu has the authority to prohibit the Bureau of Proclamation from conducting an internal investigation on him." Sitting in the second row, Chui Zedong suddenly broke the silence and said, "Right now, The central computer can only confirm that the chip in Colonel Su Lee's body has nothing to do with that Donglin orphan. Hearing these words, especially after understanding the clear attitude of the Bureau of Proclamation, the big shots who participated in this special closed-door hearing fell silent at the same time. They had no reason to question the judgment of the Federal Central Computer. But why would the Federation Investigation Bureau find so much evidence to benefit Su Lu? Why did the people on Clock Tower Street insist that the current hero of the Federation, Su Lu, is the orphan Su Lu from back then? Vice President Sheehan frowned and looked at the plastic photos in front of him. He looked at the young boy's face in the photos and searched for similarities with the current Colonel Su Lu. He could not help but shake his head and did not say anything. To this moment, everybody, including Chui Zedong, still believed that it was the central computer of the Federation that granted Su Lu the super high permissions, which helped him conceal his identity in the capital ring very well. It never occurred to them that he had replaced the chip on the back of his neck, because it was beyond their basic view of the world. President Pabre looked at the photos seriously and questioned, "I am very disgusted by this kind of internal investigation. If you believe that Colonel Su Lu is a wanted criminal, you should go through the procedures directly through the Ministry of Justice or the Department of Internal Affairs of the Ministry of Defense. You shouldn't torment the hearing with this kind of vague evidence." The president's tone was very calm, but in the ears of the director of the Federation's Investigation Bureau and many other people, there was obvious anger. "We received a real name report, so we have no choice but to investigate. As for the Ministry of Justice, Mr. President, Colonel Su Lu has received 2 highest medals and has the relevant immunity. If we go through the judicial process, you or the Parliament must take away his immunity." Real name report. "Yes, Mr. President." The National Security Advisor, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly smiled and replied, "There's a Westwoods officer who personally went to the Eastern Woods region and participated in the military operation to capture the traitor Feng Yu. A while ago, he recognized Colonel Su Lu in the Supreme Court. For the safety of the Federation, this brave Westwoods officer did not hesitate to risk the hostility and danger of the public to stand up and testify." The door of the meeting room was slowly pushed open, and Colonel Lake walked in. This was Zhong Laohu's most trusted subordinate, the commander of the Special Mecha Brigade of the West Woods military region. After taking off his sunglasses, his expression was indifferent. After the simplest self-introduction, Colonel Lake paused for a moment, put his hands behind his back, and began to describe the military operation many years ago to the important people in the room. He and his team took the ancient bell to Eastern Woods. Their goal was to capture or kill the Federation's most wanted criminal, Feng Yu. Then, he met an extremely stubborn young man on the street. "How can you be sure that the young man is the current Colonel Su Lu?" someone in the room questioned. "If I'm wrong, I'd rather gouge my eyes out," Colonel Lake replied calmly. "It's not easy to mistake someone like Colonel Su Lu. As far as I know, Su Lu has always had a good relationship with the Westwoods, so I'm very curious. Why would you stand up and make a real name report?" General Miles asked coldly. Colonel Lake saluted and replied in a low voice, "General, I'm a soldier. I must put the Federation's interests first." General Miles laughed at himself and waved his hand in disgust. "I don't believe such mushy words, but I don't have anything else to ask." President Pabre raised his head and slowly looked around the people in the meeting room. When his gaze landed on Vice President Byron on the screen, he paused for a moment. According to the relevant security regulations of the Federation, during wartime, there must be a safe distance between the President and the Vice President of the Federation. In today's sudden closed-door hearing, Vice President Byron, as usual, didn't express his opinion easily. But today, his silence made many people who had already guessed something feel a little cold. After a series of questioning of Colonel Lake, the internal hearing temporarily came to an end. The senior member of the Federation Management Committee, Mr. Matt, looked at President Pabre and said sharply, "Mr. President, I think that Colonel Su Lee's immunity should be lifted immediately, and he must be fully and fairly tried. Considering the relationship between Colonel Su Lu and the military, I suggest that this case be fully handled by the Ministry of Justice. Speaking of this, Mr. Matt looked at Defense Minister Zhou Yingxing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, with a slight sneer and asked, "Minister Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Yingxing took off his thin metal-rimmed glasses and gently rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't answer Mr. Matt's provocation. Instead, he moved closer to Mr. President's ear and whispered a few words. Chapter 694. After a while, a hint of surprise and shock flashed across President Pabre's tanned face. No one knew what Minister Zhou said next to his ear, but Mr. President's eyebrows furrowed more and more. There were signs that he was going to be angry. Seeing this scene, the high-ranking officials of the Federation in the conference room suddenly tensed up. They looked over there hesitantly, not knowing what was going on. In the tense atmosphere, no one noticed Councilman Matt, who was waiting for the military to be humiliated. Councilman Matt's face was extremely ugly. He angrily protested, "Minister Zhou, can you please show me some respect?" Zhou Yingxing was slightly stunned. He sat up straight in his chair, carefully put the thin metal glasses back on his nose bridge, looked at Councilman Matt politely, and then slowly explained, "Mr. Councilman, it's not that I don't respect your words, but there are some changes to the things you just mentioned." Speaking of this, Minister Zhou's voice suddenly became cold. He continued, "The person who testified against Colonel Su, Colonel Lake, because he is involved in a serious criminal case, he will immediately face charges from the Ministry of Justice. The validity of his testimony is very questionable." Within the West Woods military region, which had a good relationship with Sulu, there was actually a high-ranking officer who took the initiative to testify that he was a wanted criminal of the Federation. Then, before the coffee turned cold, this high-ranking officer was suddenly involved in a serious criminal case. Not everyone in the room could see what was behind this drama, but they were very clear. It was very clear that when one side started to show their power, the federal military, especially the Department of National Defense, who was standing behind Sulu, also started to show their power. As Minister Zhou's voice fell, Mr. President nodded in agreement. The door of the conference room was pushed open again. Under the leadership of Su Songzi, the officer from the Internal Affairs Department of the Department of National Defense walked in front of Colonel Lake expressionlessly and unlocked the handcuffs. Su Songzi took out the electronic legal document and read it out without any change in tone. "Colonel Lake, you are accused of participating in a murder case in the 67th year of the Constitution. You are accused of participating in the 68th year of the Constitution. Slander." In the quiet conference room, Colonel Lake's angry roar burst out. He stared at Minister Zhou and shouted, "I protest. You are persecuting them. Shameless." Senator Mace was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The National Security Advisor frowned deeply. Minister Zhou Yingxing's expression was solemn. He said to the people in the conference room in a deep voice, "Everyone, it's best to hear clearly what the Ministry of Defense is accusing Colonel Lake of, and then decide if your response is appropriate." Hearing this sentence, Colonel Lake thought of something. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly looked back at the electronic legal document in Su Songzi's hand. His face instantly turned pale. "Colonel Lake, you are accused of illegally stealing secret data from the Bureau of Proclamation in the 69th year of the Constitution. You are accused of illegally stealing and leaking important data of the Federation. You are accused of destroying a Federation Class 1 aircraft. You are charged with endangering public safety by dangerous means. You are charged with violating the Federation's military data regulations." Colonel Lake, Judge Su Songzi closed the electronic document and stared blankly at Colonel Lake, who was tightly handcuffed. She slowly said, "I will accuse you of intending to subvert the Federation. I will accuse you of collaborating with the enemy. I will accuse you of betraying the country. I will accuse you of murdering the commander of the Federation's West Woods military region, Zhong Shouhu, and his wife, as well as 1372 Federation soldiers on board in the 70th year of the Constitution. I will ask the military court to sentence you to 7 death sentences to be executed by shooting." The words were not very powerful, but they came out of Judge Su Songzi's mouth slowly and firmly. However, they carried an extremely shocking power. Every time she said a crime, Colonel Lake's face became paler, until the three crimes of collaborating with the enemy, betraying the country, and murder quietly hit him in the chest. They hit him so hard that he was silent, and his eyes wandered in confusion. As for the big shots in the conference room, they were so shocked by the crimes that they could no longer sit still in their chairs. They opened their mouths and slowly stood up. In the end, only a few people could still sit. They knew that these crimes must be supported by very solid evidence. Otherwise, the Ministry of Defense would never choose to suddenly launch an attack at this critical moment. The attack on the ancient bell, the death of the tiger from the West Woods, and the firework. There was actually a conspiracy behind it. That tragic scene was about to be reopened. What kind of price would the murderer hidden in the Federation pay? And what kind of price would the Federation, which urgently needed stability and unity, pay? Colonel Lake, who had become a wax puppet, did not make a single word of defense for these serious charges at the hearing. He tightly pursed his lips and numbly let the military judge of the Ministry of Defense escort him out. Su Songzi lowered her head and glanced at the black sunglasses in her hand. She took a deep breath and drove away the strange feeling in her mind. She saluted to the President and General Myers and lightly walked out. President Pabre stood up and quietly looked at the crowd. He did not say a word and just left the conference room. And this silence represented a very profound meaning. The road where the temporary traffic control was carried out was very empty. Several dark green military vehicles of the Ministry of Defense were quietly parked on the side of the road. At the end of the road, there was an expensive car with its door open. Fatty Tian held Zhong Huiyan's hand and stood motionlessly beside the car, waiting for someone to arrive. The military judge of the Ministry of Defense escorted Colonel Lake out of the back door of the small building. When he walked to the front of Fatty Tian and Zhong Huiyan, he subconsciously stopped. Fatty Tian twisted his plump eyebrows and looked up at the sky unhappily. After a moment of silence, he said, "Why?" Colonel Lake was silent for a long time. Then he raised his head firmly and proudly and answered with a smile, "Of course, it's for the Federation." "Good answer." Fatty Tian narrowed his eyes, like a steamed bun with too much yeast, squeezing out extra cracks. He said softly, "I will go back to the Ministry of Defense with you. You know what I am capable of. There is no possibility of you committing suicide, so don't try to do those unnecessary things." Colonel Lake's face changed slightly. As a trusted subordinate of Commander Zhong for many years, he was very clear about what kind of terrifying means this seemingly harmless fatty in front of him had. It was said that a regiment commander of the Empire had fallen into his hands and actually screamed for 3 days and 3 nights on the battlefield without stopping. He closed his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He turned to look at Zhong Huiyan and said with great difficulty, "I'm sorry." Mississippi, Chapter 695. An agent from the Federation Bureau of Investigation in a black suit hurriedly ran over from the other end of the corridor. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead, nor did he care about the complicated looks of his 2 colleagues at the door. He immediately rushed into the bathroom, took out a roll of soft paper from his pocket, and knocked on the closed door of the cubicle. He panted and said, "I've brought the paper. Do you need anything else?" "No, thank you." A hand reached out from the cubicle, took the roll of paper, and closed the door again. The agent from the Federation Bureau of Investigation finally had time to take off his tie, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and calmed his anxious breathing as he slowly walked out of the bathroom. Hearing the light knocking sound from time to time in the bathroom, the agent guarding the door frowned and asked, "There shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't worry too much." The agent took off his black suit and opened his collar. He shook his head and replied, "If he wanted to escape, how could we stop him?" "Then what was that sound?" The agent crumpled his black suit into a ball and put it under his armpit. He tilted his head and listened carefully for a long time. He said in confusion, "It seems to be a roll of paper hitting the door. What I don't understand is why the colonel is still used to using a roll of paper in the bathroom." Another agent said with a shrug, "Su Lu sat on the toilet for a long time. The cold white porcelain had warmed up, but his heart was still as cold as ever." There was a famous line that was very suitable to describe his feelings at the moment. What a fucking shit life. Of course, there was no shit here. Squinting his eyes, he threw the roll of paper at the door in boredom. Watching it bounce back in a way that didn't conform to the laws of physics, his right hand reached out as fast as lightning. No matter where the roll of paper tried to fly, it couldn't escape from his 5 fingers. The day before yesterday, he was a hero of the Federation. Today, he was a wanted criminal of the Federation. This difference didn't make him feel too uneasy. What really made his mood worse was that in order to deal with the big shots, he had to expose Colonel Lake in advance. Sure, Qinghai was the first to raise questions about the internal affairs of the West Woods Military District. With the help of the central computer, Su Lu slowly got closer to the truth and found out the sinister and despicable role played by Colonel Lake. Shocked and angry, Su Lu had prepared a battlefield punishment for Colonel Lake in his plan. According to the punishment customs of the army for betrayers, whether Colonel Lake was sentenced to death or life imprisonment, it would probably be a kind of relief. In the plan, Colonel Lake was supposed to be the last one to be exposed. Now that he was exposed ahead of time, even if he was still alive, the rest of the clues would be cut off. Due to the uncertainty of the future, the faint uneasiness of the verdict, and the 2 reasons regarding Colonel Lake, Su Li's mood was somewhat low. Treasure fish soup. It's not very accurate to call it soup. The half in your right hand is raw dipped in mustard sauce, and the other half has fatty skin. We've prepared white soup to simmer. It should taste good. The Federation Investigation Bureau agent in charge of taking care of Su Li's daily meals was now dressed in a black suit. He introduced the dishes for lunch in a serious manner. His tone and attire made him look like a waiter in a restaurant. Sula didn't have much of a reaction. He used the tip of his chopsticks to pick up the thin, translucent piece of fish. He felt the tenderness inside and directly put it in the mustard sauce to wrap it in a big circle. Then he put it in his mouth and chewed until his veins popped out. He was sweating profusely and his eyes were gradually bloodshot. "Do you want some wine?" The agent at the table was shocked by his silent but slightly arrogant expression. He subconsciously murmured, "It should taste good with some highly pure white wine." Su Lu shook his head and used the fastest speed to finish the crispy fish slices in front of him. Then he picked up the wash basin-like noodle bowl in front of him and used his long chopsticks to stir the noodles. He quickly stuffed the plain noodles with bright peppers into his mouth and mixed them with the soup. The sound of the noodles slurping filled the entire restaurant. The bowl of noodles was eaten with a sense of heroism. The Federation Investigation Bureau staff stared at the table in a daze. Looking at this important prisoner, they couldn't understand how Colonel Su Lu could still have such a good appetite in such a tense situation. Su Lu put down the bowl as if he had completed a mission that he had to complete. There was no satisfaction on his face. He suddenly asked, "Have you been on the battlefield?" "No." The Federation Investigation Bureau agent shrugged. He didn't understand why he suddenly asked this question. "I've been on the front lines." Su Lu suddenly smiled and looked at him as he said this. The agent thought to himself, the entire Federation knows, and they've all seen how you were on the front lines. So this is a useless question. Su Lu seemed to be deep in thought. He frowned and continued. After the 65th year of the constitutional era, the logistics of the Department of National Defense entered the best period in history. But as you know, on the battlefield, who can guarantee that all the supplies will arrive on time? That's impossible. In the heat of battle, it's very common for food supplies to be cut off. At that time, ammunition is much more important than compressed biscuits. He lowered his head and looked at the few sticky strands of noodles left in the bowl. He looked at the fish head that was just beginning to bleed on the delicate porcelain plate and said, "So when we can eat, we try to fill ourselves up as much as possible. As long as it doesn't affect our movements, we should fill our stomachs with as much as we can. My personal habit is to bring compressed energy bars, but that's another story." He tilted his head slightly, thinking about that annoying feeling of hunger after every mecha battle. He couldn't help but laugh. There's also the problem of going to the toilet. He looked at the agent and said very seriously, "There are toilets in the base, but not on the battlefield. It's even more impossible to have self-cleaning nozzles, chrysanthemum brand men's personal perfume. It's already good to have a roll of toilet paper. You should know that we often take the uniforms of the Empire's corpses to wipe our butts. The 13th floor once said, "The uniforms of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces Snow Armor Brigade are the most comfortable to wipe our butts with." "Colonel, what are you trying to say?" The agent looked at him curiously. For a young employee like him who had just entered the Federation Investigation Bureau, Sulu in front of him was a legend they worshipped. Even though he was currently under investigation and might become a prisoner, that dizzying sense of legend still existed. So he was very curious as to why Colonel Sulu would be interested in talking about something that seemed completely unrelated after dinner. What I want to say is war, the battlefield, comrades, troops, the influence these things have on a person. Su Li's eyebrows gradually furrowed, and he said slowly, as if unwilling to recall the past, "On the battlefield, the last thing I want to do is count the number of people. Yes, our 17th Division, starting from the old division, is best at eliminating the enemy while escaping. It's called preserving the strength of the living to better attack the Empire's people. But everyone knows that it's because we're afraid of death. But no matter how afraid we are of death, there will always be people who die. You should know that I was in Group 7 at that time. Every time we went out on a mission and counted the number of people, there would be some names, but no one would answer. Fuck, this is really unpleasant. You haven't been on the battlefield, so you haven't seen people die so easily. How can it be easy? Well, for example, look at that colleague of yours in front of you. Yes, that Mr. Director of the 4th Department, he just walked out of the elevator. Walking out of the elevator is a very common action, but on the battlefield, he's already dead. Why'd he die? No one knows. Maybe it's the redundant program of the mine-laying mecca that caused a grenade to be left here. Maybe it's a small mudslide, or maybe it's just a stray bullet. Sulu carefully wiped his lips clean, shrugged, and continued. Dying on the battlefield is like going to the toilet. It's a daily occurrence. Going to the toilet and eating are two different things. The young agent looked nervously at his superior, who was walking over. He held back his laughter as he retorted, and then stood behind Sulu. Anyway, you guys have seen too few moments of life and death, so you're used to overcomplicating things, Sulu said. Is it very complicated? The director of the 4th Department, whose face was deformed and looked particularly gloomy, slowly walked in front of Sulu and said coldly, "I really want to know, what kind of simple principle did you learn from the battlefield?" Sulu looked at him quietly and suddenly said, "The principle I learned on the battlefield is other than life and death. Everything else in the world is irrelevant, including learning from traitors, being wanted by the Federation, are also irrelevant." The director's slightly raised eyebrows were slightly angry. Sulu put down the napkin, stood up, looked at him, and said, "If I'm not wrong, you're here to tell me the good news that I can leave. If that's the case, then the things you accused me of are irrelevant. I have to remind you, you're only being released on bail." The director of the 4th Department suppressed the disappointment and anger in his heart and said coldly, "We have enough evidence. I believe that in a few days, I will see you in the military prison." "There's no such possibility." Sulu looked at his face and said calmly. This answer was very simple and clear, and even a little unreasonable. Whether he would be sent to the military prison or not was a matter for the court to decide, but his attitude was so direct. "Tell the adults behind you." He paused for a moment and said seriously, "The principle I just said on the battlefield can actually be said in a different way. Kill me, or hurry up and die." Leaving this calm but powerful sentence, Sulu took the military cap from the young agent and carefully put it on. Then he walked out of the building without looking back. Outside the building, there was a line of cars waiting for him and countless reporters waiting for him. Under the deliberate arrangement of some people, the news media of the Federation had already heard the news. Once this incident was exposed, the entire Federation would fall into an unbelievable state of shock. After that, what kind of complicated emotions would be projected in the eyes of the people who originally saw Sulu as a disciple and a hero? He, who was accused of being wanted by the Federation, was temporarily released on bail and gained a few precious moments of freedom. The important people standing on the other side almost immediately began to destroy all possibilities of his freedom. Chapter 696. The building belonged to the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation. The automatic revolving door on the ground floor was magnificent. Sulu stood behind the door and looked at the falling snowflakes outside the glass. The reporters who were stopped outside the cordon were so excited that their facial features were distorted. They slowly stopped in their tracks, and a complicated expression appeared in their eyes. Crawling into the mine, climbing onto the broken car, breathing rapidly, the dark walls of the alley and the dirty underground water, he escaped from Donglin and came to the capital ring. From then on, he hid his identity as a wanted criminal and lived in silence. However, he never forgot about this matter. For him, the identity of a fugitive and his mentality of isolation had always played a role in places that he did not even notice. For example, at this moment, looking at the emotional reporters outside the door, looking at the cold snowflakes, and looking at the Emperor of the Imperium, he actually wanted to retreat. This was not the front line. Gu Shifeng and the other team members were not behind him, and He Lei and the other military officers were not beside him. The world outside the door was shocked, and the sky was filled with snow, but he was alone. I thought about what you said just now. I feel that I should sign up and join the army. The young agent from the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation draped a dark green military coat over his shoulders and said seriously, "But I don't know how to go through this process." Sulu came back to his senses. He lowered his head and fastened the collar of his military coat. He replied seriously, "The Department of Defense has a special recruitment program. A government official with professional skills like yours will be at least a second lieutenant." The young agent smiled gently. He nodded and saluted. He walked to the door and blocked the sensor with his hand, making the expensive revolving door turn. He said to him, "Understood. Take care." Sulu shrugged and walked out. Instantly, snowflakes and coldness hit his face, making him subconsciously tighten his collar. Then, countless dazzling flashes and sharp interrogations suppressed the flying snowflakes and coldness and hit his cheeks violently. He could not help but narrow his eyes. It was not the narrowing of his eyes when he wanted to explode or kill, but the narrowing of his eyes when he wanted to escape. But why did he want to escape? The uncle was the Federation's most wanted criminal. He was a traitor, and this was a suspicious matter. So what if he was a wanted criminal of the Federation? Back then, when Colonel Lake, who was wearing sunglasses, pointed a gun at his forehead, he had inexplicably started to flee. He had not done anything wrong. Thinking about that, Sulu frowned and tried to open his eyes. Looking at the dazzling lights in front of him, he took 3 deep breaths and calmly walked forward. Slightly lowering his head, he prepared to say a few words to the dense microphones. He did not want to argue with the reporters, but he wanted to say a few words to the people of the Federation who cared about him. Just as he was about to carry out such a naive response, hundreds of burly men in dark-colored, tight-fitting combat suits suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These burly men, wearing sunglasses with cold faces, controlled the situation as soon as they appeared. They blocked the reporters, who were about to go crazy, behind them. At the same time, they protected Sulu and quickly left from the side of the stone steps. These burly men's movements were very clean and neat. They looked like professionally trained soldiers. Sulu quickly recognized their identities from the black eagle on their epaulets. Naturally, he guessed who arranged this. The Black Eagle Company, one of the 3 major security companies of the Federation, had always been the private property of the Tai family. The spacious black car was as warm as spring. The wind, snow, and noise of the outside world were completely isolated. Under the precise guidance and control of the Black Eagle Company, no media broadcast vehicles of the Federation could keep up with their motorcade. Even the 3 helicopters in the sky responsible for the live broadcast were forced to land under the obstruction of the Black Eagle Company's combat helicopters. It's a big scene. Sulu took off his military coat, looked at the thin young man leaning against the window, and said, "Did Madam agree with you doing this?" Mother didn't agree with many of your methods, but since there was a conspiracy behind the explosion of the ancient bell, she naturally wouldn't allow those people to get rid of you too quickly. Tai Ziyuan was holding a glass of wine with no more than 20 degrees in his hand. He leaned against the window tiredly and looked at him and said, "This has nothing to do with interests. It's only about balance. After all, the old man is old, and the family is counting on you to be able to withstand the pressure of those crazy people in the future." Sulu shrugged and looked at the other corner of the car. Zoyu, wearing a red fox fur coat, was leaning against the leather seat. Her black hair was simply tied up with a plain colored silk flower braid. It was particularly eye-catching when matched with a flame-like coat. "Be careful of the HTD Bureau," he said. Zoe didn't care about him at all. Her beautiful and charming eyes kept looking out of the window, and the flying snow flashed quickly in her crystal-clear eyes. The atmosphere in a black car was a bit strange. Tai Ziyuan and Zoe had been sitting at opposite ends of the chair, looking out of different windows. They didn't talk, only silence. Because of the past of the Crown Prince's concubine selection, and because of the past of being desk mates in primary school, this strange atmosphere was easy to understand, but Sulu could accept it. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "You haven't seen each other for a long time, but you're sitting together because of me. Should I feel honored?" Tai Ziwan smiled and took a sip of the wine, but Zoe looked at him coldly. Sulu shrugged innocently, looked at the female military judge in the co-pilot's seat, and said with a smile, "I heard from Lawyer Xiao that you got married last year. Can I find a chance to make up for the wedding gift?" Su Songzi, who had been busy with the relevant judicial procedures, heard this and looked back at him in surprise. Zoe could no longer maintain her current lazy posture. She sat up straight and stared into his eyes in a daze. With a trace of coldness, she murmured, "You're really crazy. Get your facts straight. You're now a fugitive, wanted by the president, and 30 million Federation coins. You're not the guy in the documentary. You can be taken back to jail at any time, and in the next moment, your reputation can be ruined. In the end, you're still worried about how long it's been since I saw that sickly person, and worried about what wedding gift." Zoe stared into his eyes in a daze. She became more and more agitated and shouted, "You're an idiot." It turned out that the so-called biting cold strength was the strength of a shrew who didn't swear. Once the woman in red started to swear, then she was just a very beautiful young shrew. Sula looked at her by the window and smiled. When he thought of this, his heart and body felt very warm. He cast a comforting look at the sickly person, then gently patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay. It's okay." Tai Ziwan held the wine glass and said with a bitter smile, "You're actually the student of Mechanic Yufeng. He's the most wanted fugitive of the Federation, the most notorious traitor in history. How can this be a small matter? I believe that just today, who knows how many people in the Federation will be scared to death by this matter. At least I was scared, and it's obvious that Yuzi was scared too. So the squatting soldiers and the S1 people were all fake. I really don't know how you escaped to the Capital Ring, and why the Federal Central Computer gave you such high authority." Taizuan stared at Su Li's eyes and said emotionally, "I'm really stupid, really. Back at Yue University, when you were able to enter the H1 section of the library, I should have guessed your relationship with Professor Jean. Although not many people know his identity, my family does. That's why I'm really stupid, really. I was stupider than you back then. I only found out that his name was Professor Jean after I entered Yue University." Sulu said softly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you guys, but the identity of a fugitive doesn't sound good." When the convoy returned to Wangdu Apartments, these young people realized that they had underestimated the power of the Federation's media. The usually quiet garden under the youth's apartment was now bustling with noise. More than 10 high-frequency broadcast vans occupied many corners of the public green space. Reporters in formal were holding microphones, talking to the station's senior officers while explaining the current situation to the Federation citizens. The convoy's arrival immediately caused a commotion. The reporters changed the camera angles while shouting loudly, "Colonel Su Lu has appeared. We really want to know if he really is the student of the traitor Yufeng, if he really is a fugitive wanted by the Federation. How will he face the cameras and the citizens behind them?" When the news was released, the entire Federation was shocked. The military god, Li Pifu, had personally chosen this person to be his successor. The most respected war hero in the Federation in recent years was actually the most wanted fugitive of the Federation, the student of the trader mechanic, Euphone. Even he himself had always been wanted by the Federation government. In the building of the capital's Special Administrative Region's daily news, a special program was being broadcasted on the screen. Due to pressure from the government, the Federation maintained temporary control over the news channel. However, the other dozens of television stations that belonged to consortiums or purely private companies spared no effort in reporting news related to Sulu. No one even cared about the troops on the front lines who were preparing to return home. Some television stations had already begun to connect with the Donglin region. The frontline reporters took recent photos of Sulu and interviewed many people on Clock Tower Street. Those unemployed miners who were as honest and direct as rocks gradually gave many unfavorable memories of Sulu. Reporter Wood, who had half of his but on the table, shook his head and said, "When I was in school, my teacher once said that news is always stranger than fiction. Today, I finally received some degree of proof." Editor Bob lit the coarse tobacco and blew out the match. His expression was calm, but deep worry. He wanted to find a deeper political reason from this explosive news, but he found that he lacked first-hand information. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "The student of a traitor is not necessarily a traitor. This is a very simple principle. I don't understand why the Federation is so agitated. Because this is a topic of discussion. When it comes to things like anti-heroism, many people are easily agitated and even angry." Wood shrugged and rubbed his knees that were still sore. He said, "What do you say in terms of law? The people won't agree. I really want to know how this matter will develop." Editor Bob's gaze pierced through the smoke and fell on the young colonel who had just gotten out of the black car on the TV screen. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and a middle-aged military officer walked in. He looked at the two surprised people and said with a smile, "Hello, I would like to book an interview on behalf of someone. Please forgive me if it's a little abrupt." Reporter Wood asked doubtfully, "Interview? May I ask who you are?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Han Xiaodong. I am now in charge of the 3 extras of the logistics department of the 1st Military Region," the officer said politely. It sounded like a very ordinary department, but it made Editor Bob stand up in shock. As a senior media person, he certainly knew that the so-called 3 extras were actually a specialized organization in charge of Philadelphia in recent years. The editor took down the coarse tobacco and asked in disbelief, "We want to interview the marshal." Chapter 697. Snowflakes continued to fall from the lunar eclipse signboard. Wearing a thick black windbreaker, Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood rushed out of the door against the wind and snow. Under the astonished gazes of their colleagues, they got into the dark green military vehicle. The military vehicle headed to the military airport in the southern suburbs of the capital. In the car, Wood glanced at the thin cigarette in Bob's mouth and felt the confusion and shock in the other's heart. He shrugged and asked, "Have you seen a military god before?" "Many years ago, at the funeral of the old president, I saw him from afar." Chief Editor Bob looked at the rapidly passing snowflakes outside the car window. He frowned deeply and took a deep puff of the cigarette. Suddenly, he realized that because he was in a hurry, he took the wrong pack of women's mints. He cursed under his breath and snapped the thin cigarette between his fingers. Subconsciously, he twisted the cigarette into shreds that danced in the air. "You are very nervous." Wood rubbed his sore knees, stared at the shreds of tobacco falling between the chief editor's fingers, and said in disbelief, "I never thought that the most famous, calm, and even cold chief editor of the Federation would be nervous before an interview. You have interviewed 3 presidents before and after. Why do you care about this?" "The president is often interviewed, but the general has not been interviewed since he returned to Philadelphia." Chief Editor Bob waved his fingers and retorted. After a pause, he laughed self-deprecatingly and continued, "Well, this is all fake. I'm just nervous. When I was in the journalism department at Capital University, I interviewed the then Minister of Defense, but what is this? I still remember that year, the Capital Student Union and the Veterans Association jointly held a demonstration. In the end, There was an idiot from the S2 oil mixture laboratory who burned the general's portrait. Oh, at that time, the general was not the general, but a teacher. Just like Su Linao, he was a war hero and idol that the Federation focused on cultivating. That idiot was angrily beaten into a pig's head by our students and the veteran in the wheelchair. Editor-in-Chief, Bob, laughed out loud. He didn't care about the shaking of the high-speed vehicle at all. With a trace of reminiscence and a trace of indescribable emotion, he narrowed his eyes and said emotionally, "You don't understand what the marshal means to us people in the 20s and 30s. As a journalist who needs to maintain an independent spirit the most, I shouldn't worship anyone. But just now, when the officer said that we could interview the marshal, I realized that I've been secretly worshiping him since college, like a fanatical groupie." Wood shrugged, took out a Blue River cigarette, lit it, and said, "Isn't the whole Federation like this? But have you ever wondered why the general arranged this interview at this time?" Bob slightly frowned and looked out the window at the military airport building and the aircraft hidden in the building that were getting closer and closer. He said, "I also feel that this matter is a bit strange. Maybe it has something to do with what happened to Su Lu today." The whistling air blew on the tarmac for 9 days. The powerful driving force drove the high-speed aircraft to instantly tear through the cold winter sky and flew in the direction of Philadelphia. After a short 10 minutes, the two famous reporters who only had time to bring simple interview equipment and even forgot to bring professional cameras arrived at the most famous lakeside manor in the Federation. The security measures in the lees of Philadelphia were extremely tight. The direct security forces of the 1st Military Region of the Federation were scattered around the building. The strong elite soldiers vigilantly watched any movement with sharp eyes. Whether it was the silent frogs in the fields or the fish in the pool that became lazier and lazier due to the cold, they could feel a tense atmosphere that was completely different from the past permeating and eroding around the manor. As a fanatical admirer, I have traveled to Philadelphia twice, and I also learned about the structure of the Lee's Manor through periodicals. The winter here is much warmer than the capital, especially this lake. Don't think that the blue water is clear and cold. In fact, it is mixed with a lot of mountain hot springs, and the temperature of the water is very pleasant. Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood followed Officer Han Xiaodong and received a strict security check. They walked into the manor, and the tense scene they saw along the way made them feel inexplicably nervous. In order to dispel this uneasiness, the chief editor began to explain everything to Wood in a hoarse voice. "Please come in. I want to accompany you. When you come out, I will wait for you outside." Han Xiaodong took the two reporters to a house and left with a smile. Before he left, he explained, "The room behind the door is temporarily within the scope of the Federation's data confidentiality regulations. I don't have the authority to enter." "What kind of secret is inside?" Bob and Wood looked doubtfully at the closed wooden door in front of them. In front of them was a smooth, dark, and expensive wood floor. They hesitated whether they should step on it. After all, this was the best, most persistent, and most daring news partner in the Federation. In the end, they stepped on it and slowly opened the door with unprecedented nervousness. There was no warped metal mecha full of interstellar sci-fi flavor, and there were no countless big shots whispering to each other about space strategies. There was only one room behind the door. In an empty room, there was a bed at the end of the room. The bed was covered with a thick but soft and comfortable bedding. A thin, haggard, and tired old man was lying in the middle of the bedding that was spread out like clouds. The dark brown spots were particularly eye-catching on the loose skin of the old man's face. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, and the corners of his pale lips drooped weakly. Perhaps it was because he had used too much energy on the battlefield, but the old man looked so tired. He was so tired that he didn't know if he had fallen asleep or if he had fallen asleep forever. More than a dozen extremely thin medical data lines were connected from the old man's shriveled body, and then they went around the head of the bed and into the space next door. There was a huge glass about 3 meters high that separated this empty room from the space next door. On the other side of the glass, there were more than a dozen of the Federation's most sophisticated and advanced medical equipment, More than a dozen of the Federation's most outstanding medical professors, and more than a dozen of the most important generals in the military. They were busy looking at the data and tracking the physiological indicators. They were helpless, angry, and roaring in despair. The soundproofing effect of the glass was very good. Bob and Wood could see the very familiar, twisted, and gloomy faces of those military big shots. They could vaguely guess the meaning of their actions, but they couldn't hear any sound. This scene was like an absurd mime show. But the problem was, who in this universe could invite so many high-ranking generals of the Federation to be actors? Understanding something, Bob and Wood couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Holding the recording pen tightly, they stared blankly at the thin and old body on the bed. They didn't know what to do. They knew very well that everything they saw was definitely history, and it was probably a point in history that would never be forgotten. As long as the Federation still existed, this scene would be recorded in the Federation's textbooks forever. As news reporters, it was the greatest honor to be able to appear at the scene of history, let alone this kind of history. But in the hearts of these two outstanding news reporters, there was not a trace of professional excitement, nor a trace of expectation. There was only endless nervousness, frustration, and fear. Sit, this is a one-way glass, but it's only one way for me. I don't like to lie here naked for them to observe. Although they are doctors, I'm not the great teacher of the Empire. At this moment, a hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded in the empty room. The thin old man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the two reporters at the door, and said, "I like to see them busy in there. It feels like I'm back in the old battlefield. When I first joined the Army, I liked to see those weak medical officers carrying healing pods and running. Hee hee." 2 sofas were prepared at the foot of the bed, and fruits and brewed green tea were placed on the coffee table. Next to the glass ashtray, there were 2 boxes of white box ginseng that were specially provided in the Army. Bob and Wood didn't react for a moment. They stared blankly at the old military god on the bed. After a long time, they said hello in a panic and then stumbled to sit on the comfortable sofa. "I'm very happy that you agreed to come for this interview," Li Pifu, who was half leaning on the bed, said gently. The old man's hoarse voice had a strange sound of rubbing stones. It was still firm and powerful, but it was also a little scary. Wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead, Chief Editor Bob took a series of deep breaths, stabilized his mood with a strong sense of professionalism, and answered seriously, "Marshal, this is the biggest honor since I started working, and even since the founding of the Capital Special District daily newspaper." This was true. From this scene, a certain inference could be drawn. The interview that was about to begin might be the last interview in the life of the living legend on the bed. Bob and Wood were very grateful to be able to participate in this. "Since it's an interview, I think it's necessary to introduce myself first," the thin old man said slowly. The light in the ward was very bright, and there was no sense of sadness at all. It was just like his legendary life, magnificent from beginning to end. Bob squinted his eyes and took out his favorite pen and paper. Wood gently turned on the recording pen and listened carefully to the hoarse voice coming from the bed. "My name is Li Pifu, and I was born in Philadelphia. I worked 3 jobs in my life. Before the age of 12, when I was practicing in the self-cultivation hall, I worked as a part-time cleaner. Later, when I was 14, I worked for a short period of time as a lawn mower in Philadelphia's East Court Square. Later, I joined the Army. Since then, I've been a soldier for the past few decades and haven't done anything else. When I first joined the Army, my squad leader fell to his death during a drill. The superiors were very angry, and I don't know why they chose me, a new recruit, to take over the position of squad leader. From squad leader to platoon leader, then to company commander, battalion commander, regiment commander, and division commander. In the end, I was promoted very quickly in the Army. I've never been a deputy, nor have I been a brigade commander or an Army commander. Speaking of only having worked 3 jobs, 10 years ago, after I retired, I wanted to continue cutting grass in the East Court Square, but I was rejected by the government in the name of safety. As a veteran, I'm very dissatisfied with this." Chief Editor Bob stopped recording and looked up at the army god on the bed who was immersed in his memories. He thought with some uneasiness and sadness. Compared to Su Li's incident, this was a real news event, a news event that would make the whole universe sad.